Hi! I am streaming for 9! Hi, Uriel! Hello! Hi! I started early today. Hello, Knives! Hello, Sandman! Hi, Alex! Hi, Petey! Hello, Silver! Oh yeah, I didn't fix the ratio of that. I have to fix the screen capture. I'll do that when we swap over again. Hello! Hi! Hi, everyone. Normally I don't start this early, but here we are. Ugh. It's so fucking cold. I've been home for like half an hour, and so the place hasn't like warmed up yet. Oh, it's so cold. I thought about wearing a beanie, but then everyone would be commenting on it, and I didn't want that. So here we are. You can see the sun's out. I went out today at like 4 p.m. and the sun was already down. I was out of the house. So here's my day today. Krebs! Thank you so much!
34 months. Isn't that like almost a year?
Thank you so much for the 34 months, Krebs. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's very kind. So today, Carl messaged me earlier in the week, and he was like, "Hey, do you want like a weekend off of Link?" And I said, "Yes, I'd love to." So he's moved, and he moves like pretty far away from me now. So he was like, "Well, can you meet me at this one bus station?" And I said, "Yes, I'll meet you there after work. Not a problem." That's around the time that I usually walk Link anyway, so it'll just be like a regular walk, but we'll take the bus, and we'll meet you there, and then I'll just take the bus home. Not a problem. Hi, Dana! You should get up from the couch and go to handball training in about an hour. You should get off the couch and go to handball training! It'll feel so good when you're back home again. It'll feel so good. Not wearing a beanie in this economy? I know! It's entirely too cold. It really is. Hi, Trey! Hello, Ben! Hello, hello! You want to offer promotion of my channel? Wow! Thank you so much! So, this morning, I woke up... I woke up and I immediately, like, took Link to the bus stop, and, we took the bus, and he was such a good boy. He was such a good boy on the bus. He did a great job, he was calm, he just sat on my lap, and that was it. And so we took the bus for like half an hour out there. Met Carl, who was sick, so I just handed him over and then left immediately. Then I took the bus back home, got a little bit of food, came home, and that was half an hour ago. Cause normally at this time, like around this time I'm back home from like the main walk with Link, and then I have to make some food, and then I basically sit here until stream starts. But I can't like start something. I normally don't start doing something before stream starts because I don't want to be like, oh shit, now I can only do this for so long and then I have to stop and do something else. So I don't start anything. So I basically just sit here and do nothing. Up until the start of my stream. So today, I was like, you know what? I want to play Lamplight City, and I want to play a lot of it. Ideally, I want to beat it today. And it's like a 10-hour game. At least. So... I figured it's probably for the best if I started a little bit early. And then we'll see. We'll see how far we get. Before lunch and after lunch you don't start anything because we'll go home soon. I get it. I get it. Ugh. So I got home and the apartment isn't warm yet. But Link isn't here, which is nice for me. Because it means I don't have to go outside until Sunday evening. It's the next time I have to go outside into the cold. So I'm feeling pretty good about that. I am gonna have to order some food because I don't have a lot of food in the apartment. I might order takeout later today. During stream. We'll see. I might order takeout for the stream because I didn't eat a lot. So I need like a dinner and I don't have a lot of food. So we'll see. Might get myself a cheeky little takeout. I think that point and click games are games that work really well for like eating while playing. I went to bed at 10 on Wednesday, fell asleep after 3, overslept by a lot, ended up going to the office at early, started getting darker. Oof, I'm sorry. I am sorry. It is not fun how dark it is. But hey, winter solstice is coming! Winter solstice isn't that far away. So, you know, in like 2 months, it'll be like ever so slightly brighter. Ish. Yeah, it's on December 22nd, so 3 weeks. Winter solstice is the darkest night, the darkest day of the year, and it is the day where... The day after winter solstice is when it officially starts getting brighter every day. In the northern hemisphere. So... I celebrate... I don't, like, do a proper celebration of winter solstice, but I celebrate it in, like, a personal sense of it's finally getting brighter. It's finally... It's, like, the turning point of winter. Because, like, right now, it's ridiculous how dark it is and how cold it is, and... I want to see the sun again. Y'all, I want to see the sun again. I want to feel sun on my skin. Hi, Teddy. Hello, Maquilla. Hello, hello. Hi, Corpo? Hi, Convo. You say afternoon times without a filter. What do you mean? What do you mean? 22 is 10 p.m. Yes. Oh, you mean PD? Yeah, we do that. We do that with military time, yeah. Hi, Delulu. Hello, hello. Oh, it doesn't push people off cliffs to sit inside bears any of the real stuff. That's summer solstice. That's summertime, thank you very much. Is yours being a room below the roof the reason you're huddled up? I mean, it is cold. It is fucking freezing. The roof of this building is new. The roof is, like, new. It was completely redone like 2 years or so before I bought the apartment, so, like, it's meant to be, like, good insulation. It's not. It's freezing. But it's also because I just came home, so I only just turned on the heater. It hasn't, like, had time to heat up yet. But the heater, it's working. Good to see you at this 14 o'clock. Well, we say it. We use military time without filter. Do you mean filter? Is that like PM or AM? Hi, Olivia. Hello, hello. Hello, Josh. Hello. But like, if we're planning on meeting up somewhere or whatever, I'd see you at 14. In writing. I don't think that we do that in speaking. Hi, Jones. 1400. We'd never say that. But like, it's usually situational, like you understand, even if you say at 2, you don't have to specify. You don't have to specify. You'd say 4, write 16. Yeah, same. Because, like, if you say, yeah, let's meet up at 4, it's usually not 4 in the night. But you write 16 just for, like, for clarity. Yeah, we speak 12 because context is a powerful tool. Yeah. You often say 16. Yeah, but you're Swedish, you don't count. Oh, I'm so cold. I played a little bit of Lethal Company on Wednesday. I was watching Scurrier, and he was talking about how we should play Lethal Company, and I was like, yeah, sure, I'd be up for that. And then he was playing co-op with like a bunch of people, and then they all left, and then he was like, hey, do you want to play some Lethal Company now? And so I was like, okay. So I played a little bit of, I played a couple of hours over on his stream. It was fun. It was good fun. Chaotic fun. It's so cool that when people leave their cards running so they don't freeze over. I get it. We tried it for the first time earlier today. You couldn't get anywhere without dying. Skier and I made it to... We survived long enough to get enough money to get to one of the haunted house, which is like a whole other planet, a whole other moon. We went to the haunted house. It was great fun. Hi, Sarah. Hello, hello. Hi, T-Bear. Hi. How cold is it outside? I'll check. -4, which isn't like horrific, but it is still cold. Cold. Please come from last night. You spoke the longest you ever spoken to your friends? That's so exciting. I hope you had a lot of fun. I hope you had super fun. Also, I'm very happy for you. That's wonderful. It's a fun game. It's a fun game. I want to play it more. But yeah, Skier and I made it to the haunted house. And then he was like, hey, I got you something. And he gave me like a toy robot that made sound, which isn't great because then the monsters will find you because they hear you. And then I went further into the mansion and I found a second toy robot that also made sound, but they weren't synced up with each other. So the entire time that I was exploring this mansion, I had 2 little robots that were both like screaming at me. It was the right clip. Yeah, the third one was the right clip. Thank you, Sarah. I think I completely forgot to respond. I'm so sorry, but that was the right clip. Thank you. I was watching a stream of someone just playing random horror games. And the reason I asked was because there was a scene in that game that they were playing that looked so much like that one scene that I remembered. But I knew it wasn't that. Like, I knew it couldn't have been that. So I was just so massively confused. And I just had to watch the clip again to see like how they were different. I'm trying to find the part of the VOD. I want you to hear what these fucking robots sounded like. Because Skier was streaming. It's almost never worth going further if you're not prepared. We didn't, like, prepare anything at all. Yeah, thank you so much, Sarah. Enjoy work! Enjoy work. I'm sorry. They are listening! Yeah, the monsters listen to your mic. And to, like, other things that you make sound with. Some of them do. Some of them will, like, kill you if they hear you, and some will, like, find you. I really want to find the moment where I return to the ship with these robots.
Not the chat. We are not.
I actually haven't.
Not discussing the table.
Hang on.
Not for the kids.
I haven't actually seen
Jesus
his.
Christ.
Where is the hello?
Twiggie.
It's the screen. There it is. I haven't seen his perspective of it, so I don't know.
There's something out there moving.
I don't know what
And
happened.
it's not Twiggie.
From his side.
Wait. Twiggie?
Oh my god, you're alive!
Oh god, you're alive, bro! I thought you were dead! I thought you were dead!
Listen to this shit. Almost as soon as we split up, I found another toy robot.
Oh!
And both of them have been making sound off sync with each other ever since then. I was listening to those robots the entire time.
Yeah, it's like hell. This is what I imagine it feels like to be a soul trapped in hell. It's like the world.
LaFay, he said he messaged you. He kept saying how he messaged you to ask if you wanted to play. But you were, like, working or some shit. I don't know. I don't know why you weren't there. This was, like, a few hours before you were meant to start your stream. Well, you did start your stream. It was on Wednesday. I don't know why you didn't play with us. We wanted you to play with us. He said he messaged you. Ugh. 10 minutes after I clocked out of work, plus was having dinner. Well, that's your problem then. That's your problem. We didn't plan to. He messaged me and was like, hey, everyone else I played with dropped out. Do you want to play now? And I was like, sure. I have no obligations in my life whatsoever. I don't have a job. I don't have, like, things I need to spend time doing. So, that's why we played. We'll play. We've already decided we're gonna play. We've already decided. And I'm very excited. Hi, Eldon. Hello. I'm very excited. We're gonna play some Lethal Company with the fan skewer. Which is gonna be super non-chaotic. Anyway, do y'all want to play the game? Shit, it's a long game, and I want to get through it today. It's a long game, and I have this... I have this fantasy that I want to beat the whole game today. So, let's not waste more time. Let's play Lamplight City. I've heard so many good things about it, mainly from Yuria and Rachel. "16-hour stream on Final Fantasy 14. Shut up! Lamplight City, Yuria. That's you! It's a weird resolution, man. It's a weird resolution. But we can work with this. I'm assuming it's intentional? I'm assuming I'm a weird resolution? I have been told this. Yeah, the settings aren't, like, super... There's not a whole lot here. It's like the What Did I Gives. Okay, cool. It's not very forgiving. It really isn't. Alright, I don't know what to expect, so we're just gonna start. Oh, I was told that it's a notebook game. Or was that the Blackwell games? I don't remember. But it is a detective game. Rough night. Wake up, sunshine. Bill, wake up! The carriage is on fire! I think Blackwell would have more notebook modes. I bought all of them too. I bought the bundle that has all of the Blackwell games. So I have those too for like another day. Wake up, sunshine.
Wake up, sunshine.
Oh, it's voice acted.
I told you not to call me that.
I'm so happy.
What's the matter? Have a rough night?
Bit too much Bollingworth ale is all. That stuff really creeps up on you.
I don't know where to
Sorry
put my
I couldn't
cam either.
join you, but I was long overdue for a quiet night in with Addie.
That's fine. There'll be plenty of other opportunities. Hell, maybe Adelaide can even join us. It's been ages since she last drank me under the table.
Afraid she mostly sticks to tea these days.
Miles, what exactly is it we're looking into? I may have dozed off during the briefing.
Hi, Kiki. Hello, hello. Your snail just came? I hope you like it. I hope it works for you. Like, my skin is so dry right now because of the cold and the dry air outside. Like, anytime I come in from a walk, my skin is, like, peeling off because it's so dry. So, the snail slime has very much come in handy.
You sleep through the briefings?
Sure, it's really not that difficult. Snelling's monotonous drone works better than Cold Tits' emulsified soporific.
Very
what
fun.
now?
Anyway, it's a burglary at the Hambrook Flower Shop.
A burglary, eh? How dull. At least we'll have enough time to get a drink afterwards.
You seem awfully certain of that.
I am. In fact, I'd bet the devil my head that we're done within the hour.
Well, the devil's gonna be disappointed that his winnings are so meager.
Hi, Rules. Hello, hello. Does the clock mean
we've
just
arrived.
wait?
After you, Bill.
The city of New Britain, the borough of the Colmundley. Oh, by the way, I'm not streaming on Tuesday this week. Next
Thank
week.
you. Keep the change.
I'm gonna stream on Thursday instead. I'm taking Tuesday and Wednesday off instead of Wednesday and Thursday off this coming week. Just a heads up.
And so, our night of excitement begins.
You, more than anyone else, should know that there's rarely a dull night in Chumley.
I have a feeling tonight will be the exception. Until we get to the pub, that is.
Keep your mind on the case, Bill. Now let's get a move on.
I wonder. What I could do is, I could move the game window to the left to eliminate the black space on the left side, right? And that way my camera would take up less space, all in all. Problem is, my cursor is locked to the game. Few suspects documents, current case on among thieves. Isn't that the D&D movie? I watched a D&D movie! I forgot to say, but I watched the movie. How do I access settings? Do I not? Do I just not access settings?
Can't believe that thing made it all the way across the Atlantic in less than a week.
I guess I don't access
scoff at the
settings.
future, Miles. Pretty soon, we'll all be riding those things to work.
Especially considering
Yes.
Prince Harold is their big celebrity passenger. Glad this thing is lit. This isn't really the type of place I'd prefer to be at this time of night.
Don't worry, Miles. I've got your back.
I think this is a Brittany, so there's you excuse me, go full Valley Girl. I don't want to go full Valley Girl. I did like it. Yeah, it was very fun. I did like it.
He's just pacing back and forth, muttering to himself.
Probably one of the patients from Riverview. Seems like there's more of them on the streets than in the asylum these days.
Like with the most recent sub-download bit and Secrets Above My Cam in Black Space. Yeah, I could definitely do that. Yeah.
Looks like they've had some trouble with vandalism.
That's the
Pretty
thing
much
that I do.
every business in this part of town has.
Why can I not access the settings, though? Holy shit, I heard the door in the hallway open or close or whatever, and there's no barking.
That reminds me. I should pick up a bouquet for Addie when we're done here.
Seems like you've been...
Ah, shush!
This is
Repeat!
definitely the right place.
Repeat!
This is definitely the right place. Certainly looks cozy in there.
Motherfucker.
Plants have a nice way of doing that.
It's true, plants do make everything more cozy. I'm so confused, though. Where's the menu? Right-click opens this, but this is just... This is not... Just the top... Oh! You are absolutely correct. Thank you. Thank you, legend. It's almost like you played this before. So if I move this... like this, and then probably move... Probably move my cam like down into the corner? That might work? That might do it? I think that way I cover up less of the game, at least. And less of the, like, speaking bubbles text thing. Subtitles.
Come on, Bill.
This is cozy.
Charming little place, isn't it?
Charming, but empty. We need to find the owner.
Always so to the point, Fordham. If ever there was a better time to stop and smell the flowers.
I think I'll leave that to you, Bill.
With my allergies? Hardly.
I actually have fresh flowers in the background this week, and every time I walk past, I literally stop and smell the flowers, and it's very nice. I want to have fresh flowers in my home all of the time.
Plants hanging on hooks. A nice space-saving method.
I'd probably bang my head against them constantly if I had them in my apartment.
What?
These prices are pretty reasonable. The place I go in Worcester's clearly robbing me blind.
If you think those are bad, don't go near the flower shops in Lyon.
This is quite the selection. Come over here and take a whiff, Bill.
Sure, if you don't mind me getting snot all over your coat.
Oh, no,
So
not
glad.
the Myers case all over again.
I'm not
On second
allergic to
thought,
flowers.
You can just stay over there.
I'm so very happy that I'm not allergic to flowers and plants.
This is quite the selection. Come over here and take a whiff, Bill.
Isa,
If you
hi!
don't mind me getting snot all over your coat.
Oh, no,
I
not on
figured.
second.
I figured you would be here for this. I thought about you. I think we even mentioned you in a stream the other day when I mentioned that I was gonna play this. Top right might be safer. We'll see. If like something appears in the bottom right corner, then I'll move my cam.
You seem to be part of the watering system for the flowers.
I haven't seen old piping like this in a while. Seems like someone's reluctant to upgrade.
How much walking past can I do in my apartment? Well, they're back there, right? So like whenever I interact with the heater, or like when I have to walk that way to go to the bathroom, I always just take a little stop and smell the flowers. It's very nice. I like it.
Not too many left. Seems business isn't so bad around here.
Well, you know what they say. There are only 3 certainties in life. Death, taxes, and people taking advantage of sales.
Yes, the 3 inevitabilities. It's true. They're so pretty. They're very, very pretty. Agreed.
Mostly a bunch of fertilizer and growth tonics.
You give up trying to
Growth
be
tonics,
unpredictable.
eh?
I get it.
Plant growth tonics, Bill.
Yeah, plant
course.
growth
I knew
tonic.
that.
Come on, what kind of place do you think this is, Bill?
The staircase isn't very well lit.
I'll go first. That way you can catch me if I fall.
We should
Aw.
probably ask for permission before heading up there.
Can I just say, I love so much that it is voice acted. It's not that I don't mind doing voices myself or like reading things out. It's not that. It's just that doing that for a long game or a long stream is very tiresome.
It says private.
Well, that's one mystery solved.
You start sneezing the second you walk into a room. I'd be so sad. I would be so sad if I was allergic to plants and flowers and pollen. Especially since spring is my favorite season. Oh my god. I would be so sad.
Be right there. Oh, hello, gentlemen. I must say you caught me by surprise. I was preparing to close soon. May I help you find anything? The flowers in the center display are half price this week, and I have a special on chrysanthemums today. Or perhaps a custom bouquet for the special ladies in your lives?
I have no need myself, but maybe Adelaide would appreciate a little something. Eh, Miles? Those peonies in the corner look nice.
I'm afraid we're not here as customers tonight, ma'am. We'd like to have a word with the proprietor. Is he in?
I see. I'm Cecilia Handbook, and this is my shop. What can I do for you, gentlemen?
I'm Detective Miles Fordham, and this is my partner, William Legere. We received a report of a burglary at your store.
A report? From whom? I never contacted the police before, and I didn't this time, either.
It was made anonymously. But are you saying this isn't the first time it's happened?
Correct. It's happened 3 times. But considering the police hardly care about the daily muggings and vandalisms around here, I didn't think they would be interested in something so trivial.
Well, we're here now, and we'll do all we can to help you.
We'll have to see about that.
If you wouldn't mind,
She
Mrs.
doesn't seem
Sandbrook,
like she
I'd
has
to
any
ask you a
faith in
few
us.
questions.
Very well, Detective.
Oh. You got married on fake flowers? That seems really nice, though.
Could you give me the details concerning the burglaries?
About 3 weeks ago on Monday, I noticed that my order of Easter lilies was missing. At first, I thought nothing of it. Sometimes certain types of flowers are unavailable or arrive in poor condition. These things happen. Then 2 weeks ago on Wednesday, it happened again. But this time, I noticed something rather odd.
Go on.
When I opened the shop, there were 6 crowns and 10 shillings on the counter. That's exactly the cost of 2 orders of lilies. Last Friday, it happened yet again. The lilies were missing, and there was payment for 1 order on the counter. I believe that someone has been breaking into my shop after hours, taking the lilies, and leaving money behind.
If they pay
How
for it,
unusual.
though, is it really a robbery? If they leave the pavement for it, they haven't really stolen anything, have they?
Hello, friend.
Anonymous, thank you so much for gifting us up to Isa. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's very, very kind. Hi, Eddie. You've been playing Vampire today? I was wondering anyone recommend against you. You're the villain? Ooh, I don't know. Vampire is very cool. I never beat it. I only played it like one day, I think. But it's very cool. I don't know if I have any other games where you're the villain. It is, yeah, the little rose is very, very cute. It's still, yeah, it's still a crime, but I'm just saying, I wouldn't necessarily call it stealing if they do pay for it.
So this burglar has been paying for the stolen goods?
That would appear to be the case, yes.
Strange.
I really don't think this could even be considered a crime. That's one of the reasons I didn't bother reporting it to the police.
Yeah, I
And
get
the
that
other
part.
reasons?
I get that part.
Oh, I think I've already made those quite clear, Detective.
Have you noticed any suspicious characters lurking around?
Detective Fordham, this is Chumley. You can't throw a stone without hitting a suspicious character. And if you've noticed my window, you'd be aware that stones get thrown around quite a bit in this neighborhood. If you're looking for trouble, you're far more likely to find it out there than in here.
I meant if you'd seen anyone out of the ordinary near your shop.
Only the two men from the police who entered it tonight. That is most definitely out of the ordinary.
Have you found any evidence of a break-in?
No, the front door is always locked. My assistant Trevor and I are the only ones with the key.
Are there any other points of access to the building?
The upstairs windows, I suppose, but I make sure to keep them locked, and neither of them have been broken.
Would you allow us to have a look upstairs?
Is that really necessary? I was just about to close up the shop.
It won't take but a moment.
Fine, I suppose you may, but please, don't dally too long.
I didn't get to. Okay, there we go. I was gonna say I didn't get to talk
Have you been in
about
business
her.
long?
Yes, I opened this shop 30 years ago, along with my late husband, David. But the past 10 years, I've been running things on my own.
Don't you feel unsafe being here by yourself so late into the night?
Detective, when you've lived in this part of town as long as I have, it takes quite a lot to scare you.
You mentioned your assistant has the other shop key. What can you tell me about him?
His name is Trevor Hastings, and he has been working for me for the past 10 years.
Do you trust him?
Implicitly. I've known him for ages, and he has been my full-time assistant since shortly after my husband died. You're not suggesting he had anything to do with this, are you?
Not at all. I would like to speak with him, though. Where might I find him?
It's Friday, so he should be on his way back from the docks right now. He'll be bringing my flower order within the hour.
Good. We'll meet him here, then. If that's all right with you.
I suppose I don't really have much of a choice, do I?
Now you're getting it.
I think that's all the information I need for now.
All right, Detective.
All right, private. Let's go. Oh, this is pretty.
Interesting choice of decor.
Look,
in
if
here.
I had a window like
Perhaps
this,
it wasn't always used as a storeroom, although I can understand why it would have been converted.
Yeah, it is rather drafty in here.
like I have skylights, but I don't have anything like this. I wish I had a skylight like this. I'd have so many plants.
I don't think this window would serve as a viable means of entry.
It's a nice view, though. You can hardly see the vomit and manure piles on the street from up here.
No, this roof is freezing. This place is absolutely freezing. But yeah, this is very pretty.
But if the smell is anything to go by, this is where the flowers are stored when delivered.
I'll keep my distance then.
Seems to be the broken pot storage area.
Why not just throw them away, I wonder?
It's likely they're going to be repaired. I noticed some faint cracks in some of the pots downstairs. I've seen this type of device before. It's a special container for growing plants. Specific temperature and water conditions can be adjusted. Seems to be empty right now, though. And judging by the dust, it hasn't been used in a long time, if ever.
It seems Mrs. Hanbrook isn't too fond of steam tech, or just doesn't understand it.
A young lady. Perhaps a relation of Mrs. Hanbrook?
I can see the resemblance. Sort of.
Ooh. Oh, come on. This is clearly something on the side here.
This provides a means of escape from the top floor, or access to this window from the ground.
Can I
The
open it?
window latch. Securely locked.
What is that? A gap?
Interesting. There's a gap between the window and the frame here. No wonder it's so drafty in this room.
Yeah, so they could easily have opened the window without, like,
Wonder.
What are you thinking, Fordham?
and locking
And
it
it's
after
time
that,
for an
I guess.
experiment. I'm going to need a tool, however. Something long and thin should do the trick.
Oh, I got something long
Shouldn't
and
be too
thin
hard to
for
find
you.
something like that around here.
Okay. Find something long and thin. I can do that.
A pastoral landscape. Definitely nowhere near here.
I've never much understood art, but it would be nice to see a place like that in person.
Do you think this is one of those games where you have to, like, already have the objective before you can find the right things? Or do you think you can find the right
I would
things?
imagine that keeping
early
a
on.
consistent temperature in here is important for the flowers.
When do you suppose this contraption was last serviced?
Hard to say. Definitely not recently, if the dust buildup is any indication.
I guess we have to go back down to find something long and thin. Wait,
I have
whoa,
a few more
let us say
questions for
hotspot
you, Mrs.
icons!
Hanbrook.
Very well, Detective. If it will help you conclude your investigation
I
faster.
clicked too soon. Upstairs window.
Mrs. Hanbrook, were you aware that there's a gap in the frame of the small upstairs window?
Is there? I only go up there to check that the window is locked. I've never noticed a gap. Are you suggesting that's how the burglar is entering the store?
Yes.
It's a distinct possibility, but I have yet to figure out exactly how.
Well, I trust you'll come to a satisfactory conclusion, Detective.
I think that's all the information I need for now.
All right, Detective.
They were a little bit during that one part, yes, Convo. Only like the very end of them, like went to over here. Hanging plants.
Aha! This hook is exactly what I need. Mrs. Hanbrook, may I borrow this hook for a few minutes? It's crucial to our investigation.
Is that so?
Yes, I promise I'll put it back as soon as I'm done.
Please do, Detective.
The left is ever so slightly cut off, yeah, because there are black bars on either side. So I was like, well, if I move the game all the way to the left, then I can have my cam here and it'll cover up, like, least amount of possible thing, right?
Good. Bill, it's time for our experiment.
And what is this experiment going to be exactly?
Simple. I'm going to see if this hook can get me inside the shop.
But I think I cropped it a tiny little bit too much.
Rather dark out here.
Watch your step, then. This experiment of yours isn't worth a broken neck.
I'll be fine. Now then, could you please close and lock the window, Bill?
Oh, I have to do this? Oh, okay. Okay.
Well, I'd say this is fairly incontrovertible proof that the building can easily be broken into without arousing suspicion.
Where'd you learn how to do that, anyway?
You taught me, remember?
Nah. Are you sure it was me?
Positive. We were a few pints in at the Angel about 5 years ago, and you decided I should learn how to pick locks.
I
What
don't
else have I
think that
taught
this
you how
was
to do while
lockpicking,
drunk?
though.
That would be telling.
I don't know that this was picking a lock. Hang on, I'm just gonna... Whoop. Move it ever so slightly back a little bit like this. Which should help with the subtitles. Should be better. Hang on though, I gotta fix something else real quick. Boop. Oh, good luck, Olivia. Don't slip and fall on the ice, and please be safe. Enjoy the snail. Enjoy the snail. There's a sequel. Interesting. Hello?
Ah, Trevor.
Oh, Trevor, the
Evening,
assistant.
Cecilia. I've got the order ready to bring in.
Trevor, these are Detectives Fordham and Leger. They say there's been a report about the burglaries, and they're here investigating.
I only did it because I think it's been going on too long. As much as you want to, we can't handle this ourselves.
We can discuss the matter later. In the meantime, the detective would like a word with you.
I'll be needing to bring in the flowers first, if that's all right. Otherwise, some hooligan's likely to run off with them.
My partner will keep an eye on your flowers. Bill, would you mind?
Ah, the glamour of police work.
You signed up for this. This is literally your job.
Now, Mr. Hastings, if I could ask you a few questions?
Go on, then.
What can you tell me about the recent burglaries?
I wish Cecilia had contacted you a lot sooner. She's a damn fine woman. But sometimes I think she'd rather jump in a rose bush than ask for help. Had to take matters into my own hands. This needs taken care of, but we can't do it on our own, as much as Cecilia would like to. Anyhow, alls I know is someone's been making off with some flowers and leaving money behind. No idea who it could be, how they're getting in, or why they even bother paying. In my day, if you robbed a place, you did it the right way.
These damn burglars can't even rob someone
Burglars don't
correctly.
do their jobs correctly.
I
Do you have much
know.
experience with burglary, Mr. Hastings?
Now, I never said that, detective.
Have you noticed anyone or anything suspicious around here recently?
Nothing but the usual roughnecks, ragamuffins, and drunkards. Like I said, it's a real mystery.
Sure is a real
Could
mystery.
you walk me through the process of your deliveries?
Of course, there's no great science to it. On Monday, Wednesday, and Friday afternoons, Cecilia gives me her list of flowers to pick up from the wholesalers. I head over to Gascon around sunset when they get their shipment, and I give them her order. They load up the crate, I pay for it, and then I lug it back here.
How long does that take?
Between moving the crate and getting it across the river on the ferry, a couple of hours. Usually the store's closed by then, so I use my key to get in and leave the crate inside for Cecilia to open in the morning. That's all there is to it. Told you it wasn't very complicated.
Do you ever leave the crate unattended during that time?
No, sir. Never more than a minute. I may be old, but I got good eyes. I'd see if there were anything amiss. Besides that, I check to make sure the crate is still sealed when I drop it off. I'm not about to let Cecilia down by being careless.
How long have you been working for Mrs. Hanbrook?
Been about 10 years now, I reckon. I used to help with deliveries now and then when it was her and David, her husband. But after he passed, she offered to make me her assistant. Unfortunate way to get it, but I needed the work. Used to be I had a job at one of the airship yards, but they let me go after I was injured by one of those newfangled steam machines. So the offer came at a good time. Besides that, Cecilia needed looking after, even though she'd never admit it. If I'm being honest, we're both getting a bit long in the tooth. Not sure how much longer we'll be keeping this up, but as long as I'm upright and breathing, I'll be bringing these crates along, even if it is murder on my back.
I admire your work ethic.
I've got a job to do. Not enough people these days seem to respect that.
Thanks for your time, Mr. Hastings. I'll let you get back to work.
Appreciate it, detective. If you
I
don't mind,
want to trust this
detective,
guy, but I don't know
still
if I
need to
do.
check the crate before I bring it in.
Of course.
I don't think that
Thank you
he's
again
a
for your help.
burglar. Or a murderer, or whatever else is gonna happen.
Learn anything?
Possibly. I may have an idea.
Ah, you're being cryptic. That's always a good sign. But if you've got a plan, let's
I
talk
love it when
about
detectives are cryptic. You want a muffin? I want just some kind of...
Oh, thank you, Detective. That's quite decent of you.
I told you I was going to do that. Kept your promise! I got an achievement, you can't see it. But I got an achievement for keeping my promise to her. I want some kind of I don't know. I want food. I don't know. I want some kind of food? Just like some
Lost
kind
in thought
of
again, eh, Fordham?
things to eat?
Got a minute, Bill?
For you, Miles, I've got 5.
Aww. Cute.
I've heard of honor among thieves, but have you ever known a thief to pay for stolen goods?
Perhaps conducting normal business is just too boring for him. Do you think he might be doing it for the thrill?
There could be any number of reasons. The best way to find out is to catch the culprit and ask him ourselves. You ever miss living out here, Bill?
About as much as you missed stepping in that pile of horseshit last week.
Tell us
I
how
was
you really
distracted
feel.
by that story you were telling me about your sister. How's she doing out west, anyway?
Well, she's not in the chum, so fantastic. Living here was about as fun as wearing a vest made of meat to a dogfight. I'm glad we both managed to get out.
How's her way with words?
Oh, by the way, Miles, you didn't do such a great job of cleaning your shoes.
That would explain all the funny looks I've been getting.
Would it?
Still feeling rough, Bill?
Yes, but I'll feel better once this case is finished and we can go down to the Angel for a pint or 4.
Hair of the dog?
No better medicine.
When's the last time you took any time off?
That's a good question. What year is this again?
I think we've both been working a bit too much lately. Addie's been wanting to go visit her mother in Dixie. Maybe we can all go.
Well,
I've had
sounds
conversations
nice,
like that
but,
with people
I wouldn't
where
want to be a
I'm
third
like,
wheel on a visit
well,
to your in-laws.
when did you last have like
Unless-
a
Would
day
Adelaide's
off?
brother be there by any chance?
You're incorrigible, Bill.
It's one of my
I
final
asked him like,
qualities.
so when did you last like have any amount of like time off to just like not work? And they go, well, it's been a few years. And I'm like, what the fuck? What do you mean? How do you live like that? I will never understand. I will never understand how people live like that, where they just never have any time off. Like, how? How is that possible?
What's your impression of dear old Mrs. Hanbrook?
I like her. Good old-fashioned, tough-as-nails Chumley woman. Reminds me of my mother.
Your mother was never quite so stubborn. Why do you suppose she's so reluctant to accept our help?
It's
She
a chum
knows
thing, Miles.
something.
You wouldn't understand.
I don't think she knows anything. I think that she doesn't want to get the police involved because she's involved with other sketchy things.
Any thoughts on Mrs. Hanbrook's assistant, Trevor?
Yes, I feel sorry for him.
Why? He seems to enjoy his work.
Nah, it's not that. He's obviously smitten with Mrs. Hanbrook, but she won't give him the time of day.
What? You only saw him for a few moments. How in the ether did you get that impression?
The way he looked at her, the way he spoke when he confessed to contacting the police. Shall I go on?
No, that's fine. I see what you mean.
Really, Miles? You'd be surprised what you can learn from people if you just look at them.
Why bother doing that when I've got you to do it for me?
Control 7 Day we go we're taking straight from old point-and-click games. There's a lot of really good old point-and-click games. It's a genre that holds up really well. You would ask you why you're taking leave when you're not coming anywhere. You're just happy not to be there. Same. Like, I have spent so many, like, summer vacations just being at home. Just enjoying the fact that I don't have to go anywhere and do anything. And I need that. I need that regularly. Maybe her husband is not dead. Yeah, maybe this was all, like, some kind of life insurance fraud. I don't know. I don't know if it's that, but I do think that she's involved with something else shady, and we're gonna, like, uncover that through this. And she didn't want to call the police because of that. I don't think that she didn't want to call the police just because she thought that they wouldn't care. I think there was something more behind it.
Based on what we've been told in our experiment, I can only conclude that our burglar is using the upstairs window to get into the shop.
So what do you propose we do about it?
It's happened repeatedly over the past 3 weeks, on one of the delivery nights. Since it has yet to occur this week, and today is Friday, logic dictates it should be tonight.
So we settle in and wait to see if the burglar returns? Catch him in the act?
Exactly. It's our best chance of solving this before the trail goes cold.
I was really looking forward to getting that drink at the Angel tonight, too.
I know, but it's as you said yourself. There'll be plenty of other opportunities. Besides, forbearance is good for the soul.
Spoken like someone who truly has no idea how to have any fun.
I'm sure I'll get the hang of it one of these days, especially with your expert tutelage.
Okay, let's go have a chat with Mrs. Hanbrook. I'm sure she'll be delighted to know we're spending the night.
Yeah, I'm sure she's so excited. Sure, she's really
Damn,
looking forward to that.
Forgot to bring my deck of cards again.
At least it's quiet up here. I'm surprised we didn't go deaf after the last time we did this.
What?
I said... Oh, right. Your sense of humor remains on point.
Miles, have you ever considered leaving all this behind?
What, you mean quitting the Force?
The Force, the city, going off and seeing what else is out there, you know?
I'd miss it too much. Wouldn't you?
I was thinking I might visit Harley out west. She makes it sound like a dream in her letters. Wide open spaces, fresh air. I know I'm a city boy and would probably miss New Britannia's filth and squalor after a week, but...
You should do it. A change of scenery never hurt anyone. Plus, it's much easier for you than it is for me. I've got a family to consider, after all.
Ah, right.
Oh, no, I didn't mean it like that, Bill. It's just...
Shh. I think I heard something. Oh, no.
Bill?
Motherfucker.
Stop! Police!
Damn it! He's got up the fire escape. We can corner him on the roof. Stay close and keep me covered.
What? Oh no! This probably ain't good at all.
Bill!
Stay back, officer. I've got a knife. Ready your pistol, Fordham.
But you're too close!
I trust you, Miles. Your pistol, now! There's really no need for this, officer. I respect your desire to uphold justice. Mine is more important.
What do you
If let me
mean?
go, I won't come back. And we can all forget this ever happened. Don't listen to this lunatic, Miles. Take your shot before things get worse.
Reason with burglar or take a shot. Has he done anything worthy of, like, being shot? I mean, I guess he is threatening Bill, like, a lot right now, but, like... Shooting him seems like an overreaction! Oh, as soon as his hat fell off, I assumed he was dead. Yeah, the moment the hat came off, I was like, okay, well, bye. Violence is just another day. Thing is, though, like... I don't want to accidentally kill the guy. And I don't think you get to decide where to shoot him. Like, I don't think we get to decide to just, like, go for a shoulder shot. You know?
Look, we've caught you red-handed. Put down the knife, let my partner go, and give yourself up.
No! I'm not going to jail. Do you know what they do to people in there?
Yes, I do. If you cooperate, I'll see if I can get the judge to ease your sentence.
I appreciate your tactics, Fordham, but this really isn't the time.
Reason more.
Come on, all you've really done is taken
better.
some flowers. You're not a killer. Don't make things worse for yourself.
You don't know anything about me. One thing's for sure. I'm not going to jail.
Do you think he's the kind of guy who
So
would
let me go
rather
free,
die
or else your partner is going over
than
the
go to
side.
jail?
Fordham,
Because that's
this
sus.
madman clearly can't be reasoned with. Take your shot now.
Motherfucker, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to kill him. If we kill him, we don't get any answers. But if we let him go, we might kill Bill. Hey, isn't that a movie? Oh shit, I don't know. Always picks violence? I don't think I do. I don't think I always pick violence. I think you have me confused for someone else. There's 3 volumes of that movie. I've seen the first one. I did see the first one at one point. You don't think it'll let him go? You think he will kill Bill? Also, hi, Inky. Hi. Hi, LaFay. LaFay would have shot like on the first try. On the first choice, she would have already shot him. Kill everyone. I don't want to do that. I don't know. I don't know what the right choice is. We're gonna let him go. I'm gonna let him go, and then I'm just gonna hope that Bill isn't harmed.
Okay, we'll look the other way just this once. Just let my partner go.
Fordham, are you insane?
Bill, don't! Bill!
Bill! Oh, God! I am so sorry, my friend. I am so sorry.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think Bill dies regardless. I think that Bill is dead no matter what happens. I think that this is a dark pictures kind of thing. That was the intro. That was the tutorial.
Wake up, sunshine.
Also, I'm gonna fix the resolution again.
I thought that's what I called you.
What's the matter? Have a rough night?
Overdid it on the soporific. Why do I feel like I've had this conversation before?
I'm just glad you're in the mood to converse again.
What's happening?
Seriously, you took so much of that snake oil last night, I was starting to think you wanted me quiet for good.
Do you want you quiet for good, Bill, or I just need a break now and then? See? Bill dies regardless! Bill dies no matter what you do! This isn't my fault! Fuck off!
It's no personal slight. I just need some quiet time, or I'll go insane.
I get it. We all need our space. I know it's not easy, but there's really no need.
Not easy. Bill, I've been hearing your voice since you died. You don't shut up unless I take that accursed medicine. I'd say that qualifies as a bit more than not easy.
Yeah, well, how do you think I feel? You think I enjoy being trapped here, listening to you whine about how hard your life's become? You at least still have yours.
I'm losing my grip on reality, and it's all because of you.
Believe me, I know. It's not a pretty situation. But the bottom fact is, you're stuck with me. So you can either keep living this way and ruin your life even more than you already have, or you can do as I've told you and try to figure out a way to let me move on.
Right. For the 1000th time, you want me to find the burglar from the flower shop.
Yes, exactly.
I still don't get how that's going to help.
I've told you several times, although to be fair, if you actually listened to me, I'd still be alive.
I don't
At
think
any rate,
that's
you wouldn't have been
true.
in that situation in the first place if not for him. Once the criminal has been caught and is in custody, we'll both get what we want.
Justice?
More than that, you'll have that elusive thing you always wanted to give others. Closure.
You do realize the trail's pretty much frozen at this point. Our man has seemingly vanished into the ether.
That's no excuse not to keep trying. I know the cases Upton's been giving you these past few months haven't been the most thrilling, but they've at least kept you active. So just keep at it. Something has to turn up eventually.
Also, hi, Andrew.
Unless, of course,
It's
you want to wind up
well
in
below
Riverview
freezing,
Asylum.
yeah.
And if that happens,
Sure.
I'm really not going to keep quiet.
Fine.
Good man. Now, I suggest you stop talking to thin air, or Adelaide's going to start wondering if you've gone mental. Or just maybe, she'll stop wondering.
Very funny.
Man's got a point. You know? Don't mind me, just trying to make sure that you guys see all of the game. I think this should be good enough, hopefully. What is speech hold? Does that mean that I can, like, choose to not progress with the speech until I choose to progress with the speech? Probably. That the game railroad you into this doesn't mean it isn't your fault. I think that this very much isn't my fault. I got really hungry, so I'm gonna see if I can order some food. I don't know why I suddenly got so hungry, but I got very, very hungry all of a sudden. So I wanna see if I can get some food. What do I want? There's an ad running anyway, so while that's happening, I can order food. Hey, Marty. Hello, hello. Pizza? I've had too much pizza lately. I've simply had too much pizza lately. Garlic bread? You go get your garlic bread. I could get Indian and get like a garlic naan. That'd be pretty good. That would be pretty good. That it's a bread with garlic. It is. Technically, garlic naan is garlic bread. Technically. So then the question is, what food do I want? I could go for a standard butter chicken. You can never go wrong with butter chicken. Butter chicken with garlic bread that you dip in the sauce. Oh, that's good shit. Oh, that's good stuff. Technically, Sweden has food. Your birthday can't stay. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you. Fuck it, let's do that. Garlic naan. If you pay with a corporate card, will that be none of your business? Ugh. Garlic naan, butter chicken. Oh. Yep, looks good. That is indeed my address. It's 55 minutes for delivery, so I think it's just as well that I order now rather than later. It was like an hour. Ugh. Okay. Done! Done deal. Cool. I'm excited. Can't wait.
Pretty, but I'm glad I don't have a sense of smell anymore.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
You should have let me be buried wearing my hat. At least it wouldn't be gathering dust.
Oh,
like it is
Bill,
now.
If I'd done
Is
that,
he
it
the
would be
narrator
dust
for all
right
the things
now.
that I look at now?
Fair point.
Okay.
Wouldn't you say it's time for a change of clothes, Miles? You've been wearing that coat for who knows how long.
So? Addie gave it to me. Besides, it gives me character.
Right. Brooding detective in a long black coat. That's never been seen before.
What are you talking about, Bill?
Never mind.
I was once given, back when I worked at the place where I worked with NECA, I was once given the corporate card to go to the local grocery store and buy painkillers. Cause, like, we always had painkillers in, like, a drawer in case anyone had, like, a headache. We could go to our manager and be like, hey, can I have painkillers? And so I took the corporate card, and I went to the store, and they wouldn't let me buy painkillers because I didn't have ID with me. Because they thought I was too young. Even though I had, like, my lanyard that had, like, my business, like, my work ID on it, and I had the business card, and I was like, I literally work in that building in, like, second line tech. So I'm not, like, a fresh out of high school, like, customer service either. Like, I worked there for a while, and I'm at, like, second line tech. Why can't I just buy painkillers?
I'm certain a permanent indentation in the shape of your rear is starting to form.
So I had to go back without painkillers. It was very, very sad. And then I came back and my manager laughed at me. Hi, Will. You like these people for basic painkillers? That's what I'm saying. It's the only time I've ever been ID'd for painkillers.
That's a fun little apparatus Adelaide got you. Very soothing.
Watching it spin long enough puts me right to sleep.
I'd say that's really more the soporifics doing. Remember before you started taking that medicine and you could actually read a book for more than 10 minutes before falling asleep? You were a lot more fun to talk to back then. I always liked that self-portrait of Adelaide's mother, even if the eyes do always follow you around the room.
I wish I was a painter.
Cozy little winter getaway. That would be a welcome change from the winters in this city.
I wish I'd ever learned how to paint.
Don't worry, Miles. I don't watch when you and Adelaide are having your private time.
It would be nice if you didn't spend the whole time humming.
I thought you appreciated some romantic music.
This is like V and Johnny all over again.
Adelaide's mother certainly enjoyed pressing flowers. Do you suppose she does more of it now that she's retired?
Wow, he's so depressed.
Miles, care to explain what you're doing?
Just checking to make sure everything that needs to be in here still is.
Right. If you start taking that stuff during the day, you're really going to have problems.
He's really fucked up after Bill's death, isn't he?
It's admirable just how organized Adelaide is. Maybe someday the same can be said about you. Ha, that poster brings back some memories. That's from around the time you two met, isn't it?
Yes, back when Addie was singing at the Angel.
Well, look who's awake.
Just dropped.
Ready to rejoin the living?
Very much so.
Aww.
You were talking in your sleep again.
Did I say anything interesting?
Do you ever?
You have to admit, she's got you there.
How are you feeling?
A touch groggy. I think I took a bit too much of the soporific last night.
That's what I thought. When you went for your after-lunch nap, you'd barely gotten breakfast down. I saved you some bread and cheese if you're hungry.
Thank you, but I
Bread
haven't got
and
much of an appetite.
cheese.
You really should regulate your doses more carefully, love. I'm sure dull senses and an empty stomach aren't much help to your work. By the way, a message arrived via courier for you this morning. I put it on the table along with today's newspaper.
Thank you, dear.
She seems way too good for this man. Way too good for this man. How is the metro transit? Okay, how is the metro transit in Cyberpunk different than the fast travel in practice? How does the metro system, like, why would you choose one over the other? Replayable racing is fun. You can listen to the radio on foot is fun. Game can have a star system to chase you like cops. Eh. Yeah, he definitely doesn't have his own inner dialogue anymore. He's fucked up after Bill died. I'm sure he feels like incredibly guilty about it too, even though that wasn't my fault.
I always liked that painting. It's impossible to see that kind of scenery here in the city. It might do you some good to look in the mirror a bit more often, Miles. If there isn't a pair of scissors or a hairbrush in Adelaide's hands, you can bet there'll be a book. How are your parents doing these days? It's been ages since you wrote them. I can see why Adelaide calls that plant Miles Jr. It's a spitting image.
I love Adelaide.
Didn't I give you two that clock as a wedding present? Too bad it stopped working. Your book collection has always astonished me. Heaven help you if you ever decide to move.
So here's the message. We're gonna wait with that. We're gonna look at everything else first. Hey, Chrismo. No, I just haven't been home very long, so the apartment hasn't heated up yet.
That makes me wonder what old Mrs. Handbrook is up to these days. Adelaide's father certainly
How
had an
long had it
amazing
been?
life.
3 months?
Imagine being the personal barber to the Prime Minister and his family. The gossip and secrets he must have heard. Building those model ships was a good way to pass the time between cases. Hopefully it'll be a while before you get enough time to build another one.
I don't think that free time is what Miles needs at the moment.
I'd love to see the look on Snelling's face if he ever found out you kept your old truncheon. Ah, the Havisham case. Our first time out as partners. First in a long line of successful cases. It's nice to have a memory of the good old days. Bollingworth Ale. My favorite! And a nice souvenir from the Angel. You really ought to go back there someday. It's been so long since you used that desk. Did you even notice when Adelaide got rid of the chair?
He never comments back. I guess he doesn't... I guess he has to talk out loud to talk back to Bill, right? So he won't do that in front of Adelaide. That makes sense.
Addie?
Yes, dear?
I've still got that song you sang last week at the Rutherford stuck in my head. You were amazing.
Thank you, Miles. That was a lovely evening. I always enjoy it when Joseph brings out his violin and we can relive the old days.
Certainly nicer than when he spends hours telling the exact same story whenever you visit.
They were very glad to see you, you know.
It's probably the most fun I've had in months, to be honest.
They've invited us for dinner again in a couple of weeks, if you're feeling up to it.
I hope I am.
He's fucked up. People look in the mirror on purpose. I don't. There was a time in my life where I had to physically cover up every single mirror and like reflective surface in my house. Cause just glancing at myself in passing in a mirror gave me a full-on meltdown. So that was fun. That was a fun time in my life. Yeah, really enjoyed that level of dysmorphia. Yeah, that was fun.
How's work going? You have any appointments today?
Yes, one this evening. It's been a bit slow lately, but pretty soon it'll be debutante ball season, and all the Gascon grand dames will need their hair done. You sure I can't convince you to let me give you a little trim? You've been looking awfully scruffy lately.
What's the point? I've got no need to go peacocking around town. You're the only girl for me.
I like it when you're clean cut.
She's not asking for other people, she's asking for
lately, I
herself.
think it's best to keep them hidden. How are you? It feels as though we haven't seen much of each other these past few days.
I've been fine.
She's not
Addie,
fine.
you're not a very good liar. What's on your mind?
Her husband
I'm
is like
worried about
this!
you, Miles.
I know, but I've told you, there's no need to worry about me. I'm
Yes,
all
there
right.
is. No, you're not.
You're not all right, Miles. I may not be a good liar, but you can't fool me either.
I am all right. What do I have to do to convince you of that?
You could start by throwing out that sleeping medicine. It's turned you into a different person.
I needed to sleep, Addie. I'll become an even worse person without it, believe me.
I know Bill's death was hard for you. It was hard for all of us. But whatever it is that's bothering you, you know you can talk to me about it. That's what I'm here for.
I know, my love. Your support means the world to me. I need some time to deal with things. That's all. It won't always be like this, I promise.
Making promises you can't keep, eh, Miles? That'll end well.
This is what links in our monologue sounds like when Joker brings out the scissors. We walked off the bus today, and there was another dog on the bus, who looked a lot like Link. She was like I think she was a pure Maltese. So she looked like, imagine if you take Link, but then turn him into a girl, make him a little bit smaller, make his fur a little straighter, and more girl-looking. And then you have, like, Maltese dogs, basically. And so I walk off the bus, and then this other dog walks off, like, right behind us, and she puts her dog down, I put Link down, and she lets her dog just walk up to Link without asking, which I already hate when people do. And Link doesn't register her at all. Because Carl is there. So Link notices Carl and walks up to him, and this other owner is like, "Is your dog like really old?" And I'm like, he's about to turn 9. And she's like, "Oh yeah, cause he's not noticing my dog at all." And I'm like, he's busy. He's literally busy meeting his human. I don't give a fuck about your dog right now. It annoys me so much when people just don't ask and just let their dog walk up to Link. I hate that shit.
What's that you're reading?
It's a collection of short stories by James Penstroke. It was just published earlier this month.
Any good?
Oh yes, I love his work. He's been publishing a new serial in Brentwell magazine. I can't wait to read it. Perhaps we both can together? I think you'd enjoy him.
Lately, I haven't been able to concentrate on a page for more than 5 minutes without nodding off.
That is a pity.
I'll let you get back to your book.
Your least favorite kind of people. It's so... I don't understand. Just at least ask. And I would have said yes. I almost always say yes, especially when I can tell it's a girl, because Link loves girl dogs. He doesn't love male dogs. He hates male dogs. Which is why I prefer they ask, so I can decide. But also, Link was busy! Hi, Eve. Your dog hates other dogs in our space. Yeah, a lot of people do. A lot of dogs do. And, like, it stresses him out, it brings him into, like, this mood where he's now... If another male dog walks up to him, it puts him in a mindset of, I'm tough and I'm gonna fight now. And so then he starts like growling and being like really hormonal at other people and other dogs. And then I have to deal with that for the rest of the walk. And it's just really annoying. Like, let me decide if I want to say hi to your dog or not. Hate people like, oh, my dog is friendly. What makes you think I'm friendly? Yeah, I hate that shit. There's so many dogs that walk off leash here without any recall. And, their dogs always come running up to Link, and then I'm like, please don't. Link might physically fight your dog, and he will lose. And I don't want to be in that position. I don't want that to happen. So I'm like really hesitant when it comes to like off-leash dogs walking up to him. And then they're like, oh, but that's okay, my dog is friendly. And I'm like, dude, my dog will fight yours. And my dog will lose. Which is why I keep my dog on a leash. Ugh, I swear to God, dog owners are like the most or the least considerate people you will ever meet. There are no in between. When it comes to like interacting with other people on the street or like outside, they're the most or the least considerate people. And somehow I always run into the least considerate people. Fucking hate that shit. Do I have to read this? Please tell me I don't have to read this. There's no in between. I don't understand. It's lore. Link is an alpha male, it's true. Link loves girl dogs, just not yours. I do like lore. Okay, I will read it. But there's a lot of like old words here that I'm gonna struggle with. Remembering the HMS Ligia. This Tuesday marks the 3-month anniversary. It's been 3 months since Bill died. Hi, Flashbites. Hello, thank you for liking. The Ligia was preparing to make its second transatlantic voyage when disaster struck. The airship burst into flames shortly after departing for England, crashing into Foster Park. All 300 passengers on board, including H. Prince Harold, were killed, as were 54 bystanders in the park. Royal Maverick Lines conducted an investigation and ruled the crash an accident, citing the ignition of a gas leak. Despite this, rumors of sabotage persist. Royal Maverick vowed to instill stricter safety regulations going forward, and that the Ligia sister ship, the HMS Lenore, would be extremely safe upon its completion. There has been public outcry and protests that they continued on page 7. Gascoigne Grand Dame dies. Madame Laura Dupree, aged 44, died on Saturday of apparent natural causes. Born Laura Chesterton in London in 1800, she and her family moved to New Britain in 1804. In 1818, she married Colonel Andrew Shepherd, a royal officer 30 years her senior. She was 18! Ugh. The marriage lasted 1 year, ending with Shepherd's death during a trip to Piedmont. Good. Shortly after, Dupree married Benjamin Montgomery, a doctor. They had 2 children, Juliet, born 1820, and Andrew, born 1821. Sadly, Benjamin died of tuberculosis in 1830. 5 years later, Laura married Jean Dupree, a banker. Dupree was known throughout the community as a great humanitarian for her policy of exclusively employing humans rather than using automated service machines in her manor. Funeral services to be held continued on page 5. Uriel, thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Have a wonderful night. Bill's been living with Manfred for 3 months, yeah! Thank you, Inky, I try. Authoricity, it's real, and it is coming, says scientist. The existence of vathericity, a substance said to possess both energetic and restorative properties, was first put forth 2 years ago by Dr. Bennett Clark. His presentation at the annual Vespuccia Science Conference at the University of New Bretagne was extremely divisive. Dr. Clark claims that ethericity exists in small amounts on Earth, but is mainly located in the celestial region commonly referred to as the ether. Imagine electricity, but 100 times more powerful. In addition to powering our lights and machines, it can also significantly reduce the effects of aging and heal the sick. The sky will no longer be the limit, he described. Dr. Clark has yet to secure significant funding for his experiments, as his harshest critics have dismissed him as a crackpot. However, there are those who believe that continued on page 9. Second bizarre murder baffles police. New Bretagne police are investigating a murder in Chumley, similar to one which occurred at the borough just last month. Though many details are confidential at this time, we are able to confirm that both victims have been male and died of gunshot wounds. New Bretagne police declined to reveal any further details and denied rumors that the murders are being committed by a serial killer. We have no reason to believe that these murders are related, said Chief of Police Reginald Snelling. We have our finest detectives on the case and hope to find whoever perpetrated these awful crimes very soon. In the meantime, we ask the citizens of New Bretagne, especially those in Chumley, to remain vigilant and report any and all suspicious activity immediately to a police officer. Coverage will continue as the story unfolds. We did it. Dana, have fun! Good job on getting off the sitting. Have fun. Enjoy. Good luck. A big case has come in which I think will interest you. Meet me at the Roven Coffee House for more details.
Upton says she's got a big case for me.
Does she go into any more detail than that?
No, but then you know Upton. Always on a need-to-know basis. Especially since she's been giving me these cases under the table.
To be fair, they haven't exactly been anything of note.
True, but she's still sticking her neck out for me. I can understand why she's so secretive about it.
I think she just misses having you around the station.
Poor Connie. With you quitting and me dying, she must be bored stiff at work.
Anyway, I'm supposed to meet her at the Ruined Coffee House. That can't be right.
It's not like Constance to make mistakes. She must have gotten in somehow.
Guess I'll head over there and see what she's got then.
I'm just gonna say, him getting some work is probably very good for him. Okay, cool. Probably very good for him.
Time for me to get some things done.
I wish you'd let me fix your hair before you go out like that.
It'll be fine.
That's not the point! Ooh, you get a map? Oh.
Ah, the Ruined Coffee House. Worst Java in Lamplight City, but there's no better place to overhear all the rumors and gossip in town. Just make sure you don't get too close to the other patrons. Discretion was never your forte. Not in much of a hurry to clean up in here, are they?
I'm so hungry. I keep looking at like the tracking for my food. It still says like half an hour left.
What a cheery reminder of everyone's impending death. That whole thing about the man in the black robe, complete lie, by the way. Nice seaside landscape. Definitely a stark contrast to the ambiance in here. Dr. Tennyson's Vigor Pills. Absolutely guaranteed to restore vitality, youth, and vigor, or your money back. For use by men only.
Men
This thing seemed to have had a
only.
spike in popularity recently.
Oh my god.
Self-Portrait as a Desperate Man by B. Calvert. A bit like looking in the mirror. isn't it, Miles?
Mm-hmm.
Simon Banks, professional
Wait, are
chimney
all of them
sweep.
different?
Services start at 2 coppers per hour. Inquire at 305 Merrick Lane.
2 coppers
I'm
per
sure
hour?
he's a lovable urchin, but thankfully, your chimney is clean.
The newspaper was 1 copper. You want me to spend half... Oh my god. Half an hour's wage on a fucking newspaper? This is bullshit.
Green's sulfur soap. Beautifies the complexion, leaves you smelling fresh as a daisy. Talk about false advertising. I couldn't get a date for a week after using that stuff. Dr. W.S. Sales Wonder Tonic. The best and safest medicine for both gentlemen and ladies. Prevents consumption, general weakness, feverishness, indigestion, constipation, diarrhea, loss of appetite, flatulence, and head pain. They should also mention that it prevents breathing, heartbeats, and being alive.
What the shit?
Professor Xander Colt Tit III's emulsified soporific, available at all discerning pharmacies. I really don't know why you think taking that rat piss every night is a good idea for him.
I love these ads.
E.D. Preston's patented papier-mâché perambucat. Handsomely upholstered in silk, satin, or velvet, and hand-painted in the most artistic manner, as shown in engraving. I suppose if you and Adelaide ever finally decide to have children, something like this will come in handy.
I think he's got some serious work he needs to do on himself before he can even consider having children.
All that metal and tubing just to serve a hot cup of coffee?
I know! What's the point?
A young woman holding a guitar. Completely the wrong way, I might add.
It's artistic.
Give me an old-fashioned tea kettle any day. Seems like they have a little something for everyone in here. If this is how they store their coffee beans, it's probably a better idea to ask for tea. Best avoid that one. He looks like he might tip over at any moment. Reminds me of when I was alive. Ah, good times. He and his friend are having quite the conversation. I bet it's really boring.
Holy shit.
He's missing his left arm below the elbow. How do you suppose that happened?
Bill really is like an optimistic fella, isn't he? Well, to be fair, we're not actually listening to Bill, we're listening to Bill inside of Miles's head. Which, I don't think that that's like, it's not. I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and say that I don't think that Bill is alive inside of his head.
Hello,
I think that it is just a figment of his imagination. Queen of Spades! Oh my god, thank you so much for subscribing! I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for the brand new sub. That means so much to me. Thank you so much. Get his shit together if he gets something he needs to be responsible for. No! That's a shitty way of thinking of it! I get so mad when people are like, oh well, if I get a dog, that'll fix all of the problems in my life. And I'm like, no! It won't! Sure, like having a dog has like really helped me in like some of my worst moments, but it's also been like a massive thing that I need to be responsible for, even in my worst moments, and that fucking sucks sometimes.
The Specialty House Brews. These are definitely not coffee. Asleep at a coffee house. One of life's little ironies.
A dog just adds poo. Yeah, but it also adds the need to go outside even when you can't get out of bed. It also... Having a dog can help you get a routine, you still need a responsibility before getting one. Yes. Put it this way, if I didn't have Link, there would have been months of my life this year where I didn't leave my apartment at all, and that would have made me feel much, much worse. It would have. Having him helped me stay somewhat sane at times in my life, in the last few years, right? But when I got him, I was somewhat stable. If I'd gotten a dog when I was like really in a bad place, he would not be a happy dog. And I would have felt guilty as all shit, and I would have spiraled and I would have got worse.
Judging by the sooty apron, this man is either a metal worker, a chimney sweep, or just really lazy when it comes to washing.
And I feel like that's just having a dog. Having a baby? Don't. If you have a choice with regards to having kids, and you want to have a kid, probably want to be in a space where you're at least somewhat stable before having the kid.
Just one of many patrons
Just my
contributing to the
hot red
oppressive
take
thug in here.
for the day. That is my fiery take for the day. Sorry.
She's running back and forth at lightning speed. Clearly, she dips into the coffee supply.
Okay, now we can talk to Constance.
If it isn't my old friend, up to no good.
Hello, Fordham. It's good to see you.
How did you get them to let you in here?
It's rather simple, really. The owner and I have an understanding. He pretends women are allowed in coffee houses, and I don't report his unsavory business practices to Chief Snelling.
Sounds like a good deal. What
Why
sort
are
of
women not
unsavory
allowed in
business
coffee
practices are we
houses?
talking about?
Oh, we haven't got time to get into that now. But take some advice. Don't order anything that isn't water.
I got your message. What's going on?
It's time for you to join the big boys again, Fordham. Your days of finding lost cats are over.
So stop teasing me and tell me what it is already.
Do you know Madame Laura Dupre?
Yeah, I read about her in the newspaper.
Laura Dupre. She's one of those Gascon Grand
The-
Dames, isn't she?
Her death was
That's
through
right.
natural
I'm surprised
causes.
you've heard of her. I didn't think you cared about those types of people.
I don't, but Adelaide has several of them as clients. She gets paid to pretend to care about their lives, and I get to hear the sordid details.
Madame Dupre died the day before yesterday. Her funeral was held this morning.
My condolences.
But halfway through the service, the mourners heard a loud knocking coming from inside her coffin.
She wasn't dead?
Apparently not. Nearly interred alive,
The
although her
drug!
doctor swears
The
she
drug
had
from the
no
ad!
pulse. Dupre's son Andrew was
Right?
quick to suspect foul play. He accused a man named Albert Martin, and the police arrested him.
So where do I come in? Sounds like the case has already been solved.
I strongly suspect that Martin is innocent, especially considering the talk of him having used black magic on Dupre. The police feel they have enough evidence to convict, so they're not bothering to investigate any further. You're going to look into it and see if I'm right, then find the person who was really behind this.
Has Madame Dupre recovered from her ordeal?
I'm afraid not. Apparently she's been catatonic since they pulled her out of the coffin.
She was
How unfortunate.
buried alive! I get it!
Mr. Martin, he's being held at the Bow Street Jail. Or you could take a look around his house. It's at 451 Compton Street in Worcester.
And the Dupre home?
That's at Emmeline and Comtesse, right across from the old Angeline convent. It's also possible you might run into the police during your investigation, since they're technically still on the case.
Thanks for the warning.
I'm so excited for my
Was there
food.
anything you wanted to talk about before you get started?
Warm food? So excited.
Yes, actually, I had a couple of questions.
Let's hear them then.
How are things going with you?
Work is hectic as usual, and I'm spending my day off in here. But considering my home life is still a shambles, maybe this is the best place to be.
I'm truly sorry about that.
Don't be ridiculous. If it hadn't been for you, I'd still be chained to that philandering bastard. It hasn't been easy, but I'm much better off this way. Trust me. Anyway, work gives me something to focus on. I'm sure you can relate to that.
Yes, and I'm grateful to you for getting me these case leads. I know you're taking a risk to do it.
It's the least I can do. How about you?
He quit!
How's Adelaide?
She's fine, although things between us could be improved, if I'm being honest. The less said about it right now, the better, I think.
I'm sorry to hear that. You can talk to me about it if you need to, although I'm probably not the best person to ask for relationship advice.
Don't suppose there have been any developments regarding Bill's murder?
Unfortunately not. The department hasn't exactly been focusing on that case as a priority. The general attitude is that it was an accident. Bill died an honorable death in the line of duty.
Would have been nice if they bothered saying that at the funeral.
And of course, there are still those who blame you for his death, Snelling being the first and foremost.
But the man who killed him is still out there.
Yes, I know, but it looks like you're on your own if you want to find him. My hands are tied. I can only ask around so much before the higher-ups get suspicious.
I like
Just
her voice
don't
actor.
give up. New Britannia may be a big city, but the criminal world is surprisingly close-knit. If you find any connections or leads during your other cases, be sure and let me know. I'll do the same if I find anything out.
See, she has her priorities straight. You could learn a lot from Upton.
I wanted to go over the case with you.
Okay, what have you got?
Yeah, I like her so far. Coffee houses used to be spaces where men met and talked regardless of who they were. Yeah, the women have to give the men the space to just talk about whatever they want.
What do you know about Madame Dupre?
That's true.
Only what I've read about her in the paper. She's been married thrice, which I can empathize with, and she's extremely rich, which I can't.
What makes you think this Martin fellow is innocent?
The fact that the only evidence is the word of Dupre's son. I've seen this sort of thing thousands of times, and I'm sure you did too. They're just looking for a scapegoat. You're the only person I know who can put it right.
Upton's intentions are noble, but she has to realize this is just a drop in the ocean.
That's enough about the case for now.
Okay.
That's it, I think.
Also, the music is nice.
Then you'd better get back to it.
Well, I'm not entirely sure how this is going to help you find the flower shop burglar, but I suppose freeing an innocent man is a worthy diversion.
Hi, Delarobia. Hello, hello. Good luck, Petey. I hope you get yourself some garlic bread. Best of luck to you. I want to go to... Yeah, let's go to Compton Street first. Let's go to the Suit Home.
Compton Street. We're not too far from Restaurant Row. When's the last time you ate, anyway?
Please, let's not add eating to the list of things to nag me about.
Relatable. Women didn't have time to waste in coffee houses. Men were talking business and the ladies had laundry. Yeah. God forbid. God forbid the women had time to just sit around for a moment. No, let the men do the important things.
I'm glad that Coulson still uses horses. I don't trust the new self-driving cabs.
Self-driving cabs? What kind of future
What
is
about
this?
Atwood's re-election
Past
poster,
this.
sorely lacking a mustache?
We're in
Go
18
on,
something.
Miles. Fix this grievous injustice.
Not now,
Oh, can
Bill.
I?
There are more important things to worry about.
Spoil sport.
I'm so sad.
Considering how many eating establishments are in this neighborhood, the butcher picked a fantastic spot to set up shop. I do notice a distinct lack of stray cats in this neighborhood, though.
Yeah, where are all the stray cats?
Bonbon's restaurant. I never got a chance to go there, but I hear their deviled eggs are simply to die for.
I've never had deviled eggs. I don't know if they would be like my favorite things. You don't have a pen. Well, maybe I should. I have pens in front of me. I got several pens, as a matter of fact. I got many pens. Sorry. Simply devil an egg, yeah. You'd think I was doing that all the time.
I'm sorry, I have no time for visitors today.
I need to speak with you about Albert Martin.
Albert? Are you with the police?
No, I'm a private investigator.
What are in devil eggs?
I don't think you can help. I'm
egg?
sorry.
Sorry to bother you. I'll be on my way.
Good day to you, sir.
Like, I'm aware of the concept of devil eggs, but I don't know that I fully know, like, how to make them. I guess I can't talk to you yet. Later, probably. Let's go to jail, then.
Fordham? Is that you? You look like something a cat spat up.
Go fuck
Hello,
yourself.
Giles. It's lovely to see you, too.
Take eggs on devil.
What brings you round the jail? I thought you'd quit being a detective.
I'm looking to speak with Mr. Albert Martin.
Oh, I see. Well, that's him in the first cell there. I'd say what needs saying as quick as you can, though. He's headed for the gallows in the morning.
You're gonna kill him?
Already? But what about a trial?
No trial necessary when there's black magic
How-
involved.
what-
This little half-breed's already sealed his fate.
Such a
What the
charming
fuck?
fellow, isn't he?
Okay. Well,
I bet that's a direct line to the police department. You should make a rude noise into it when Giles isn't paying attention. Not much of a view. But then it's not as though people in here are meant to have many luxuries. He's watching you like a hawk. Looks liable to toss you in one of his cells if you try any funny business. Either crime is low, or the police aren't doing their jobs very well.
They're gonna kill a man because one person said that he murdered someone. I don't know. I don't think that they're doing their jobs very well.
Mr. Martin?
Who are you? My lawyer?
No, I'm actually here to help you. The name's Miles Fordham. I'm a private investigator.
How are you going to help me?
I'm looking
What
into
are
the
you, a
attack on
lawyer?
Madame Dupre.
No.
I believe you're innocent.
I'm like the
Oh,
damn
thank
lawyers.
heaven.
I'm gonna help you.
That's music to my ears.
Would you mind answering a few questions for me?
Friend, if it means saving me from the noose, I'll tell you nothing less than God's truth.
Interesting choice of phrase for someone accused of using black magic.
I don't think that there's any black magic involved here. Some kind of cream or something instead of cooked yolks, paprika and other spices, and mustard. I think I've never had a lot of mustard in my life because I always assumed as a kid that I didn't like it. And then once I ordered like one of those food, like one of those, like, HelloFresh, but Norwegian. I ordered that and it had like some chicken with like a mustardy sauce. And it was really good. It was like really, really good. And so now I'm like, do I like mustard? I don't know. I haven't experimented enough. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, one of those foods. one of those foods. So good at sauce. Yeah, I think that maybe I need to make more like mustardy sauces.
What can you tell me about Madame Dupre?
What's to tell? She's a twisted, evil woman who got what was coming to her. Whoever attacked her deserves some sort of reward for the service they're doing the community.
You're not.
So it wasn't you,
You're
then?
not building a good case for you here.
I'm innocent, Mr. Fordham. You have to believe me.
I'm afraid you're not making that very easy right now, Mr. Martin.
Do you know anything about her murder? No, but thank God someone finally did it. You're not building a good case for yourself. You did like the mustard on some beef croquette burgers and you tried to make it at home. You just spiced the mustard. Oof. I don't remember what kind of mustard it was in that one sauce. It was like a lighter type, like it looked light. It wasn't like the dark orangey mustard. I don't think it was very like strong either. I don't remember. It'd be awful in the wrong dish, so incredibly tasty in the right one. Yeah. So you just gotta like learn where and when to use it and how to use it.
Do you know anything
so
about the
hungry.
circumstances of Madame Dupre's supposed death?
No, I had nothing to do with it.
Then why did her son accuse you?
Probably because he's just as ignorant as she is.
What I meant was, how did her son know to accuse you? Have you had any contact with the family before?
Yes, you could say that.
Uh-oh. That gleam in his eye says it all.
You see, I'm involved with Dupre's daughter, Juliette Montgomery. Dupre doesn't like that one bit. She even threatened me once.
Is that right?
Yes. She might have everyone else fooled, but that woman is the devil incarnate. I can't understand how something so heartless and cruel could have spawned someone as pure and loving as my dear Juliet.
How you really
He's not really
feel.
helping his case much, is he?
Can I use... No.
Tell me about Juliet.
She's wonderful. Such a beautiful, kind soul. She hasn't come to see me yet, but I'm sure that's because of all the
Because she
confusion
thinks
in
you
the
killed
last
her
few days.
mom.
Juliet wouldn't believe for a second that I would be capable of harming her mother. I'm sure of it.
How did you two get involved?
We met at the university.
Your classmates?
Hardly. They wouldn't allow someone like me to enroll there. Juliet studies botany. I work as an assistant in the greenhouse. We started talking, and she actually treated me like a person. To everyone else, I was just the boy who fetched the test tubes. But Juliet actually wanted to hear what I had to say. Had the same taste in books and art. Didn't just treat me like some piece of gardening equipment. She even shared some of her notes with me after I told her I was interested in botany as well. From there, things just got better. I don't expect you to understand or approve, but that's how it happened.
Oh, you'd be surprised. It doesn't sound too different to how my wife and I got together. Except I was a detective and she was a singer at a bar.
And she's...
Yes, Mr. Martin. Anyway, back to the matter at hand. How often is Juliet in the greenhouse?
Every weekday, but I doubt she's there now. She's probably trying to find out where I am and working to have me released.
I don't think
Somehow,
she is.
I wouldn't bet on that.
Ooh, I can't open my casebook here. Well, since interracial marriage is a big deal, clearly.
How did you end up in here?
I was just minding my own business at
Man,
home
the past
when
sucks.
the police showed up with no warning. They made some outrageous claims about me putting some sort of curse on Madame Dupre. The next thing I knew, I was here. Oh, Mama must be beside herself with worry. I just hope she's all right.
Mama?
What does your mother do, Mr. Martin?
She helps.
She helps.
I was
people.
hoping you'd be just a bit more specific.
She provides spiritual help to
There
those
it
who
is.
seek guidance.
She's a spiritualist.
Not quite. She's more like... How can I explain it? You know how a priest holds mass to spread the word of God to the people? My mother holds services and calls on the spirits to walk among us, providing healing and guidance.
So she's a religious leader?
If you want to give her that title, it would be the most appropriate.
And does
I
this
hate
religion of yours have
the
a
way
name?
he's answering all
You'd
of this.
probably know it as voodoo, but it doesn't mean what
so
you
much.
think it does. People are so quick to judge and portray us as evil when they have no idea.
That actually reminded me that I wanted to light some incense while Link is near. I try to not light incense when he's here because it smells strong. And, like, he smells it more strongly than me. So I don't want to, like, overstimulate his smelling senses.
So you practice voodoo, do you?
Are you making fun of me, Mr. Fordham?
No.
No, of course not. Apologies if it seemed as though I was. It's just that the police are convinced that black magic was involved in Madame Dupre's apparent death.
That's because that idiot son of hers knew about my mother, and like all bigoted fools, assumed that we're involved in devil worship and the black arts. But I can assure you that this is most certainly not the case, Mr. Fordham.
Of course, I didn't mean to imply.
Just forget it.
That's all for now.
Wait, before you go, would you do me a favor? Would you go see my mother at our house and give her a message?
You're at 451 Compton Street, right?
Yes, that's right. Could you tell her I said St. Rock's dog is barking?
I suppose I could do that, yes.
Oh, thank you.
Whatever happened to a simple I love you?
Do you think this is gonna get where I have to remember that? Like I have to remember the right phrases of stuff and stuff? I guess we'll quickly find out.
You again. I told you I have no time for visitors.
You're Albert Martin's mother, aren't you?
Who are you?
Miles Fordham. I spoke with Albert, and he told me to give you a message. He said to tell you that St. Rock's dog is barking.
Oh, I see. That's good. That's very good. You better come in, Mr. Fordham. Standing on the street just won't do. Welcome to my home, Mr. Fordham. I am Sabine
You
Martin.
just sat down
I
in
hope
the
you
only
understand that
chair.
Albert has nothing to do with this awful business. Would
What
you
a-
care for some tea?
Well, her tune certainly changed when you gave her that message. I wonder what it meant.
No, thank you, ma'am. I won't be staying long.
The Virgin Mary. I must admit she was the last person I was expecting to see in here. A rather unremarkable book collection, I'm sorry to say. That statue, on the other hand, gives me the willies.
Yeah, this is such a weird room.
For all we know, that rider is some sort of demon. He looks like he's having a good time, at least. That pattern resembles a flower. Too bad it isn't an Easter lily.
Imagine if it was. Everything would have been coming together.
Interesting. Those pots look as though they've been wrapped in tobacco leaves. It's some old man with a dog standing at the center of a crossroads. If that's meant to have any sort of significance, it's completely lost on me.
I'm afraid that room is private, Mr. Fordham. I must respectfully ask you to not go in there.
Of course. My apologies.
But you invited me in. I assumed that meant that I could just go wherever.
I've got a few questions for you, Mrs. Martin.
I'll try to answer them the best I can.
That was one of the things that I, disliked a little bit about, Shadows of Doubt, the procedurally generated detective game, which is very cool, is that almost everyone, if you just pay them enough money, they will let you just go into their house and look at everything you want. Like, you'll be like, oh yeah, I'm a detective investigating a robbery. Can I have access to your home for a little bit? And they're like, oh yeah, sure. And then they don't care what you do. Like, you can look in all of their drawers, you can look through their whole bedroom, you can look at their computers. I didn't quite love that. Also, I just got a delivery message about, like, the vitamins and everything that I ordered, but I'd have to go... Ugh. I'm not doing that today. It's just down the road, but I'm like fully... I might not do that until Monday. I don't want to leave my apartment until Monday. Well, Sunday night. The Minecraft looking game. It's like... Yeah, it's like blocky. I can ask for tea.
What exactly is it you do, Mrs. Martin?
I provide services to the public.
A delightfully vague answer if there ever was one. Give me something a bit more specific, please.
I'm a Mambo Asugwe. That means I'm what you call a voodoo queen. I'd give you a detailed explanation of the responsibilities and duties of the role, but your time would be better spent clearing my son's name.
You're also the detective empowered by the state as we're usually expecting. You're a freelance detective. Yeah, I know. It's my favorite part.
Can you tell me a bit more about your religious practices?
What
You're
I can
just
tell
some
you
guy.
is that the ignorant whites in this city are afraid of us for no reason. Voodoo is not about black magic or dark spells or turning people into the living dead. It's about healing and life.
Look, I'm not opposed to voodoo.
Naturally, there are misguided souls who may try to use it for ill purposes, but I am not one of those.
Sounds like you hit a sore spot. Might be a good idea to stop pressing her on this angle.
I'm not opposed to voodoo at all.
Do you think your son is capable of doing what he stands accused of?
Never. Albert wouldn't harm a fly.
You
That's
should
what the
have
mothers
heard
always say.
the things
Why don't you
he
tell me a
said
bit more about
Dupre.
He started working at the university laboratory a few years ago. I was so proud of him. The university is quite selective, you know. The same for its staff as well as its students.
Yes, I've gotten that impression.
I always told Albert to be careful around those high society types, but that one always thinks with his heart first.
Is she sure that's the correct body part?
He's all the family I have, Mr. Fordham.
Can I have some tea?
I think I'll take you up on your offer for tea, after all.
All right, Mr. Fordham. You'll have to give me a few minutes to heat up the kettle. I'll be back shortly.
Can I steal her chair? No! Gonna snoop, though.
Amazing. Even more voodoo stuff back there. Why would she keep these particular items hidden from view?
Good question.
They obviously have some importance to her. I'd suggest asking, but I don't know if that's the best idea given how sensitive she seems to be about the subject.
The tea should be ready in a few minutes, Mr. Fordham. You can help yourself once it's done.
Do you want me to just, stand and drink it? Because I think that's...
I've got a few questions for you, Mrs. Martin.
I'll try to answer them the best I can.
You're sitting in the only chair.
Do you know anything about Madame Laura Dupre?
I never met her in person, but I know plenty about her.
Like what?
Nothing fit for a polite conversation, Mr. Fordham.
Okay.
But I can tell you this. Laura Dupre has far more enemies than she lets on.
Does that include you or your son?
It most certainly does not.
What do you know about Juliet, Madame Dupre's daughter?
I know Albert was smitten with her, no matter that I told him to be very careful around her kind. Those rich Creole families don't care much for people like us. To them, We're just a help. But from his telling, Juliet sounded to be a decent soul. It's a shame the same can't be said for her kin.
If you'll indulge my curiosity, what exactly was the meaning of Albert's message?
Saint Roch is the patron saint of dogs, as well as the falsely accused. If he sent the message along with you, it means he trusts you, and that I should too.
Oh, I see.
Perhaps you were hoping for something more? That's just the way of mysteries, isn't it?
How do you mean?
The thrill of the unknown is always more exciting than the truth. Mystery makes life a little more interesting.
True, but if mysteries were really better unsolved, I wouldn't have a job.
I don't think we should ask her about the back room. She very explicitly told us not to go in there. She said it was private. And I think that if we tell her that we went in there, we're kind of ruining all that trust that we built up, so I'm not going to ask her about the back room.
My pleasure.
Where's my tea? How do I... Okay, bye!
Aren't you going to have your tea, Mr. Fordham?
I'm afraid I just remembered something important I need to look into. Perhaps later.
Suit yourself.
How do I get the tea? Ugh, fine, never mind. Let's wait a little bit before we go to the Dupre Manor. Let's go to the university. Ooh!
Huh. It's as though we've journeyed to the tropics. I don't know how you can stand to keep that coat on in here.
What if I went to university and studied botany? Because, like, spending all day in here, I'd love that so much.
Those flowers are definitely not native to this area. They seem to be thriving in their glass tubes, though. Quite the assortment of plants they keep in here. I wonder if they serve any purpose or are just meant to look pretty. One of those cute little Japanese trees that are all the rage these days. Personally, I don't see how giving a tree a haircut is meant to be relaxing.
Why would it not be relaxing?
I've never seen a flower grow that big. What do you suppose they're feeding them? Judging from that pipe, that contraption must be used to keep the plants hydrated. But it looks like a giant earwax remover to me. Quite the assortment.
Pardon the disturbance, but are you Juliet Montgomery?
I am. And you are?
Miles Fordham. I'm a private investigator looking into the events surrounding your mother's attempted murder.
Ah, of course.
Have you got time to answer some questions?
Yes, that shouldn't be a problem.
Do you know anything about the events leading up to your mother's premature interment?
No, it was a complete shock. Mother seemed to be perfectly healthy and full of life. Then, without warning, she was dead. Or so we thought.
I take it you were glad to be wrong?
What a ridiculous question. Of course
she's
I
the
was.
murderer?
What sort of heartless beast would celebrate their mother's death?
Oh my god, is this gonna fully be like a Romeo and Juliet
definitely didn't shed any
style
tears
situation?
over Madame Dupre, though. That much is obvious.
Miss Montgomery, you don't have to lie to me. I'm not going to assume you tried killing your mother just because you weren't upset by her death.
That's exactly what I'm assuming.
I felt terrible about it. You have to understand, I didn't want her to be dead. I just felt a sense of relief. Please, don't think me a horrible person, Mr. Fordham. It's just that Mother and I aren't currently on the best of terms.
Because you're dating someone she doesn't approve of.
Why don't you and your mother get along?
We've never completely seen eye to eye on anything. She always disapproved of anything I did. When I was younger, she used to forbid me from speaking to the servants. I saw no harm in a kind word or smile, but she warned us that if we were too familiar, they would take liberties. Then when I declared my intentions to pursue academic studies, she really went livid. In her opinion, a university education was tantamount to a chastity belt. What sort of man would want a wife with a head full of useless facts, she'd say.
Personally, I've always found intelligence to be quite attractive.
I assume your mother didn't approve of your involvement with Mr. Martin?
A rather forward question, Mr.
What
Fordham.
man?
You're not mistaken.
What
I'm not
man
sure how she
would
managed
ever
to find
want
out
someone with
about
a
Albert and me.
degree?
But when she did, she nearly had a conniption. As I'm sure you can understand, the situation at home has been less than perfect in the last few months. I'd really rather not dwell on it.
Holy shit. If a man ever told me that, they were like, I prefer someone who hasn't, like, studied at all because their heads will be so full of useless facts, I would run. I would run away. I would be like, you know what? Grow up. The art style is lovely, isn't it? The art style is great. I love, yeah, I always loved how games like this look. Always have. Sorry, I'm hanging out a little bit because there's an ad playing. There's an ad playing, and I'm trying not to progress too much while there's ads playing. Especially in a game like this that is so much about, like, story, not only story, but, like, clues that can happen, like, during dialogue and stuff. What's the timer for my food? Oh my god. How long has it been since I ordered? Hang on. Where's my receipt? It said 55 minutes when I ordered, right? That was exactly an hour ago. Exactly an hour ago. Estimated delivery, 25 to 35 minutes. I'm so sad. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Olivia, I hope you really feel better. I really hope you feel better. I'm sorry you have a headache. Remember to hydrate. I know I don't have to tell you that because you're an adult. You can hydrate on your own. But I really do hope you feel better soon. I'm sorry you're feeling bad. That sucks. The only motivation that I have to, like, going... You just help me fully get to drink. Well, you should hydrate. Get some water right now. Because you might be dehydrated. I know I am. My main motivation for going down and getting my, my delivery is so that I don't have to take these vitamins that taste so bad anymore. The stuff that comes out of cans. I had canned water in America. It's weird. Canned water is weird. I'm just gonna say it. Canned water, really weird. It probably shouldn't be, but it's somehow wrong. It's somehow just, there's something off about it. And it's purely just like the expectation of, like, if I'm drinking something out of a can, I expect it to taste like something. And then it's just water, and then it's a weird feeling, man. Post-apocalypse emergency supply shit. Yeah. Oh, and in England, in London, I also had canned water that had, like, you could close the can again. Like, what the fuck kind of technology is that? You could just, like, reseal the can after you've opened it? Blew my mind. You think I even took a picture of it? I know that you were leaving. I know you were leaving because you had a headache. But I think I took a picture of the can that could be reclosed. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Yeah, look at this shit. You can close it again! Just fully canned water with, like, a reclosable thing. Mind-blowing. Resealable can. Mind-blowing. We don't have stuff like that here. We don't. Yeah, that's wild. That's like technology way, way beyond what we have here. Anyway.
You mentioned you were friends with the servants.
Yes, that's right.
Shocking.
I didn't care that they worked for us. Everyone needs a friend.
Did your mother ever mistreat them?
Mistreat? No, I wouldn't say so. She was always very stern, though, and quite cold. If they ever shirked their duties or misbehaved, they were punished, of course, but nothing out of the ordinary that I ever saw. Most of the servants are my friends, but I'm closest with Amelie, the kitchen maid. Mother wasn't too happy about that.
She seems
Amelie's
really sweet.
been around as long as I can remember. She's like the aunt I never had.
She seems really sweet, but I think that she wanted to kill her mother. Bye, Olivia. Feel better soon. Appreciate you too.
What can you tell me about Albert Martin?
I'm not quite sure where to begin.
Why not start by telling me what your relationship with him was?
We met here at the greenhouse. He was working as an assistant, sweeping and cleaning and fetching things for the students. My focus was on academics, naturally. I wasn't too interested in romance. In fact, I've had to turn away nearly every single one of my classmates. But with Albert, I found myself intrigued. I noticed him stealing glances, lingering just a bit too long after bringing over a book or flask, sweeping the same patch of floor near me over and over again. It wasn't too long before I had him bringing me tools and equipment, regularly.
I see.
As I mentioned, Mother was an absolute terror when she found out.
Do you believe Mr. Martin did what he stands accused of?
I'm not entirely sure. It doesn't seem like him, but Albert can be quite passionate. If the police believe he's to blame, then they must have a reason for it. It wasn't any secret that he hated Mother. Perhaps I should have ended things sooner. It was satisfying to know that Mother was displeased, but I never imagined it would lead to something like this.
I'm just gonna say,
it's nice to see she's all heart.
if I was dating someone and they were accused of murder, and I went, I mean, they might have done it. Run! Run away! I mean, there's a possibility that he might have done it. No! That should never be the appropriate response to your partner being accused of murder. Holy shit, is this me? Do I just have, like, high standards? Because, I don't like that.
So, you study botany. Fascinating subject.
Are you an admirer of plants, Mr. Fordham?
I am.
My wife has the green thumb in the household, but I do have a certain appreciation for them.
Plants are amazing things, just like people in many ways.
How do you mean?
They need attention and care. Ignore a plant, and it will wither. Give
Depends
it
on the
too
plant.
much attention, and it will become sick. Plants have many things to teach us, and I greatly enjoy learning from them.
These plants are impressive. Are they yours?
Yes, I've developed a method to make them extra healthy and strong.
They're larger than anything I've ever seen. How do you do it?
Ah, but I can't reveal my secrets, Mr. Fordham. The world will hear about my discovery soon enough.
She's the killer!
No, I don't keep or grow those here.
No more questions for now.
Then if you don't mind, I have work to do.
I'm so convinced that she's the killer. It's not even funny. Like, I don't need to question anyone else, just arrest her. Holy shit. Clues none. Suspects none. Oh, I really just don't write down any of this, do I? Okay, interesting. Yeah, because she's like, she's the better person. She's like so much better than anyone else. Like, she doesn't think of like servants as lesser people. Or like, she's not racist like everyone else is. She's just better than everyone else. So you're meant to really like her, because you're meant to be like, oh, but she's so sweet. I understand why Albert likes her, and why he would be willing to, like, kill her mother for her. But no, it's too much. Her reaction to her mother almost dying, like, it's too much. I don't trust her.
You are aware this is private property,
She
sir.
must be evil, yeah.
Yes,
She's
I'm Miles
too good
Fordham,
of a
private
person.
Investigator. I'm looking into the incident involving Madame Dupre.
This is so judgmental.
You assume correctly, Mr. Fordham.
Listen.
My apologies, but I thought the police had already made an arrest.
That's right, but there's still some doubt as to the man's guilt. May I ask your name, sir?
I am Dr. Fellows, Madame Dupre's private physician. I'm afraid she is in no state to be answering questions at present.
Are any other members of the family home?
Her son, Mr. Montgomery, is in the entrance hall. I had to give him a mild sedative to settle his nerves. but he should be all right to converse.
Then if you don't mind, I'll have a look around.
We definitely need to talk to the son, because he was the one who accused Albert.
With her vast sums of wealth, Madame Dupre could probably feed a starving family for the next 30 years.
At least.
Instead, she uses the money to keep her hedges trimmed.
Yeah, rich people are the worst.
This fountain probably looked nicer when it was working, but right now it's just a breeding ground for mosquitoes.
If you are rich enough that you have a mansion that needs to have, like, extra security, with, like, gates and shit, and then you have, like, hedges that look like this, you're too rich. You're too rich, and you should spend some of that money on, like, helping people.
Her eyes are glazed over, and she's got a vacant, expressionless stare. She seems completely oblivious to her surroundings. If we didn't know she'd been buried alive, I'd say she was just exhibiting the typical symptoms of your average rich person.
Yeah, rich people are the worst.
Doctor, may I ask you a few questions?
Please be my guest.
Tell me about Madame Dupre.
She is a great woman and a pillar of the community.
What does
I
she
cannot
do for the
imagine why
community?
something like this could happen to her, or how someone
Can you
could be capable of such a
specify
barbaric feat.
what she does
Though
for the
this
community?
ordeal has been terrible, I
Sorry.
am confident she will overcome. The power of her physical constitution is surpassed only by her strength of character.
Do you think he'd say the same things if he wasn't on her payroll? I highly doubt it.
Part of you agrees, part of you wants to be that rich. I get it. I get it. I want to be rich enough that I never have to worry about money at all. And that I can, like, treat myself to things that I want without having to, like, think, can I really afford this? Should I? I want to be rich enough that I can just go, you know what? I want to go to When We Were Young in Vegas next year. And then just, like, buy the tickets without having to think about it. That's how rich I want to be. But this level of rich, it's too much. It's too much.
What were the circumstances surrounding Madame Dupre's supposed
I fundamentally
death?
don't think that people should be
Her
this
son,
rich.
Andrew, sent for me a few days ago after finding her unconscious and unresponsive.
But also, I
As
get
I
it.
was unable to detect a pulse or breath, I had no other recourse but to declare her deceased. I judged that Madame Dupre had likely suffered a sudden cardiac arrest. It was most shocking to be proven wrong at a funeral.
This guy is sus as fuck
I
as
can
well.
imagine. Where was the funeral held, by the way?
St. Denis Cemetery. Madame Dupre wished to be interred in the tomb of her father's family, name of Chesterton.
Perhaps I'll go have a look.
With your expensive tasting wine, that's gonna be really rich. The only thing that I really want to, like, spend a lot of money on right now is just, like, traveling to go to, like, concerts and stuff. They do have a family tomb. My parents don't even want to be buried. My parents just don't even... They don't want to have a grave. They don't want to have anything. And these people have a family tomb?
How long have you been Madame Dupre's private physician?
5 years, and I've been practicing medicine for the past 30. I still spend a couple of days a week treating patients at Riverview Asylum.
Oh, good. Maybe if you're lucky, he could be your doctor someday.
Yes!
30 years is quite a long time. You must have seen some incredible advances in the field of medicine.
I have, yes. I can only wonder how things will change with all this talk of ethericity. There's speculation it can be used to restore necrotic tissue and instantly heal broken bones, among other things. If you ask me, a good bloodletting will never go out of fashion.
Like a new level of rich. At this point, I think that our, like, family cabin is turning into, like, our family tomb. Because my grandfather's ashes were spread in the waters of the family cabin, and both of my parents want their ashes spread in the waters around the family cabin. And, like, I can imagine me and my sisters doing the same. I'm just saying. Like, there will be no gravestone or anything like that. There will just be all of our ashes. Welcome back, PD. Use your spare parts, use for science, return to Earth. I like the idea of that whole having your body, like, decompose with, like, a tree seed. And, like, having your decomposing body basically feed the tree. and become the nutrients that the tree needs to thrive and grow. I like the idea of that. Because then people could eat my corpse fruit. And I could live on like that. I really like the idea of that.
Did you examine Madame Dupre after she reanimated?
Of course. Physically, she appeared to be in fine health aside from minor dehydration. I found no marks or bruising on her body. Mentally is a different story, however. She's remained in an unresponsive state ever since.
Do you have any opinions on what caused Madame Dupre to appear dead?
The most likely cause I can imagine is some sort of
It's
poison
100% the
or
poison
toxin.
that we saw in the ad. Like, of course it is. Do whatever is most environmentally friendly after the doctors took whatever they could. Yeah, I'm like, if I have anything that can be donated, then take it. After I'm dead, I don't give a fuck, you know? Take whatever is viable from my body, give it to someone else, or like, science or whatever. But then turn me into a tree, hell yeah. I love that.
What leads you to believe Madame Dupre was poisoned?
The symptoms she experienced were consistent with prior cases of poisoning I've studied. And didn't the young man arrested have ties to some kind of black magic cult? There have been reported cases of these practitioners using poisons to make people appear dead, then commanding them to do their bidding. I recall reading about a man in the West Indies who was given tetrodotoxin, that's the toxic secretion from a pufferfish, declared dead and buried. He appeared alive in his village some 20 years later.
Doesn't that seem a bit far-fetched to you, Doctor?
Facts are facts, Mr. Fordham. Surely someone in your line of work can appreciate that.
Those are all the questions I've got for now.
I hope I answered them adequately.
If they wanted to kill her, why did they use the toxin that make her appear dead instead of actually killing her? My whole suspect, the whole case for my suspect fell apart as soon as I started thinking about that. Why not just give her enough toxin to just kill her instead of making her appear dead and then be buried alive? Unless they wanted her to really suffer, I guess. Corpse fruit is a metal band name, yeah. I love that. A fruit sustained by the life force of a corpse. I like the... like, if I ever DM'd a D&D thing, I definitely have that be like a thing you'd have to find, but without any further explanation. Thank you for clipping, Trey. Once you keep asking for sentimental reasons. I don't think that I'd ever want that. I don't think I'd ever want to, like, keep someone's ash for my own reasons. Oh, it autosaves? Oh, I love you. My food is estimated to be in 3 minutes, by the way. I like going down and, like, meeting them so they don't have to call me to let me know that they're there. So as soon as this is, like, less than a minute away, I'm gonna go down and get my food. But...
oh, hello. Are you the new servant?
No, I'm Miles Fordham. I'm a private investigator looking into your mother's attempted murder.
How did you know I was her son? Oh, of course. You must have sensed it with your detective's intuition. I should have guessed by that giant head of yours.
Oh, I
all right, Mr.
violently hate him.
Yes, I'm fine. Much better than when those pesky police officers were snooping around earlier. But I like you, Mr. Fordham. I can already tell you're not like them. Not like them at all. Please, call me Andrew.
It doesn't help that his voice...
Well, I'll have a look around, and I may need to ask you some questions. Do you think you can handle that?
I can. In fact, I really look forward to it.
It doesn't help that his voice
gave him a
reminds me
mild
of...
sedative. I hate to see what the stuff you take would have done to him.
Someone I dislike. His voice... He doesn't really sound like someone I dislike, but like there's some pitches in his voice that is like, oh shit, that's that person. That's someone I dislike.
What a beautiful parrot.
Ugh.
Must have cost the Dupre's a cool copper.
The parrot is gonna reveal something, is gonna
Do you
repeat
suppose
something.
that's for the bird? Or perhaps so the Dupre family members can get a good look at themselves on the way out of the house. Dupre looks like she's holding on to that poor bastard for dear life.
Oh, I hate him so much. I don't want to talk to him. I violently hate him. It does seem a little bit too excessive for the daughter, doesn't it? Make one of your NPCs sell that as a magic item, not tell the players exactly what they're eating until later. Yeah. You'll inevitably knock into the floor that are the vacuum loved ones. I know that there are like, there are companies that would like take the ash of your pets, of like your dead pets, and like put them into jewelry and stuff. And I do like the thought of that. Like when Link dies, I don't know what I'm gonna do. With like, I haven't really thought about like keeping his ashes or anything like that, and I don't think that... I don't know. I don't know. I hope I don't have to think about that anytime soon. I hope I don't have to. But I do like, kind of like the thought of like having like a little piece of jewelry that has like his ashes in it. His ashes in a really pretty and handcrafted glass sphere. That seems nice. That does seem nice. Okay, the food is approaching. Thick glass, a little chance of it breaking. Yeah. Not sure you trust these companies to use the actual ash you gave them. No. You don't understand taxidermy? Me neither. That's always been weird to me. I'd feel so creeped out. I think that there are companies that do both, PD. I'm just watching the tracking of like this food delivery. I should probably go downstairs and just like pick up my food. So I'll leave you with this for now. And I'll be back in like a couple of minutes with my food. I'm very excited, and this is the kind of game that I can eat while I play, while we have like a conversation or something. So I'll be right back. hello, hi. This guy just went to the wrong house. I had to go find him. It wasn't far away. But it was like, I had to go out and like down the stairs. And then to like my neighbor's staircase up to their house. It's not ideal, but hey. I got my food. Oh. I'm very excited. I'm so hungry. Okay. I want to talk to the parrot first.
Who's a pretty bird?
Ray's a pretty bird.
Aww.
Polly want a cracker?
No, thank you.
Pieces of 8?
Bye, matey.
We're gonna talk to people, and we're gonna get like one phrase that we have to tell this bird. And that'll solve the murder.
Who's a pretty bird?
Ray's a pretty bird.
I'm telling you.
So long, birdie.
Bye-bye.
Parrot is voiced by the creator. I love that. That's cute.
I have some questions for you.
Oh, goody.
God, I hate him so much.
How do you typically spend your days, Mr. Montgomery? What are your interests?
Oh, a little of this and a little of that. Nothing as exciting as what you do, I'm sure. Ooh, tell me, do most bad people start crying when you catch them? I'll bet it's a laugh riot to see them sobbing away.
No, Mr. Montgomery, most of them don't.
Well, that's a real shame, isn't it?
Sure is.
What can you tell me about Madame Dupre?
She came back from the dead. I couldn't believe it. My mother, resurrected, just like Jesus.
Yes. I heard you're the one who accused Mr. Martin of the crime.
Oh, no, I already talked to the police about that. I don't want to think about it right now.
What can you tell me about your sister, Juliet?
I'm reminded of a famous quote, Mr. Fordham. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Let us part on good terms and avoid the subject altogether, please.
That's a rather exotic bird you've got.
I like looking at him. He has such pretty colors, doesn't he?
That he does.
You know, I've always wondered what he might taste like. Is that bad, do you think?
I really couldn't say, Mr. Montgomery. Thanks for your time.
No, thank you for yours.
This is ridiculous. He won't be of any use in this state. If it takes him as long to snap out of it as it takes you, we'll be waiting around here until noontime tomorrow. There has to be a way to bring him back to his senses. Maybe that quack outside knows something of use.
Maybe. Could I go somewhere else? Yeah. Yes, I can. Such a massive kitchen, holy shit.
Certainly no shortage of bowls or food preparation items around here.
I saw a tweet yesterday that was like, oh, I just love, one of the things that I love about Taylor Swift is you can just tell that her home looks lived in. And I'm like, first of all, this is a picture where you can see that Taylor Swift's kitchen is the size of like my apartment. Secondly, she spends less time at home than any one of you. She sees her home like once every 4 months. She doesn't live in that place. No disrespect to Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift kicks ass. I'm just saying. You know, I'm just saying. Hi, Lamper. Hello, hello. Welcome back, Bull.
Some kind of water dispensing device, maybe? I was never very good at finding my way around the kitchen.
What? Twiggie, you dingus. Fully plan to leave the crystal party in time to be here at 9 p.m. and I just start to stream early. I know. You're taking this as personal insult. Well, I did say I wanted to start early today. I did say that I wanted to start early because I want to beat this whole game in one sitting. And it's like a 10-hour game. So I didn't want to, like, start at 9 and then be done at, like, 9.
Yeah, it looks like gumbo's on the menu tonight. I wonder how it compares with Upton's special recipe.
I hope you had a great Christmas party.
It's
I hope
times
you had
like
a lot
these
of
make
fun.
me wish I could still eat.
Let me tell you, eating, pretty good.
Judging by the amount of food this family probably eats, washing the dishes must take forever.
If I could hire someone to just, like, do dishes for me, I would in a heartbeat.
Pardon me, miss.
What? Who are you?
I'm Miles Fordham. I'm investigating the attempted murder of Madame Dupre.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but I'm very busy. I can't help you.
I love her accent. Oh my god.
Amelie, please. I need to know what you know about Madame Dupre.
What? How did you know my name?
Because there are 3 people in this game.
Juliet told me about you.
Miss Juliet?
Yes, I spoke to her at the university. She mentioned you two were friends.
Yes, that's right. She's always been so good to me.
Look, Amelie, I'm just trying to get some information. And I have a feeling you can be very helpful if you just let me talk to you.
All right, fine. But do it as fast as you can.
10+ hour stream? I mean, it might be. It might be. Or I might end up playing this for 8 hours and then being like, you know what, I should go. I don't know. We'll see. But I wanted to prepare for like a long stream, which is partly why I'm eating now. I wanted to like be mentally prepared for the fact that might be a late stream today.
Are you the only remaining servant here?
No, there's another one. Marcel. He's the new gardener. I haven't seen him in a few days, though. Not since before Madame's incident.
Tell me about Madame Dupre.
Oh, I really shouldn't, sir.
It would greatly help my investigation if you did.
Madame Dupre
Everyone
was
just
kind
hates
enough
her.
to hire me as her cook. It's hard to get jobs in the city. Lots of people want their servants to use those new machines. My sister's brother-in-law got half his leg blown off by one of those new ovens. He's lucky he wasn't killed. So I'm plenty happy working here doing real people's work. But Madame can be difficult sometimes.
Difficult? What do you mean by that?
No, I said enough.
What do you know about Madame Dupre's supposed death?
All I can tell you is that whoever did it really hated her.
That doesn't seem to narrow
Do you
it
know
down.
Albert Martin, the man accused of the crime?
No, I'm sorry.
What can you tell me about Andrew?
He ain't so bad. Kinda spoiled, but he mostly cleans up after himself. Has a whole private part of the house, but I think he only uses one room. Better for me, way less to clean.
What do you know about Juliet?
She was always so kind to me and the others, but her mother don't like that one bit. Still, she sneaks down into the kitchen to keep me company some nights. Even though she's a good soul, I think part of her does it just to spite her mother.
Thank you, Amelie. I appreciate your time.
You're welcome. Now please, let me get back to work.
Looks like the type of spices you'd use in a stew. Most likely paprika or turmeric. Nice variety of reds and oranges.
Stew is so fucking good.
Judging by the amount of food
Okay.
this...
Oh, we didn't go upstairs. That'll be his private place, though. Hi, Joe. Hello. Closely worshipping your portable dishing machine because I hate doing the dishes so much. It's the worst. I hate doing dishes. You were the only person for your team, but man, that's why you left so early. Some of the food, a shitload of heron cream. See all the women being pretty. It was themed fairy tales. Ooh. Well, I'm glad you had a good time. That actually sounds pretty nice. Hi, cats! Hello. Setting used to still have slaves. The playtesters felt it wasn't a place for it, so this universally branded in USA much earlier. That's fair. Oh god, I'm so glad I got food. Oh my goodness.
A horrible little porcelain figurine. Madame Dupre didn't strike me as the type to play with dolls.
Dolls. I can
This is
snoop in
always
the
my
drawers.
favorite part of detective work.
I don't think that this is allowed.
Nothing inside but a bunch of extra doilies.
Ugh, how disappointing. Maybe you should steal one, just to spite Madame Dupre for not giving us any good clues.
No, Bill.
You're no fun, Miles. Ah, the Gascon docks. The artist definitely took some liberties. You can't see a single person getting stabbed.
Holy shit, Bill.
Nice bouquet of roses. Although it would make things much easier if they were Easter lilies.
If only.
Must be nice being able to afford keeping your oil lamps lit during the daytime.
Is that like the standard of being rich here? That you can just keep your oil lamps lit? If you can do that, you're rich?
Goodness, someone went overboard with the flowers. This brings back some memories, doesn't it?
Ones I'd rather forget.
There are not that many flowers here.
I don't know much about art, but I see Madame Dupre and I at least have similar tastes.
Hey, Zoran. Hello, hello. Steal the doilies. Women used to make so much extra doilies. Yeah, no one will miss them at all. No one will notice they're gone. Oh, this is gonna be a puzzle. This is, I don't know what the puzzle is yet, so I can't do anything.
Oh, look! It's one of those new audio
Sorry,
cylindergraphs.
excuse me.
I can't quite wrap my head around how they can manage to get sound out of a wax cylinder.
I can't wrap my head around how vinyl players work, so I get it.
Yeah, it must be a nice place to sit and listen to music.
I don't understand. Like, I understand it in theory. I don't understand it in practice.
Why would anyone need so many flowers in one room?
What do you mean?
Perhaps it's to mask the odors of those chemicals on the workstation.
These are not
Could
that
be.
many flowers. What?
The science of pharmacology. Yeah, I'm sure it's riveting stuff. Decadent.
These should be useful.
This type of vanilla pudding mixed with cream to make it foamy. Chocolate with shavings and a shot of rum. That sounds good. That sounds good. Do you have any burning oil lamps right now? No! No, I don't. But you know what sometimes does make me feel rich? Is when I burn those, like, scented wax melts. That's the kind of stuff that makes me feel rich. It's when I have those burning.
I can only wonder what sort of potions Andrew concocts in this thing.
The vigor pills.
Dr. Tennyson's vigor pills. These would make a sloth act like a hummingbird.
We should give them to Andrew.
The bottle is empty.
Oh. Who did he give them to?
A gentle reminder that everyone's time is slowly running out. Is this really the best that medical science has to offer?
Leeches? Yeah, I think so.
What in the ether is that thing supposed to be? Actually, I'd rather not know.
So we're definitely gonna do a puzzle in that place, aren't we? The workstation. Oh, I assumed that these would be locked. We're just sneaking into people's bedrooms? This seems not very legal.
Juliet really likes plants and flowers, doesn't she?
We're not even hired by the police right now.
I've never seen so many beauty products together in one place. Doesn't look like they get used much, though.
Locked. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised.
Nice little cottage. Looks like it would make a nice cozy spot to retire. If I hadn't already retired from life, that is.
Let's have a look through these papers. Aha, what's this?
Dear Miss Montgomery, unfortunately, I've been informed of a series of burglaries in the neighborhood near the room you're renting from me in 76 Forest Lane. As a precaution, I've gone ahead and changed the locks. Please find and close a copy of your new key. I hope this doesn't cause you too much of an inconvenience.
So, Juliet is renting a room in the Chum. That's certainly interesting. I can't wait to see what sort of dirty secrets she's got hidden away in there. Well, someone's fancy. I never liked these types of beds much. They feel too claustrophobic.
I always thought they had a certain appeal myself.
I'm telling
Yes,
you, Juliet
you would
is,
think that about a bed that lets you shut out the rest of the world.
I have the... Hang on. I haven't burnt a lot of these, but I bought like these little wax melts a while back. I got these from Etsy, I think. Got like a bunch of different scents. This one is Spring Awakening, Fresh Linen, and Black Opium. And then I got free samples with it as well. From the Pendle Witch Company. And they smell really good. Would recommend. Yeah, Black Opium. They smell really good. Okay, so we need to go to her cottage place. Did we take the key? Tweezers. Oh, that's what we grabbed from the desk, yeah. We don't have any suspects. We have some documents. I wonder if we can go to that address. Quickly find out.
A much younger Madame Dupre. I suppose that's a nice alternative to a mirror.
What?
Ooh, a fainting couch. You know, I always wanted one of these, but I never fainted enough to justify buying one. One of those melodramatic romances. I read it a while back, and I couldn't tell you a thing about it. Now that one sounds interesting. I was always a fan of Bedletter's short stories. Doesn't appear to be very brief if there's 2 volumes of it. I wonder if anyone outside the family would find this even remotely interesting.
No.
Choice and Consequence. Who in their right mind would write a book about that? I don't even want to know what that one's about.
Equestrian Mesmerism?
I read that one last year. If you ever wanted to know the intimate details of a buffalo's anatomy, I highly recommend it.
Nah, I'm alright. I bet we have to come back to one of those books,
That's an
though.
old uniform, from the turn of the century by the look of it. This must be Madame Dupre's first husband. Kinda strange that she'd still keep his portrait in the bedroom.
It would appear that Madame Dupre was taking music lessons.
Her current predicament has probably put an end to that venture, though. Seems Madame Dupre fancies herself a poet.
To dream. Oh, Morpheus, caress my cheek. Bring forth the soothing visions. Give me strength when I am weak. Allow me some provisions. In your domain, I am as a queen, controlling all I see and hear. I've traveled places I've never been, and know not the meaning of fear. The Dove. The dove is pure, serene, and pale, a glowing angel in the sparkling sky. Its gentle coo sound like the wail of the cursed crow that will not die. Protect the dove from grim defeat, let it remain in gentle flight. For when the crow is allowed to eat, it covers the world in eternal night.
Well, that was life-changing.
For once in my life, I'm completely speechless.
Then perhaps I should take this with me and read it more often. Nah.
I got an achievement called Don't Quit Your Day Job. Read Madame Dupree's poems.
You've got some huge bags under your eyes, Miles. Reminds me of the case we had on that strange train.
Don't remind me.
That's it? Oh, drawers.
Let's see if there's anything in these drawers. Damn, nothing but personal effects and more stationery.
Don't forget the first rule of detective work. If there's nothing useful inside, check underneath and between.
Ah, yes, of course. Thanks for the reminder.
Uh-huh, now this is intriguing.
I'm not going to warn you again, you disgusting mulatto thug. Stay away from my daughter and my house, or I will kill you myself. Holy shit. Well, that's not good. I think that they downplayed a little bit how... Number one, how racist she is, and how much he hated the guy. I don't remember his name. The prison guy.
Doctor, may I ask you a few questions?
Please be my guest.
May I ask exactly what kind of sedative you gave Andrew?
A simple tincture of laudanum. It's what I give all my nervous patients.
He seems a bit out of sorts.
Hot? Meat kettle.
It can have that effect, but it usually wears off in half a day or so.
Is there a way to bring him out of his condition sooner?
A stimulant would have the opposite effect, but I wouldn't recommend mixing the two. It could have potentially harmful effects.
I don't know if this will work, but maybe. You might realize that I have zero experience with pianos. Is it middle C, do you think? Did stream commit and die? Yes. Wait, did it? My Twitch dashboard is showing that I had... Okay, so the bitrate measure thing on my Twitch dashboard is like, you have had an instability! And I'm like, okay. What do you want me to do about it? But nothing in OBS, interestingly. So that's a Twitch thing, not my thing. No? Nothing? Nope. Okay. And crashed and recently upstairs instead of talking to the doctor. Right. Yeah, so probably just a hiccup. But it was on Twitch's end and not my end, so... I can't do anything about it, so I won't worry about it. Trying this new thing, if I can't do anything about it, why worry about it? You know?
Whatever, instead.
Revolutionary.
Egad! Is this someone's room
I
or
like
a
this.
jungle?
Quite a fascinating array of plants in here. Not to mention the machinery on the table.
Man,
Seems
I
like
wish I had
Juliet
more
is
plants.
very interested in getting extra credit.
I want to buy more plants this spring.
I wonder what sort of fertilizer or growth tonic these plants are getting. Whatever it is, it's definitely working. That's quite the book collection. It almost puts Adelaide's to shame.
All impeccably cataloged and organized as well, which makes the 2 missing volumes stand out even more.
Those are the most vibrant flowers we've seen in a while. I bet they smell extra strong.
Yes, they certainly do.
It's a good thing you're the one with the nose.
Yeah, affect with an A. I'm pretty sure he's right in that. Try best to live like that. It works for some aspects, yes. That's how where you're supposed to work? Yes, well... it's not always that anxiety gives a fuck about how it's supposed to work. Let me tell you. Doesn't quite work for the stuff you really want it to work for. Oh no, and you can't always choose. You can't always choose what your brain chooses to like focus on and worry about. So.
This plant makes Miles Jr. look like a single blade of grass. They appear to be scientific scribblings. I can't make
But,
heads
like,
nor tails of them.
That makes 2 of us.
A year or so ago, or 2 years, or like whenever, way back in the day, if there was a Twitch problem that caused me like drop frames or whatever, I would have been hardcore stressing about it for the entirety of the stream. And now I'm just like, okay, whatever. What do you want me to do about it? You know?
They appear to be scientific.
That makes 2.
They appear to.
That makes.
They appear to.
That makes 2.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate it.
I have no idea nor desire to know what purpose that thing has. They're just doing what flies do best.
What do flies do best? Fly?
Etheric pressure. What a bunch of nonsense.
Reminder, this is Juliet's place.
Well now, this is interesting.
Keep in mind that I think that she is sus. I think that Juliet is sus because she's too nice. She's too nice and too much of a good person. And I think that at least part of that is fake. Etheric affects flora, larger, more vibrant flowers, chlorophyll production seemingly triples, root system strengthens, increasing capacity to absorb nutrients. Conclusions. Plants thrive from exposure to small etheric currents. Further experiments are needed to determine the long-term effects. Etheric affects fauna. Brain is clearly affected, including a trance-like state. Muscle control lost. Wings flap in predictable pattern. If animals with greater cognitive ability, including humans, are exposed to specific quantities of ethericity, they will go into a stupor, appearing unresponsive or dead. Kinda like Mrs. Dupree. Pray.
Etheric. Just a bunch of technical nonsense. I can't understand a word of it.
But is it too obvious for it to be her?
I'm guessing they're probably full of more scientific equipment or plant-related stuff.
Now that we know that she has access to etheric pressure thingies, is it too obvious for it to be her? God damn it.
Ah, St. Denis Cemetery. Best view in the city. It's just a shame none of the residents can enjoy it.
I think I'm buried around here somewhere. Wonder how the old gravestone is doing these days.
Do you want us to go check it out? Do you want us to go find your gravestone?
I don't know him. Must be a recent addition to the force. Well, at least he won't recognize you.
Good day to you, officer.
Good day, sir. How may I be of assistance?
Sure is a nice day to be walking around the cemetery, wouldn't you agree?
I guess, if you're into that sort of thing. Personally, the noise those bugs are making is starting to drive me crazy.
I need you to see the best grave, but it's behind me. This one. Love this little guy. Look at him. Oh my god, he looks like the Groke! He has the teeth and the nose of the Groke.
Would you mind letting me in the tomb, please?
Afraid I can't do that, sir. This tomb is currently part of a police investigation and ain't available for visits until further notice.
But it's my dearly departed Aunt Hester's birthday today, and I always bring her flowers.
I'm sorry, sir, but I've got my orders. Come back in a few days. I can assure you, your aunt won't have gone anywhere.
Also, I have no flowers with me.
Looks like people have left markings and offerings in front of this tomb. You may think it's a silly superstition, but I wish you'd leave a bottle of Bollingworth at my grave every now and then. Nice view of the river from up here. You can hardly even see the cloud of smog over the chum. Plaque says Harrison. Doesn't look very opulent, so I guess it doesn't belong to anyone important. This just goes to show you can't take it with you, so you might as well spend it all on a giant tomb.
Send me your slices. We can relay my order. Uh-huh. Who's the morning? His name was Martin, and like we have forever to investigate. I'm not like I don't feel like we have a time pressure at all. I don't feel like we have any sense of time pressure. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it at all. And I bet if I just say the right thing to him, he will let me in. Well, I might like have to go somewhere else and like find something or like learn something so I can ask him something specific. I don't know. All I know is we're getting into this tomb one way or another. Surrealistic settings and no funny text on the graves. Disappointing. We'll wait a little bit. There's an outbreak happening, so we're just gonna wait a tiny moment until it is until it's over. Hi, Joey. What the fuck? Why? Why is it dumb? Why don't you like point and click games? There's still a little bit of food left. But I've been waiting so long, like I've been eating it so slowly, that it's not as appetizing anymore. You know what I mean? Like it obviously hasn't gone bad or anything like that. It's a little bit colder than it was. But like it's not that appetizing anymore. Because you're mean.
Good day to you, officer.
Afraid I ain't got time for idle chat, sir. Please, move along.
Okay. Go to bed early. Well, that's your problem.
Could I ask you some more questions, Mr. Martin?
It's not like I'm going anywhere.
You sure ain't.
Albert, did you hate Madame Dupre?
Yes.
The woman is cruel, sadistic, and bigoted. When she found out about my relationship with Juliet, she sent me a letter threatening to have me killed if I got near her house or her daughter. So yes, Mr. Fordham, I hated her. But even so, I love her daughter. I wouldn't be so cruel as to take Juliet's mother away from her, even if she hated her too.
I beg your pardon?
Juliet and her mother didn't get along at all. I never asked why, but it was obvious there was something going on.
Intriguing.
Well, we knew that.
That's all for now.
Let's go back to Juliet's.
Hello again, Miss Montgomery. Mind answering a few more questions?
Hello, Mr. Fordham. Not at all.
What can you tell me about your brother?
He's a piece of shit.
Andrew, Mama's precious little boy. If you've met him, you pretty much know all you need to. He's had the whole world handed to him on a silver platter. But he's in for a rude awakening someday. Mother will only provide for him for so long.
Do you know anything about ethericity, Miss Montgomery?
You surprised me, Mr. Fordham. I had no idea someone of your profession would know or care about something like that.
I've found that it pays to be open-minded.
To answer your question, yes, I am familiar with the theory of ethericity. In fact, it's recently become a focus of my studies. Despite what the newspapers have been reporting, it's already possible to access it in small quantities from the air around us.
Have you conducted any experiments?
No, my research has been purely theoretical. I don't have the means to do anything practical, I'm afraid.
Deceiver, dissembler, her trousers are alight. I can't understand why Juliet might not want to make her research public, though.
You don't think we're gonna hit the book reading? I can extend the goal. Like, it's possible to just extend the goal. And give you guys more time. I just want you all to have less points in general.
Miss Montgomery, please don't lie to me. I know you've been conducting experiments with ethericity. I've seen the room you're renting on Forest Lane.
What? But how?
I broke in. I found a spare key in your room. Your brother told me about the experiments. I wouldn't be very good at my job if I didn't find these things out. This is just admitting that we broke into her bedroom and then broke into her other room. Nah. We don't know that her brother knows. I wouldn't be very good at my job if I didn't find these things out.
I wouldn't be very good at my job if I didn't find things out, Miss Montgomery. Now please, drop the act and tell me about your experiments.
Fine. I've been researching etheric effects on living organisms. I'm planning on presenting my discoveries to the board once I make more progress. So far, I've managed to discover that plant growth is accelerated significantly. It's given me quite the advantage in class.
But isn't that cheating?
You have no idea how difficult it's been for me to be taken seriously, Mr.
I get
Fordham.
it.
No matter how hard I tried, my work wasn't valued on its own merits by my peers or professors. I fought hard to get where I am. I wasn't about to lose all that just because some pig-headed idiots didn't think my best was good enough.
That sounds awfully familiar.
What about your notes on the effects of ethericity on animals?
Oh, those aren't complete. I haven't tested the effects on anything larger than flies. Those experiments were mainly to satisfy my curiosity, but they have little to do with my actual research.
Curiosity? Seems like a lot of effort to go to just to answer a question. But then, I never really understood these scientific types.
No more questions for now.
Then if you don't mind, I have work to do.
What are our goals listed as right now? Did Albert Martin really do what he's accused of? Question the residents of the manor. We need to find a stimulant for that. Investigate the tomb. Can't get in that. Find a stimulant. Discover the source of Juliet and her mother's rift. I mean, ideally we'd talk to the mother, but we can't do that either. There's so many people I can't talk to. I wonder a little bit if I have to / should. Oh, I can't go back to the cabin now. Interesting. Go back and talk to Mother.
Welcome back, Mr. Fordham.
Other Mother. Voodoo Mother.
I've got a few questions for you, Mrs. Martin.
We never
I'll try
did
to
ask
answer
her
them the
about the
best I
back room,
can.
but that was because I didn't want to, like, offend her. Or upset her. And I worry, like, my concern is that if we do ask her about the back room, she's gonna be like, how dare you! I told you not to go in there! And then she's never gonna talk to us again. But I also worry that we're not gonna get, like, all of the information. If we don't.
About that back room of yours.
I beg your pardon?
I don't know about this, Miles. Is this really a road you want to go down?
No! Ugh.
Actually, never mind. I misspoke. Thank you for your help.
My pleasure.
I hate when they do that. Are you really sure that's something you want to do? Sure. Do you want to think about it? Oh, coffee, of course. Coffee for the drugged man, right? Oh, I haven't spoken to Constance for a while.
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm listening.
I wanted to go over the case with you.
Oh, is this the
Okay,
hint system?
what have you got?
She's gonna give me hints about this, isn't she?
Madame Dupre's son isn't being very helpful.
Is he refusing to talk?
More like incapable. The family doctor has him pretty well drugged to the gills. I need to find some way to perk him up.
Well, you know, we are in a coffee house.
I have a feeling it will take something a touch more powerful than coffee.
I don't
That's
want
enough of-
hints.
Okay.
That's it.
Then
Dr. Tennyson's vigor. These things seem to.
I also am not allowed to order anything from here. I can't do shit in the
Good to
coffee
see you
house.
up and about again.
What? Me? What? Who? I can go back and talk to Addie.
Hello, dearest. I have returned.
It's always nice to see you walk through that door. So what's this big case Upton's got you on?
Dearest
Another
is one of my
missing
favorite
pet?
like pet names.
If only. A Gascon Grand Dame was attacked and almost interred alive.
You mean Madame Dupre? The one whose obituary was in the paper?
The very same.
Goodness, that does sound serious. Tell me if there's anything I can do to help. I know you haven't been feeling your best lately.
You're always a help to me, Addie. Though I assure you I have this well in hand.
I certainly hope so.
You matched with some girl on a dating app. Before you said how you went to check her profile, you never unmatched so fast. Why? What was on her profile? Why did you match with her? What? She listed in this order. Has to be taller than me, must like dogs, has to be a white male. I'm glad you unmatched. She sounds horrible. That is not a good person. Do you know what happened at the coffee house? Yeah, what happened at the coffee house? Imagine being blatantly that racist and, like, putting it on your dating profile? Like, what? I cannot fathom that. She was good looking, you're being like that. I mean, sure. I'm glad you didn't go on a date with her.
Yes, dear?
If you stand close, people can listen in on their convos. Oh.
Do you know anything about Madame Dupre?
I've read that the Dupres are one of the few wealthy families that exclusively employ real people to serve. Rather commendable, don't you think?
Yes. It makes it even more baffling why she was attacked. Have you heard any gossip from your clients? Anything about who might have wanted to harm her?
Nothing. She's held in the highest regard by the other Grand Dames. If she had actually died, I'd have expected them to petition her canonization.
I'll let you get back to your book.
Why can you go back in here? What's the purpose of that? I don't know. I don't know.
Have a lovely day, Addie.
I wish you'd let me fix your hair before you go out like that.
Me
It'll
too!
be fine.
Let's snoop on the people at the coffee place then.
Yeah, well, it hasn't been easy. But it was either go back to work or spend all day in bed and starve.
Now, it was good of them to keep your spot open. Lots of places would have just put in someone else.
Well, it's the least they could have done. Been there for 20 years, after all. The boss takes care of his own, especially considering it was his machines that chewed up my arm.
That's nice to hear. More bosses should be like that.
Hard to believe it's already been 3 months since the big crash.
I know. I was just thinking the other day how much Lucy has grown up in such a short amount of time.
Does she understand what happened?
I think so. She's been asking questions about her mama lately, but I still haven't told her the whole story.
You'll know when the time is right. So what do you think will happen if this ethericity stuff turns out to be real?
Honestly, nothing. The rich will stay rich, and the poor will stay poor.
That's a pretty dark way of seeing it. They're saying it'll improve everyone's lives.
They say a lot of bullshit.
They'd say that about eating rat poison if they thought it meant earning an extra crown.
Well, I prefer to think positive. Who knows? Maybe someday I'll have my hand back.
If you believe that, then I got a bridge and the chum to sell you. Well, yeah, I was...
I think we've exhausted their dialogue. I know it's where Miles lives. I know. If you can walk, my general thinking when I play games like this, if you can go somewhere, then you can do something there, and you can progress in some way.
Well,
You matched with a kid with blue hair. She was a little too weird for your taste. Oh, I'm sorry. I've never used a dating app, and I'm scared about.
So you
the
plan
idea
on
of
going to the Lygia vigil tonight?
I never.
Nah. I heard Harris is going to be giving a speech. There's no way I could look that man in the face.
You know it's not his fault, right? I think he's getting an unfair reputation.
If he cared enough to make sure the airship was safe, it never would have crashed. He's as much at fault as anyone.
You really should go. Eliza would have wanted it, I think.
I know, you're right. I'll think about it. How are things at the steel mill?
Oh, you know, same old, same old.
Have they bought in any of the new automated machines?
Not yet, but the boss has been talking about it. Some of the boys have been talking, and they ain't happy about the idea.
Well, you didn't hear this from me, but I heard the Redites are gonna be making some moves very soon.
The Redites? I thought they was just a story.
Oh no, they's real all right. But this ain't the place to be talking about them. Forget I said anything.
Good luck with your car, Lamper. I hope you get it back.
Have you been hearing about this
That sounds
ethericity
frustrating.
nonsense?
Nah, I don't pay much attention to the news. What is it?
Oh, it's some stuff found in the sky. It's supposed to be better than electricity. It's supposed to be able to heal people and has all sorts of other miracle powers.
Sounds like a bunch of hokum to me.
Yeah, the scientist who claims to have discovered it is a real crackpot. But the funny
Sorry.
part is, there's a bunch of rich folks willing to pay for his experiments. They think it's the future.
Well then, maybe the scientist ain't so much a crackpot as a very smart businessman. I sure wish I had the imagination to come up with something like that.
Me too. Hum. We've done everything here. I think we've done everything we can. Except for asking about the thing. We've asked everything we can in jail. What haven't we done? I don't suppose we can talk to this guy again now.
Good day to you, officer.
Afraid I... Please.
No. And there wasn't anything else to do here, right? I can look at the tomb. Can look at the view. Can look at that tomb, and that's it. Is this an exit to, like, a different place? No. Guess back to the manor.
Her eyes are... If we didn't know... This...
Do I have boner pills? No! I don't have a lot of things. Like, we have... This is an empty bottle. We have an empty bottle of the pills. We got some tweezers, and we've got one testimony.
I have some questions for you.
Oh, goody.
Oh, goody. Oh, yeah. I have an empty bottle of Vigor pills. No instant heat, no. You're starting to almost feel put together enough to consider it. Do it. You're tweeting about football, you felt very self-conscious. You would spam me. It doesn't spam me. It doesn't spam me at all. Don't. No! Tweet about football all you want, Joey. Tweet about football to your heart's desires. I'm sorry.
I found this bottle of pills upstairs. Are they yours?
Yes, I take those from time to time when I'm feeling tired.
You seem to be out.
Yes, that is a pity.
I can go pick up some more for you.
Them?
Oh, they're available by mail order only. I'll have to remember to request some later.
Thanks for your time.
No, thank you for yours.
So that hasn't helped me.
So long, bro. Stick around.
Don't worry.
I don't know what I'm missing. Oh my god. Oh my god. I still can't open this, can I?
Locked.
Locked. Painting, papers, desk. Oh, I didn't check her desk drawers, did I?
They're all empty. How unusual.
Not to mention disappointing.
Peculiar. Very peculiar. Empty, you say?
There doesn't seem to be.
I can't believe that doesn't do anything. He doesn't comment on it either, interestingly. Plays a song. I don't know how to play the piano. I really wish that I did. Genuinely, I really wish I knew how to play the piano. Oh, what if that is off and then we play? Nothing. Oh, I turned it on. Never mind. Will this be a clue? You don't want to learn, just want to wake up one day and know how to? Yeah, as someone who's learned like 3 instruments in the past, I don't want to learn another one. I've already gone through like the process of really sucking at an instrument to like getting slightly better. I don't want to go through that again. But I would love to learn to play the piano.
Yeah, it must be a nice place to sit and listen.
Nothing, huh? It's gotta be there for a reason, though.
It looks as though this folded piece of paper is being used as a bookmark.
Can I look at it?
I hope remembering what page they were on wasn't too important.
Looks like it's a letter for Andrew.
Andrew, enclosed is the agreed upon fee. I wouldn't be able to concentrate on exams without this help. Dr. Tennyson charges an obscene amount. Thank goodness for good people like you with home pharmacies. I'll look for them in the usual spot under the Weeping Angel. Joshua. P.S. Sorry to hear about your mother. I'll wait a few days before passing by. The Weeping Angel. Is that here or is that at the cemetery? Interesting. Can we
As
ask
amusing
them
as it
that?
is to chat with this op. This fountain probably is an angel. This would probably.
Wait, what is the
fountain
second thing?
probably There's an angel on the fountain, but it doesn't look like it's weeping. This would probably be too risky a place to hide something anyway.
There's no weeping angel here, though. There's no angel at all. Wait, what? Where would it be then? Ugh. There's no statue here. Wait, whoa, wait. There's been more than one place where we, like, specifically commented on the statue, right?
Welcome back.
For all we know, that
This is definitely not.
a rather unremarkable. She's not gonna. She's not gonna be.
Oh, I lost my chance to ask about the back room now? Interesting. Interesting. What the fuck is the Weeping Angel?
With their vast sums of wealth, instead.
Holly, want a cracker?
No, thank you.
This will be relevant at some point. This will, I promise you, this will be, it will.
Pieces of 8?
One day.
Hi, matey.
Who's a pretty bird?
Ray's a pretty bird.
Holly, want a cracker?
No, thank you.
Pieces of 8?
Hi, matey.
So long, birdie.
Bye-bye.
Stick around. I may have more questions for you later.
Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere.
Some kind of water dispensing device, maybe? I was never very good at finding my way around the kitchen. A horrible little... I don't know. I've never seen so many beauty. Choice and I don't even want. Does and I want.
I don't know what I'm missing.
Oh, I'm missing something and I don't like it.
Weeping Angel. This is the Weeping Angel. The tomb. This is in the tomb. Right? Yeah. But I can't get to the tomb. Maybe now that I have that information, though, I can ask the police tomb guy. Hello!
Good day to you all.
Afraid I ain't. Please.
What do I do?
This just goes to show you can't take it with you.
Good day.
Afraid. Please.
What if I give him a cup of coffee?
Can we talk?
Go on,
That
I'm
has
listening.
been slightly poisoned.
Okay.
I seem to have hit a roadblock. There's an officer posted at Dupre's family tomb, and he won't let me in.
Makes sense.
I've never seen him before.
Ah, yes, that would be Officer Grant. He's only been with the department for about 2 months. I don't know a lot about him, but he's already got the reputation for being the type of policeman who'd go out of his way to help old ladies cross the street. Typical Southern gentleman, it seems. Perhaps you can use that to your advantage?
I don't know how that would
That's
help
enough about the
me.
case.
Okay.
That's it.
Then
I don't know how that would help me. Although, this makes me wonder if maybe I had to talk to her first.
Good day to you, officer.
Afraid I. Please.
Nice view of the... Looks like people... You may think it's a silly superstition. The plaque said...
I can't, like, give things to people now. Like, if you have something that you can give them or talk to them about, it'll be, like, in their conversation, basically.
If only that police officer wasn't guarding the tomb.
Hey, Surev, I did finish Tomb Raider, yeah. Welcome back, Lampert. Did you get your car? The angel is in the tomb. We know that because of this. Like, this is clearly the family tomb, right? Yeah, and, like, this is the weeping angel. So I gotta find a way to distract him. There really are not a lot of things that I can interact with, though, here in this graveyard.
This just goes to show you...
At all.
She's busy. That's quite the... Judging from that pipe,
I don't know. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Like, I'm sure. Oh, can we have Addie help us? Can she be like a damsel in distress?
Good to see you've made it back in one piece.
I kind of hope not, but maybe.
Addie?
Yes, dear?
I was wondering if you could do me a favor.
What is it?
There's an officer posted in front of Madame Dupre's family tomb, and I need to get a look inside.
Brains.
Could you use your
I'm using
wiles
them.
and charm to distract him?
My wiles and charm, hmm?
Well, you are irresistible, darling. I'm sure he wouldn't turn away a lady in need. Say you've gotten lost in the cemetery and ask him to show you the way out.
Should we really be tricking a police officer like that?
There's no harm in it, and I won't be but a moment inside. It's in a good cause.
All right, let's go then.
She is. I've said it before. She's too good for him. She's too good
Excuse
for
me,
this
officer. I was wondering if you could help me?
Hmm? What do you want?
Man. What? you!
I seem to have gotten all turned around. Do you have any idea how to get to the front gate?
My suggestion would be to turn around and head back the way you came.
Yes, I've tried that, but I seem to just be going in circles. Perhaps you could point me in the right direction?
Stop right there. That's quite enough from you.
I beg your pardon.
Really? His reputation
Don't
is that
think
he's
I
a
can't tell
nice
what
guy?
Your game is. You're trying to lure me away from here and into some alley where your gang of Sambos is gonna rob me blind. Exactly how many of them have you got lying in wait for poor, unsuspecting fools you bring them?
Punch him in
Just
the face.
one.
Yes!
And he doesn't appreciate you talking to his wife that way.
You know, Miles, sometimes I forget how absolutely delightful it is to watch you lose your head.
Miles, was that really necessary?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Addie. You know how I get with people whose minds are full of that rubbish.
Let's just get him out of sight before this lands both of us in jail. That bush over there should work. I have to say, I wasn't expecting assaulting a policeman to be on today's activity list.
It'll be fine. When you're on the force as long as I was, you can pretty much get away with murder.
Well, it's been fun, but I need to take my wiles and charm over to my appointment with Mrs. Lefebvre. I'll see you at home later, dear. Try to stay out of trouble.
I love her. She's incredible.
What a dramatic statue. I'm rather surprised no one has defaced it. Hang on. You don't suppose
The
this
Weeping
is...
Angel.
Surprise, surprise! A hidden compartment with a stash of pills inside. Seems Mr. Montgomery has a little business on the side. That nest is full of eggs. But where's the mother bird?
They looked a
Perhaps
little
she
bit like
abandoned it.
eyes.
Always assuming the worst, aren't you, Miles?
He's dead, he's allowed to.
I suppose the whole heaven shining down upon the tomb motif is good for the dead people's self-esteem. These crypts are reserved for future generations of Chestertons to rot in.
There are only 3 left.
Then let's hope the Chestertons aren't opposed to spending eternity cozied up to one another.
Celine, 1823 to 1844. Taken too
That's
soon.
this
Rest
year.
ye with the angels.
It's currently 1844.
John Patrick Chesterton, 1740 to 1825. Patriarch, leader, family man. Desmond Chesterton, 1745 to 1810. Strong in life, stronger in death.
What does that even mean?
Jane Scott Chesterton, 1746 to 1815. Ab Eterno. William Arthur Chesterton, 1770 to 1837. Gone but never forgotten.
Who was Celine?
Celine, 1823 to 1844. Taken too soon. Rest ye with the angels.
Number one, she was young. She's listed with no surname in the tomb. She died this year. No one else mentioned her.
Sarah Chesterton, 1784 to 1812. I told you I was sick.
I respect that.
Douglas Chesterton, 1791 to 1840. Good riddance. Dale Chesterton, 1795 to 1843. A good man. Rest in peace.
Okay, well, we got the pills, so that's good. Homemade vigor pills. Oh yeah, the story so far. Well, the story so far started 3 months ago. We were playing this guy Miles with his companion Bill, and they were investigating robberies at a flower shop. And then the burglar killed Bill, and ever since, Miles has been hearing Bill. His inner monologue is basically Bill after that. And then 3 months later, rich famous woman is pronounced dead, and then they have a funeral, and then she wakes up in the casket, and now they're like, okay, who killed her? So we're trying to solve who killed her. That's the story. It's not like Case of the Golden Idol. It's just a classic, good old classic point and click. Old school point and click. I love it.
I have some questions for you.
Oh, goody.
I love this shit.
You'll never believe what I found in your family's tomb.
Oh? Was it a ghost?
No, it was these vigor pills. You wouldn't happen to know how they got there, would you?
I see you really are good at your job, aren't you, Mr. Fordham?
This is what I've been saying.
Look, Andrew, I'm in no mood for games.
What you're doing is highly illegal. I'm no choice but to report you to the police. Ooh. I'm willing to overlook your unlawful activities in exchange for a cooperation. Just be quiet and take one of these pills. I mean, I want to report him to the police because he's a terrible person. He's a horrible, horrible person. But I also feel like we need information from him. Just shut up and take one of these pills.
Just be quiet and take one of these pills.
I suppose one would help. Thank you.
Thank you.
My goodness, I always forget how fast those pills work.
He's gonna
My
die.
heart is
We're gonna kill him
racing.
doing this.
You said you had questions, didn't you? Well, go on, ask them already. We mustn't waste any more time.
He's
that seems
dying
to have done the trick.
now. We killed
I
him.
just hope we haven't doomed him to a heart attack.
We have. We definitely have. Parrot, the most
That's
important
a rather exotic bird you've got.
Yes, Ray is nice when he's quiet. But get him started and it's tough to shut him up.
Who trained him?
I think he already knew some phrases when Mother bought him. She's managed to teach him a few new ones, though.
How do you typically spend your days, Mr. Montgomery? What are your interests?
I study pharmacology at the university. I'll be graduating next year if all goes well.
I don't think you
I
will
just
be.
hope Mother has recovered enough by then to understand what's going on. She and Jean were so proud of me when I started university. I'd be so disappointed if she couldn't see me finish.
I take it Jean is your stepfather.
He is. Mother married him 5 years after my father died of consumption.
My condolences. Do you have a good relationship with him?
Not terribly. Truth is, I hardly ever see him. In fact, before the funeral, I hadn't seen him at all this month.
Where is he now?
I don't know for certain, but it seems likely he's at his hunting cabin.
His hunting cabin?
Yes, he often goes there. It's his way of leaving polite society behind and spending time with his thoughts. Considering what Mother just went through, well, I would guess that's where he's gone. Although, to be honest, I don't know why he's not here with Mother in her time of need.
Why do people run away from their problems instead of facing them? Why, Miles?
Do you know where this cabin is?
Afraid not. I don't share his passions, so I never cared much to accompany him on his outings.
Say Mother again? I will not. New location, we're making progress, we're doing it! We're winning! We're solving this case.
What can you tell me about Madame Dupre?
I can't believe anyone would be so cruel as to do what that wretched bastard Martin did to her. Mother is kind and generous, and everyone loves her. She's even good enough to hire
That's
actual people
objectively
to do
not
the
true.
housework. Not many wealthy families do that, you know. They just use automated machines or hire servants to operate the manual ones.
What can you tell me about your sister, Juliet?
Juliet, smart as a whip and just as forgiving. She's a fighter, that one. Despite being the only woman in her class, she's managed to rank at the top.
Impressive.
I only wish Mother was more accepting of Juliet going to university. But you don't want to hear about boring family matters, I'm sure.
Oh, but family matters are my favorite. It's always so reassuring to know how much worse off everyone else is.
That's how I feel too. Mother's a perfectly... No, it's fine. It's fine to say... Nah, I'm not judging people who say mother. Judge people who say mother.
What exactly were the circumstances leading up to your mother's supposed death?
A few days ago, I arrived home from school and found her collapsed on the floor. She wasn't breathing, so I immediately contacted Dr. Fellows. He examined her and pronounced her dead. We were all completely shocked. I was devastated. She'd been in fine health. In fact, she'd just been out riding that morning. You can imagine our surprise at the funeral when she sprang back to life.
I can't imagine your surprise.
What's your relationship with the servants like?
Relationship? I don't have one with them. They're servants. Mother always made it clear that they weren't part of the family, just help. We've only got 2 on staff right now, though, the kitchen girl and the gardener.
How is it you know Albert Martin?
He works at the greenhouse where my sister Juliet does her research. The two of them were involved romantically, and Mother didn't like that at all. I heard their fights. They were ghastly.
What exactly made you suspect he was the one responsible for what happened to your mother?
Well, I mean, it's obvious, isn't it? His mother's a notorious voodoo witch. Those people do all sorts of awful things to our kind. It's all out of spite, you know. He knew Mother disapproved of his relationship with Juliet, so he plotted to get rid of her.
At least I don't think that this guy is the murderer. He's a truly despicable human being, but I don't think that he's the murderer.
So, you're running some kind of pill business on the side?
I'm providing a service, Mr. Fordham. Not everyone in this life is as lucky as I am. People pay top crown for luxuries like airship tickets and social club memberships. Medicine should be affordable to all. Dr. Tennyson has a patent on the energy
inherently agree with that. Medicine should be
on the market. That means he can
affordable.
charge whatever he wants. Students use these kinds of pills all the time, you know. Academic rigors can be overwhelming, and concentrating can be difficult without help sometimes. I've got the skills and the equipment. If I can replicate the formula, help my fellow students, and sell them at a much more reasonable price, why shouldn't I?
There's the fact that what you're doing is illegal.
Oh, you're starting to sound just like Mother. And just because it's illegal doesn't mean it's immoral. I can think of plenty of examples where the opposite is true.
You're probably the most altruistic person I've met all month.
The sad part is it's true.
Thanks for your time.
My pleasure.
Holy shit, this guy. Well, let's go to the hunting cabin. Mother! What a guy. Hi, Mean Machine Dean. Hello, hello. I love point and clicks. Love, love, love point and clicks. Wait, where's the hunting cabin? Didn't he just tell us about it? Can we not go to it? Hello? Could probably talk to her about what he just said. He said he didn't know where it was. In my defense, I was very distracted.
Hello again, Miss Montgomery. Mind answering a few more questions?
Hello, Mr. Fordham. Not at all.
Is there anything you can tell me about your stepfather, Jean?
She might know where it is.
He's a kind man. I don't really see him too often. He seemed rather upset at Mother's funeral, but I can't help but wonder if he feels the same way as I do about her death.
What, relief?
Just that I get the distinct impression that he and Mother's marriage isn't as perfect as they'd like it to appear.
I'm starting to sense a trend.
Your brother told me that Jean enjoys hunting.
She says Mother in a normal way.
Yes, it's in Fenton Swamp. I went out there with him a few times, but I didn't really enjoy it. Frankly, the place is rather grotesque. All those stuffed trophies staring at you with their cold, dead eyes. Plants are much nicer to have around.
Agreed.
Anyway, if you take the main road through the swamp, about 1.5 miles, you'll come upon a small dirt path that goes northeast. Take that until you see a small cabin on the left. That's it.
Thank you for the information, Miss Montgomery. No more questions for now.
Then if you don't mind, I have work to do.
I'll be at the cabin. Court is in the swamp. Where else would it be?
Hello? Is anyone here?
Strange of Dupre to leave the door unlocked. Maybe it means he'll be returning soon.
One of my close friends for a couple of years in school, her name was Victoria. She was like from a very rich family. They had like this giant mansion by the sea. And they had a polar bear skin rug. And like that's the only thing I remember about their house was the polar bear skin rug that was in front of the fireplace. So every time I see a bearskin rug, I think about that.
Not a very dignified end for our friend Mr. Bear.
Let's see if Jean has anything interesting in here.
Not very much, except a letter.
Dear Jean, thank you so much for your help. I think that Mother would try to have me withdrawn from my studies. Oh, to think that mother would have me try to withdraw from my studies is just unbelievable. Don't worry, I won't tell her you made the university change their minds. One attempt to ruin a life is quite enough, Juliet. Well, it all makes sense why they hate each other now.
Satchels, boxes, and other assorted boring things for hunting.
Oh yeah, the head was always in the way. The polar bear head was always in the way.
I had a nasty run-in with an alligator when I was a child. One less in the world doesn't really bother me, to be honest.
Okay.
An absolute bore.
Ugh.
Are these even native to New Britannia? You really have to wonder about someone who chooses to surround themselves with dead things.
I considered buying, like, an animal skull recently. But I think that there's a difference between having, like, a skull and having, like, a whole-ass head just on your wall. I feel like there's a bit of a difference there.
Seems Mr. Dupre is a Bollingworth man. Maybe he's not so bad after all. Some high society type in the middle of a hunt. I don't understand why anyone would get a thrill out of murdering innocent creatures.
Also, this chair is so ominous.
One of the guns is missing. Jean must be out using it currently.
Who the hell are you? What are you doing in my cabin?
Jean Dupre, I presume?
Yes, that's right. Who are you?
Miles Fordham, private investigator. I'm looking into the attempted murder of your wife.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Forgive my rudeness, but you startled me.
Perfectly
I
understandable,
did break
Mr.
into
Dupre.
your cabin,
This
so
is a
like
man
it's
whose
fine.
bark is most definitely worse than his bite.
Sorry, a few drop frames there. Should be back now. Would you have the skull on the wall or like on a shrine? Are those the two only options? Which animal skull? I don't know. I don't know. I was looking into like what kind of skulls people were selling. There's a bunch of options. There's a bunch of different skulls you could just buy.
Can we talk, Mr. Dupre?
I suppose so. Yes.
How very kind of you.
I suppose it goes without saying that you enjoy.
Yes.
Oh shit! Sorry,
I do.
didn't mean to click.
I consider myself something of an outdoorsman, you see.
I accidentally.
It's nice to be able to go out and get some fresh air after being sat at the bank all day.
I got it.
What about your home life?
Truth be told, I'm not at home as often as I'd like to be. I've been trying to make more time, but something usually comes up. Business is business, after all.
Yeah, but what business are we talking about here exactly?
What can you tell me about Madame Dupre?
Oh, my dear wife, the past few days have been just awful for all of us.
Yes,
Maybe
I can
he
imagine.
wanted to. Okay, so.
How long have you been married?
Oh!
For 7 wonderful years.
I'll wait until he's done
Laura and
talking.
I are just as much in love now as we were on the day we married.
I don't think that that's true.
Boy, does he actually expect anyone to believe that nonsense?
You'll pardon me for being so frank, Mr. Dupre, but why are you out hunting and not at your wife's side?
Excuse me? Who are you to lecture me on my marriage?
A fellow married man, that's who. Your wife has just suffered a very traumatic ordeal. Shouldn't you be at home caring for her?
But with all the confusion at the house, with the police investigating and her being attended to by her doctor, I just needed to get away for a bit. Surely you can understand, Mr. Fordham.
There's something off about this guy, Miles. He's definitely hiding something. And for once, I don't think it's from his wife.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing we have to remember about the wife. About Mrs. Dupre. Hi, friend. Hello. Here's the thing we have to remember. She wasn't just murdered. There was an attempted murder, right? But the attempted murder was she collapsed, she wasn't breathing, and her heart wasn't beating, which is why she was pronounced dead, and then she woke up at the funeral. Which means someone poisoned her. Someone poisoned her to make it seem like she was dead, but for her to, like, be revived later, right? Which complicates matters a lot. Because, like, if someone just wanted her dead, they wouldn't do that. And lots of people, apparently, a lot of people want her dead. But the whole make her appear like she's dead, but then she's not dead, it makes it so much more complicated. And I'm thinking, the fact that he has this whole hunting cabin in the middle of nowhere, maybe he was gonna, like, make her seem like she was dead, cash out a bunch of, like, life insurance money, and then, like, hide her out here? I don't know. But the fact that she was poisoned to make it seem like she was dead means that I don't really suspect Juliet, and I don't suspect any of, like, the actual people right now. I don't know.
Do you know anything about the circumstances surrounding Madame Dupre's death?
Horrible. Simply horrible.
Do you have any idea why Mr. Martin might have attempted to kill her?
Mr. Martin? You mean the boys they arrested? Andrew said it's because Martin and his mother are witches who prey on the well-to-do. You only need to take one look at him to see his trouble. It's a shame they put him away so quickly. I'd have liked to teach him a lesson or two, believe you me.
Yeah, right. A lesson on how to cower in the corner, most likely.
Hi, Kairos. Hello, hello.
What can you tell me about your stepchildren?
Andrew and Juliet? I see a bright future ahead for both of them.
What's your relationship with them like?
It's fine. Why do you ask?
I got the distinct impression from both of them that they hardly ever see you.
Well, yes, I suppose that is true. We don't spend much time together. But they're both so busy with school, I don't want to get in their way. Not to mention my job keeps me away from home for considerable periods of time.
Excuses, excuses. I get the feeling Mr. Dupre avoids his family on purpose. But why?
Shit, I was gonna say something. I had, like, a theory about something. But I forgot about it.
Do you know anything about Madame Dupre trying to get Juliet taken out of her classes at the university?
Yes. Laura didn't approve of her daughter's desire to further her education. So,
because how will she ever find a man if she has an education?
Requesting Juliet's withdrawal. I didn't approve of her trying to meddle in Juliet's affairs. If she wants to study, she should be free to do so. I wrote them a letter myself, without Laura's knowledge, telling them to disregard the previous request for withdrawal.
That's very good of you.
Yes, well, I dislike seeing people being told what they can and can't do by others.
Yet, he seems perfectly willing to employ servants at his home. Well, I suppose we're all hypocrites in one way or another.
I'll be going now.
Au revoir, Mr. Fordham.
Hello again, Miss Montgomery. Mind answering a few more questions?
Hello, Mr. Fordham. Not at all.
Did your mother try to get you withdrawn from the university?
As a matter of fact, she did. Just another one of the many ways she tried interfering with my life.
What happened exactly?
Mother seems to very much
Mother
be
wrote the
favoring
university requesting
the
that I
brother.
be withdrawn. I found out about it when the enrollment office contacted me. I couldn't believe it at first. I thought it was some sort of mistake, but then they showed me the letter.
I take it you were upset.
More than upset, Mr. Fordham. I was furious.
Rightly
I was
so.
trying to make a real life for myself. One that wasn't about dresses or debutante balls or fending off suitors. I'd been given the chance to make something of myself, and Mother was ready to bring it all crashing down, just because she didn't agree with it.
But in the end, you're still here.
Yes, Jean stepped in and fixed everything. He didn't have to do it, but it was very good of him. I'm afraid that was the beginning of the end of my relationship with Mother. We never really managed to fix things after that.
No more questions for now.
Then if you don't mind, I have work to do.
So that explains why she
Fordham,
hates Mother.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Wait, what am I saying? Of course you are. Madame Dupre has been interfering with Juliet's studies and disapproved of her relationship with Martin, hence they're falling out. Plus, the information in Juliet's notes about ethericity, putting animals into a death-like trance, seems awfully suspicious. It's enough to establish both means and motive. That's plenty to consider her a suspect.
Oh, she's not a suspect anymore, I don't think. I get that we now have, like, reason to consider her a suspect. I don't think she's the one. Sorry.
Nothing else
Oh
to
my
ask
God.
him, right?
Nothing, huh?
Doctor, may I ask you a few questions?
Please be my guest.
Kim, she's so nice. She's sus. She's so sus. No, she didn't do it. I'm trying. No, but that's how it works. The more sus someone is coming across in a game like this, the less likely it is that they're the killer. It's never the person you suspect the most, and it's never the person you suspect the least.
Tell me what you know about Jean Dupre.
I'd rather not speak of him. Madame Dupre does not need to be agitated any further.
I take it you don't look very favorably upon him, then.
I'll just say this. If my wife had been attacked and left for dead, you can be sure I wouldn't leave her side.
What
Maybe
a
it's
gentleman.
him.
He doesn't even leave women who aren't his wife.
Maybe
Those
he's
are all
the
the
one.
questions I've got for now.
I hope I answered them adequately.
Maybe he's been in love with her all along. And he knows. He does have the know-how to, like, poison her. So, like... He doesn't have a motive, though, that we know of. But we'll uncover something. We'll find a motive for him. Don't you worry, we'll find a motive. There's gotta be one.
As amusing as it is,
Amelie?
Yes? What is it? We mustn't be seen talking.
Happy fun, my sweet love, Mr. Chill. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you for watching. Thank you for liking it. The butler did it. Where's no butler? There are two servants working here. There's her, and then there's the garden guy. And we haven't seen the garden guy, have we?
Anything you can tell me about Jean?
I hardly ever see him. Only at dinner. He's scared of Madam, and so he finds any
Scared of
reason to
her.
get out of the house and stay away as long as he can.
That I kind
Scared
of
of her?
understand.
Oh, it's true. You should see him when they're in private. Like a shamed puppy that dirtied the carpet.
interesting.
Do you have any idea why Jean is so afraid of Madame Dupre?
If he's seen the same things we have, then yes.
What kind of things?
No, I spoke out of turn. Forget I said anything.
Amelie, listen to me. A potentially innocent man's life is on the line. If I don't find out who attacked Madame Dupre, he's as good as dead. So if there are any facts or details you know that I don't, you need to tell me.
I can't.
You can. I'm not with the police. If Madame Dupre did something wrong, I'm not going to look the other way. Trust me, I'm on your side.
Madam beats the servants. I think she even does it for fun. I hear the screams sometimes. I don't know how anyone else in the family doesn't. Maybe they do and just ignore it. I don't know. But if Mr. Dupre knows what she do, it explains why he's so scared of her.
Did Madame Dupre ever abuse you?
No, I was lucky, but some of the others weren't.
Like who? I need details, Amelie.
The old gardener, Guy Dumas, and one of the maids, Celine. I saw
Oh
Madame
my
going after
God.
them the most. Don't
Holy
know what they
shit,
did
that's
to
why
deserve
Celine
it,
doesn't have a
but I
surname.
would
She's
see
in the
her walk
grave.
by in a rage, whip in one hand and a book in the other.
A book? What book?
Oh, I don't know. I can't read, so I don't know what it said on the cover. But it's the same color as the stew spice I always use. Don't know what she used it for, but she always had it with her, just before a beating.
Maybe she'd recite them some of her terrible poetry.
Do you
I'm
think
sure
it's
that
like
was torture enough.
a secret book where there's like something inside it? Hollow? Oh my god, Celine! So we went to the cemetery, right? We went to the family tomb, and there was one of the tombs that was there just said Celine, and she died this year, and she was like 21. And then nothing else. And no one has mentioned anything about a Celine. This is the first we've heard of her. Oh, shit. A strange but interesting point and click, Mortville Manor? Sounds interesting, thank you.
Tell me more about Guy and Celine.
They were deeply in love with each other. I used to hear them talk about how they wanted to run away together.
What happened to them?
I don't know. One day they were here, and then one day they weren't.
Do you think Madame Dupre may have done something to them?
Yes.
I couldn't say for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if she had. Please, let's not talk about this anymore.
You've been
Thank
very
you,
helpful.
Amelie. I appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
Bless her.
Now please, let me get back to work.
Yeah. The same color as the spice,
Looks like
you
the
say.
type of spice is...
So a red-orange spice. There's a red book for sure in the bookcase. Hi, Quesadilla. Hello. Hi. I hope you're well. It's good to see you. We've seen a red book in here.
Well, this should be the book Amelie mentioned. Well, what have we here?
Oh, shit.
A whip. And it has dried blood on it. How ghastly.
This house is just full of secrets, isn't it?
Interesting. Presumably used to be your servants. Interesting.
I have some questions for you.
All right.
Did you know Guy Dumas?
The old gardener? Sure, I knew him. We didn't talk very much. He was just a servant after all, but he seemed like a nice man. He stopped coming around about 2 months ago. Too bad, really. He did a good job of keeping the gardens looking nice. The new one is all right, but he just doesn't have that special touch Guy did.
Were you familiar with a servant named Celine?
Yes, I believe she was one of the maids. I didn't talk to her very much. Oh, she quit not so long ago.
She didn't
At least
quit,
I
she
assume did. I haven't
died.
seen her in about 3 months.
Thanks for your time.
My pleasure.
Your mother murdered her! Can we actually hang on? Can we showing the whip to Amelie probably not the best idea at all. Poor girl, she doesn't need that. She doesn't need that in her life. I bet we can talk to Juliet about it though. Too bad you catch one of our streams. Thank you so much. It is lovely to see you.
Hello again, Miss Montgomery. Mind answering a few more questions?
Hello, Mr. Fordham. Not at all.
Welcome back, Dana. Hello, hello.
Do you know Guy Dumas?
Yes, he was one of our servants. He used to enjoy reading my books, as well as Andrew's.
When did you see him last?
Just last week. He came by to see me and asked to borrow some books.
Do you know where I might be able to find him?
Not really. I get the impression that he moves around frequently. But I can tell him you're looking for him next time I see him, if you like.
Please do. Although hopefully I'll be able to find him before then. Were you friends with Celine, the maid?
Yes, I was quite fond of Celine. She was so sweet and interesting to talk to. One day, she just left the house with no explanation.
Have none
Mother
of these
said it
people
was
been to the
because she had
family
found work
too?
elsewhere. I was terribly saddened. I wish I'd had the chance to say goodbye to her, at least. What's your interest in her?
Oh, I was just curious. That's
Also,
all. No more questions for now.
I'm
Then
just
if you
gonna
don't
say.
mind, I have work to do.
I'm just gonna go out and say it. If I abused someone and killed them, and then lied to everyone about where they were and said that, oh, they just moved away, just suddenly got a new job and left town, I wouldn't bury them in my family tomb. That's just me. I feel like that's a very easy way of getting, like, your lies unraveled. You know what I mean?
Nothing else to ask him right now.
But I bet if we go back to the tomb now and look at the name. Also, this policeman is still just unconscious in the bushes. Oh shit.
Celine, 1823 to 1844. Taken too soon. Rest ye with the angels.
You don't suppose...
It's the Celine? Nah, can't possibly be. That would be too much of a coincidence. God damn. You're kidding me? Are you actually kidding me? You're just not gonna go anywhere with that? That's so upsetting. That's actually, like, legitimately upsetting. Holy shit.
Oh, Miss...
Yes, I am back.
Can we talk, Mr. Dupre?
I suppose so. Yes.
I suppose so.
Do you fear your wife, Mr. Dupre?
Do I... what?
The question's quite simple. Are you afraid of Madame Dupre?
Why in the ether would you think that?
I'm not gonna rat out Amelie. I'm not gonna do that. Casey, thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's really, really, really kind. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. We'd get the first corpse fruit. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier that like when I die, I want to become a tree. I want to be one of those tree seed pods and become a tree and grow corpse fruit. That's how I want my afterlife to be. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. That means a lot. It really does. We have to tell him about the whip.
I'd be afraid of someone who kept a bloody whip in my bedroom. Care to explain that?
You don't know her like I do. No one does. Well, no one aside from the servants, I suppose. She's cruel, Mr. Fordham. Crueler than anyone or anything I've ever seen.
Oof.
Tell me more about Madame Dupre's cruelty.
She treats the servants like animals, Mr. Fordham. She would say the most vile, awful things to them. Things I would expect to hear on the Gascon docks, not from the lips of a grande dame. And the beatings. Oh, God. The screams I would hear from somewhere in the house. I never dared find out where.
Nobody else ever heard the screaming?
No. She was cunning. She would do it when no one else was around. Once she knew I had heard, she threatened me. Told me she would...
Yes?
She threatened to expose my secret, Mr. Fordham.
What's your secret?
And what secret is that?
Our marriage is one of convenience.
Yeah.
It's all for show. Laura has herself a well-to-do husband, and I am a normal man in the eyes of society.
Yeah.
I see. I suppose that would explain a few things.
Well, now, how was that not obvious to you? The soporific is really having a bad effect on you.
Don't worry, Mr. Dupre. Your secret's safe with me.
Thank you, Mr. Fordham.
I got you.
Tell me what you know about Guy Dumas and Celine.
Celine had an accident.
What kind of accident?
Laura thought Celine had been stealing her silverware. She got a bit carried away with a beating and...
Dupre killed Celine?
Yes, she did. In order to keep it quiet, she had Celine placed in our family tomb.
That's not...
I see. What about Guy?
I'm so
I don't
confused
know.
about
I
that.
never saw him again after that.
Well, this case has certainly taken a turn for the sinister.
I'll be going now.
Au revoir, Mr. Fordham.
I'm so confused about how keeping...
Jean probably wouldn't appreciate...
Oh, we gotta distract him to get what is in there. Did we not look at that? Did we not look at the cabinet while he was out? Can we go back and look at the tomb now? Will you say anything more than, oh, that's probably not there?
Celine, 1823 to 1844. Taken too soon. Rest ye with the angels.
Wait a minute. This is Celine, the maid.
Wow, imagine
Somehow
that.
a piece of paper got wedged into the side of the vault.
Use the tweezers, yeah.
Carefully now.
It's a little mini game.
Got it. Nice work, Fordham. Now to see what this is.
She will pay for what she did
Leaving
to you,
notes
my
for the
love.
dead. How very touching.
Guy.
I wonder if anyone has left me one at my grave.
Quiet, Bill. I need to think.
The guy
We know this note
wanted
is likely from
revenge.
Guy. Now we just need to figure out where to find him.
Is there anything on the other side of that piece of paper?
Bill, you're a genius.
I wouldn't give me all the credit just yet.
Let's see, a receipt for an extended stay at the Stun Arms. Does that sound familiar at all?
Vaguely. But I can't recall anything off the top of my head.
Looks like we'll have to do a bit more searching.
I feel like it's too obvious for it to be Guy. You know what I mean? It's too obvious for it to be Guy, right? I bet Amelie knows something about that.
Amelie?
Yes? What is it?
I feel so bad for Amelie.
I found a note from Guy at the Chesterton tomb. He left it at Celine's vault.
So Celine is dead? And in Madame's family too?
Indeed.
My God, that woman really is the devil.
Yeah.
I need to find Guy, Emily. He wrote this note on a receipt for a hotel, but the name's only partially visible. Do you know any place that would be called the Stun Arms?
No, I don't know any hotels in the city. I'm sorry I can't help you, Mr. Fordham.
I found this upstairs in Madame Dupre's bedroom. Do you recognize it?
Oh, please take that away, Mr. Fordham. Why would you show it to me?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't think it would upset
I
you.
knew it would upset her, but I just don't want to.
Maybe someday you'll learn how to
miss
read
out
basic
on, like,
human emotions.
Thank you,
clues
Amelie. I
and
appreciate your time.
information.
You're welcome. Now please, let me get back to work.
Ooh, I can talk to him again.
I have some questions for you.
All right.
Stained by the blood of your fellow black servants. Yeah, just casually whip that out in conversation.
I found this note from Guy at your mother's family tomb.
I don't think I understand. Who did he leave it for?
Celine. She was interred in there.
Celine is dead? Why haven't I heard about any of this?
They're all just
An
self-reporting
excellent
that they
question,
never go
but
to
not
the
one
family
for me to
tomb.
answer. I'm interested in finding Guy. See this receipt on the other side of the note? I need to find this hotel, the Stun Arms.
I can't think of anywhere with that name. I know a pub in Lyon called the Albert Arms, but that doesn't seem to match.
Thanks for your time.
My pleasure.
My pleasure. I really don't like him.
This quack has it. Whatever.
Yay. Let's go back to her. We haven't spoken to her for
Welcome
a
back,
while.
Mr. Fordham.
Thank you.
She's not gonna be my...
Nothing? Maybe my dark. My wife doesn't. Oh, she did say that she was gonna be out, didn't she? Fair enough, fair enough.
Hello again.
Hello, Miss.
I found this note from Guy at your mother's family tomb.
At the tomb? Why would he leave a note there?
Because she's
It's for Celine. She's been interred there.
She's dead? Oh god, that's terrible. What happened to her? And why would she be in our family tomb?
That isn't for me to say. You'll have to ask your stepfather. In any case, this note was written on a hotel receipt. I'm trying to find where it came from, but the name is only partially legible.
I can't say it rings any bells. I'm sorry, Mr. Fordham.
No more questions for now.
Then if you don't mind, I have work to do.
How did her lady die? She didn't. She didn't. She was poisoned and made to look as if she died. And then at her funeral... At her funeral,
Can
she
we
woke
talk,
back up.
I suppose.
So, poison, but we don't know... Like, we don't know why they didn't just kill her.
I found this note in the Chesterton tomb. I suspect it was left by Guy.
So he's still alive?
Apparently so, and staying at a hotel somewhere, judging from this receipt the note was written on. As you can see, the name is only partially legible. Do you know where the Stun Arms might be?
I'm afraid not, sorry.
I'll be going now.
Au revoir, Mr. Fordham.
No one knows, huh? Oh, maybe... Mr. Albert.
Nothing else to...
Nothing? Coffee shop, then. No, that's not the coffee shop. Someone at the coffee shop knows.
Dr. W.S. prevents condition. Dr. Tennant. Greens. P.D. Preston's patent handsomely. Simon Banks. Professor Xander.
Okay, look at this. Wait, maybe the newspaper?
Can we
Probably
talk?
not.
Go
It's
on,
still
I'm
the same
listening.
day.
I
Wrap
wanted to
up
go
ca-
over the case with
Oh
you.
my god! We
what
can
have you got?
literally wrap up the case right now because we have one suspect. We can end and just accuse her. Oh,
I
that's so
found
funny.
this note in the Chesterton tomb. I think it was left by the person who attacked Madame Dupre.
Nice work. Sounds like you're about ready to wrap things up.
No.
I will be as soon as I find him. Take a look at the other side of it.
Part of a receipt for a hotel?
Yes, but the name is only partially visible at the bottom.
Stun Arms. The only hotel that comes to mind is the Boston Arms in Chumley.
Of course! I knew the name sounded familiar. The stories I could tell you about that place. Not right now, of course.
You're helpful as always,
course.
Upton. Thank you.
Good luck, Fordham. I hope you find your suspect.
I wonder if there is
That's enough about
another
the
way
case.
though
Okay.
of finding the
That's it.
finding the thingy, the name of the hotel. I wonder if there is a different way.
Who is it?
Gentle, forceful, or discreet? Be discreet.
Mr. Dumas, listen to me. I don't want to make this into more of an issue than it should be, but I believe it's in your best interest to let me in so I can speak with you.
Just a moment.
I'm Miles Fordham, a private investigator. It's extremely important I speak with you, Mr. Dumas.
What do you want?
Just to talk. May I come in?
Yes, I suppose so.
I found your note in St. Denis Cemetery. Care to explain what it means?
How did you...
I'm a private investigator, Mr. Dumas. That's what I do. Now we can either do this the easy way or the hard way. It's up to you.
I left that note for Celine. I didn't think anyone would ever find it.
So it was you who attacked Madame Dupre.
I don't think it was.
Yes.
Oh!
Yes.
Okay,
it was
never
me.
mind.
I confess.
I can't remember the last time a suspect actually confessed. If only they were all like this.
But please, Mr. Fordham, you have to understand.
But-
The woman is evil. If only you knew what she did. Please, don't arrest me, Mr. Fordham. You have to know the truth about Madame Dupre.
No, I
Relax,
believe you.
Mr.
I'm with
Dumas. I'm not going to arrest you just yet. I'm perfectly willing to hear your side of the story. Now let's take this nice and slow. What can you tell me about Madame Dupre?
She seemed like a nice woman at first, but after working for her, I came to know how awful she truly was. When no one was around, she would beat me and some of the other servants for fun, say the most cruel things, call us horrible names.
Why didn't you just leave?
She threatened us, told us she would make it impossible for us to get work anywhere else. It's already difficult enough getting a job that doesn't force you to operate those awful machines. To be blacklisted by Madame Dupre would have been the final nail in the coffin.
Is that a true confession? That's what I'm thinking. Like, he might have attacked her, but it sounds like he attacked her and didn't necessarily, like, poison her.
How did you come to be employed by
I
Madame
don't know.
Dupre?
We'll see.
I used to work in an iron factory in Chomley, but a few years ago, they brought in some steam machines to help production. One of the machines had a problem, and my friend Connor and I were assigned to fix it. We had no idea what we were doing, but we wanted to keep our jobs. I don't know what happened, but the next thing I knew, Connor was dead, and I was badly hurt. I swore never to go near one of those machines again. After I got better, I spent a few months looking for work, but it was impossible to find any jobs that didn't involve steam tech. Then I found out about Madame Dupré. Working at her home seemed like an improvement. I had a decent bed to sleep in. The work was not difficult, and I even made friends with her daughter. But Madame Dupré soon showed her true nature.
I love his accent so much.
Tell me about Celine.
Oh, my dear Celine. She was the most beautiful thing I ever saw. We were going to get married, you know. Then that devil killed her. She beat her to death in front of me. I was powerless to do anything. Please, Mr. Fordham, I don't want to remember. Let us speak of something else.
Do you know Albert Martin?
No. Who is that?
He's Juliet's lover, falsely accused of the crime you committed.
I had no idea.
Are you going to let an innocent man die because of what you did?
No, of course not. I suppose things got out of hand. It was not my intention for someone else to take the blame for my actions.
So why did you attack Madame Dupré in the way you did?
I knew that if I went to her home and killed her, I would be caught and thrown in jail. I needed to find a way to do it quietly and not make anyone suspicious. Also, I wanted her to suffer for what she did to my Celine.
The intention all along was for her to wake up in the coffin and die slowly. Holy shit!
So I decided to poison Dupré and make her appear dead so she could be buried alive and suffer the same way she made us when she would lock us away in her secret room.
Dude.
Did you say secret room?
Yes, Mr. Fordham. It was no bigger than a coffin. She would place us inside if she was especially mad at us, with no food or water, sometimes for days at a time. We couldn't scream because she would stuff our mouths. She would also plug our ears and cover our faces.
Holy shit.
How often did she put you in there?
Only a few times, but that was more than enough. I'd rather not think about it.
So you have no idea where it is?
None. I only remember Madame Dupré would say the same thing any time she was about
The
to put
piano
someone in
probably
there.
opens it.
A perfect servant must behave. I've told you everything, Mr. Fordham.
Right?
Are you still going to arrest me?
Otherwise, what's the point of the
I haven't
piano?
quite decided yet, Mr. Dumas. If I can find this secret room, it would be enough to charge Madame Dupré with a crime. However, if you haven't been telling me the truth...
I have been, Mr. Fordham. I swear it. I'll even make you a deal. If you promise me you'll try to find the secret room, I won't leave this hotel.
All right, Dumas. It's a deal.
Well, at least now we can go straight to Upton and have him taken in. Unless you really do believe him about the secret room.
I do believe him about the secret room. I absolutely do.
That's all for right now, but I'll be back.
Yes, Mr. Fordham. I'll be here.
Seems to be what passes for a dresser around here. Either that or Dumas is secretly a pirate. A wash basin? When did this place get so fancy? It appears someone is due for 7 years of bad luck. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's crooked paintings.
What if they're intentionally crooked? Then what?
This quack as amusing.
Hang on.
Stick around. I may have more questions.
Don't worry.
It has to be the piano, right? I'm gonna be so angry if this works now. Didn't, okay. I still think it's the piano somehow. But maybe there's a different clue. Why is this here then?
There are way more. Nothing else of it. Oh, dear God, no. Please, let's not expose ourselves to that drivel again. You've got some heat.
Don't remind me.
The spice cover book? Yes, it was the red book here. We pulled it, and it opened up this, which had
A much
the bloody
younger
painting. The bloody painting was behind it, so yeah.
There are way more important things to... The science of pharmac...
Maybe the husband knows. Because he seemed to know everything about the abuse. We'll talk to the husband, and then we'll talk to the parrot again.
Oh. We haven't got anything...
Are you sure?
You know, I've heard it said that needing to have so many guns is a...
Without a painting of a shirtless dude. Yes. Yes, it was. You know something more?
Nothing else?
Oh, sorry, excuse me. Oh my god.
She's not...
Alright, it's parrot time. A perfect servant must behave. There we go.
A perfect servant must behave.
And now you'll taste an early grave. Me sofa, Ray. In the middle, see?
What?
So long.
On the sofa.
As you mean...
Not gonna be this. It's gonna be the other one. This one.
Nothing.
Damn that bird.
In
What
the
hell was he babbling
middle.
about?
Nothing.
Damn.
Nothing.
Damn.
Nothing.
Damn that.
In the middle.
There's nothing here.
That beast better not have missed...
It's probably more times than it'll work. I don't think so. Sadly, I don't. Oh, I didn't mean to map. Sadly, I don't think so. No, stop it. Stop it. Just let me stay where I am.
Who's it?
Didn't get through that. Shush.
A perfect servant must behave.
And now you'll taste an early grave. Me sofa, Ray. In the middle, see?
Me sofa in the middle.
So long.
Oh, me sofa. EGF. EGF. right? In the middle C. Oh, Ray. I thought Ray is the name of the bird. I don't know what Ray is. I never took piano lessons. EGFD. EGFD. EGFD in the middle C. EGFD.
That seems to have done something.
That does seem to have done something.
Dear God!
This does not look good. He's dead. You should inform Dr. Fellows about this right away.
It seems Guy was telling the truth after all.
Yes, it would probably be a good idea to let him know of this development. We haven't got any...
I think we do have something to talk about, but okay.
Guy?
Yes?
I found the secret room you told me about.
You see? I wasn't lying.
No, you certainly weren't. There was someone inside. A man.
No. Who?
I'm not sure, but I can only assume it was one of Madame Dupre's servants.
Was he all right?
I'm afraid not. He was dead. Dr. Fellows confirmed it was due to asphyxiation.
Madame Dupre must have put him in there before I drugged her. And then, with everything that's happened, she didn't let him out in time. Oh my God. It's my fault he's dead. If only I'd known.
The circumstances are quite unfortunate, Mr. Dumas. However, this
I
has
tried to
shed
kill
a new
someone
light on
and
Madame
someone
Dupre
died?
and her cruel practices. I can't say for certain that you were justified in your actions, but I am a bit reluctant to say you were completely at fault. But the bottom fact is that Mr. Martin has been falsely accused of this crime. If I were to let you go, he would be punished in your
The wrong
place.
person died, but like someone
Unless-
died and he did try to kill
Yes?
someone.
I'm going to need you to write me a letter, Mr. Dumas.
Of course, Mr. Fordham. Anything to take care of this mess.
This is all
Good.
just extremely
Hopefully now
tragic.
this whole grim affair can be brought to an end.
It's all just...
That's
This
all
whole
for
case is
right
just
now,
deeply
but I'll be
tragic.
back.
Yes, Mr. Fordham. I'll be here.
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm listening.
I think I'm ready to wrap this case up.
Okay, who's your prime suspect?
Oh. Interesting. I don't think that this should be up to us, though. I don't think it should.
Actually,
Okay.
Hang on.
That's it.
Let me just go and talk to everyone else. Blaming Juliet at this point would be so funny. There's a part of me that kind of wants you just to see people's reactions.
Nothing else.
Twiggie comments. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I guess I can talk to people now. I guess I just have to... Oh, here's the thing. I totally get why he did it. I'm not, like, condoning it.
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm listening.
But also, I get it. And also, we have evidence that, like, she She murdered
think I'm
someone
ready to
too.
wrap this game.
Okay, who's your...
Pretty much the doctor. Yeah, but I don't know that I can see the doctor.
That's it.
I don't know that I can. It's been removed from my map. Like, the doctor's at the mansion. I can't go to the mansion anymore. And he mentioned, while talking to Guy, he was like, well, I spoke to the doctor, and he confirmed that it was death by asphyxiation. So I guess we just can't ever go back there. Hi, Danny. Hello, hello. Hi, Fed. Hi.
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm listening.
I am going to acquit him.
It was Guy Dumas, a former servant at Dupre Manor. He used toxic plants to drug Madame Dupre so she appeared dead, which he learned about from her daughter's schoolbooks.
What was his motive?
That's the thing. I've learned that Madame Dupre is extremely cruel to her servants. She regularly beats them, and even has a secret room no bigger than a coffin where she places them as punishment. I discovered this secret room. I found a dead servant inside. He had died from asphyxiation.
My God.
A few months ago, Madame Dupre beat Guy's lover Celine to death. He wanted revenge, and intended to make Madame Dupre suffer the trauma of being interred alive.
I see.
Constance, I don't think Dumas should be arrested for his crime. He doesn't deserve it. Madame Dupre, however...
Yes, I see what you're saying, and I agree, but what about Mr. Martin?
He's innocent.
I got a signed confession from Mr. Dumas. You can see the handwriting matches this note I found in the cemetery. That should be enough to release Mr. Martin, as well as giving Guy a head start in his escape from the city.
It's gonna be tricky getting the department to look into this, but with the proof you've gathered, it should work. Excellent investigating, Fordham. I knew you still had it in you.
Hell
and
yeah.
of course, I'll dip into the department's Good Samaritan fund to get you proper compensation for your work. For now, go home to your wife. I'm sure I'll have something else for you to look into fairly soon.
Good evening. I'm looking for Madame Laura Dupre.
This is Madame Dupre. I am her personal physician, Dr. Fellows. May we help you, officer?
I'm afraid I must place Madame Dupre under arrest.
What? On what charge?
Several, actually. Manslaughter, domestic violence, murder in the second degree. Shall I go on, or can we continue this at the police station?
Fuck her up!
You won't have to worry about Madame Dupre anymore. She'll be in jail for a very long time. Yes. And Mr. Martin has been released with a full pardon as well.
Thank you, Mr. Fordham. I appreciate your help and your trust.
Think nothing of it, but you'll need to leave town as soon as you can. Have you made plans?
I was thinking of heading south. New Britannia is too cold and dark. I want to find someplace more like my home.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Dumas.
I get it. I don't blame you. I would also want to go somewhere warm.
Addie, I'm home.
And sunny, if I could.
Addie?
She must still be out at her hairdressing appointment.
Can we get a haircut?
Because I wanted to talk to you about something.
Oh, boy.
Yes, Bill, I know. I told you I'm doing my best to try and find the flower shop burglar.
No, for once, this isn't about him. This is about you.
What about me?
You want to talk about me? What about me?
You can play dumb and deflect all you like with everyone else around you, but it won't work with me. I know exactly what you're thinking, and you know exactly what I'm gonna say.
When we find this flower shop burglar, when we talk about how this case went. I don't know, and I'm sick of playing this game.
I'm sick of games, Bill. I can't guess. Just tell me.
Have you already forgotten the old days, Miles? Before I died, we were solving cases like nobody's business. You were one of the best detectives on the force. But ever since you started taking that soporific, your mind hasn't been as sharp as before. If you're serious about taking on more complex cases, you need to listen to Adelaide and stop taking it. It's already had a negative effect on your performance.
What are you talking about? We were able to discover the truth about Madame Dupre.
Yes, but if you were working at your full abilities, you'd have come to that conclusion much sooner.
If I stop taking it, you won't let me sleep through the night. Nothing will change.
Well, things would change if you found you-know-who.
I thought you said we weren't going to talk about that right now.
Yeah, well, I say a lot of things.
An understatement if ever there was one. Can't you just keep quiet without me having to take something?
Afraid not, old friend. That's just not who I am or how this works.
If you keep me up all night, I'll go crazy. Things have been hard enough as it is. And if, God forbid, Adelaide were ever to find out about...
Miles.
Oh, hi.
Is there someone else here? I thought I heard you talking just now.
Fantastic. The jig is up. And here I thought we were doing so well, too.
Going over the case, thinking out loud. I was just talking to myself, calling out to see if you were home.
No, I was just going over the case. Thinking aloud, you see.
Ah, of course.
Also, with regards
How
to
was your
like who
appointment?
built the torture
Mrs.
room,
Lefebvre was her usual bossy and overly picky self, but
She was
gave
rich
me
as
a very
fuck.
generous tip.
rich as
That's
fuck
good.
people can
So I
build
stopped
whatever
by
they
the
want
shop
in their
on the way
houses.
home and bought a new deck of cards.
Excellent. Shall we have a few rounds of écarté? I believe you demanded a rematch last time we played.
Yes, that would be nice.
Well, you certainly managed to dodge that bullet. I only wonder how much longer you'll manage before one finally hits you.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Oh my god. I almost feel like the audio quality of the voice actors should be more worse or more retro to match the original style. It does. I love the look and like I love
And
this
it
game's
says
great.
here they still don't know what caused that explosion.
I guarantee you it was sabotage. Those Redites have been causing
I
a
keep
lot of
reading it
trouble
as
lately.
Redditors.
Is that the group of anti-steam tech radicals?
The very same.
Why Redites, though?
They're named after some fellow named Jonathan Red. Apparently the one who began the whole anti-steam movement. It's really a rather stupid name if you ask me. And uncreative to boot.
Well, what would you call them then?
The anti-steam community, the League for the Preservation of Blowing Things Up, the Boom Boom Boys.
Something more evocative, like the Boom Boom Boys.
Definitely gets to the point, I'll give you that. Perhaps you'd best stick with the detecting, dearest. Your nomenclature needs a bit of work.
Well, I think it's about time I get ready for bed.
Will this be like a choice?
All right, Miles, if you must.
Take the medication or not?
Let her be for now. You've got your own things to take care of. Your book collection.
Good night, Petey. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it.
Who could that be at this
A
time?
knock on the
Good
door.
question. But Adelaide can handle it for now. I need to take my medicine.
You certainly have your priorities in order. Go on then. Get that bottle of rat piss out of your nightstand and let's get this over with.
Addie can
What if
handle
we
whoever.
don't? I don't think we get a choice here.
Ugh, tastes like the devil's sweat.
You could just stop taking it, you know.
Bill, now is not the time to...
Miles, could you come back out here, please?
Be right there, dearest. Who was that at the door?
A late night courier. You've got a message from Upton.
A job? This case makes the last one look simple. Meet me at Ruin ASAP. It is urgent.
Seems this case is rather
But I just
urgent.
took my night-night
We'll meet her as soon as
medication.
possible.
But didn't you just take your soporific? Are you going to be all right to go?
It won't kick in for another hour or so. Should be plenty of time.
All right, I'm going to bed then. Good luck, dear.
Good night, Addie.
There's no time to waste, Miles.
There's
You need
no
to go
time
meet
to
Upton.
waste, Miles. No kiss? That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to kiss her. And I can't. That's so sad. Yeah, we got a whole hour to do this. I'm not even stressed about it. Not even stressed about it.
Hello, Upton.
I'm glad you came, Fordham. Sorry for disturbing you this late.
So urgent. Shouldn't a respectable young lady like you be in bed by now? They're so awful.
I'm curious to know what's so important that it couldn't wait until morning.
An infant kidnapping in Lyon. The report came in tonight just before my shift ended. The family wants to keep the investigation very low-key. They're afraid if word gets out, they'll have all sorts of ne'er-do-wells making false ransom claims. That's why I suggested they let you investigate first. Head over to 45 Belcourt Street. That's the home of Malcolm and Miriam Harris, the parents of the kidnapped boy.
I get to talk to rich people.
Harris? As in Harris Construction Company?
The very same. Owned by Malcolm's father, no less. Now you see why they wanted to keep this out of the public eye.
Indeed. If they manage to get a new transatlantic airship off the ground, it'll be an aura mine. I can see why they'd make an easy target.
Okay.
Don't worry, Upton. I'll get the kid back before you can say hot toddy.
Hot toddy. I think you're losing your touch, Fordham.
And I think you've
like
lost
her.
your joke book. Try some new material for a change, would you?
I do.
Right.
I like her.
Good luck on your investigation. Come see me again once you figured things out. Or if you just need to talk. I'll be here all day tomorrow as well. So feel free to stop by.
Time mission? I doubt it. Because the other mission that we had also had a timer on it. I don't think that there's an actual timer. I think it's like after you do a certain amount of things or you do the one right thing, he will start being like, oh, I gotta go to bed.
Here to see you, sir.
Very good, Mr. Havelock. Send him up.
Yes, sir.
Man, I wish I was rich.
Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Fordham. I'm Malcolm Harris.
I'm terribly sorry to hear about what's happened, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Fordham. You were very highly recommended by Miss Upton. She said you'd be able to solve this faster and more discreetly than the police. I admit it's a rather unorthodox approach, but...
Crazy amount of
we're
traveling.
desperate.
I understand.
Please.
I'll do all I can to find the kidnapper and bring your son back unharmed.
If you'd like to examine the nursery, it's just through that door to the left. I'll ask you to please try and keep quiet as I just sent my wife to bed. Her nerves are rather shot, you see.
Yes, of course.
Did you drug her? 'Cause that sounded like you drugged her.
I know the hand and waistcoat pose is supposed to look stately, but to me it always looks like the person is scratching themselves.
If you win the lottery this weekend, you'll give me a bunch of it. Hey, who knows? Maybe I get the call tomorrow that I won the lottery.
The Harris family certainly has a nice view from which to look down upon the world. I wonder if they use the
I'd be
balcony
so
to give
happy.
speeches to the gardeners. She looks like she's up to something. I wouldn't get too close, Miles. That vase is probably worth more than your entire building.
Oh god, I'm so tired.
It's nice to see that tea is still served here, even in times of tragedy. I'm sure the only location the Harrises care about is wherever they are at any given moment.
I can't examine the plushies? Oh, come on.
Bear's picnic.
So
Something about
say
a group of
keep
giant
that plushie
human-like
here,
bears
so.
eating together in the woods is slightly unsettling. My friend Bunny. Yeah, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want a giant imaginary rabbit for a friend.
Why not?
Look at that. The kid has a toy chest. My sister and I used to have to keep our toys buried in the backyard. Of course, that is because the only toys we had were dead rats.
Are you okay, Bill? Do you want to talk about it?
Some sort of fuzzy animal wearing a waistcoat. Charming. A steam-powered bottle warmer. Certainly beats having to do it in the fireplace.
I think
Or in
that
the case
Bill
of
is
my
a
parents,
little
over a barrel
bitter.
fire.
A little bitter that he grew up in poverty?
That's odd. Why is there a loose button in the crib?
Did you plan on
I'm
doing
no
this in
expert
one
on
stream?
children,
Yeah.
but it seems like it would be dangerous to have around an infant.
I got nothing to do tomorrow until 3 a.m., so I can stream as long as I want.
Nice mobile. Custom made, too. There'll be no mistaking what family this child comes from. Yeah, the kidnapper left the child's blanket behind. There doesn't appear to be any trace of the silver spoon, though.
Of course he drugged her. You always drug the woman when they start showing emotion. Is a fundamentalist building a secret room and torture chamber in your piano room. It's true. God forbid the women show emotion.
Nice view of the garden from up here.
God forbid. They try to I am honored that I can be your daily e-girl. It's a shame I'm not wearing a maid outfit. Thank you, Joe.
If you win the lottery, make sure you don't stop playing alerts like this.
No. Look, if I win the lottery, even if I win the lottery and become rich, I still have to make more money, right? Like, that's just a fundamental, like, basics of being rich. You always have to make more money. So, don't worry. I'll still try to get your money. Don't worry. Thank you for the bits, Joe.
Probably won't be another year or so before the child gets any practical use out of those blocks beyond putting them in his mouth.
Yeah, you have to stay rich. Dev saying commentary that at first he tried to use pictures of toys from the time as reference, but they looked too creepy and bad. That reminded me, I once watched the show. I once watched this very English, like, reality show. It wasn't like a reality show, but it was one of those that there's a competition. There are two teams, and they're meant to, like, they had a budget to go around thrift stores and stuff like that and find old things or whatever that they would sell in an auction and, like, try to get their money back, right? And one of the things that one of the people bought was, like, this old-timey toy, like, old kid's toy, and it looked so bad, and it sold for so much because it was really old. But it was so weird. It was a weird show, because the profit that they ended up with was like £25.
Interesting. This fabric looks as though it came from a garment of some kind.
Weird show. Yeah, it might have been bargain hunts. It might have been. If you're rich enough, your money makes your money. Yeah, I wish I was that rich. I wish I was rich enough that I could just keep money in, like, an account and just live off of the interest. That'd be great. That would be wonderful. Usually lose money on those shows. Yeah, it's hilarious. Hilarious. Your folks picked a good time to be in Norway. Are they in Norway right now?
Huh. There's a small emblem sewn onto the side of this piece of fabric. It just says SS.
Somebody's initials, maybe?
Those shows are all scripted. Of course they
Careful
are.
not to cut yourself, Miles. I don't think the Harris family has ever seen blood that isn't blue. It looks rather flimsy. Let's not try sitting on it. Look, you can see...
That would make it rather easy for someone to access this window from the outside.
No evidence of what was used to smash the glass, though.
Oh dear.
Ah, wonderful. Soporific has started working. Well done, Fordham. Now how are you supposed to... What's the word I'm looking for? Instigate? Interrogate?
Oh, boy.
I just had it on the tip of my tongue.
Perhaps it's time to call
You're
it
gonna pass
night.
out? Oh boy. We might not make it home.
No talking now. He'll know it's all wrong. Quiet. Quiet.
Dude, I want to be this level of high.
Well, Mr. Harris, I believe I've done all I can for
Oh my
right
god.
now.
Did you find anything?
Yes, I believe I have some leads I can pursue. But the most important thing to do in cases like this is wait to hear from the kidnappers. I'll be back tomorrow morning to continue my investigation and ask you and your wife some questions once you've had time to calm down a bit. In the meantime, I suggest you stay here and get some sleep. We'll all need it.
That's a lot of words for someone who's this far gone.
Miles, wake up. It's nearly noon.
Ah, so it is.
Why didn't you come to bed when you got home last night?
It was late. I didn't want to disturb you.
So what was so urgent about the case Upton sent you?
I'm trying to track a kidnapped child.
Oh my goodness. That's awful.
Yes, the pressure's on, but I think I should be able to crack it.
Assuming you actually managed to get anything done at the Harris Manor today.
Well, let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Also, we've got company. Mrs. Delacroix is having her hair done here today, so please make yourself presentable.
You mean I'm not already?
At least do
I love
something
her.
about your hair. I do have a reputation to maintain after all.
What's wrong with my hair?
Do you really want me to answer that? We'll be here all day.
Okay.
It's admirable just how organized that...
How do I fix my hair?
Remember, before you started taking... You were... wouldn't you say it's time for a change of...
So?
Right. brew.
What are you talking about?
Never mind.
I don't know how to fix my hair. Is the joke that I can't? Is the joke that I can't fix my hair? I have to go out there looking like this? Because that's really funny. Hi, Sarah. Hello, hello. Bergen to Oslo. That's a cold trip right now. Holy shit. That's a cold cruise. I hope they're enjoying it, though. They'll get some beautiful views. Also, there's supposed to be a ton of northern lights this week. There's supposed to be northern lights so strong that they can be seen like all the way down to the middle of Europe. Which is wild. Very green. Yeah, I bet. Oh my god. Can I see northern lights from here right now? Also, there's an outbreak coming up like any second now, and I do have to really pee. So, you know what? I'm gonna see if I can see some northern lights, and then I'll go pee, and then I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Nope, nothing. Nothing. Hi. You looked at Norway for your next road trip is going to be a lot more difficult, expensive. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. More than Sweden? Norway is more expensive. It's true. It's true. Another band I really want to see has announced, like, Europe tour with, like, supporting bands that I really want to see as well. They're not coming to Norway, and this is, like, March, April. So I'm like, do I go to Sweden for that, maybe? I don't know. If I could afford to, I'd love to.
And
but...
then he said, "Oh, hello there. I don't believe we've met."
Mrs. Delacroix, this is my husband, Miles. Miles, this is Mrs. Delacroix.
Pleasure to meet you, madam.
Likewise, young man. Pleasure.
Is everything all right, Mrs. Delacroix?
Oh, yes, everything's fine.
Everything is definitely not fine.
That, well, you weren't what I was expecting, is all.
Keep your head, Miles. She may be a close-minded idiot, but she's just an old lady.
That's not an excuse. The portrait over the fireplace didn't clue you in? What were you expecting?
What were you expecting, exactly?
If you're gonna be a bigot, at least be open about the fact that you're a bigot.
Now then, Mrs. Delacroix, what was it that you were telling me about Mr. Delacroix and his dogs?
Oh, yes. So, Harold came in and said...
Impressive. She got off pretty easy. I was expecting a repeat of the Parsons incident. You should give Adelaide a kiss on the way out, though, just to make the old bat feel extra uncomfortable.
Oh, I will. Oh, I will!
She can get as painted up and coiffed as she likes. It's not gonna fix the ugliness inside.
Agreed.
Addie?
Not right now, Miles. I'm busy. We can talk once I finish with Mrs. Delacroix.
I don't want to talk. I want to kiss.
Addie?
Not right.
Addie?
Not right.
It's okay, I'll wait. Oh, newspaper! There's a new newspaper, isn't there? I know, we smashed this very well. Looked up the trip. Up the coast, there are ferries been on the way on it. There are, but I think that it's possible to drive. I think it's possible to drive, like, outside of the ferries. It'll just be, like, a longer trip. Go to a ferry to Kristiansand, drive to Stavanger, take the poor man's cruise, which a ferry with great views, take us to Bergen, again, go over there, drive the country down to Oslo. Ferry back to Denmark and home. You could! It makes a 3-hour trip into a 7-hour trip. Yes, that it does. But it'll be a really nice 7-hour trip. I've driven on a few of those roads on the west coast, and they're pretty. They're horrible to drive, but you get some pretty views. Dupree scandal shocks Gascoigne society. Madame Laura Dupree, the Gascoigne Grand Dame, reported to have died 2 weeks ago, is in fact alive. Details emerged after a police investigation that Dupree was made to appear dead and almost buried alive. In a shocking turn of events, it was discovered that Madame Dupree had been torturing her servants, even going as far as to keep one locked up in a hidden room. The servants unfortunately died. Dupree was arrested for manslaughter and will stand trial in the coming months. The suspected assailant, Albert Martin, was released with a full pardon. Public opinion has quickly turned against Dupree, with many claiming that she got what she deserved. A signed confession was given by a Guy Dumas, but police have been unable to locate him. Dean, thank you so much for hanging out with us. I really appreciate it. Have a lovely night. What you call horrible to drive is what you're looking for. Then come to the West Coast. It is exactly what you're looking for. If you can land your dream job, your first vacation will be a cruise. I like the idea of going on a cruise, but I think that I wouldn't like it in practice. There is one cruise that I would like to go on, Hang on. There is one cruise that I would like to go on at some point in my life. This one. I just have to be. It starts in Miami. It's called Emo's Not Dead. It has like a bunch of bands playing, like Yellow Card, Sleeping with Sirens, Mayday Parade, Story of the Year, August Burns Red, Census Failed, The Devil Wears Prada, Bless the Fall, like a bunch of these bands I still listen to. And like, oh, I'd love to do that. I'd love to do that. It'd be so cool. It is sold out. Like, it sells out very quickly. Yeah, I'd love to. That would be so fun. They're really bad for the environment. They really are. I've never been on one. Like, I've been on some of the big ferries, but I've never been on a cruise. You get, like, every few years, there's, like, lots of stuff in the newspaper about, we want to ban cruise ships because they destroy our environment and destroy the scenery. But I don't think it ever will because it's a big tourism thing for Norway. It's like whacking bit emo on a ship, yeah. Stroll down in a minute. Yeah. Okay, let's continue. The public unrest after the disaster of the HMS Legia shows no signs of slowing, as protesters continue to line up outside the gates of the Harris Construction Airship Yard. Currently in the process of building the Legia sister ship, the HMS Lenore, Harris Construction took out the contract several... Hang on, sorry. I was looking for a moisturizer. Several months before the Legia crashed, Clyde Harris, owner of Harris Construction, said, while the Legia disaster was a most unfortunate accident, it should not be taken as an indication that steam technology is in any way dangerous. The fact remains that airships are among the safest means of transportation. To halt the construction of the Lenore would symbolize a setback not only to cultural prosperity, but to New Britannia's financial prosperity as well. Harris, long criticized for his apparent continued unpaid aid, Prime Minister's re-election campaign intensifies. Prime Minister Herbert Atwood is making no secret of his desire to be re-elected this year. The leader of the Conservative Party has begun his campaign, promising to focus on bettering quality of life in Vespuccia by embracing new technological advances and implementing automated workers in factories to reduce overcrowding and reliance on child laborers. Liberal Party leader Hart Leroy has blasted Atwood, saying that his plan will only increase the already staggering amounts of unemployment in New Britannia and other cities. Leroy has also accused Atwood of purposefully delaying the construction of the Gascony Chumley Bridge. The people will only believe in lack of funds for so long before they start realizing the truth. Atwood and his cronies just want to keep the riffraff out, Leroy said, continued on page 6. Sabotage blamed for brewery explosion. The explosion at the Haskins Brewery last Thursday has been determined a case of sabotage, according to New Britannia's police. Originally thought to have been caused by faulty machinery, the investigation turned up the remnants of a crude explosive device hidden inside one of the tanks. The explosion did not kill anyone, but caused several employees to be injured, and the brewery to be shut down for several days. When asked to comment, Chief of Police Reginald Snelling declined naming any suspects in the bombing, but did not rule out the possibility of the Redites being involved. We have some information at present, but not enough to make any official determinations. Rest assured, those responsible will be brought to justice, said Snelling. Haskins Brewery is best known for producing Bollingworth Ale. Can't believe I can't kiss her.
Addie?
Not.
Kiss!
Goodbye, dearest.
Aww.
I look forward to your return, my love.
They're so cute. They're so cute.
Remind me, Miles, how is finding some rich people's kidnapped baby going to help us track down the flower shop burglar?
This isn't about finding the burglar, it's about helping people. We might find a hint. I don't know, maybe it won't.
I have no idea. Maybe it won't, but this needs to be done.
Very noble of you, Miles. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were purposefully stalling.
Don't be ridiculous. I want to find the man as much as you do. You know that.
Right. Well, if you plan on solving this case, you'll need your full wits about you.
We can be cute and make racist names uncomfortable. Yeah, it's the best of both worlds.
What are you implying?
I'm not implying. I'm flat out telling you. You need to stop taking that soporific. Adelaide has been trying to get you to stop for months, and Upton already suspects something is amiss. Not to mention your little episode last night. Trust me, no one is going to want to hire the dullard detective.
Clever. Did you come up with that one all by yourself?
What are you going to do when the cases stop coming in? How long before you get put away in Riverview?
If I do get locked away, it'll be your fault.
Which is exactly why you need to get back to your normal routine so you can find the burglar.
He's gonna stop taking it? Oh, shit.
All right, fine. I'll stop. But if you keep me awake at night, so help me.
Don't worry. I'm sure you'll find a way to cope. You were always good at that. Well, I'm glad that's settled then. I knew you'd see things my way eventually.
It's not as though you gave me much of a choice.
In time, you'll thank me. Probably not before the withdrawal hits, though.
Don't make me change my mind on this, Bill.
Mr. Fordham, you're back. Allow me to introduce my wife, Miriam.
Hello.
A pleasure, Mrs. Harris. I wish we could have met under better circumstances, but I assure you I'm doing all I can to find your son.
Thank you, Mr. Fordham.
Mr. Harris, has there been any communication from the kidnapper?
None at all.
Well, I'll have another look around, if you don't mind. I have some questions for you if you're up to answering them, Mrs. Harris.
I'll try my best, Mr. Fordham.
Her voice actor sounds kind of familiar. Her face is kind of familiar, too.
Tell me what you know about your son's kidnapping.
Oh, my poor baby! Oh.
Mrs. Harris, I know this is difficult, but I need as much information as you can give me so I can bring your son back.
Yes, you're right. I have to stay strong. For Charles. It happened sometime between 6 and 8 last night, I think. Both my husband and I had gone out. Charles was in the care of his nanny, Mrs. Davis. I arrived home first, around 8:30, and that's when I found this scene in the nursery, as it was.
And what was it you found?
Mrs. Davis, unconscious in her chair, the broken window, and Charles missing from his crib. Malcolm arrived home shortly afterwards, around 9, and then immediately sent our butler, Mr. Havelock, to notify the police. We stayed up waiting for any contact from the kidnappers, but there was nothing.
You said you arrived home first. Where were you last night?
Oh, I was visiting with some of my friends. We gathered at one of their homes for a concert.
I see. And your husband?
He was at the social club with his friends as well, I believe.
Wait a minute. I know this attitude all too well. This woman is hiding something.
Yeah, she's
most
not being
likely
really
from her
truthful.
husband. I doubt it's voices from beyond the grave. So the question is, what's her secret?
She's a bit like Enola Holmes. I can see it, yeah. She's faking it? You think she kidnapped and or murdered her own child?
What can you tell me about Mrs. Davis?
Well, she's worked for us since Charles was born, a little over 6 months ago.
How did you come to employ her?
Malcolm's mother had a friend whose daughter she used to care for. She came highly recommended. We've never had any problems with her. She's always been a dream.
Where is she now?
In her room, I would guess. With Charles missing, there's little for her to do.
Where might I find her room?
There's a small building just around the back of the manor. Hers is the 4th door from the left.
Oh, I was gonna say something. Then I forgot about it. I don't remember. Hi, Chip. Hello, hello. I just realized, I just remembered that I don't have to go out for a walk before I go to bed tonight, and I'm very excited. I'm looking forward to that.
Can you think of any reason why your son would be a target for kidnapping?
It could be that someone wants our money, or some lunatic who's angry about the new airship. My husband's an investor, and my father-in-law owns the company building it, you see. I just don't know, Mr. Fordham. Frankly, the fact that something like this could even happen is just terrifying.
I found this bit of torn fabric by the broken window. Do you know anything about it?
No, I've never seen it before. Do you think it was left by the kidnapper?
Perhaps. Did the initials SS mean anything to you?
No, I can't think of anyone or anything I know with those initials.
That's a very quick answer. I would have had to think about it for a little moment.
Tell me about your son.
Charles is our only child. He's such a good boy. Never makes a fuss. Always very sweet. Oh, Charles, you must be so frightened out there without your mother. Oh, please, Mr. Ford.
I'm just gonna go out and say it.
You have to bring him home.
I think that this child spends
do my
more
best.
time with his nanny than he does with his parents. I'm just saying.
Tell me a bit about yourself, Mrs. Harris.
Mr. Fordham, my son has been kidnapped and is out there alone, terrified and confused. What could I possibly tell you that would make any difference to you finding him?
I suppose you're right, Mrs. Harris. My apologies if I upset you. That's all for now, Mrs. Harris.
Very well.
Oh, we're gonna find out things about you, don't you worry.
Miles, didn't you notice something a bit strange about the Harrises?
Quite a few things, actually. What are you referring to?
Their son was just kidnapped, yet they're each on their own side of the sitting room. Not comforting each other, not crying together. Nothing.
They're stuck-up rich people. Not exactly the type to show emotion.
Miles, you know I'm the most cynical person there is when it comes to their type. But this isn't normal behavior, even for snobs. This goes deeper than saving face. There's something going on between them. I think you should find out what.
I will.
Fancy. Some poor servant's probably gonna get a flogging for leaving it in here, though. Who in their right mind would need that many drawers?
You can never have too many drawers.
Let's see what we have here. A very poorly written letter addressed to Mr. Harris.
I don't suppose it's a letter of admiration.
On the contrary, the author seems quite upset.
This is your weekly reminder of how much I hate you. Because of you, my wife is dead. My wife was a wonderful woman, and you have taken her from me. I hope you suffer as much as I have. Arthur Devons.
Nothing else of note in any of the drawers.
Oh well, at least we got to play a rousing game of Search the Rich People's Dresser. Wardrobes are usually always full of wonderfully dark secrets.
Mine isn't.
An empty suitcase. I suppose Mr. Harris must travel every now and then. One thing is for certain, Mr. Harris uses entirely too much starch on his shirts. Mr. Harris's color selection is almost as drab as yours.
Let's see if there's anything of interest in any of the pockets.
So, Mr. Harris is a fan of the ponies, is he? I'm sure that's not causing him any trouble at all.
Is that horse's name Obsessive?
Yeah, it seems like this is where Mrs. Harris keeps her unmentionables. I like the ones with the frills and the stitched cat. Paperwork and receipts. Nothing particularly interesting here. More lacy underthings. I wonder which Harris they belong to. Oh, another four-poster. The Harris family certainly makes no secret of their wealth.
I wish I had a bed like this. I would have it with the flowy things, though. The thing is, he made a comment on the last flowy thing side bed that we saw, and he said that it was too claustrophobic.
Painting of the
Not me.
city. Probably the only time the Harris family sees any of the other boroughs. It looks like a pile of women's clothes. Must belong to Mrs. Harris.
I'm sure walk-in closet has built-in drawers on their shelves like a poor. I wish I had a walk-in closet.
Look at that.
The kid has a toy chest. Of course. Yeah, the kidnapper left the child's blanket.
Welcome back, friend. Sorry.
Look, you can see.
That would make it right.
Yeah, we need to go to the balcony.
Be careful not to cut. The Harris family certainly. I wonder if they use the balcony.
Not allowed to.
I have some questions for you, Mr. Harris.
Yes, of course.
You're playing around with that AI image generation stuff. You're making a crucifix full of elderly people, but they're all emo and or goth. That is horrible.
Tell me everything you can about the kidnapping.
I don't know much. I was out last night while it happened.
Where had you been previously?
I was out with friends. My wife
Are
can
they
verify the
both
time
cheating?
I arrived home.
It seems hiding something from your spouse is an activity both Harrises partake in.
I found this letter in your bedroom. What can you tell me about it?
You went through our things?
I'm a private investigator,
Trying to
Mr.
find
Harris.
your
Part
child.
of my job.
Of all the insolence!
You're upset, I know, but do you want me to find your son or don't you?
Yes, of course I do. That letter was sent to me by mistake. It was written to my father. Well, if you can even call that writing.
Have I ever mentioned how much I hate rich people? Because I really hate rich people.
I get it.
Your father. Doesn't he own the company building the new airship?
Yes, that's right. He's been receiving many letters just like that one since the Lygia disaster. But that Devons fellow in particular has sent one every week, along with a bag of chicken bones and dust.
How peculiar.
Not only that, he leads a daily protest in front of the construction yard where the HMS Lenore is being built, trying to halt production. My God! How did I not see this before?
See what?
Devons! He has a grudge against this family because of what happened with the Lygia. I'd put money on him being involved with the kidnapping somehow, as a form of retaliation.
Nah, too obvious.
I'll just have to speak with Mr. Devons and see for myself.
Keep in mind, the actual person that was responsible in the last case was the last person we met. It's not going to be the first suspect.
I found this bit of torn fabric by the broken window.
Also, SS.
Do you know anything about it?
Nah.
Looks like it came from a piece of clothing. Possibly a jacket.
Did the initials SS mean anything to you?
Maybe? I can't really say. You'll have to excuse me, Mr. Fordham. I've got quite a lot on my mind right now. If I can think of anything, I'll be sure to let you know.
Mr. Harris, what can you tell me about these?
What? How did you...
Listen, I'm trying to help you and your family. I can't do it if I don't get the entire truth.
Do you think we could discuss this somewhere more private?
I suppose we could.
Good. Let's move to the nursery then.
He's so fucking sus.
Sit tight, Mrs. Harris.
Okay.
Shall we continue our conversation, Mr. Harris?
Yes, of course.
Now that your wife is out of earshot, tell me about the kidnapping and what these betting stubs have to do with it.
Right. As I said before, it had already happened when I got home. I had just come from spending the evening at the Meadows.
I see. I take it your wife isn't impressed by your hobby?
I promised her weeks ago that I would stop going, but I've had such a good streak lately. The last thing I wanted was to upset her further, yet it would be foolish of me to just give up on something so promising.
Can you think of anyone who might want to do you harm by taking your son?
Several, I'm afraid.
Go on.
I haven't exactly had the best of luck, Mr. Fordham. That's why this latest streak was so important to me. The truth is, I've gambled away most of my money. I've had to take out several loans so Miriam doesn't get suspicious. If she ever found out, it would be over. I can't lose her, Mr. Fordham. I just can't.
Where have I heard this before? You know, things would be so much easier if people just talked to each other.
I've tried doing
Imagine.
business above board, but lately I've had to seek other resources.
What do you mean?
I was forced to visit a lending office. The owner was a rather shady Sambo, but I figured he'd be easier to deal with than the usual sheenies that run those type of places.
Can you believe this guy? Maybe we should just leave the kid be. He'd probably be better raised by wolves.
Who was the owner?
Mr. LeFay. I didn't bother to get his first name. His business is an abattoir row in Chumley. Horrid place, but I was desperate.
You think this Mr. LeFay may have taken your son as collateral?
Let's just say there isn't much those type of people wouldn't do to put a crown in their pocket.
I will enjoy it immensely if LeFay is the kidnapper. I'm just gonna say, I will enjoy it immensely if LeFay is charged with kidnapping. That's all. Speaking to your spouse? The horror.
Tell me about your son.
Charles is a good boy. Very quiet. Miriam had wanted a child almost from the moment we married. You know how women are when they have their hearts set on something. I
Young
saw
women,
no need to
am I
rush,
right?
but...
Nice to know you're not the only one. Hey, Miles.
The first 2 times Miriam was with child, she suffered some unfortunate accidents. She was
Do
devastated.
you think that they were
can
accidents,
imagine.
or do you think that he
So when
drugged her?
Charles finally came along, he
To
turned out to be
cause a
quite a
miscarriage.
blessing. I can't imagine what sort of depraved madman would take him from us like this. You must find him, Mr. Fordham.
I intend to, Mr. Harris. Tell me about yourself.
There isn't much to tell, really. My life has been fairly well publicized in the newspapers.
Let's pretend for a moment that I skip over the society pages.
Well, I'm an investor. My father Clyde runs Harris Construction Company, which I will someday inherit. Any other details about me are fairly trivial nonsense, I think.
How goes the construction of the new airship?
There have been some complications, but nothing we can't handle.
Could you be a bit more specific?
Well, I already told you about the trouble with protesters at the yard, and we're blocked pending Royal Maverick's review of the safety regulations for the prototype etheric diffusion engines. Agitators and red tape aside, we should still be on schedule to have the Lenore finished and in the air by the end of the year. But really, Mr. Fordham, what the deuce does this have to do with finding Charles?
He has a point, you know.
Those are all the
I'm
questions
just
I
trying
have
to
for
get
now.
the full picture.
All right. If you don't mind, Mr. Fordham, I'm going back to the living room. I don't want Miriam getting suspicious.
You said, can we talk about this more discreetly, and brought me into the nursery. She has every right to be suspicious.
Sit tight, Mrs.
Come in.
She seems delightful already.
Good day to you, ma'am. I'm Miles Fordham, a private investigator. I'm looking into the kidnapping of Charles Harris. Are you Mrs. Davis?
I am. Oh, bless the spirits. They've sent someone to help at last.
Another Harris hand-me-down, no doubt. You'd think they would have washed it first. Seems like that boiler's the only thing in here that's less than 10 years old. My mother had a pewter teapot as well. Always made the tea taste funny. That chest is full of undressed dolls? What the hell is wrong with this old bat? It's a spirit reaching out to a very frightened man. Possibly the fakest looking photo I've ever seen. Painting of a tower on a Scottish moor. I wish I'd been able to make it over there.
Get to out him to her. I mean, not yet.
This looks like a mourning portrait
I'm
of a
sure
young
we
woman.
will.
Probably a relative of Mrs. Davis. Painting of a misty forest with a cemetery in the background. Cheery stuff. Her Majesty Queen Jessica. This was clearly painted a long time ago. Pretty distinguished looking gentleman. Handsome. Good fashion sense. Wonder who he is. These are all books on spiritualism and the occult. Mrs. Davis doesn't seem to have many other hobbies.
Spiritualism and naked dolls?
Boy taking a nap under a tree while his dog runs around in the distance. That brings back some good memories. The Harris family doesn't seem to hold the comfort of their servants in very high regard. I think a bed of nails would be an improvement.
Okay, I think that's what we can look at.
I have some questions for you, Mrs. Davis.
All right.
Tell me about the kidnapping of Charles Harris.
Oh dear, may the spirits forgive me. I feel so awful. Charlie was my responsibility, and I failed.
Mrs. Davis, that is beside the point. What's important now is finding him and bringing him home. To do that, I need your full cooperation.
Oh, you're right, Mr. Fordham. I'm sorry. I just need to collect my thoughts, get the negative vibrations out of my mind.
Yeah, we
Now,
only want
what
positive
specifically
vibrations.
would you like to know?
We only want the good vibrations, if you know what I'm talking about.
What time did the kidnapping occur?
I'm not entirely sure. I know I was in the nursery having a cup of tea about 8:30. I remember feeling very drowsy. I must have passed out then because the next thing I knew, I was being woken by Mrs. Harris. To think, whoever took Charlie did it while I was in the room. Oh, may the spirits grant me peace.
Do you happen to take any sort of sleep medications or soporifics?
Oh, dear me, no.
I think
Those
she was
types of
drugged.
drugs cloud the mind and make it impossible to tune into the ether.
You say that as though it were a bad thing.
I beg your pardon?
Apologies, I spoke out of turn.
Hitachi level vibrations, hell yeah. Hi, Sven!
Can you think of anyone who would have wanted to take the child?
Child.
I'm not one to gossip, but I am quite sensitive to the energy and vibrations that people give off. I get the impression that Mr. and Mrs. Harris aren't very happy in their marriage.
Ah, come on. Anyone could have picked up on that. Anyone except you, that is.
Mr. Harris likes to stay out late and not take his wife with him. I can't remember the last time they went out together. I don't know
They're
what he
cheating.
gets up to, but it's possible he may have made
Thanks
some
for lurking,
enemies.
Dan. Sorry, excuse me.
Can you think of any reason why someone would want to kidnap Charles?
It might have been for money, but last I heard, there was no demand for a ransom. I honestly don't know why this happened, Mr. Fordham. I just hope you find the poor child. He must be scared to death.
I found this piece of torn fabric in the nursery. Does it look familiar to you?
No, it doesn't. I'm sorry.
I forgive you.
That's a lovely portrait. Who is it of?
That is my late husband, Jonathan.
I see. My condolences.
Thank you, dear. But he had a good, long life.
Who did you say that portrait was of?
That is my late husband, Jonathan.
I see. I couldn't help but notice that chest full of dolls in the corner.
Oh, that. Oh, I know it must look a bit strange, but I pick up old and broken dolls so they can be repaired and donated to orphanages. It's my way of giving back to the community and helping poor children who have nothing to play with.
Well, what a kind
That is sweet,
soul.
but
I wish she would find less creepy ways to express her altruism.
why are they undressed? I got an achievement called Not What It Looks Like.
How long have you worked as a nanny?
Only a few years. I never had to work when I was married. My husband had a lot of money. Unfortunately,
That's a dream.
He was in great debt. And after the spirits took him back to the ether, I wasn't left with much. So I began working as a nanny to make ends meet.
You're genuinely concerned.
I
There's
consider
something off
taking
about
care of
her.
Children a reward in its own right.
I don't think that she's responsible. I don't think she's responsible for the kidnapping, but there's something
Thank you
off
for your
about
time,
her.
Mrs. Davis.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Don't trust her. Please don't take this the wrong way.
I'll be going now, Mrs. Davis.
May the spirits guide your path.
I don't feel like you give off trophy wife energy. What do you mean? Why? I could be a stay-at-home trophy wife. I'd be okay with that.
And so we say to Harris and his cronies, no, we will not stand for this. Too many have died to allow this to continue. Steam tech must be stopped.
As a guy
The
who's
time
fired
has
to
come
trophy wife energy,
reject
right?
Steam machines. They take our jobs, they take our families, they take our lives. We won't stand for this injustice any longer.
The Redditors.
Well, someone certainly wasn't shy about making their opinion known.
Pardon me, are you Arthur Devons by any chance?
Yes. Who are you?
Miles Fordham, private investigator. Could I ask you a few questions?
Guess so, yeah.
Why are you out here protesting?
Because what Harris Construction is doing ain't right. I lost my wife in the Lygia crash, and I'm not the only one, neither. Hundreds of people were affected by that disaster, and now these bastards are making another airship. It's like a slap in the face to everyone who died. I just can't understand it.
What do you hope to accomplish by protesting?
Simple. We want construction of the Lenore stopped, and a full investigation into the Lygia disaster. Not only that, we want compensation for our losses. Royal Maverick took care of all the families of those on board, but the families of the ones in the park didn't get a single copper. It just isn't fair. We aim to make things right.
I agree
After
that isn't fair.
It'll just be a matter of time before people realize that there's no future in steam tech, and they'll call the whole thing off.
Ah, the innocence of the downtrodden. I wish I could be as naive as them. It would have made my life a lot easier.
You must have loved your wife very much.
Are you joking? I loved her more than there are stars in the sky. She was my whole world, Mr. Fordham, the light of my life. It's been nothing but cold and dark since she was killed. You're married, aren't you, Mr. Fordham? I see a ring on your finger.
I am, yes.
Then take my advice. Appreciate every moment you have with her. You never know when she'll be ripped out of your life, leaving you with nothing.
You know, this fellow was actually pretty wise. Maybe we misjudged him.
There's not enough unnatural hair colors in that picture, Winfrey. Not enough unnatural hair colors and not enough band t-shirts. No matter how old they are.
You recognize this letter, Mr. Devons?
How'd you get that? That wasn't meant for you.
I found it at the home of Mr. Malcolm Harris. He tells me you've been sending quite a few of these to his father.
Me and everyone else what had someone killed by that devil machine. I'm not the only one, you know.
Perhaps not, but he told me you were the most persistent.
Too hardwired that old people have gray hair. Oof. I have a feeling that I'm gonna have red hair until I go gray, and then I'm just gonna embrace the gray hair and just be a gray-haired badass.
What have you got against the Harris family?
The family? Don't know nothing about the family. The only one I got a problem with is Clyde Harris, the one who owns this yard. He's just like all those other rich bastards with their heads in the clouds. The man don't care about the dead. He just wants to make as much money as he can. I'm just trying to make him realize how wrong he is.
Do you know anything about the kidnapping of Charles Harris?
Charles Harris? Who's that?
Clyde Harris's grandson.
I didn't even know he had a grandson. I can't believe someone with a grandkid, a family, would want more flying death in the air. How many more people have to die before someone realizes that steam machines are evil? People will kill their own mams for a crown these days.
Mr. Harris told me you send a bag of chicken bones and dust along with your letters. Why is that?
Chicken bones? Dust? Nah, that's not right. I've only sent letters.
Are you certain of that?
Yes, as sure as I'm standing here.
Right. And I'm the queen. I get the feeling this guy will crack if we figure out what the significance of his little gift is.
Your mom dyed her hair until she was 63 or so, then she really made her headaches, migraines worse. Oof. My mom did the same. She was a little younger than that when she decided to stop dyeing it. I think she was like... Wait, how old is my mom? I think she was like 55 or so when she stopped dyeing her hair. She dyed her hair with red henna for like 40 years. And then she stopped. And then she went to the hairdresser and was like, hey, make me gray. Please match my roots and make my hair as close to my growing out gray hair as possible. And it was weird. It was weird to see her with gray hair for the first time in my life because she'd always had like the same, like reddish shade of henna. And then suddenly she went gray, and it was like, holy shit, my mom is getting old. I don't like it. Make it stop. They didn't get it like gray, but it was pretty close. It wasn't actually like bad at all. Restore her youth. I wish.
Does this piece of fabric look familiar to you?
Looks like it came from some fancy jacket. The type you'd expect to see on the snobs in Leon. I could never afford clothes like that in a million years.
You seem very dedicated to your cause.
I'll take that as a compliment, Mr. Fordham.
There's quite a lot of people who are against steam tech, aren't there?
Yes, the movement is gaining ground and growing rapidly, I'm pleased to say.
I've heard stories about some more extreme members. Do you know anything about that?
You mean the Redites? Sure, I've heard of them. Even met a few. But if you think I'm telling you anything else beyond that, you're sorely mistaken.
Are you a member of the Redites, Mr. Devons?
No. I prefer more peaceful methods of making my voice heard. Now, if you don't mind, I think we should drop the subject.
Good day to you, Mr. Devons.
You too, Mr. Fordham.
Don't these people have jobs they need to go to? Don't these people...
Clyde Harris has no concern for the people who died aboard the Lygia or their families.
But the way this gate is set up, I think trespassers should get an award for being able to breach the fortress. Elect Hart Leroy, the man of the people. I think that's preaching to the choir around here. I suddenly remembered a joke. What's the difference between the HMS Lenore and Chief Snelling? One is a greatly disliked and untrustworthy sack of hot air, and the other is the HMS Lenore. Now that is an impressive piece of machinery. Rich people really do like making others aware of what's theirs, don't they?
Yeah, why else do they own things? Okay. Your friend put
Hello,
red
sir.
hat on her.
Welcome
Thinking he
to
was
LaFay
temporary.
Lenders. I'm the owner, Chester LaFay. Are you looking to take out a loan?
Not today, I'm afraid. I'm Miles Fordham, a private investigator.
He came from bright gold and
Look,
blonde.
I don't know what you've heard, but I run a clean business here. I don't need any trouble.
And I'm not here to cause any, for the moment.
Just keep your nose where it belongs. We should get along fine.
Your dog is such a princess, she won't be satisfied and need her dog food unless she has a full bowl. If it gets close to empty, she's gonna such shit. That's very cute.
Do you suppose LaFay turns the heat up to put some pressure on his clients?
It was very cute.
Must be soothing for LaFay to be able to look at this landscape while he sits at his desk.
I love the way he says LaFay.
He actually has a degree in business from the University of New Britannia? What a waste. LaFay with a woman and a small girl. I wouldn't have taken him for a family man. A crew escaping a shipwreck on a violent sea. Not the most comforting painting to look at while waiting for a loan. I shudder to think how many people's financial freedoms are locked away in that cabinet. That's the latest model Computron. They don't come cheap. LaFay must be doing pretty well for himself.
Mr. LaFay, I'd like to ask you some questions.
Fine, but keep it brief.
Tell me what you know about Malcolm Harris.
Ah, Mr. Harris. Took out a loan about a month ago. Still hasn't paid me back. In fact, he sent along a letter yesterday, saying he was having an emergency and needed more time. I probably should have refused to do business with him. As soon as he walked through the door, I could tell his type.
What type is that?
Upper class, bored with his life, trying to escape and doing it through vice. In his case, gambling.
This guy is good. Maybe you can pursue money lending if the whole private investigator thing doesn't work out.
But for some reason, I pitied him and decided to give him the loan anyway. Compassion isn't exactly an asset in this business, you see.
Nothing to worry about in your case, then.
Aside from that, I don't know anything about him. I prefer to keep how much I know about my clients to a minimum. Makes things easier for me.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy. I mean, if she's listening, Sarah, probably. Could you keep your secret from you every time we click onto your task manager, CPU usage drops? It does the same for me. It's like it's hiding something as soon as I open task manager to look at what it's doing.
Are you aware that Malcolm's son, Charles, was kidnapped last night?
I had no idea he even had a son. As I said, I don't ask my clients too many personal questions. Though now you've told me, I suppose that would explain the emergency he mentioned in his letter. Poor guy.
Exactly how much did Mr. Harris borrow from you?
Is that relevant to your investigation?
He's probably not allowed to tell me
how
this.
much he owes you, yes.
He shouldn't be.
I don't feel comfortable telling you the exact amount, but I will say it was over 500 crowns.
A considerable sum.
Like I said, I probably shouldn't have done it, but I'll get the money back one way or another.
What does that mean? You think he's the kidnapper who's gonna ask for a ransom?
What's your policy regarding people who don't pay their loans back?
There are a few options. For the first 3 months or so, I'll send them a letter reminding them. After that, I start to threaten them with legal action. You wouldn't believe some of the things people do to avoid paying back their loans. One client went so far as to fake his own death.
Do you ever employ any more unusual methods?
Now wait just a minute. I see where this is going. Mr. Fordham, I'm a family man myself. If you're implying that I would stoop to kidnapping someone's child as collateral...
I never said that, Mr. LeFay.
Look, I have a family to consider. I'm not about to go getting my hands dirty when there's plenty of legitimate ways to handle the situation.
Take a look at this piece of fabric. Does it look familiar to you?
Sure, it looks like it came from a jacket. In fact, yes, it's the same fabric as the jacket I'm wearing.
Mm-hmm.
Would you mind if I took a look at your jacket?
Sure, not a problem. Here.
Sarah! It's payday. Thank you so much for the 9 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's really very, very, very kind. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is cooperative of him, but I don't think it's his exact jacket, but it's probably bought in the same place. Because this isn't missing anything, is it? This
No
is
tears in mine, huh?
Not a one. You clearly take good care of your clothing.
I don't mean to discourage you, Mr. Fordham, but I've seen a lot of people with this style of jacket. Hell, even Malcolm has one. I remember he was wearing it when he came in here.
I see. Thank you for the information, Mr. LeFay. I've got some more questions.
Go ahead, then.
Tell me a bit about yourself and your business, Mr. LeFay.
What's to tell? I lend people money, they pay me back.
Surely it's not that simple.
Well, of course I charge interest, otherwise I'd never make a profit. I know people don't look upon the service I provide very favorably, but without my help, there would be a lot more unhappiness in the world.
How did you go about starting up this business?
I didn't. My former employer, Mr. Roth, left it to me when he passed.
That was rather good of him.
Yes, well, he didn't have any heirs, and he considered me to be the son he never had. He was fond of my family, too. I try and keep my work and home life as far away from each other as I can, though. There's a lot of things in this line of work that my wife and daughter are better off not knowing about.
I think that's all for now.
Oh, Mr. Fordham. Oh, thank God you're back.
What's going on?
Hello.
Our butler just brought this in. He found it stuck to the gate outside.
Lanfer! Lanfer, thank you so much! Thank you for doing a tier 2 for 3 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's the thing now. I think it's random whether or not it, like... It can't be random. It can't be random. I don't know. I don't know how... I don't know. I don't know is my very helpful answer. But I'm very grateful. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Fari, stop. Stop it. You're allowed to miss her. You're not allowed to do anything about it. Harris family, we have your son. If you ever want to see him again, you must stop building the new airship. We are not joking. Is this the same handwriting? It's the same, like, misspelling of things as the guy. The other letters.
I have some questions for you, Mr. Harris.
Yes, of course.
What is your opinion of this ransom note?
It's obvious who sent it, Mr. Fordham. Why are you wasting your time here? Go arrest Mr. Devons!
Those are all the questions I had for now.
All right.
Maybe you should change Kinter to just, like, send a text. How dare you?
I have some questions for you if you're up to answering. Did you read the ransom note?
No, Malcolm wouldn't let me. He said I was already too upset.
That's all for now, Mrs. Harris.
Very well.
Women. And their emotions. You gotta protect
Nothing else
her
of note in any of the...
from seeing things or feeling things. God, women. I learned nothing.
Maybe she did change. Best to find out.
Don't. Do not encourage this man. You don't know what you're doing.
We will not just stand by
Thank you for
and
the
watch
bits, Joe.
another bringer of fiery death hover over
You do
us.
not know what you're doing.
Mr. Devons?
Yes?
She did break down crying the first time we met her. Her son had been kidnapped! She's allowed to cry!
Mr. Devons, can you tell me about this note?
Thank
I've never
you,
seen
Sarah.
that before in my life.
Thank you.
Are you sure about that?
Absolutely. It's as I told you. I had nothing to do with that boy's kidnapping. I didn't even know he existed until you told me. Remember?
You could have been lying about that.
And that note conveniently showed up right after you had that conversation. Let him stew in his own lies. His unique way of spelling is all the evidence we need to tie him to the note.
I don't think that he kidnapped
Very
the
well,
kid.
Mr. Devons? Or did
I
ask?
think that he
Good day to you, Mr.
he
Devons.
wrote the note after
Mr. Fordham.
finding out that the kid has been kidnapped as a way to capitalize on it to make them stop building the ship.
Mark my words. The HMS Lenore
But I do not think
will
that he's the kidnapper.
not fly!
Hello again, Mr. Fordham.
Hello, Mrs. Davis.
I have some questions for you, Mrs. Davis.
All right.
Who did you say that portrait was of?
That is my late husband, Jonathan.
I see.
Thank you.
Thank you for...
I wonder why I can keep asking that.
The late Mr. Davis. I wonder if he ever smiled.
Isn't that weird? You've never been able to do that before.
All right.
Who did you say?
Thank
you
for your...
Weird.
I'll be going now, Mrs.
Weird. Oh. Mean woman is
Hello,
gone.
dearest. I have returned.
Hello, Miles.
What do you mean? Why are you using my name? I don't do that.
Addie?
What do you need, dear?
I'd forgotten how good you are at écarté. You absolutely destroyed me the other night.
As I recall, you used to hold your own pretty well.
We should have another match soon. That way I can hone my skills.
Yes, we should. As long as you can concentrate, I'm sure you'll get as good as you used to be.
Maybe she'll remember at some point if you asked 27 times. Maybe. You wonder what the husband's death resulted in? Mm-hmm, me too.
You weren't kidding about business picking up. You're averaging what, about 3 appointments per day?
More like 5. I told you, debutante ball season's busy.
Doesn't it get tiresome?
Not really. You'd be surprised at the sort of gossip I hear from my clients. I don't know what it is, but they just open up to me and tell me all kinds of personal things. You sure you don't want me to give you a trim?
I'm fine for now, dear. Thank you. I can't believe the nerve of that narrow-minded old cow.
Who, Mrs. Delacroix? She's actually one of my nicest clients.
I don't know how you can tolerate her. If I were you, I'd strike her off my list.
If I did that for every one of my clients who thought the
Twiggie,
same as her,
stop
I'd
it.
be out of a job.
Okay.
That's just the
Stop
way
it.
it is.
Maybe so, but it doesn't make it any less infuriating.
Mikey! Holy shit, man, I can't believe it's been 65 months. I know I say this every single month. I know I say this every month because of how long it's been, but I can't believe it's been that long. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. That's a long time. I am not gonna stop it. You can't make me. You cannot make me. Thank you, Mikey. I appreciate it.
How are things going with you?
I'm a bit worried about some rumors I've been hearing.
Oh?
They're saying it won't be long before automated hairdressing devices are available to the public. Once that happens, it's going to be tough for me to keep getting jobs.
Automated hairdressing devices? How would those even work? Do they read your mind?
Doubtful. More than likely they'll have some kind of settings or just give everyone the same type of hairstyle.
I wouldn't worry too much, Addie. You're the best hairdresser in town. I doubt people will place their trust in some contraption over you.
You underestimate my clientele, Miles. They're mostly all rich socialites whose hobbies are buying the most expensive and modern things just to outdo their peers. They'll be sending their servants to line up for days before the things are released.
Perhaps, but they'll come running back to you once the machines stop working. You'll see.
I certainly hope so.
I'll let you get back to your book.
Oh. You question your sanity every month? I know, I question your sanity too.
I'm heading out for now.
Give my regards to Constance.
Maybe we should go back to Constance.
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm listening.
How's work going?
Hectic as usual. Crime in this city seems to be getting worse and worse every day.
I suppose that's the price of progress.
God help us if they ever actually discover that ethericity stuff then. Things between you and Adelaide getting any better?
I'm really not sure. They haven't gotten worse, but things haven't been the same between us since Bill died.
Well, you need to figure things out, or everything is just going to explode in your face one of these days.
Thanks for the vote of confidence, Upton.
I'm merely speaking from experience. If I'd seen the warning signs of Harold sooner, it would have saved me quite the headache. At least your marriage seems like it's still worth saving.
What's the other case you mentioned? The one you said was a higher priority.
Well, it seems we might have a mass murderer on our hands.
You don't say.
That's right. I didn't say because I shouldn't say. But so far, we've had 3 murders with a very similar MO in the past 2 months.
We read about 2 of them in a
Someone is
newspaper,
trying his
right?
hardest to keep it under wraps since the newspapers already caught wind of the first 2.
See, I read the
don't envy
newspaper, I read the
department
lore.
there. I'm happy to stick with the missing persons and domestic disputes. Can we go over my current case?
Of course. What have you got?
Hey, FLC.
I found this torn piece of fabric at the crime scene. It's got an emblem with some initials on it.
I recognize that emblem. It's from Solomon Stitching, a little tailor shop in Lyon. My ex-husband had several jackets from there.
Sorry to dredge up old memories, but do you remember where they're located?
I believe it's on the corner of Bonneville Street and Surratt Avenue.
Fantastic. You're helpful as always, Upton. I spoke with Henrietta Davis, the Harris family nanny.
A sensible place to start. What did she have to say?
She claims to have been unconscious when the kidnapping took place.
She must be an extremely heavy sleeper.
I don't believe so. The way she described it made it sound like she was drugged.
Interesting. Definitely worth looking into, I'd say.
That's enough about the case for now.
Okay.
That's it, I think.
Then you'd better get back to it.
Let's go to the stitchery. New location, let's go!
Good day to you, sir. Welcome to Solomon Stitching. I'm Jonah Solomon. Please let me know if I can help you with anything.
Quite the selection, but I doubt the typical clientele of this place buys off the rack. Isaac Samuels, the prime minister who freed the slaves. They say even his enemies wept on the day he died. I sure hope I get to meet him someday. That coat is so dull. I always prefer the ones with a bit more color. The design of that coat looks awfully familiar.
Sure does.
This guy has been in business forever. My grandmother had one like that. I think it was meant to be relaxing, but it always felt like my time was running out.
There's
Now that
nothing
it has,
relaxing.
Well, it actually is
No.
relaxing. Go figure.
There's nothing relaxing about the sound of a ticking clock. I can't stand it.
That cloth will be a garment soon. A vest, by the looks of it. Or maybe I'm completely wrong, and it's a treasure map. Judging from the position and the lock, this is likely where Mr. Solomon keeps his money. Impressive collection of pattern books. I wish I'd known about this guy when I was alive. I'd have asked him to make me a suit for my funeral.
I hate it. Use a ticking clock to fall asleep? I hate it so much. Holy shit. If there's a ticking clock in any room that I can hear when I'm trying to fall asleep, I have to take the batteries out. I cannot stand it.
Mr. Solomon?
Yes, sir. How may I be of service? Oh, let me guess. You're looking to replace that old coat. It looks like it's got quite a few stories it could tell me.
You should listen to the man, Miles. He clearly knows what he's talking about.
Not today, I'm afraid. There's still a few more stories it has left to tell. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions.
Questions? Very well, but if they aren't about tailoring, I don't know how much help I'll be.
I don't want to hear them at all. I don't ever want to hear a clock. Rain or storm ambience to sleep. I don't like to listen to anything like that when I sleep. The sound of rain or storm makes me anxious. An ad break literally just started, so we're gonna chill here for a second without talking to this guy so people don't miss out on anything. You don't want to hear them when you try to sleep. I just don't want to hear them ever. In my grandfather's house, he had 2 clocks in the living room. One was like a big old grandfather clock that like had this big ringing sound every half hour, which is horrendous. And then he had one other like smaller clock in the living room that was a backwards clock, which he only had because my grandfather really loved stuff like that. He loved stuff like weird things. Or like things that were like homemade but worked. Like mechanical stuff or whatever. He was very creative and he was very good. Like he was very smart. So he would like make his own stuff and shit like that. So he had this clock in the living room that was backwards for some reason. Which is surprisingly difficult to read quickly. As it turns out. All the clocks your grandfather owned were grandfather clocks. Sure. Burp track. The only thing I listen to when I fall asleep, like I will listen to like a TV show or like a podcast or something like that, or a stream. I'll listen to stuff like that. But that's it. Cannot listen to stuff like a clock. I don't like listening to like rain or thunder or stormy stuff. I don't like it. I know that like listening to especially rain and thunder sounds are like very popular for people to fall asleep to, but it just makes me anxious. It just makes me anxious. Anything that reminds me of storms has always made me anxious. I don't like heavy weather. He voices Joey from Blackwell Legacy. Are the Blackwell games voice acted, Isa? Because I bought them. I bought all of them. They were in a bundle. And I've heard a couple of people like really rave about them. So I bought them. Sorry, my ears hurt today and I don't know why. Ugh. They're fully voice acted? It does make it a little bit more appealing to just stream through all of them. You linked the bundle a few years ago? Yeah, I bought them! I own all the Blackwell games. I've heard very, very good things about them. Don't understand how people deliberately watch shows to fall asleep. Your brain wants to follow the story. I cannot. Dude, every single time. This happens particularly if I don't, like, have some other form of stimuli. But if I'm just sitting there watching a movie or watching a TV show without doing anything else, I will fall asleep. I will fall asleep. Like, immediately. I can't, like, just sit and watch a movie without falling asleep. I don't know why. But it means that it's very easy for me to, like, if I'm struggling to fall asleep, can usually put on, like, a show or something. Alright, I have one piece of dirt under my nail and I just want to get that. I got it. Never watched a movie. No, I want to watch movies with you though, Mikey. I wanna watch movies with you. I watched Knives Out. I fell asleep. I just got like half an hour into the movie and I was just sleeping. I don't know why. I don't know why. The first one. I haven't watched the second one, but Your friend falls asleep to episodes of The Office? I can definitely easily fall asleep to The Office. Definitely. I can fall asleep to, like, any show that I've seen before, I fall asleep to very easily. Because of his stupid accent, it's so incredibly stupid. His accent bothered me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. It bothered me a little bit. I'm clearly having a blast. Oh yeah, he was enjoying himself a lot. No, but it was a good movie. And then, like, I woke up, and then I didn't sleep again. But, I don't know. It relaxes me a lot to just watch movies without doing anything else. But it means that if I'm ever, like, watching a movie with someone, I will probably be sleeping. So you're just gonna have to put up with that. You're just gonna have to accept. If we ever watch a movie together, I'll probably sleep.
This is a nice shop you have. I never even knew it existed.
Well, better late than never, I always say. Life has a funny way of always taking us where we need to go in the end.
True. Although I think it's easy to miss out on things from time to time.
Oh, of course. It's easy to overlook the details, but in the grand scheme of things, you'll end up where you need to be. And in this case, you ended up here. So, please, feel free to take a look around. Let me know if you find anything you like.
I found this piece of torn fabric with your emblem on it. Can you tell me anything about it?
Yes. Brown, wool, houndstooth. This is from one of the more popular jackets I sell.
And here I thought my ability to name ales within 5 seconds of tasting them was good. This fella has me beat.
Do you have any of them in stock currently?
Well, sure. I've got one on the display dummy over there.
Is there any way you can tell me who you've sold them to?
Oh, I don't think so. I've sold at least 20 in the past month. As I said, it's a very popular style.
We talked like him for a week. I believe it.
How did you get into this business, Mr. Solomon?
I was always good with a needle and thread. When I was a boy in Poland, I would help my mother with her sewing. Then, during the war with Russia, I fixed uniforms and stitched up wounds. Not long after that, I moved to Vespuccia, settled here.
All you can hear is the clock. I'm sorry.
My first shop was in the Chum, but thankfully, I was very successful and was able to move to Lyon. I won't lie to you, this location is much, much nicer. It's refreshing to not have to step over drunken hobos when I open and close the shop.
Oh, but that's part of the charm of owning a business in the Chum.
Not much else to say beyond that. My business is my life.
You seem very dedicated.
I literally
to your
turned the volume
That's
down
right.
for myself.
You won't see any of that
So I
newfangled
wouldn't hear the clock just
steam-powered
now.
nonsense in here. Everything is done by hand and with care. I use only the finest quality materials and stitch every thread myself. And that's the way it's gonna stay as long as I'm around. It's worked for 45 years. There's no reason to change as far as I'm concerned.
I'll be taking my leave of you now, Mr. Solomon.
Very good.
My grandmother had. Now that.
Okay. We're out of there for now. See, isn't this better? It's so quiet.
I don't think he's gonna...
Hello?
I have some questions.
All right.
Who did you say that portrait was of?
That is my...
Thank you for your
One
time.
day. One day it'll be something useful.
I'll be going.
Maybe.
Yeah, 20 jackets a month is a lot.
I'll let you know if I have any. Sit tight.
What about his jackets? Does he have a matching jacket?
You don't suppose.
Do you think this has a tear in it?
How about that?
It matches the piece of torn fabric perfectly.
So, this means...
It could mean many things. The only thing that's certain is that a piece of this jacket ended up on the floor of the nursery.
Seems like something worth asking Mr. Harris about.
Should we Spotify recap some of the only responsibles? Were you okay, Rob? Everyone knows you're not okay. What specifically were they concerned about? You watched 2 movies today? Holy shit. Did you like it? Did you like them?
I have some questions for you,
40
Mr.
hours
Harris.
pursuit? Jesus.
Yes, of course.
Did you say that was a further? Thank you, goodbye. And it's not the first time we've had that exact interaction.
Mr. Harris, do you recall the torn piece of fabric I found in the nursery?
Yes, what about it?
As it turns out, one of the jackets in your wardrobe has a tear exactly the same size and shape as this one. Would you care to tell me how that happened?
That can't be.
I'm afraid it is, so explain it.
I have no explanation. The truth is, I haven't worn that jacket in weeks. I've no idea how it was torn.
Are you suggesting someone else took your jacket and wore it when the child was taken?
I don't know. Perhaps someone is trying to make it look as though I... But that's absurd. Why would I kidnap my own son?
Why indeed, Mr. Harris.
You really think he kidnapped his own son, Miles? Seems more likely he was set up. But he also doesn't strike me as a terribly good parent. Maybe it would serve him right to be blamed for this. We've done our part. The police can handle the search for the missing baby.
Those are all the questions I had for now.
All right.
Sit tight, Mrs.
I'm so upset that we can't go out into the balcony.
Be careful not to cut yourself. Look, you can see the balcony extends all the way around the side of the manor.
That would make it rather easy for someone to access this window from the outside.
No evidence of what...
But we can't go out into the balcony.
The Harris family certainly... I wonder if they use...
I still have to speak with Mrs. Davis and to find out the significance of Arthur Devons' gift and investigate the stitching. There's a fake ransom note. Well, one that I assume is fake. By, the protesting guy. This one.
He's busy with his protest. Don't these people have jobs they need to go to? I don't think he's... I shudder to...
So according to this, we haven't fully investigated the stitching place either.
Welcome back.
Come to think of it, I have... I think we've gotten all.
The butler. It's true.
The election seems to be getting intense earlier than normal this time.
I did look at the jacket on the dummy, but we can't, like, examine it or anything.
So, heard the Redites are planning a big attack on a bunch of factories.
They're cutting our wages. The foreman told us all yesterday.
No, that's terrible.
No.
Why?
Because they're spending the extra money bringing in steam-powered machines. They say it's only temporary, but a lot of the others are saying they're getting ready to replace us.
So what are you gonna do?
What can I do? I'm lucky enough to have this job. I'm not about to leave it. Just gonna have to find some other way of making ends meet.
Let me at least buy you a drink.
Thanks, but I can't. I'm working a double shift
The
tomorrow.
word use.
They need to be at my best.
I hate it. I hate it.
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm listening.
They only have wrap up? I don't
That's
want to
it.
wrap up.
Then you...
I don't want to wrap up the case. I'm not done with the case.
Honey, you know, I've always wanted to say that.
Honey, I'm
It's
home.
good to have you back.
Let her read in peace for now.
I don't know, I just don't like it.
I'll see you later,
Wrap
Addie.
up.
Don't
I'll
work-
wrap you up. I told Mikey recently that I wanted to book some time with him, and then I had to specify that I didn't mean it in a weird way. Which made me laugh. Do we play LAOR? I have tried playing
Steam-powered
LAOR,
bottle, or in
and
the
it
case of
gives
my-
me horrible motion sickness.
Ah, if only the flower shop
Oh.
burglar was as easy to find as this clue was.
But we've looked at the button before. Do we have to go to the... Oh, save? No, we're not gonna save. But I assume we go back to the tailor and we ask him about the button as well. Maybe he recognizes it. No, I tried playing LA Noire. Is that I'd love to book you for a night. And you know what? I stand by it. I stand by what I said.
Welcome back.
I've got some more questions for you.
All right, I'll do my best to answer them.
I do want more games like LA Noire, but I tried playing it and I had to puke.
Is there
I don't know
anything
why.
you can tell me about this button?
Looks like it's made of wood, not very well crafted either. Definitely not from one of my products.
I'll be taking my leave of you now, Mr.
Maybe
Sullivan.
that also
Very
matches
good.
one of the jackets. Maybe that also matches one of his jackets.
Mr. Harris's colors. Mr. 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 One thing. Yeah, it seems like this is when paperwork. More. An empty suitcase.
Nothing. Interesting.
I suppose it's another Harris hand.
Tell me about your
Has-
husband.
I found this button in the baby's crib. Do you recognize it?
Why, yes. That's one of Barney's eyes.
Barney.
Charlie's stuffed bear. It's his favorite toy, a gift from my friend Linda.
I didn't find a stuffed bear in the nursery.
Then whoever took the baby must have taken Barney as well. Oh, at least the poor thing has something to comfort him. Bless the spirits.
Sorry.
Who did you say that portrait was of?
That is my late husband, Jonathan.
I see. My condolences.
Thank you, dear. But he had a good, long life.
Who is Linda?
Mrs. Linda Walker. She's a good friend of mine. As I said, she gave me Barney as a gift for Charlie.
Can you tell me anything else about her?
Oh, she's a lovely girl, very much in tune
Can I
with her
visit her?
spiritual nature. I greatly enjoy my conversations with her.
When was the last time you saw her?
Oh, I don't remember. No, wait. It was at the last Spectre Society meeting on the 19th. That's right.
You forget his name.
That is my...
Jonathan.
What is the Spectre
Beautiful.
Society?
It's a club for spiritualists and amateur investigators of the paranormal. We meet twice a month to socialize and discuss our findings.
I see. Sounds fascinating.
Oh, I don't expect you to share my beliefs, Mr. Fordham.
Oh, I have a bit more experience than you'd think with regards to the spirit world.
I don't think that's a spirit world.
Again.
I think that's
Where
mental
exactly
illness.
do these meetings take place?
Personally.
At a private residence in Gascon.
May I have the address?
Why, yes, it's 325 Rue Jameau. Are you going to seek spiritual guidance to find Charlie?
Perhaps. You never know what might be worth looking into. Do you have Linda Walker's address?
No, I don't. I never visited her home. I get the feeling she doesn't like having visitors or being home very much. She prefers to meet people elsewhere. I was the same way after my husband died. It was embarrassing for my friends to see me living so differently. But I feel it's not just a matter of pride for dear Linda. I think there are lots of bad memories associated with where she lives. I try to stay away from places like that. They leave a mark on the soul, you know.
Thank you.
Oh, you're...
Bye, Jonathan.
I'll be going now, Mrs.
May the...
Look how cute that is. That's adorable.
Too dark to tell what's inside. They must enjoy the somber atmosphere. I wouldn't like to have a street lamp right outside my window. Not without a good set of thick curtains, anyway.
Hey, Lacy Moose. Hello, hello. I also want to investigate the paranormal.
Yes? May I help you?
This is the Spectre Society, right? I'm interested in joining.
Ah, yes it is. Welcome, darling. Our membership process is a bit different to most social clubs. We require a sponsor.
Sounds
I have
simple
one.
enough.
Well, you see, we ask that sponsors be people who have
I have
passed
that.
on into the spirit world.
Bill!
Once you name your sponsor, I will attempt communication beyond the ether. When they answer, you will be judged and considered for membership.
Good night, Lanford. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it.
What are you looking for in a sponsor?
A willingness to communicate from beyond the ether. Open-mindedness, a desire for truth. In other words, all the qualities of a member of the Spectre Society. Actually, we've had former members who have passed on act as sponsors before.
Linda is a witch and needs children. She uses handmade dolls to find them at their homes.
I've got a sponsor.
Maybe.
Excellent. What is the name of your sponsor, darling?
Bill Legere is my sponsor.
Seriously, Fordham? I thought you knew better than that.
Come on, Bill.
Legere. Very well. I will attempt to communicate with him.
She can do this all day. It's not gonna work.
I'm sorry, but I'm having trouble communicating. Perhaps you can come back and try again later?
Bill!
See? Told you.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Oh, hello.
I'd like to name a new sponsor.
Yes, of course. Who is your new sponsor?
Jonathan, maybe?
I'd like my sponsor to be Mary Blaine.
Very good.
No, it's going to be Jonathan. It's 100% going to be with Jonathan.
I'm sorry, but I'm having trouble.
100%. That's why we can ask about the portraits.
I have some...
Oh?
Who did you say?
That he used to attend meetings of the Spectre Society with me, bless him. I tried to get him to be more in tune with the other side, but I think he was just humoring me. He was a good man. Everyone at the Society cared for him very much.
Thank you for your time, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Jonathan Davis!
I'll be going now.
Let's go!
Oh.
I'd like...
Yes, of...
Jonathan Davis is my sponsor.
You knew Jonathan? He was such a kind man. Yes, I can feel his presence, and it speaks positively of you.
Please, come in, Mr. I didn't catch your name.
It's Miles Fordham.
And I am Angela Maxwell, the founder of the Spectre Society. Welcome.
May I offer you some refreshments? Some water or tea, perhaps?
You're very kind, but I'm afraid I must decline right now.
Well, please let me know if you change your mind.
Would you look at this place? It's like a candy store for psychics. Those are some creepy twin girls. I could see a passing resemblance to Miss Maxwell, actually. There's quite a few members in this group.
Angela Maxwell, Monica Brown, Thomas Gilbert, Linda Walker, Henrietta Davis. The meetings were wonderful. Cynthia, everyone interested use the spirit board. Please let Thomas know. Thank you. Looking forward to having you over at the manor next week. Come around 8 p.m. and you can meet Charlie, Henrietta. Interesting. You can meet Charlie.
A great man once said to me, Bill, you aren't going to get very far in life just staring at balls. He's dead now. But then again, so am I. Must be for the more traditionalist members.
I think I've seen one of these before. What does it do?
It's a spirit board. We use it to contact spirits, and they in turn spell out a message with the letters on the board.
Well, I've got a message from Miss Maxwell if she ever tries to use a spirit board around me.
What a fascinating device. Exactly what does it do?
That is an etherometer. It's designed to pick up vibrations from the ether and translate messages from the spirits.
Good night, Aldrin. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it.
That's probably the storage case for the spirit board.
The lack of informative clues, they give you the bare minimum information that expects you to connect all the dots. It's one of those very non-handheldy detective games, right? And I love that. I love detective games that don't hold your hand. But they are difficult. Oh my god, there's so much to read. Astral projection refers to a willful out-of-body experience in which the soul, or astral body, disconnects from the physical body and may travel throughout the universe. The practice dates as far back as the ancient civilizations, with multiple depictions by the Egyptians of the soul, or Ka, leaving the body before death. The expression astral projection means journeying to other worlds, heavens, hells, or the astrological spheres and other imaginable landscapes, but the term is also applied to non-physical travel around the physical world. Though this usage continues to be widespread, the term etheric travel, used by some later theosophists, offers a useful distinction. Some experience say that they visit different times and or places. Etheric then is used to represent the sense of being out of the body in the physical world, whereas astral may connote some alteration of time perception. This etheric body is usually, though not always, invisible, but is often perceived by the experient as connected to the physical body during separation by a silver cord. Some link falling dreams with projection. Other experience may describe a domain that has no parallel to any known physical settings. Environments may be populated or unpopulated, artificial, natural, or abstract, and the experience may be beatific, horrific, or neutral. A common theosophical belief is that one may access a compendium of mystical knowledge called the Akashic Records. In many accounts, the experiencer correlates the astral world with the world of dreams. Some even report seeing other dreamers enacting dream scenarios unaware of their wider environment. You can read all of these. I'm not going to read all of this. I can't read all of this.
Chicken bones and dust for bad luck in business, huh? That sounds awfully familiar. It's nice of Miss Maxwell to let people borrow her books, even if they are all just a bunch of nonsense. And coming from me, that's really saying something.
Transmigration of the soul at the time of death. The reincarnation of a soul in another human or animal. The art of the seance. Terrors of the Deep, the giant squid. Yeah, fuck that shit. Voodoo! Gateways to the spirit realm. What lies beyond the veil? The mysteries of spontaneous combustion. The victims are chronic alcoholics. They're usually elderly females. Their hands and feet usually fall off. The fire has caused very little damage to things around the body. A residue of greasy and fetid ashes are left behind. Secrets of the Tarot. And Spirits and the Ether.
The plaque says Leonora Pattinson, seer. She looks like someone I would not want to fool around with. I never much cared for all that mystic stuff. Why should your life be dictated by a bunch of cards?
The whole point of tarot cards is not to dictate your life or your future. It's meant to...
Did I ask you about some things, Miss Maxwell?
Certainly, darling.
It's meant to, like, force you to think about things that are happening in your life and, like evaluate them. And figure out, like, what you think about them, and therefore maybe decide what kind of decisions you want to make in your life, or if you want to make any changes. Look, I like tarot cards. Hey, boo.
What can you tell me about the Spectre Society?
You say, Misty.
Where to begin? I formed this club 2 years ago, right after I moved to New Britannia. During our meetings, we discuss our experiences with paranormal phenomena and organize investigations.
What sort of investigations?
We look into places all around the city which have been reported as haunted. New Britannia is teeming with the spirits of those killed during the French and British takeovers of the city. Not only that, but there is a prevalence of mystic religious practices here in Gascon, brought over by immigrants from the Antilles.
Fascinating.
There are plenty of books on the subject over there in the bookcase, if you're interested in learning more.
Do you know anything about the kidnapping of Charles Harris?
I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about any kidnappings, darling. If you wish, I can commune with the spirits and see if I can help locate your missing person.
That won't be necessary, Miss Maxwell, though I appreciate the offer. I spoke with Henrietta Davis, and she mentioned one of your other members, Linda Walker. Can you tell me anything about her?
Ah, Linda. Poor dear. Of all our members, she is the one I feel for the most.
Why is that?
She's had a tragic life, but I believe the Spectre Society has helped her greatly. Not only has she made a good friend in Henrietta, she's also dealt with her grief in a positive way. She has devoured my collection of books, educated herself on many subjects. I would say she's become an expert on clairvoyance and metempsychosis. It's always nice to know that the club can help those who have suffered.
Do you see her often?
Yes, she comes by about once or twice a week.
Interesting. I don't know how to read tarot cards now. Hey, Scuba. Hello, hello.
What can you tell me about Linda and Henrietta's friendship?
It's so lovely to see them together at the meetings. They're practically inseparable. It's quite sweet. They often leave messages for each other in the guest book. When Linda found out that Henrietta was taking care of an infant, she even gave her a toy bear for the child. I remember Linda lighting up with excitement when she asked about him. She really loves children. It's such a terrible shame about... But please, let's discuss something more pleasant, shall we, darling?
Oh my god. It's such a terrible shame. Okay. Linda has gone through something that is a terrible shame. She's dealt with grief. She lit up every time she heard talk about this baby. And then brought the baby a toy. Do you think Linda lost a kid and has stolen this kid to make up for her dead kid? Because that would be morbid as fuck, but also...
I'm sorry, what was it you said? Madam Psy, what?
Metempsychosis, darling. It's a philosophical term which comes from ancient Greece. It refers to the transmigration of the soul after death.
Is that anything like reincarnation?
Essentially, yes. There's a book on the subject over in the bookcase, which can tell you far more than I possibly could.
What's this tragic story about Linda you mentioned?
Oh, dear. I probably shouldn't say.
Dead child.
Miss Maxwell, I'm going to be frank. I'm investigating a kidnapping, and Mrs. Walker is a person of interest. I need to know as much about her as possible to help me solve this case. Do I make myself clear?
Well, if it will help, Linda was married to a man named Thomas. Together, they had a son named Alexander. Thomas revealed himself to be a terribly cruel man. When he gave himself over to the drink, he would fly into rages and beat both Linda and the boy. One day, she came home to find both her son and husband dead.
My God, what happened?
The police ruled it a murder-suicide. Poisoning, apparently. Linda has been trying to make contact with Alexander's spirit for the past year or so, but has had no luck. It really is a terrible tragedy.
Yes, it is.
Do you know Linda Walker's address?
I'm afraid not, darling. Linda has always been somewhat private, and that's not something I consider to be crucial information.
Do you know any way I can find her?
You could always come back for our next meeting. It will be the first Thursday of next month.
By then, we'll have completely lost track of Charles. There has to be another way of finding Linda.
What made you decide to start up this club?
I began communing with the spirits at a very early age. My twin sister, Rachel, died after falling into an icy pond when we were 8 years old.
I fell into an icy pond when I was around 8 years old.
Oh, I appreciate your sympathy, darling, but don't feel too bad. Rachel began speaking to me shortly after that. She has served as my spirit guide ever since.
Spirit guide? You mean you still speak with her?
Oh, yes. Every day. In fact, I was just speaking with her before you arrived. As I grew older, I realized there were others in the world who were also able to communicate with spirits, and those who had an interest in what lies beyond the ether. And so, once I moved to New Britannia, I decided to start up this club so we could gather and share our experiences.
Do you suppose she can hear what I'm saying? Hey, Angela, try a bit less eyeshadow, would you? You look like a purple raccoon.
You're such an asshole.
Nothing. Clearly a fraud. Ah, well.
Such an asshole. Because you're not actually a spirit.
I was wondering.
Yes?
When you communicate with the spirits, are you able to stop?
If I wish them to leave me, yes. I bid them farewell, and they usually depart back into the ether.
What about the more persistent ones?
You do remember I'm right here, don't you?
Well, just between you and me. Those spirits are best dealt with by having the other kind of spirits. Quiets them right down.
I prefer soporific myself.
Oh? You hear the voices of the spirits as well, Mr. Fordham. But of course, now the reason for your visit to the Spectre Society is obvious. Do you see? All our paths eventually become clear. I'm glad yours has brought you here.
Oh, wonderful. Now she started rhyming. Don't get any funny ideas about telling her about me. She may be a lunatic, but that's no reason to expose yourself as one too.
I don't hear the voices of all spirits, just
She's
one.
not gonna think that I'm a
Miles,
lunatic.
what are you doing?
Ah, you have a spirit guide. Please,
She's like the
tell me
one
more,
person
darling.
in the world who's
I
not
wouldn't
gonna
call
think
him a
that
spirit
we
guide
are
so
a
much as
lunatic.
spirit nag.
This is a very, very bad idea.
No, we're fine.
Do you know who this spirit is?
Yes, it's my former detective partner, Bill. He died on our last case together because of me.
What happened?
He was on a roof being held at knife point by a burglar. Bill wanted me to shoot, but they were too close. I couldn't risk it. There There was a struggle, Bill lost his footing and fell to his death.
Oh my, you poor darling. Is he angry with you?
Well, he is now. He doesn't think it's a good idea to tell others about him. But normally, he's the same as he was in life. He just wants me to find the man responsible for his death. I've told him I'm really the one responsible, but he insists it's the burglar.
I see. This is quite the unfortunate situation. My advice to you is this. Spirits often know best. You do well to listen to him about keeping his presence to yourself. Not everyone is as open-minded as we members of the Spectre Society.
Maybe I misjudged her.
I know. It's been hardest keeping this from my wife, but I can't drive her away. She's all I've really got left.
Your story has touched me, Mr. Fordham. I will do everything I can to help you and your spirit guide find peace. If I find anything out which might help you, I will contact you personally.
Thank you, Miss Maxwell. I appreciate
Every now and then, and I
that
think...
could have turned out much worse. I'm warning you, Miles. Tell anyone else about me, and I won't be so forgiving.
Thank you for the information.
I think
it was very enlightening.
It's the
It
background
was my
music.
pleasure, darling.
I think that it's the background music in this place right here. That reminds me of, oh shit, what was it called? The game by the developers of The Letter. They did a second game, the nun game? Catholic Trauma, the game? I want to say not The Letter, that was their first game. Like, the background music here just reminds me of that whole game. But it's only been this area, which makes sense since this is like the spiritual place. Saintmaker.
I'll be going now.
Yeah, Saintmaker.
May the spirits guide you to that which you seek.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
I have some questions. Mrs. Davis, have you ever had Linda visit you at the Harris Manor?
Oh, no, of course not.
Then would you care to explain your note to her in the Spectre Society guest book?
Please, Mr. Fordham, I didn't mean to lie to you. It's just that it gets so lonely by myself in the house at night. So every now and then, I invite Linda to come over for tea and some company.
I see. And when was the last time this happened?
2 nights ago? Please don't tell Mr. and Mrs. Harris, Mr. Fordham. If they found out what I was doing, they'd have me dismissed without a reference.
I won't, but I'd very much like to speak with Mrs. Walker. Do you have any idea where I can find her?
All I know is that she works as a seamstress at a shop in Lyon.
Really?
I don't know the name. I'm sorry, I can't be of any more help than that.
Really?
Thank you for your time, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, you're very welcome.
I'll be going.
May the...
Welcome back.
I've got some more questions for you.
All right.
Do you by chance employ a seamstress named Linda Walker?
I do, yes.
Is she here?
No, she has the day off today, but she'll be in tomorrow.
Would it be possible to have her address?
Begging your pardon, but why should I give it to you?
Private investigator is crucial to the case. She's my sister and we've lost touch. Her son and mine were schoolmates. I have something to return. These are not good reasons.
I'm a private investigator, and it's crucial to this case.
Well, as I said, she'll be here tomorrow. You can ask her then.
It really is a matter of some urgency.
I'm sure it can wait a day. But if it were really that urgent, I would think the police would be involved, not a private investigator.
Uh-oh.
I'm not obligated to tell you anything, so please, let's move on before I lose my patience.
Please, Mr. Solomon, it's extremely important that I get Mrs. Walker's address.
So you said, but why should I?
She's my sister, and we've lost touch.
I thought you said you were a private investigator.
Well, yes, but...
I don't appreciate it when people try to make a fool of me, Mr. Fordham. because I'm a patient man, I'll let this pass for now.
Thank you, that's very kind
But
of you.
if you try and pull one over on me again, I'll be forced to remove you from my store. Understood?
Yes, sir.
You really need to work on your social skills, Miles.
Fuck off!
I'll be taking my leave of you now, Mr. Solomon.
Very good.
Well, shit. Well, shit.
I don't think...
I have some questions for you, Mr. Harris.
Yes, of course.
I found this button in your son's crib. Does it look familiar at all?
No, not at all. Do you think the kidnapper might have left it behind?
It's a distinct possibility. Those are all the questions I had for now.
All right.
This was the most useful conversation we've had so far.
I have some questions for you if you're up to answering them, Mrs. Harris.
I'll try my best, Mr. Fordham.
I found this button in your son's crib. Does it look familiar at all?
No, I don't recognize it. It looks like it came from some cheap coat. Is that what the ruffian who took my baby was wearing?
That's what I'm trying to determine. That's all for now.
Very well.
It actually belonged to your son's teddy bear. If you ever spent any time around him at all, you might probably know that.
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm listening.
Can we go?
Of course.
I found this button at the crime scene. The child's nanny identified it as the eye of his stuffed bear.
Did you find the bear at the scene?
No, the kidnapper must have taken it as well.
Interesting.
Either the kidnapper is very compassionate, or it's someone who knew the child. Have you ever heard of the Spectre Society?
I think so. They're some sort of ghost hunting club, aren't they?
A spiritualist group, yes.
Don't tell me this case has taken a turn for the supernatural.
Not exactly. It's just come up as a potential lead. Are you familiar with the term metempsychosis?
No, what is it?
Apparently some mystics and philosophers maintain that it's a process whereby human and animal souls are transferred to new bodies upon death.
Fascinating. Some people have such queer ideas. What's that got to do with the kidnapping, though?
I'm not exactly sure yet.
Sometimes I'm jealous of all the odd things you detectives get to look into.
That's enough about the case for now.
Okay.
That's it.
This hasn't helped me at all.
Addie?
What do you...
Have you ever heard of a group called the Spectre Society?
I think I had a client once who mentioned it. There's some kind of spiritualist group, right?
So it would seem.
I don't really know anything else about them, sorry.
I'll let you get back to your book.
Ugh!
Enjoy
Maybe
your
the
reading.
loner
I
guy.
wish you'd let me fix your...
It'll be...
No, I just tried to talk to him, didn't I?
Mr. Devons?
Yes?
Do you practice voodoo, Mr. Devons?
What?
The chicken bones and dust you send along with your letters. It's a voodoo spell meant to cause bad luck in business. Quite a convenient solution, wouldn't you say?
I don't know what you're on about.
Come now, Mr. Devons. I'd appreciate it if you didn't think I was stupid.
All right, fine. I went to go see one of them magic women in Gascon. She told me about the spell and what I needed to do. I don't believe in the stuff, but I thought maybe if I used it, I could scare Harris enough to get him to stop making the new airship.
Well, I don't mean to be one to put a damper on your amateur witchcraft, but it doesn't seem to be doing you much good.
No, his grandson got kidnapped. That's not something I'd call lucky.
What the fuck?
Do you recognize this button?
Can't say I do, but it looks handmade. I wonder how long it will be before the poor soul who crafted that button gets booted into the street and replaced with some steam-belching contraption.
Good day to you, Mr. Devons.
You too, Mr. Fordham.
This Arthur Devons Joker is bad news. Not only is he making threats to the Harris family, he also has the nerve to send a ransom note. We have enough evidence to pin the crime on him, I think. The police can deal with the headache of actually finding the baby.
It's not him, though. I promise you it's not him.
Welcome back, Mr.
I don't think there's any... never mind. There's quite a few members in...
I'll be going now.
May this...
Like, what else can we do? Aside from, like, try to talk to this guy one more time, but he's gonna kick us out. But maybe that's what we gotta do.
I've got some more questions for you.
He's the only one who will talk to me.
Please, Mr. Solomon.
So you...
I know I said I was a private investigator before, but there's a more delicate reason I want to speak with Mrs. Walker.
Oh?
Her son, Alexander, and mine were schoolmates. I just found a book he lent my son, and I wanted to return
Oh, because we mentioned the name Alexander.
And only just
because we found out that.
Oh. See? It was a terrible tragedy what happened with her boy and her husband. I know how private Mrs. Walker is, but I'm sure she would appreciate you returning her son's book. All right. She lives at 403 St. Agnes Street.
Remember when you couldn't even bring yourself to trick people into thinking their shoelaces were untied? You've come a long way, Miles.
I'll be taking my leave of you now, Mr. Solomon.
The only reason I didn't ask him that first was because he was like, well, if you try this again, I'm gonna kick you out of my store. The man was bluffing. Ooh.
Some people would call that humming and hissing the sound of progress. I'd call it annoying. It says here that Linda Walker is in the upstairs apartment, and someone named Douglas Emafiel is under the stairs.
There's something about this machine that reminds me a lot of The Longest Journey. The machine that is right outside of your home.
Nobody home. Now what?
Are you fucking kidding me?
What? Who are you? Are you from the Steamworks?
Afraid not, sir.
Damn. Oh well, what can I do for you?
Do you know Linda Walker?
Of course. She lives upstairs. Who's asking?
I'm Miles Fordham. I'm trying to find Linda so I can speak with her.
What's your business with her?
I'm afraid that's private.
Well, she's out right now. You'll have to come back another time if you want to visit her.
Have you got any idea when Mrs. Walker will be back?
Not for a few days. She told me she was going away for a bit.
Linda 100% kidnapped this boy.
That reminds me. She asked me to water her plants while she was gone. Just need to remember where I put the spare key.
You have a spare key. Interesting.
Why did you think I was from the Steamworks?
Because I contacted them a few days ago when my boiler broke, and nobody has come to repair it yet. I should have known better. Those fools always take their time, if they even bother showing up at all. Meanwhile, I'm stuck in here with nothing but cold water. If I catch pneumonia and die, you'll know who to blame.
Did you say something about having a spare key to Mrs. Walker's apartment?
Sure. I'm her landlord. I look after the place when she's gone. Got a bit of a green thumb, that one, so she puts me in charge of watering her plants. The trip up is a bit of a pain, though. My hips aren't what they used to be.
I'll help.
I'm a private detective, and it's of the utmost importance that I get that key from you.
Right. Private detective. I don't have to do anything you say. You're not really the law. So nice try. But I'm not betraying Mrs. Walker's trust so easily.
He says that now, but I'm willing to bet he'd do it if it benefited him in some way.
Sorry to bother you, sir. I'll just be on my way.
I didn't get to offer to water plants for him.
Miles, what are you doing? You don't know the first thing about steam engine repair.
I can
It can't be that hard to work out.
If you're serious about getting it fixed, I'd suggest looking for someone who knows about this sort of thing first. But if you just want to charge in blindly, be my guest. These pipes are connected to the flue. They must heat up the water in this overgrown tea kettle. Fine fuel source.
It can't be that difficult to figure out, right?
These pipes are connected to the flue.
It won't go any further.
I don't think you should leave this.
Oh no. Who would be an expert on those, though? Do we know an expert on boilers? These guys.
He's busy with his.
No? None of them? Harris?
I'll let you know if I have any more. Sit tight. I've got some.
Go ahead then.
He might know someone who...
Do you know anything about fixing a steam boiler?
Bit of an odd question, isn't it?
Don't worry
I thought
about why.
perhaps you might have occasion to fix your heater.
I do, but when the occasion comes, I usually just call a repairman or someone from the steamworks.
Fair enough. I think that's all for now.
What is their number?
Do you suppose LaFay turns the heat up to put some pressure on his clients?
Hey, Addie. Here I am.
It's always nice.
Maybe she knows.
Addie?
What do you need, dear?
Addie, you wouldn't happen to have any manuals on repairing steam engines in your library, would you?
Thinking of changing careers?
No, there's just a boiler that needs repairing and I need to figure out how to do it.
A boiler? What kind of engine is it?
I'm not sure, but it had Whitney 200 embossed on the side.
Oh, of course. That's one of the most common steam engines around, used in practically everything. In fact, the player piano at the Firkin and Fryer had one, and that thing was always going out of alignment. If that's all that's happened with this one, I know how to fix it. Used to have to do it all the time.
Adelaide Fordham, you are just full of surprises.
Where is this boiler?
Not terribly
Holy
far.
shit.
It's a townhouse on St. Agnes in Livingston.
Hey, Matt.
Let's go then. I could
So
use
just
some fresh
visiting the
air.
old woman and asking who the man on the portrait is?
Not quite a player piano, but it shouldn't be too tough. Would you like me to walk you through it, or would you prefer I fix it myself?
Please, tell me what I need to do.
All right, let's take a closer look.
I love her.
Right, the first thing you'll want to do is open up the firebox door and light that coal on fire. And it'll be a
love
good
her.
idea to open the engine hatch too, so you can keep an eye on it.
Fine fuel.
That was easy enough. What's next?
Now you want to open the flue and close the fire door so the water in the tank starts boiling. Once that happens, steam will enter the dome, and that big pressure indicator will start going up, assuming the steam valve is completely shut, of course.
And if it isn't?
Then the pressure will be transferred into the engine, and the small indicator will go up. You want to use the valves to balance out the pressure and get just the right amount into the engine before starting it up.
And what is the right amount?
If I remember correctly, it was 3 on the small gauge. Less than that, and the engine won't start. Any higher will tear the thing apart.
All right, here goes nothing.
Wait, she said close the fire door, right? That's the fire door, right?
Now you've done it.
I did great. Oh, that's a flu.
Miles, are you all right?
Yes, just a bit of a bruise.
Did I break it permanently? Because that's
What the-
really funny.
My boiler! What have you done?
I do apologize.
You're one of those saboteurs, aren't you? One of those...
No!
those Redites!
No,
I'm calling the police, you no-good troublemaking bastard!
Now you've really done it, Miles. Best not to stick around here too long.
I think this is an excellent time to be going, dearest. I have my appointment with Mrs. Lapone now, so I'll see you at home later.
So now what do I do?
You really made a mess of that thing.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, I love that she would have stood there watching. That's very funny.
If there isn't a pair of scissors...
No, not manually. I'm not gonna reload, though. Unless it, like, locks you out of completing the game, but I'd be shocked if that's the case. Now I can't go to her address. Oh my god. Now what? Oh my god, I can't go to Linda anymore. Holy shit, does it actually lock us completely out of that? It doesn't say anything about when any of these saves are. Does it lock you out of, like, seeing Linda at all? Was that seriously the consequence? Because that sucks. Wow. Okay, case screen. Is this the beginning of the case? Oh, wow. Okay. I guess we're not seeing Linda then. Okay. Okay. Well, that sucks. Is there anything else I can do then?
Hello?
Hello?
Oh?
I'll be going now, Miss.
Does that just leave me with 2 suspects and that's it?
Welcome back.
He's busy with his protest.
Just let Addie do it. I got it. Okay, get it. Surep, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Well,
I don't think there's anything...
I'll be going. Can we talk?
Go on.
I'm ready to...
Oh.
It's not. I don't think it's either of these. I think it is Linda, which sucks. But, like, I don't think I can do anything. I should have left Addie do the repairs. Oh, shit. Hang on, I gotta put my phone on charging. Be right back. Yeah, dude, if this, like, locks us out of seeing Linda at all, and I'm 100% sure that Linda, like, she might not be the kidnapper, but she's related somehow. I'm gonna call this an unsolvable
I'm at
case.
a loss. I can't figure out who took the child.
That's a damn shame. I thought
I
for sure you'd
fucked
be able to
up,
crack it.
okay? I
Oh,
fucked
well,
up.
I'm sure the police will be able to pick up where you left off. Unfortunately, this means I can't give you any compensation for your work.
I wouldn't feel right taking it anyway. I just wish I knew what happened.
It's all right, Fordham. Sometimes even the best detectives have a bad day. For now, go home to your wife. I'm sure I'll have something else for you to look into fairly soon.
Okay. Okay.
Addie, are you home?
Still at her appointment, it would seem. You know, Miles, I have to say, I'm proud of you.
I assume it's not because of my performance on this case.
Nope, you're quite right about that. It's because you actually listened.
So does this mean you'll keep quiet until morning?
I said I was proud of you. I didn't say you were getting a reprieve.
Then I need to figure out how I'm going to sleep through the night without the soporific.
You worry about that too much, Miles. You can sleep when you're dead.
You don't ever seem to.
That's because I slept quite enough when I was alive.
In any case, I need to clear my head. The best way to do that after a case was always going for a drink at the Angel.
The Angel? But you haven't been there since...
Since you died. But perhaps getting back into old routines will help.
Sure, let's start
Perhaps.
drinking every day
It would
instead.
be nice to
That'll
see
help.
old Patrick again at the very least.
That'll make you
Then
feel
it's
so
settled.
much better.
A drink or two at the Angel, for old time's sake.
What a way to solve your problems.
I have to say, it's been a real pleasure having you back, Miles. I was worried about you.
I appreciate your concern, Patrick. The past few months have been a bit rough, but it's good to be back in familiar territory.
Miles, can I ask you something?
What is it?
Well, it may be none of my business, and you can feel free to tell me to stuff it.
Enough with the preamble, Patrick. Just ask.
I know you quit the force, but why are you still working as a private investigator? Why not leave all that detecting stuff behind?
Don't know how to do anything else. Like go insane if I don't. I mean, yeah.
It's just something I have to do. If I don't, I'll go crazy.
It's rare to meet someone so dedicated to their profession.
I don't know if it's dedication
No,
at this
it's
point.
not that.
Yeah,
It's
I don't.
something else.
I don't think that that's
It's
it.
really not worth getting into.
Fair enough, fair enough. Just figured I'd ask. Now then, will you be wanting another drink?
I'm not sure. I've already had 2. I should probably be getting... Wait a minute. Patrick, do you hear something?
It's Spiffo from Project
No,
Zomboid.
Miles. I don't hear anything.
Neither do I.
He doesn't.
Another gin, if you please.
Coming right up.
Has developing a drinking problem been the solution all along to silencing Bill? Is that all we had to do all along? Become an alcoholic?
I must have taken a wrong turn back there. Hopefully Addie won't hear me come in.
There's someone in my doorway. The lady literally said, yeah. She did. Oh, dude, this isn't good. Shadowy figure. Do you think that is Bill's murderer?
Excuse me, sir. Could you spare a shilling?
Is that the same voice? I don't know. Sure.
Here you are, my good man.
You always were willing to help the less fortunate, weren't you? But perhaps you should start thinking about helping yourself.
I beg your pardon?
Just look at yourself. I may be a beggar, but even I feel sorry for you.
What the fuck? Your voice sounds very familiar. It is him. It 100% is.
Your voice. I've heard it before.
Yes, that's right. I'm your biggest failure.
What are you talking about?
Come now, Miles, you're not completely stupid. You think finding and catching me is going to make things better?
But he's making this up, right?
Yes, I do. I owe it to Bill, and that's enough to make it worth doing.
That's very touching.
Hey, Martin.
But you need to face reality. Let's say you do find me, and this grand chase finally ends. What do you do the next morning? You still have a dead partner, no real job. Your wife knows you've been keeping things from her. Even if you solve 100 cases, it won't relieve that empty feeling inside.
What's your point?
I'm all you've got, Miles. Once I'm gone, there'll be nothing left. So just admit it. You don't want to find me. Not really. Bad dreams?
You could say that. My head. How many drinks did I have last night?
You're asking the wrong person. I was out after the first one.
It seems Miss Maxwell was right about the effects of spirits. Go figure.
Yeah, well, let's not make a habit out of it, all right?
So, you're up at last.
Now can we get a haircut?
Oh, I see. You don't remember last night, do you? I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
Oof, what did we do?
Please tell me I didn't do anything stupid last night.
No, I wouldn't use the word stupid.
Oh, thank God.
Disgusting and shameful would be more appropriate, I think.
Oh, what did I do exactly?
It was nearly 2 when you burst in here, soused to the eyeballs from God knows where. I imagine you've probably forgotten that too. You were muttering something about peace and quiet and then proceeded to relieve yourself on my begonias before stumbling into bed.
Charming. I salute you, O Vice Admiral of the Narrow Seas.
Good God. How embarrassing. I'm so sorry, Addie. I don't know what came over me.
I don't either. I've never seen you in such a state, and I pray that I never will again.
I just bit off more than I could chew last night. I promise you, it won't happen again.
What possessed you to go out and get so drunk anyway?
I
it's
decided
hard
to stop taking this soporific.
to explain.
It was interfering with my ability to focus on cases. I thought perhaps having a drink or two would help me sleep, and I got a bit carried away.
Alcohol has never
see.
helped me sleep.
Well, I'm at least glad you've stopped taking that terrible medicine. But trading it for alcohol?
Other drugs
this had
do help
better
me sleep,
really be
but
a
not
one-time
alcohol.
occurrence. Anyway, you got another message from Upton. It's there on the table, if you're feeling fit for the world now.
Oh no! Oh, Harris, baby, still missing. It is hard to sleep when the room spins, yeah. Damn, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Enjoy wine time. Vice Admiral of the Narrow Seas when you pee under the table and onto the person across the table from you while you drink too much? Really? Oof. Yikes. Harris baby still missing. Charles Harris, infant son of Malcolm and Miriam Harris, was kidnapped days ago from his crib in the Harris family manor. Police investigators have been scouring the city to try to find the child, but to no avail. Charles is second in line to inherit the Harris Construction Company, a large company contractor in New Britannia currently building the HMS Lenore, the airship intended to replace the fallen Ligia. Chief of the Police, Reginald Snelling, issued the following statement. We've received several leads and anonymous tips, but so far none have been fruitful. Detectives are working hard as possible to find little Charles and bring him safely to his parents. Anyone with information regarding the kidnapping is encouraged to contact the police. Serious responses only. Gascoigne Grand Dame found burned to death. Desiree Lathan, age 63, was found burned to death in her home yesterday morning. Police were called to the scene by a neighbor who smelled smoke, only to find the grisly scene. Miss Lathan in her bed, body burnt to ashes. The circumstances of Miss Lathan's death are unknown, but the police have not ruled out any possibility of foul play. Lathan, born in New Britannia, daughter of a wealthy plantation owner. She grew up to become one of the most loved and respected of the Gascoigne Grand Dames. Although she had many suitors over the year, Lathan never married. An avid reader, writer, and poet, Miss Lathan had several articles published in local newspapers and magazines. Residents of Gascoigne said that they would miss seeing her in brightly colored hats and dresses as she walked by. You should at least have been able to give a tip to Upton. I agree, because I think that they would be able to find her if they were allowed, like, in, and I think that the dude, I think he would have let the police in, you know? I think he would. Third mysterious murder has police on edge. Yet another murder in Chumley has the New Britannia police scrambling to quell rumors. Chief of Police Reginald Snelling vehemently denied that there was a mass murderer stalking the shadowy corners of Lamplight City. We have no indication whatsoever that the recent Chumley murders are in any way linked. In any case, detectives are working their hardest to make sure the killer or killers are found and brought to justice, he said. The Gazette has learned that the latest victim is Enes Bowditch, a construction worker. Police were called to his home where they found him with a single gunshot wound to the head. Despite Chief Snelling's claims to the contrary, the previous two victims have also been men in Chumley who have been killed in exactly the same manner. The Gazette will continue coverage of the story as more details emerge. The Prime Minister's campaign heats up as election looms. With election night less than a month away, Prime Minister Herbert Atwood has lashed out against his opponent with full force. My opponent, Mr. Leroy, if elected, will push the country back at least 20 years. Atwood went on to describe how Leroy's refusal to acknowledge the existence of ethericity, as well as his lukewarm stance on steam technology, would be detrimental to Vespuccia's progress. Leroy, meanwhile, continued to chastise Atwood for his prioritizing machines over humans, saying that if he was re-elected, unemployment rates will skyrocket when most workers are replaced by automated machines. The latest public opinion poll shows Atwood with a comfortable lead. However, many have criticized the polls for not including the majority of the workforce. Leroy's strongest supporters continued on page 12.
Addie?
What is it, Miles?
I'm sorry.
Addie, please know that I'm deeply sorry for my behavior last night. I'll do everything I can to make it up to you. Would you like me to get some new begonias?
I don't need pretty flowers or pretty words, Miles. I just want things to go back to how they were. That's really all the apology I require.
She's too good for him. I've said this before, but she's too good for him.
You're looking especially lovely today, Addie.
Miles, don't flirt with me. Not now.
I wouldn't push my luck with her, Miles. She hasn't completely forgiven you.
What have you been up to lately?
Nothing particularly exciting. My usual clients have been scheduling appointments, and I've been trying to get some new ones as well. In my free time, I've been catching up on my reading.
Anything good?
Yes, the conclusion to the dissembling mechanism was just published in Brentwell magazine last week.
What's that?
James Penstroke's latest serial. I wanted to read it to you, but you haven't been around much lately.
Perhaps I'll take a look now that I can actually concentrate again.
Yes, you could read it to me. I wouldn't mind hearing it again. It would certainly be a nicer way to spend your time than going out drinking.
Sorry, I'll be right back. Okay, hello, hi. Sorry. End the conversation. Not gonna compliment her
I'll
again.
let you get...
She's still a little bit mad at me. Rightfully so.
Hang on, where are you going? You always get all the facts before
Oh
starting
shit, sorry.
your
I forgot that I had a
investigations.
new case. A new case has come in that the police are already investigating. Details have made their way into the newspapers. I won't be able to meet you at the ruin, and here are the details. The deceased is Desiree Latlin. Her apartment is... okay.
Huh.
What does Upton say this time?
That she can't meet me, and that I should go straight to the scene of the crime.
I wonder if that means the police have started to suspect that she's giving you these cases.
She also says news of this case has been made public, and the police are already investigating. That explains the article in the newspaper.
Which one?
The one about Desiree Lathan, the woman who was found burnt to death.
Lathan.
Ugh, that sounds absolutely dreadful. Where's the crime scene?
840 Right Way. It's not too far from here, thankfully.
You're sure you're feeling up to this today?
I'll be fine. The mental exercise will get me back to normal in no time.
It's worked well so far, right?
I should probably get a move on before the police.
Good luck, and stay away from the bars, would you?
I will, I promise. Promise. Good night, Kairos. Thank you for hanging out.
I'm heading out for now.
Goodbye, dear. Love you.
Love you too.
Looks as though we've arrived fashionably late.
Excuse me, sir, but this is an active crime scene. We can't allow members of the public.
I'm not a member of the public.
This isn't just any member of the public, Kane. This is Miles Fordham. He used to be one of us until he got his partner killed.
That's not
wonderful. Officer
happened.
Parsons is on the scene. It's a shock the apartment isn't in a shambles.
Good day to you too, officers.
Fordham? What are you doing here?
Ah, Captain Snelling. What a pleasure.
That's Chief Snelling now, Fordham. I don't expect you follow the workings of the department much these days, but I'd appreciate the proper address.
So nice to see that power hasn't gone to his head.
My apologies, Chief Snelling.
You haven't answered my question. What in blazes are you doing here?
What about this case in the papers that I have figured investigating the crime would actually give it a chance of being solved? Something to say a lot of my former colleagues. Let's not be snarky.
The story was front page news. I couldn't resist coming to have a look for myself.
There's no respect for police business anymore, damn meddlers. This is an active crime scene, Fordham. Leave the premises immediately.
You need my help if we work together. We can solve it. Try to keep me away. I'm not giving up. We can solve it
We could
together.
solve this case in no time if we work together, you know.
We don't need any help. Not even from former detectives. Parsons, I'm going back to the station. I want you to report the minute you're done here. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, don't get any funny ideas, Fordham. If you so much as breathe on anything in here, I'll have you arrested for tampering with a crime scene. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, sir.
I'm glad that's settled.
I suppose it's reassuring that even in this crazy, ever-changing world, you can always count on Snelling to be a complete ass.
You heard the chief. No snooping around. The sooner you get out of here, the better for all of us.
But I want to snoop around.
Excuse me, Officer Parsons.
Clear off, Fordham. The chief doesn't want you here, and neither do I. You aren't on the force anymore, so you've got to respect the rules, just like every other citizen.
He'd be respecting my fist if I were alive, believe me.
I'm not trying to cause any trouble. I just want to ask a few questions.
Well, if it will get you to leave faster.
What can you tell me about Desiree Lathan?
Nothing.
Because you don't know?
No, because I'm not going to betray Chief Snelling's orders and divulge that information to the public.
Come on, Parsons, you know me. What harm would it do to tell me just a little bit?
Do I have to state the obvious? If it were up to me, you'd be in jail for murdering an officer.
I wouldn't make such claims without knowing the facts, Parsons. It could get you in serious trouble. It'd be a real tragedy to see your career cut short and you back in the workhouse polishing airship rivets.
You don't scare me, Fordham.
Well, maybe
Rest assured, the feeling is mutual. Have you made much progress on this investigation?
Did you not hear me the first time, Fordham? Drop it before I have to arrest you for interfering with a police investigation.
You're looking well these days, Parsons. What's your secret?
Secret? I don't know. Maybe something about getting a good night's sleep without blood on my hands? Does wonders.
Jesus Christ.
How long has Officer Kane been on the force?
I'm not one to gossip, Fordham.
That's only the second most hypocritical thing I've heard today.
Ask him yourself if you're so interested.
Maybe I will.
Why was Chief Snelling here anyway?
He's the chief of police, and this is an official investigation. It doesn't take a grand leap of logic.
Yes, but the chief of police never bothers with a crime scene unless it's of great importance.
Your point?
Does that mean this crime scene is, in fact, of great importance?
You're the investigator, Fordham. I'll leave you to work that one out.
That's all I wanted to know.
Good.
Begging your pardon, officer.
Yes, what is it, sir?
This guy seems much
Is there
nicer.
anything you can tell me about Desiree Lathan?
I'm afraid not. You don't have clearance in this investigation.
And there's nothing I can say to convince you otherwise?
My superiors would be very upset if they knew I was breaking the rules. I'm sorry.
I think the operative phrase in this instance is if they knew. We need to find a way to get Parsons out of here. Maybe we should visit Upton at the station.
How long have you been on the force, officer?
2 months, sir.
And how's it treating you so far?
This is where I was meant to be.
That's good to hear.
Parsons mentioned you used to be a detective?
I was, yes, for 15 years. It wasn't always easy, but I loved every minute of it.
Parsons goes on about how he's got his eye on becoming a detective, but I don't know if I'd be able to handle it.
Is that right?
Yes. He's up for review. I think he's trying to impress Snelling to improve his chances.
Parsons wants to be a detective? Now I've heard it all. As if he needed more of a reason to be Snelling's lapdog.
Do you enjoy working with Officer Parsons?
I don't like to talk about my colleagues, sir. Especially when they're standing right over there.
You know what,
I understand. Perhaps this isn't the right time to be asking. What was Chief Snelling doing here?
Nothing more than a routine inspection of the crime scene.
Routine inspection? But the chief of police only goes to extremely high-profile crime scenes.
I couldn't possibly comment on that, sir.
Thanks for your time, officer.
Not a problem.
Judging by these books, Miss Lathan was quite the fan of poetry. Let's just hope her taste was better than Madame Dupre's.
They really hated Dupree's poems? Yes, poems. Jesus Christ.
Definitely too young to be Miss Lathan. Perhaps a relative? You have to hand it to her. Miss Lathan certainly had a unique taste in fashion. I bet you could see her coming a mile away. No title. I doubt it's a diary. People rarely leave those things laying out in the open. An invitation to the Gascon Grand Dame's Ball.
Sorry.
It seems it was held 2 nights ago at the Gascon Supper Club. Might be worth looking into, seeing as it's our only lead right now.
Okay. We can do that. If it looks like I'm distracted, by the way, I'm literally just... I'm feeling a little bit restless. I don't know why, but I'm feeling a little bit restless, so I'm just doodling in a notebook. That's it. I'm not, like, doing something else. I'm just doodling in a notebook while they talk.
That painting depicts a hand dropping a bunch of blood-soaked silver coins into another hand. Definitely sets the bar for the type of people who come here, I'd say.
I think they were poems. I don't think they necessarily were good poems, but I think that they were meant to be.
Nobody's bothered clearing this table yet, it seems.
You get the later restlessness. I'm feeling like super... Yeah, I'm just feeling really restless. I don't know what it is. Mr. Puppy? No. Look. The fact that there's no, like, barking constantly...
The bridge to
Pretty
Lyon
nice.
overlooking the House of Parliament. I suppose that seeing that helps the patrons of this club put on airs.
Yeah, I'm very much enjoying the piece. I'm very much enjoying the piece. It's nice and quiet.
These are all high-end foo-foo liqueurs and cordials. You
Hi,
couldn't pay
Steam
me to
Deck.
drink that
Hello.
rubbish.
I'm not sad right now.
Excuse me, miss?
Oh, well, hello there.
Oh
handsome.
boy.
I've never seen you around here before. Care to join me for a drink?
Oh boy. We don't need to judge her. If she's drinking early in the morning, she probably has her reasons, and they're none of our business.
Thank you, but I'm on duty.
On duty? What are you, a cop?
Force of habit. I'm a private investigator, actually.
Oh, not much better, if you ask me.
The name's Miles Fordham, and you are?
Charlotte Robineau.
Pleasure. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?
I suppose not. It would help pass the time.
Were you here for the Grand Dame's ball the other night?
Of course, we all were. Well, except for Laura. Terrible business.
You mean Laura Dupre?
The very same. Have you met?
In fact.
I have. In fact, I investigated her attempted murder.
Is that right? I heard she ended up in jail for torturing her servants.
Yes, it was quite disturbing.
I didn't think Laura was capable of such a thing. She always seemed so kind. I guess we all have our dark secrets.
Does that apply to you
what
as
are
well,
yours?
Miss Robineau?
If I told you, then it would no longer be a secret, would it?
Fair point.
She's got me there.
Do you know Desiree Lathan?
I knew her, yes.
When did you last speak to her?
Oh, it's been ages. She and I haven't had much to do with each other for a while.
Why is that?
It's really not important. We just didn't see eye to eye on a few things.
Was she at the Grand Dame's ball?
Yes, she was. Drinking up a storm, as usual. Desi really knew how to enjoy herself.
How much did she drink?
Oh, I don't know. She used to outmatch me, and I can handle quite a bit.
Clearly.
What can you tell me about Desiree's death?
Just what I've read in the papers. She burned to death. It's horrible. She certainly didn't deserve to die in such a gruesome way.
Did she have any enemies? Anyone who might have wanted to do her harm?
No. Everyone loved her.
Except you?
Mr. Fordham, I said we haven't had much to do with each other. That doesn't mean I didn't care for her. Now please, let's drop the subject.
Okay.
Tell me a little about yourself.
Why, Mr. Fordham, I hardly know you. Well, that said, I'm always open to making new friends.
Ooh, watch out, Miles. I think she's getting ready to pounce.
I'm happily married, as a matter of fact. Compliment her! Maybe we should, like, push her a little bit in this to, like, get her to open up. You're the most radiant smile. Your hair is quite lovely. I greatly admire your fashion sense. Hey, Dilly. That voice sounds way too young for a woman of that age. There is a little bit of a disconnect between the voice and the face, isn't there?
I must compliment you on your lovely hairstyle.
Oh, how sweet of you to say. Though it is getting a bit ragged. I'm having it done this afternoon, in fact. My girl Adelaide is a treasure.
You don't say.
That's my girl!
She must be talented to improve on near perfection.
Oh,
Hi,
such a flattering tongue, Mr. Fordham.
You can't hear anything, but you think it's on your end. I hope it's on your end. I hope so.
You've really got a great sense of fashion and style. All the other Grand Dames must be jealous.
Oh, you.
Can I just say you've got the most radiant smile I've ever seen?
Oh, why, that's very sweet of you, Mr. Fordham.
It's true. Not many women your age still have all their teeth intact.
I beg your pardon.
I didn't know you were such a master of the high kick, Miles. You got your foot in your mouth in record time.
Holy shit.
I just meant...
I'm so impressed with your smile. You have all
Thanks
of your
for your
teeth
time.
at
I'll let you get back to
your
your drink.
age?
Thanks, sweetheart.
Wow, he's such a dumbass. Holy shit, man. I can take the tankard?
Well, if no one's cleaned up, you might as well do them the favor.
Okay. Sure. What kind of a clue is that? It still has traces of liquid at the bottom. I don't know why we just took that, but okay. He was doing so well. Holy shit. You know, most women your age don't have all of their
I
teeth.
didn't imagine we'd be coming back here.
They're so beautiful.
Fordham, have you solved the case already?
Don't I wish? I haven't even gotten started.
Well, I'm here if you need anything. Just be sure not to let Snelling see you.
Is he back yet?
He arrived a few minutes ago. I expect he'll be sequestered in his office today, so you shouldn't have to worry too much.
Good to know. Got a moment, Upton?
Yes, but let's make this quick.
Sorry.
Back to work, I see.
Yes, well, the coffee shop holiday had to end eventually. I'm gonna have to find someplace else to meet you. The higher-ups are getting suspicious.
To be honest, it was a bit wretched there. I won't miss it.
Well then, Mr. Big Bug, you can have the honor of choosing the next place. Under a bridge somewhere, perhaps.
What's that supposed to mean?
Have you been able to find any leads on Bill's death?
Have you?
Not yet, no.
I've been looking, but I haven't been able to come up with anything either. There has to be a connection somewhere. Criminals don't usually just fall off the map.
I'm having some trouble with Officer Parsons.
You and everyone else who's ever met him. What's the problem?
He's keeping me away from the Lathan crime scene.
Of course. He's one of the most loyal to Snelling.
Any suggestions for how I might get him away so I can look around?
I might have an idea. There are several reported crimes that haven't been assigned yet, and Parsons is itching to prove his investigative chops. He'd probably abandon his post for a good enough lead and a chance to impress Snelling.
Upton, oh good, you impress me.
Department politics are something of a specialty of mine.
About getting Parsons away from the crime scene?
All right, these are the, as of yet, unassigned crimes. The body of a young man was found in the Hodgman River by the Gascon docks this morning. A woman in Chumley reported hearing a single gunshot in her neighbor's apartment last night. There was a deadly explosion at a factory in Worcester that may be linked to sabotage. And that's it for right now. Any of those strike your fancy?
Tell me more about the body found at the docks.
An unidentified man in his 20s was found in the river near the docks. The dock worker who reported it said that the body was bloated and decomposing. He must have been in the river several days. Dr. Edwards performed a post-mortem and determined the cause of death to be a blow to the head.
I see. Certainly leaves a lot of questions.
Do you think Parsons will be interested?
No, actually, let's try another one.
All right, which one?
Let's hear about the gunshot.
Ethel Williamson reported hearing a sound she described as a single gunshot coming from her neighbor's apartment last night. She said she had been hearing arguments over the past several weeks, and there may have been domestic violence involved. When she knocked on the door, she got no answer, but she said she noticed the distinct smell of flowers.
Intriguing.
Do you think Parsons will be interested?
No, actually, let's try another one.
All right, which one?
Give me the details about the factory explosion.
The owner of the Hawkins Steelworks reported an explosion at his factory that killed 2 of his workers. He says he's been getting several threatening letters about his current project.
And so he suspects someone has sabotaged the operation?
Yes, likely the Redites. Do you think Parsons will be interested?
No.
No, actually, let's try another one.
Yeah, her
All
name
right,
is
which
Upton.
one?
They call her Upton No Good, which is very cute.
Tell me more.
The dock worker who reported it said that Dr. Edwards performed a post-mortem.
I see.
Do you think Parsons will...
Yeah, let's try that
Sounds good.
All right, I'll set...
Any updates on the Harris baby?
Last I heard, there had been some progress. I got the impression they had a suspect who had left town.
Linda!
That's good. I'd have felt terrible if the child was never found because of me.
Okay,
That
they're
was a tough
finding
case
her.
I handed
That's
you.
good. That's
Much
good.
bigger than you've been accustomed to lately.
She left
I'm sure
town.
you'll get back into your old form.
Let's hope so.
Sorry.
I see the Gazette has caught wind of this supposed mass murderer.
Yes, Snelling has been positively fuming about it. Between that and the Lathan case being publicized on the same day, it's been a nightmare for the department.
Any idea how they got the information?
I don't think anyone in the department has spoken to the press. Maybe they just have some very good reporters.
So, is it serious? Should we be concerned?
3 murders is nothing to sneeze at, but all the victims have been men in Chumley. If that changes, then things might start getting urgent.
Isn't that just the way of things? You can bet they'd have already caught the bastard if the first body had turned up in Leon.
That's it.
Better get...
Okay.
Miles, are you crazy? If you go wandering around the department for no good reason, Snelling will have you thrown in the jail.
I don't think he would have grounds to jail me for that.
Pretty sure that connects Upton to everyone on the police network, including Giles at the jail. Lucky her. Prime Minister Atwood, watching over the department with his signature scowl. Sure was nice when that sign didn't apply to us. Damn, looks like Parsons didn't take the bait. He must not have considered that case enough to prove himself to Snelling.
Okay, how about we try a different one? How about we try a different case? Who's he talking to? His dead ex-partner.
Got a moment?
Yeah. Nothing worse than a picky investigator. I wish more people were like you.
Thank you?
I don't know if that's a
these are
compliment.
the, as of yet, unassigned crime. A woman in Chumley there was a dead and any
Let's do the factory explosion.
he said.
And so...
Yes, do you think?
Let's try that.
Sounds good.
All right.
It's not gonna be this. It's gonna be the middle one, the gunshot. Because the gunshot could be related to the serial killer, right?
Damn, looks like...
Sorry, Jesus. I apologize. I apologize for the way that I am.
Got a moment?
Yeah. A woman. And
Let's...
she's when she...
Intrigued. Sounds good. That's...
Thank you. Oh.
Looks like Parsons took the...
Hey, buddy. You wanna gossip now?
Beg your pardon, officer.
You wanna
what is it, sir?
gossip with me now?
Is there anything you can tell me about Desiree Latham?
Am I feeling okay? I'm just feeling restless.
Couldn't really say.
Calm down.
feeling
I'm
okay,
trying
I'm
to
just
help this
feeling-
investigation.
for
Any
some
small
reason, really
detail would be
restless.
useful.
Well, I haven't really looked over the crime scene too much. It's rather gruesome, you see.
Is the body still here?
Yes, what's left of it at any rate. Miss Lathan was only identified by the tattoo on her foot.
I see.
Tuesday's tattoo day, and I'm very excited. I'm very excited.
Has there been much progress here?
Snelling and Parsons examined the scene, that's all I know.
Do you think I might have a look, now that the initial investigation's been conducted?
I'm afraid that's out of the question, sir. I have my orders.
Officer Kane, I'm trying to aid this investigation. There may have been something overlooked by the others.
If Parsons were to catch you, my career would be
I
over.
won't tell anyone.
Trust me, you won't be back for some time. I swear on my honor as a former member of the New Britannia Police.
All right, I suppose you can go in for a moment, but please be quick about it.
Thank you, Officer Kane. I promise this will stay between us.
Yes, and
I just love rookie officers. They're so gullible. I once got one to shine my shoes for a week after convincing him it was department policy. Good times.
Oh my god.
Do you enjoy working with Officer Parsons?
If I'm being honest, he can be a bit much sometimes.
Trust me, you're not the only one who feels that way. I didn't have much interaction with him when I was a detective. The few times I did weren't very pleasant.
I could tell he doesn't seem to care much for you. Although I don't think he cares much for anyone except the chief, and that's only because he's the one who gives out the
I
promotions.
can't pause the dialogue, so. Red Talon, thank you so much! Oh my god, thank you so much for the 28 months. I really, really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the tier 3. That is so generous. That's so, so kind. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You're just getting home from work? It's a late day. I'm going for several more hours. We're beating this game today. We're on the 3rd case, and I have no idea how many cases there are in this game. So, I don't know how much longer I'll be going for, but until we beat the game. 13-hour day? Yeah, that's too long. That's too long, man. You've been contemplating for years what tattoo you want to get. You finally decided a month ago? Oh, it's very exciting. We got the money for it. Spend that time finding the perfect artist. Because that'll take some time. If you don't, like, know of a really good artist already, spend that time while you save up money to find the perfect artist for the exact thing that you want to get. I am lucky because I have a tattoo artist whose style is what I want for the rest of my, like, the rest of my body. So, like, whenever I have an idea, I just message her and I'm like, hey, this is roughly what I want. Do you want to make this for me? And she goes, hell yeah. And then I get an appointment like 3 weeks later, which is great. But But she was like the fourth? She was like the fourth different tattoo artist that I went to before I found her. And I really wish that I'd found her earlier. I really wish that... Like, I have some tattoos that I wouldn't have gotten today. And I don't think that they really go with, like, the look that I want. You get along with them. I don't think that that's as important as, like, how talented they are in the exact style that you want. Like, my sister just got, like, a huge tattoo on her arm, and her artist and her didn't talk throughout the entire process. They didn't talk at all. And, like, she's so happy with it because it's exactly what she wanted. It is nice to, like, be able to talk to them and, like, get along with them, but how good they are at the style you want is that's the important thing. The downside? What is the downside? The cost? Because I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that, for sure. So expensive. I don't want to know how much money I've spent on tattoos at this point. I don't want to know. But they make me happy, so I consider it a worthwhile investment for my life.
What was Chief Snelling doing here?
He was inspecting the crime scene.
Yes, but why was he involved? Is there something special about it that would require the chief of police to look into it?
Well, someone thought it might be related to the big case we're not supposed to talk about.
You mean the mass murderer?
Yes,
We're not
sir.
supposed to talk about
I
it.
could see why the chief is upset that the news has gotten out.
And is it related?
No, I don't believe so. But the news reports are beginning the public on edge.
Of course. The less information there is, the easier it is for rumors to start spreading.
Exactly. Chief Snelling has a lot of fires to put out.
If that's the case, it's too bad he didn't get to Miss Lathan in time.
Thanks for your time, officer.
Not a problem.
You gonna get the Berthaud family house?
That's certainly a pungent aroma. I can see why the officer stuck to the living room.
Surprisingly modest quarters for a grande dame. You'd never guess she could buy out the likes of you and me 1,000 times over.
That's a very cute idea, Dilly. I think you should go for it. I think you should do it. Doesn't matter as long as you like the manual bankruptcy. Agreed. Divide the cost by the number of days it'll bring you joy. It'll work out to be the cheapest way of improving health and well-being. That's what I always say as well. Like, I was talking to my sister, and her tattoo, her artist charges way less than mine. Like, my artist, all things considered, she's pretty expensive. She works for an expensive studio. Like, the studio is a very, very well, it has a very high reputation. In all of Europe, I think. And so the studio has like high hourly prices. And the guy that my sister went to is like way cheaper, but she obviously spent a lot more than I did because her tattoo is a lot larger. But we were talking about that. Like, if you think about it, you'll have it for the rest of your life. It's not that much. Like, it's worth it. Few things you'll spend money on that'll stay with you for your whole life, exactly. I also think that this looks like a case of spontaneous combustion. Where's the society?
As much as I like this painting, this isn't the time for art appreciation. Doesn't look as though this fireplace has been used in a long time. I suppose we can rule it out as the source.
I also think we can rule out the fireplace as the source.
It looks as though Miss Lathan was in the middle of writing something.
It's an article for Brentwell magazine.
Igniting the fires
Igniting
within!
the fires within.
That's hilarious.
A bit on the nose, wouldn't you say? Classic Brentwell. They have a reputation for making their writers go to extremes for their articles, all for the sake of entertainment.
Perhaps we should pay their offices a visit, see exactly what it was Miss Lathan was doing for them.
We are all familiar with the idea of an inner fire, a term usually applied to our sense of passion and determination. But what if that inner fire was a more physical nature? That is to say, if each of us had a capability to light a real fire within our bodies. What the fuck?
Some crumpled up letters. They look to be of the romantic variety.
They're from the same person, one Peter Andrews.
It's always sad to see a case of unrequited love. I'm thinking we should find out who this Peter Andrews is.
Good idea.
I offer you my heart, though I am sadly unable to offer you my hand. That circumstances were different. Why must life and love both be so cruel? I must continue to love and admire you from afar. I can only hope that these feelings are mutual, love Peter. Once again, I must declare my love for you. Though you have not yet responded to any of my letters, I maintain hope that you care for me as I do for you. I remain ever faithful. Call upon me and I will rush to your side. We will embrace as Mr. and Mrs. Andrews at long last. Doll, I think she has a stalker. I don't know if this is just me, but this reads like a stalker to me. I'm just saying. I'm gonna. That's my theory. She has a stalker.
That's a nice portrait of Miss Lathan. Too bad it was damaged by the fire. The area where the artist's signature should be has been singed and is unreadable.
You got one tattoo, 11 years,
But
you're
the
still
date
happy
is
with
still
it?
legible.
That's awesome.
It's from this year.
You also don't want another. That's perfectly valid. Absolutely fair.
Looks like this one barely managed to survive. Pity. It looked like a nice work of art. The flames must have been fairly high to be able to stain the ceiling like that.
One of your friends from your old job is now a tattoo artist. Her family's covered with them. That's cute.
Ashes to ashes and all that. I'm glad I was buried. Cremation always seemed a bit too hot to handle.
Now's not the time for jokes, Bill.
Are you serious? Death is the best time for jokes. Otherwise, it's all just a bunch of boo-hoo-hoo this and wah-wah-wah that. And trust me, there's plenty of that in life. Hell, you'd know better than anyone.
All right. Just shut it for a bit while I look over the crime scene, would you? I need to concentrate.
Sorry. Oh my god.
Ugh, greasy, fetid, stinking ashes. Who knew the human body was capable of producing such a disgusting byproduct?
I'm surprised the coroner hasn't taken the body away yet.
Probably because there isn't much of a body left to take.
There's
Either
some
that
body
or
left to
Dr.
take.
Edwards knows better than to deal with something like this.
That's extremely unlike him. He'd jump at the chance to examine this body. Perhaps we should allow him the pleasure.
I hope you're not suggesting what I think you're suggesting. Alas, poor Desiree, a woman of infinite riches, of tastes most fancy. Where's all your money now? Come to think of it,
Don't need
question
the
might be
money in
worth
the
answering.
afterlife, but do ya?
Oh, Miles, really? You're going to carry the ashes around in a pewter mug?
It's vital to the investigation that we find out exactly
Holy
what
shit.
happened to the body. If anyone can tell us for certain,
I don't
it's
think
Dr.
that this is the
Edwards.
way to do it.
Fair enough. I suppose this isn't the most unpleasant thing you've carried around before.
You said that there was still liquor in the bottom of this mug.
I'd really rather not, actually.
Holy shit. I don't think you should have done that.
There's a tattoo on her ankle. It says, "Dancing through life." Hate to break it to her, but that dance is over. This one's clean. Well, aside from the fact that the rest of the leg is burned off. I don't think Desiree will be able to give us a hand with this investigation.
Bill?
What? I thought it was funny.
It wasn't. Take her teeth? Did you know that it's cheaper to buy a human skeleton than it is to buy a fake human skeleton? Did you know that if you, for whatever reason, want, like, a skeleton as, like, a Halloween decoration or whatever, it's cheaper to buy a real one than a fake one?
Odd. Another pile of ashes under the bed. Looks as though whatever she kept underneath got burned too. Or it could be that whatever was under the bed is what caught fire in the first place. Although, there's no evidence of what started it. All that's left is a small piece of cloth. Might as well take it.
The cloth appears to have some oily residue on it. Interesting. There's a letter in here.
Why do I know this? I don't know. I don't know why I know
This just
this.
keeps getting more and more interesting. The law firm of Usher and Price isn't too far from here. I think it's definitely worth paying them a little visit.
They're considerably more real ones than fake. Yeah, for sure. Dear Miss Laughlin, this letter is to inform you that that we have received your request to make changes to your beneficiary as indicated in your last will and testament. Interesting. Please come to the law offices of River and Price at Street so we can the document. Yeah, okay, cool. I might not have understood every word, but I understood the meaning. The most likely scavengers that will eat you is deer?
Was there someone else in the room just now?
Interesting.
I thought I
didn't
heard
know
you
that.
talking.
Oh, no. It's just sometimes I think aloud when investigating crime scenes.
I see.
I'm a detective. I'm
Just
quirky
saying.
like that.
We don't need any more police officers thinking you're insane.
Ugh. The smell from the bedroom is getting worse. I don't know how much longer I could stand it.
What kind of fake skeleton are you looking for? Oh yeah, if you want like a very fake skeleton, then you can probably get that super cheap, but a realistic skeleton. Oh my god, is this the tiniest person?
There? Are you here to drop off an article?
No, actually, I'm a private investigator. The name's Miles Fordham.
How exciting. You must have so many interesting stories.
You could say that, yes.
This whole
Please,
room is out of whack.
I'm Alan Brentwell, owner and publisher of Brentwell magazine.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Goodness, what a stench.
I don't
When
understand.
did you last wash?
Oh, that? No, I've just got these ashes of a burned woman in my coat.
Holy
I
shit.
see. I'm sure you've got your reasons for doing so. If you'd ever like to write an article about the experience, I'll be glad to take a look at it.
This is an Alice in Wonder. Oh no, my frames! Oh, hello, hi. Sorry, I dropped a few frames there. Everything is the wrong size. I'm so fascinated with this room. I don't understand it. Because we look about normal size. Actually, no, we still look tiny compared to the ceiling. And the windows. But then these cabinets are massive. The bookcase is massive. But now I'm tiny too! What the shit is happening with this room? Is this intentional? Is this intentional? Sorry, there's an ad break happening right now, so I'm just gonna wait until that's over before we talk to him. So that people who sit through the ads don't have to miss anything. It has to be deliberate. Yeah, it has to be. Oh,
Confessions of a Steam Addict by Ezra Bartley. I think I'm better off not knowing. For Whom the Bell Almost Tolled by Suki Snobs. Fascinating stuff. For the publisher of a sensationalist rag, Brentwell is awfully well read. Assuming he actually has read all those books, of course.
Doubt it.
Empty. Too bad. I can only begin to imagine how many lurid and salacious articles are kept in those cabinets.
I'm fine.
Useful for getting to those hard-to-reach places. In my case, that's everywhere.
Refresh your drink. I have so much water still. I got so much water.
I have some questions for you, Mr. Brentwell.
Wonderful! It's so seldom I get to answer questions.
What can you tell me about Desiree Lathan?
Desiree Lathan. Oh, why, she came to me a few weeks ago in response to an ad I took out requesting articles. She told me she had an idea readers would love. We agreed on 3 crowns per paragraph, and she was on her way. Come to think of it, I haven't heard from her in a few days.
She burnt up.
Were you aware that Miss Lathan is dead?
What? No, I had no idea. What happened?
I'm not exactly sure. She seems to have burned to death under mysterious circumstances.
Mysterious circumstances?
Most of her body was burnt to ash, but there's very little fire damage around her. It's as though she herself just caught fire.
Oh, that sounds positively ghastly.
Positively?
Oh dear.
Is something wrong?
I just remembered. The article she was writing.
Yeah, the fire thing.
I hope she didn't go too far with her research.
What exactly was Desiree's article about?
I'm not entirely sure. She merely came to me with the proposal.
She didn't tell you what that idea was?
She did, but I wasn't sure what to make of it.
Please, Mr. Brentwell, stop stalling and tell me what she was writing about.
It was about spontaneous human combustion.
What do you know about spontaneous human combustion?
That's the thing. I don't know very much at all. It sounded interesting enough. That's why I accepted Miss Lathan's proposal to write the article about it.
But what do you know about it?
Only that it's a mysterious phenomenon in which a person catches fire spontaneously and burns to death. It sounds exactly as you described Miss Lathan's condition.
Do you know what Miss Lathan's research on the subject involved?
Only the one contact I gave her, a Miss Angela Maxwell at the Spectre Society in Gascon.
The Spectre Society, I know those.
Tell me about Brentwell Magazine.
We're a monthly publication focusing on both fiction and non-fiction pieces.
Ah, yes, you're publishing that serial, aren't you? The Dissembling Mechanism?
You're a subscriber! Tell me, what did you think of the conclusion? Quite astonishing, wasn't it?
I haven't had a chance to read it yet, I'm afraid.
Ah, then I won't say any more about it. My dream was to have a magazine that was well-respected and educational. But sadly, it seems today's audiences are much more interested in reading about sightings of giant bat creatures or mysterious buried treasures. Such a pity.
I hear you have a bit of a reputation for making your reporters do questionable things for their articles.
You are mistaken, Mr. Fordham. I don't force my writers to do anything. They seem to have this notion that the more extreme their research, the more authentic the articles will be.
What sort of extremes are we talking about here?
We had one writer who attempted to heighten the sensation of fear she wanted to express in her story. Damn near decapitated herself by sticking her head through an opening at the clock tower at St. Denis Cathedral. Ugh. Thankfully, she made it out alive. It would have been quite the predicament if she hadn't. Especially considering that was our most popular article last year.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, people have such odd taste.
What made you decide to start this business?
I always wanted to be a journalist. I never had much luck with any of the local papers, though. So I decided to start my own. I admit it's not exactly what I wanted, but I like to think Brentwell Magazine has found its own unique voice.
Voice? More like a gurgling scream.
The Spectre Society, huh? Shouldn't be surprised to hear that name again.
Are you a member?
Actually, I am.
As a
I
matter of
suggest
fact.
you do some research there. There's bound to be something relevant in that curious library of theirs.
People do
Thank
a
you.
lot of shit.
Perhaps
I don't
I
think
will.
that they necessarily do things for science for this magazine.
Thanks for your time, Mr.
I
Brentwell.
think they do it for
The pleasure is
fame
all mine.
and attention and money.
Welcome back,
I'm
Mr.
back!
Oh my. I sense the foul stench of the tomb.
Yeah, I'm carrying around
it must
human
mean a
ashes.
spirit is trying to make contact.
Oh, can you talk to her, actually? That would be very helpful. But you have a book about spontaneous human combustion.
This all sounds strangely familiar, but spontaneous human combustion can't be real, can it? Then again, sometimes the simplest explanation is the correct one.
Spontaneous human combustion is a highly controversial subject but remains popular among scholars and aficionados of the occult and unexplained. The term refers to deaths from a fire originating without any apparent source of external ignition. The fire is believed to start within the body of the victim. The 1823 book, Medical Jurisprudence, states the commonalities in recorded cases of spontaneous human combustion, including the following characteristics. The victims are chronic alcoholics, they're usually elderly females, their hands and feet usually fall off, The fire has caused very little damage to things around the body. A residue of grease and fetid ashes are left behind. Most physicians and investigators strongly believe that spontaneous human combustion is a product of alcoholism.
Could I ask you about some things, Miss Maxwell?
Certainly, darling.
Are you familiar with a woman named Desiree Lathan?
Yes, she came to see me just last week. She told me she was doing research for an article she was writing for Brentwell magazine.
What sort of research?
She asked me a few questions and looked at my books. That was all. She wasn't here for very long.
And what was she researching?
Something about spontaneous human combustion, I believe.
Did you know that she suddenly spontaneously combusted after that?
Did you know that Desiree Lathan is dead?
What? My God, no. I didn't. What happened to her?
She was found burned to death in her bed.
How awful.
Do you have any idea how this may have happened?
There are a number of possibilities. But if she was in the middle of researching spontaneous human combustion, and then to have this
questions
happen,
unanswered.
It can't be
Well,
a coincidence.
It's the more
Are you
fun
suggesting she
answer,
herself
though.
was a victim of spontaneous combustion?
One need only compare the circumstances of her death with the facts, darling.
She can't be serious, can she?
What can you tell me about spontaneous human combustion?
I'm not overly familiar with the subject, but I do have a book about it on the shelf back there.
I already read it.
You are welcome to look at it if it will help.
I already did.
I may, but I'd like to know what your understanding of it is.
Well, I believe it is when the human body inexplicably catches fire and burns. It usually occurs among elderly women who drink to excess, and very little fire damage is caused around the body. That's really all I know, darling. It's not a very agreeable subject for study now, is it?
Thank you for the information. It was very enlightening.
It was my pleasure, darling.
There's quite a few members in this group.
Nothing new in the guest book.
I'll be going now.
May the spirits
Oh,
guide
thank you, Sarah.
to that
Yeah, I'm
which
excited
you
to see
seek.
it. I'm excited to see. What if someone combusted her to hide the research about human random combustion? They might have. They might have.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the law offices of Usher and Price. May I help you?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Miles Fordham. I'm a private investigator, and I'm looking for Jonas Usher.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Usher is not seeing anyone today. If it's a matter of urgent legal importance, you could see Mr. Price. Oh, that smell! I thought I told Mr. Usher to throw away that sandwich.
I smell of human ashes, and you think it's a sandwich? What the fuck was in that sandwich?
The plaque says it's a portrait of Thomas Usher. Looks like a real go-getter. That pipe really clashes with the rest of the decor in here.
Begging your pardon, sir.
Yes?
Give those ashes to somebody who can appreciate them. I enjoy the fact that they all react to the smell of the ashes. I enjoy that that's a thing, so I kind of want to keep them with me.
If I may ask, what is the reason for Mr. Usher's refusal to see anyone today?
I also don't remember who wanted
He has
them.
a rather important trial starting tomorrow, and doesn't want to run the risk of falling ill.
Falling ill?
Mr. Usher is very particular about his health. Very particular.
I see. Sir, it is of the utmost importance that I speak with Mr. Usher.
And as I said, he isn't taking visitors today.
But it's in regards to his client, Desiree Lathan. Or should I say, former client.
Miss Lathan found another attorney?
No, I'm sorry to be the one to have to inform you, but she's dead.
Dead? I had no idea.
No?
Huh.
It was in today's newspaper.
I haven't read it yet. Mr. Usher forbids it in the office.
But surely he's read it. Just because he forbids you reading the paper in the office.
No, I mean he forbids the presence of newspapers in the office. He fears they bring in outside germs.
I see.
In any case, if what you say
You
is
seem
true,
delightful.
I'll need some sort of proof.
I suppose just bringing in a copy of the newspaper is out of the question then. We'll have to find another way.
What about her human remains? You eating an egg and human ashes salad sandwich right now? I kind of want eggs. I haven't had eggs for a while. I kind of want to make something with eggs. I like eggs.
You said you wanted proof of Miss Lathan's death? Well, these are her ashes.
Oh, what is wrong with you?
So
Get
many
out
things.
of here this instant, or I'll have you arrested.
This is an appropriate response, by the way.
Have you gone insane?
That is an appropriate response. I just got an achievement called Total Asshole.
Begging your pardon, sir.
Get out of here, you sick freak! I won't warn you again.
Oh no.
It would be unwise to barge into Mr. Usher's office having been told he isn't seeing anyone today.
Have I
We need
now
to find a
locked
way
my
to make
way?
him change.
Locked myself out of this too? Did I just fuck up another mission? I hope not.
What is that? I think the water closet may need a cleaning.
I think I just need to get rid of the ashes and then come back to him, probably.
Excuse me.
Ugh, get away from me, you horrid man. You smell like
take you
rotten
anyway.
flesh.
You're not
I
going to make
don't
too many friends with
remember.
those ashes in
I
your
don't
pocket,
remember
Miles.
where to take them. Tell me. Dr. Edwards the Coroner. That would be from the police station, right?
Dear Lord, what is that smell? Did you step in something out there, Fordham?
It's
Private investigation is a dirty job, Upton. You know that.
It's hard to explain.
Got a moment, Upton?
Yes, but let's make this quick.
Sorry, excuse me. Oh, blah, blah, blah.
Would it be possible for me to access the mortuary?
The mortuary? What for?
I'd like to consult with Dr. Edwards.
All right, but be careful. Make sure you don't let Snelling see you back there.
I wish I liked the mortuary system
I'm done
better.
with the Lathan case.
Oh? What
I
have you
just want
got?
to see what the options are. Human combustion, okay.
Actually, I'm not ready to wrap.
Okay.
We can just be like, well, she
That's it.
just caught fire. She just caught fire. What can you do? There's no suspects. We don't know anything about her stalker, though.
Dr. Edwards' lab was always a fascinating place to learn about death. A bit less so now that I'm quite the expert.
Oh, did I miss cleaning up some bit of that last corpse? Oh, Fordham, what brings you down here?
Hello, Edwards. I was wondering if I could pick your brain.
Yes, of course. There's one in a jar over there, and I may have another one around here somewhere.
That coroner humor never gets old, does it?
Anyway, let me know what you want to discuss. This fellow's not going anywhere.
You're sitting at narrowing down your narrative possibilities. I think so.
The brain is truly a fascinating organ. If only more people used it. A fine example of well-developed deltoids, latissimus dorsi, and gluteus maximi. That collection of stains, fluids, and other repugnant materials almost makes me homesick for the chum.
Sorry.
I remember when Edwards used to keep his collection of preserved reproductive organs on this shelf. He must be getting soft in his old age. Or perhaps that's exactly what happened to his collection.
Have I played Grim Fandango? No. Is that the sound of fire crackling? I think so? It sounds more like something bubbling than fire crackling. But there is a fire here.
This provides the room with just the right amount of heat. Unlike the incinerators in the crematorium.
I don't know.
Talk about overkill.
I only hear it if I turn like the volume of my
I'm pretty
headset
sure I saw
all the
Edwards
way up.
weighing his lunch
But
on
my
this
hearing is bad,
once.
so...
It looks rather fresh. There's a plaque at the base of the jar that says H. Putnam. Well, at least he died with a smile on his face. Sort of. I wonder if Edwards ever got around to fixing this typewriter. The letter E being out of alignment always made his reports a nightmare to read. You've seen one dissected torso, you've seen them all. It sure is a lot of rubbish crammed inside our upper bodies, isn't there? I'd say being hooked up to that machine was the worst experience of my life, except I was already dead at the time. Imagine a giant mosquito sucking out all your blood and then replacing it with formaldehyde. Not very pleasant. Nice pair of legs. Edwards keeps assorted bottles and specimens in there. Nothing too remarkable that I can see. It's important to keep your hands clean when dealing with dead bodies. After all, you never know where they've been. Until after the post-mortem exam, anyway. I feel sorry for the poor slob who has to clean that out. Seems to be empty for now. That's most definitely a good thing. Edwards must have some very good friends in the department to have gotten this custom-made table.
Yeah,
It does suit the room,
skulls
though.
on it. Actually, pretty cool.
Not a stitch of clothing on him. As if having your torso ripped open and poked around inside weren't bad enough. There truly is no dignity in death.
Pardon me, Edwards.
Yes?
I've got these human ashes from a crime scene.
Straight to the point. I knew I liked you for a reason, Fordham. Who do they belong to?
Desiree Lathan. She was a Gascon Grand Dame.
Oh, of course. I heard about that case. She was found burned in her home, wasn't she?
That's right.
I meant to go over there later today.
Well, then I suppose I've saved you the journey. Would you have a look at these?
Does this mean you're officially on the case?
Not as such. In fact, I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention I'd been here.
Ah, clandestine operation. Sneaking around under Snelling's nose.
I don't have much of a choice. I'm pretty much persona non grata around here these days.
Well, you're always welcome in my mortuary. Preferably while still breathing, of course.
Thank you.
Anyway, I'll just take those ashes off your hands. I'm sure your social life will soon improve.
Yes, I was making quite the impression.
This is an interesting choice of container.
It was either that or carry them around in my bare hands.
Well, I'm a bit busy right now, but I should have something for you within the next couple of hours. But you do realize the information won't be exclusive to you. I'll have to pass it on to the detectives on the case.
Naturally. That just gives me more of an incentive to work quickly. I found this piece of burned cloth at the crime scene. Could you take a look at it for me?
This is from the Lathan case?
It is, yes.
What do you need me to look at exactly?
It appears to have some oily residue on it.
Interesting. I'm afraid I have my hands full right now, but you can feel free to use my workbench if you'd like.
To do what exactly?
Surely they taught you something about basic chemical analysis when you worked here.
No?
Yes, well, I always let Bill handle the more technical aspects of our cases.
Well, I
A real
have
pity
Bill
I'm
with
not around
me.
to help you anymore, isn't it?
But I'll
You
have a
were
look and see if something comes back to me. Keeping busy down here, Edwards?
Oh, you know me. I've always got my hands in someone.
Edwards always did have a way with words.
This postmortem was just a formality, really. The victim died of a gunshot wound to the head. Last week, though, we had a real kicker. An old man was brought in, and though he appeared quite dead, I was told that he'd been in a trance for over half a year. Apparently, he was hypnotized right at the point of death, and somehow managed to remain alive, in a fashion. In any case, when I began performing the exam, his entire body decayed into a putrefied mess within minutes. It was fascinating.
Should you really be giving me these details, Edwards?
Oh, hell, I don't mind telling you, Miles. It's not like you're going to go tell Snelling. Besides, you're the only one who's come to see me all week. Dead people make lousy conversationalists.
Hey, I take offense to that statement.
So, Snelling got promoted to chief, did he?
Yes, not too long after you left. Personally, I think he took advantage of your situation to change things around here.
Was it really that much of a shock? Bill and I weren't exactly the most well-liked detectives on the force.
But you were respected. You two solved over 350 cases in 15 years. You were an institution.
Damn right we were. It's so easy for people to resent their more successful peers.
Ah, Edwards. Nice to know someone missed us. You didn't examine Bill after he died, did you?
Ha! He wishes.
No, there was nothing inconclusive about his death. He died from impact after falling from the roof of a building. Why, was there something else I should have looked into?
No, I was just curious.
As fond as I am of Edwards, it would have been a bit much for him to go poking around my insides.
Thanks. That's all I needed to know for the moment.
Anytime, Fordham.
Okay.
Miss Robineau?
Oh, it's you again. Have you come to ask me more questions?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I
Yes,
think I have.
if you wouldn't mind.
No. Be my guest.
Is the name Peter Andrews familiar to you?
Peter Andrews? Is he still around?
I'd be able to tell you that if you told me who he is.
He's desperate. That's who he is. A lovesick fool who is obsessed with Desi. Sent her love letters all of the time.
Well, you know where I can find him.
Why would you want to?
Because I want to question him about Miss Lathan's death.
I suppose that makes some sense. All I remember Desi telling me is that he worked at the Bank of Vespuccia, a clerk or some such. Imagine.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thanks for your time.
Are
I'll
you
let
ready
you
for
get back to your
full
drink.
stalker vibes?
Thanks, sweetheart.
Yes, I am.
Mr. Fordham.
Ah, Mr. Dupre. Good to see you again. Is all well with you?
I forgot you worked at the bank.
Absolutely. Everything is wonderful. Because of you, this city has finally seen Laura Dupre for the monster she is. I cannot thank you enough.
I suppose you're welcome?
Now then, is there anything I can help you with?
Yes, I'm looking for Peter Andrews. I was told he worked here.
That's right. His desk is just over there.
Thank you, Mr. Dupre. Lovely seeing you.
What an absurd contraption. Imagine needing all those extra bits and bobs just to tell the time. I tried using one of these automatic money dispensers once, but I nearly got my arm stuck inside. They still got a long way to go. Yeah, impressive bit of hardware. It would take a criminal mastermind to rob this bank.
Mr. Andrews.
Yes?
Miles Fordham, private investigator. May I ask you a few questions?
Yes, I suppose that would be fine. Have a seat.
I'd rather stand, if it's all the same to you. Now then.
Why? Why do we stand?
Exactly what is your role here at the bank?
I'm the manager. I handle the new accounts, organize finance, that sort of thing.
Have you been here long?
Coming up on 17 years. Is this at all relevant to your investigation?
Anything could be, Mr. Andrews. Do you know Desiree Lathan?
Desiree Lathan? No, I can't say the name rings any bells.
You say you don't know Miss Lathan. Would you care to explain these?
Why are they crumpled up? Did she throw them out?
Oh,
and
no!
Why do you have them?
I just love catching people like this.
Relax, Mr. Andrews. Let's take this slowly. Now, I can assume by your reaction that these are your letters?
Yes, they are.
So why did you lie about knowing Miss Lathan?
I promised my wife I would cut off contact.
But you clearly didn't. The most recent letter is from 2 weeks ago.
Did she hire you?
Your wife? No, that's not why I'm here.
Ah, well, that's somewhat of a relief then.
So your wife knows about your correspondence with Miss Lathan?
Well, I don't know if you could really call it correspondence. Desiree never wrote back. But yes, Peggy, that is to say Margaret found out shortly after we married.
Exactly how many letters did this bounder send, I wonder?
At first I tried to make it out that she was just a friend, but she found one of the more intimate ones while I was writing it.
I see. And what was her reaction?
What do you think? I still have the scar from the glass that she threw at me.
You're still married?
Oh yes. Margaret comes from a very strict Catholic family. They would sooner she die than divorce. It hasn't been easy. She makes sure to take full advantage of the situation. Always buying herself the most expensive jewelry and spending a fortune on food for those wretched cats. I swear, they're better fed than I am.
Where might I find Mrs. Andrews? I'd like to speak to her.
Our house is at 713 Longfellow Street, just at the edge of Gascon. But I warn you, it's a goddamn menagerie she's got. I'd stay away if you're averse to being covered in animal hair.
I'll take my chances.
We have to tell him that she died. He's not gonna take this well.
Were you aware of Miss Lathan's death?
What? Desiree is dead? No.
She was found burned to death in her bed.
You're lying. You have to be.
I'm afraid I'm not, Mr. Andrews.
Oh, Desiree.
Do you have any idea who might have wanted to kill her?
No, she was a marvelous woman.
Well, I'm sorry to have to be the bearer of bad news, but at least you won't have to worry about writing any more letters.
That isn't funny, Mr. Fordham.
Yes, it was. Don't listen to him.
Thanks for your time, Mr.
I
Andrews.
agree with Bill. It was.
Nice house.
Holy shit.
It definitely screams, eccentric person lives here. Speaking of which, that must be Mrs. Andrews over there with those rodents. Rats with fluffy tails. How anyone can find them endearing is beyond me.
They're so cute! What do you mean? They're adorable.
Excuse me, Mrs. Andrews?
May I help you?
I'm Miles Fordham, private investigator. I was hoping you could answer a few questions.
He's right about the squirrels?
All right, then.
No.
Don't worry, my darlings. Mommy only needs a moment to speak to the nice man, then I'll give you all the nuts you can eat. My little friends just adore nuts, Mr. Fordham.
Guess that explains why squirrels are so attracted to her.
Do you have any hobbies or pastimes, Mrs. Andrews?
Well, of course. I do a bit of knitting and I take care of my pets.
I take it you're fond of animals?
Oh, yes. I just love animals. Most prove to be better company than people.
Is that right?
Well, consider this, Mr. Fordham. Animals can't betray you or lie.
Uh-oh, I don't like where this is going.
My furry little companions would never hurt me, unlike several humans I could name.
Who are these companions, exactly?
Why, my darling little kitties and squirrel friends, of course.
Tell me about your cats.
They're the most wonderful little dears. Do you have any pets?
Afraid not. My wife isn't too fond of cleaning up after animals.
Pity. Cats make wonderful pets. They're good company and are independent, unlike dogs. Edgar and Hubert are my pride and joy. I give them only the best of everything, and they in turn give me their unconditional love.
That's delightful.
I used to have a wonderful cat named Tobias, but, oh, he had an unfortunate accident. That's why I never let my two angels out of the house.
What happened to Tobias the cat?
Oh, I really rather not talk about that. It wasn't my finest hour. Let's just say it was an honest misunderstanding which got blown way out of proportion.
Well, now I just have to know what happened. I hate it when people tease gossip and don't deliver.
It's the worst. It's the worst knowing that there is a little bit of gossip and they know it, but they just don't tell you.
Your squirrel friends are quite tame.
Oh, aren't they just the sweetest? And so smart, too. When I feed them, they come up and put their little paws on my hands as though they were giving me little squirrel hugs. And the way they look into my eyes, I can almost hear them saying, "Thank you for the nuts."
Well, at least you can be grateful that it's only my voice you hear and not some rabid squirrels.
Did you know Desiree Lathan?
Not personally. I never met her, but I knew exactly who she was.
And who was that?
A miserable drunk. Always going
So
out
she
and
was an
getting liquored up
alcoholic.
at her so-called socialite balls. They try to make them seem so fancy and high class, but it's really just a bunch of bitter old hags getting together to gossip about each other. With that kind of lifestyle, it was only a matter of time before it caught up with her.
Do you happen to know anything about the circumstances surrounding the death of Miss Lathan?
I read in the paper that she was burned to death. In her bed, wasn't it?
That's right. Do you have any idea how that may have happened?
Well, I already told you she was a drunk. Maybe she came home plastered and decided to smoke in bed. I'm rather surprised she was sleeping alone. That woman got around, if you know what I mean.
She certainly seems to know a lot about Desiree for someone who claims to have never met her.
Thank you for the chat. It was very enlightening.
Oh, my pleasure, Mr. Fordham. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get back to tending to my little darlings.
Okay. She seems lovely. You seem delightful. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Welcome back.
I don't think there's anything.
I'll be going now.
Holy shit. Hey, Ball of Darkness, thank you.
Got a moment?
Yeah.
Have a
I'm afraid if they find out,
Understand.
I'll still be.
Oh.
That's it for now.
Better get back to it.
Sorry, excuse me. Oh. She can't help me this time? Well, that sucks. But if you close your... There's no where I want to go. I wanted to go to the law offices. But if you close... I almost did it again. That's also not it. We can talk to him again. No. No, we cannot. But if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like... No, we can't. Oh my god, he actually did, like, kick us out permanently. What the fuck, dude?
Honey, I'm home.
Seeing you come home always puts a smile on my face.
Hi, Morg. No, you.
Addie?
What is it, Miles?
Have you forgiven me yet?
You've got an appointment with Charlotte Robineau later today, don't you?
Are you using your detecting skills on me now?
I spoke with her at the Gascon Supper Club, and she mentioned you. Turns out she knew Desiree Lathan.
Makes sense. That social circle is tiny.
She wasn't very forthcoming, though. Do you think you might try and persuade her to talk?
Persuasion shouldn't be necessary. She usually just sits in the chair and starts gossiping up a storm.
That's fair.
I think I know more about all the Gascon Grand Dames than anyone should.
That's good. That's
Can
very good.
I join for the appointment and then just, like, sit
Right. These are the things I
in the
want you to
corner
ask
and
her about.
listen?
So you want me to take off about an inch, but keep enough for your curls?
Yes, that's right. You know how I like it, Adelaide.
I basically play as her now. Whoa.
How was the Grand Dame's ball? Was your hairdo a hit?
Oh, it was.
We gotta be
All
careful
those
so we're
other
not, like,
old
too
biddies
obvious.
were practically fainting with jealousy. Truth be told, though, the evening was rather dull. Just the regular crowd of wags and gossips. You know, sometimes I envy people like you, Adelaide.
People like me.
Yes, you know, ordinary people. Being a member of high society can be so draining.
Oh gosh, it is
One
so
quite lacks a
difficult to be
sense of
so
purpose.
rich.
Of
Just
ordinary,
all the
honest
time.
usefulness that comes from a good day's labor.
God, I hate
Have
her.
you done much of that sort of labor yourself, madam?
What? No,
Rich
of course
people are
not.
the worst.
But I imagine it must be quite good for the soul, quite grounding. Just being what you are. No airs or pretense. Oh, you've missed a bit there on the left ear. Do be sure it comes out even.
This is my job?
Certainly, madam.
Shut the fuck up.
Has anyone special caught your eye recently?
Ha! No, I think I'm getting too old for most of the young pups I see around these days. Besides, marriage has proved to be more trouble than it's worth. I'm finished with that whole game. Although there was one fellow who came into the supper club today. Pity he was only interested in asking questions.
You mean...
Oh?
My...
Yes.
husband?
The dark brooding type. Sleepless nights.
Oh my
etched
god, she
all
does
over
mean
his
my
face.
husband.
Still handsome, though.
Ew.
I invited him to join me for a drink, but he refused. Turned out he was a private investigator, if you can believe it.
Oh? What was he asking about?
Nothing of consequence. I didn't tell him very much.
You get to hear
anyway.
that our husband is hot.
Probably
Yeah,
for the best he
and that
didn't
he
join you for that
rejected,
drink
like, the
then.
offer to have a drink. I would actually be okay with this. If I was Addie, I'd be happy at this point.
I was reading in the paper this morning about what happened with Desiree Lathan. Did you hear about that?
Oh, such a tragedy. Poor Desi. We hadn't talked in a long time, but How terrible to think of her dying in such a horrible way.
My condolences.
Thank you, dear.
Did you and Desiree used to be friends?
Oh, we were like sisters at one point.
What happened?
What else? A man got involved.
You were both after the same man?
No, quite the contrary. We both enjoyed being unattached and had vowed to keep it that way. The Spinster Sisters, we used to call ourselves. But I fell for a man a few years ago. We got married and Desiree stopped speaking to me.
That's a shame.
Yes, especially considering the marriage only lasted a few brief months. I lost both my husband and my best friend. I'm sure there's a lesson to be learned in that.
I have to say, your musical selection for today is lovely.
It's nice to know someone like you can appreciate some of the finer points of culture. In case you were wondering, the piece is the Fourth Symphony by a composer named Theophilus von Wagner.
Yes, it's refreshing to hear the Fourth Symphony for a change. Most people know von Wagner for his Fifth Symphony or his Lute Concerto in D minor.
Get fucked, lady.
You know von Wagner?
Although I admit he isn't one of my favorite Baroque composers, I can appreciate what he brought to the movement. I'm more in favor of Scaravaldi. His development of the Concerto Grosso makes for a much richer musical tapestry. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh,
Get
well,
fucked.
perhaps so.
Do you have any favorites among Scaravaldi's works?
His First Symphony is quite riveting.
Do you mean his Concerto for Mandolin? He didn't have a First Symphony as such.
Well, yes. That's what I meant.
Oh, she feels so small right now.
As much as I enjoy chatting.
And I
perhaps
love
you should
every moment
concentrate
of it.
on what you're doing, dear.
She feels so embarrassed.
I heard someone mention that Desiree had her portrait painted recently.
Yes, I heard that too. I think it was Caroline who told me. Yes, that was it, Caroline. She was looking for a portrait artist and told me Desiree had found one. Roger DeVay, I think she said his name was.
Roger DeVay? Sounds mysterious. Who is he?
Well, I don't know about mysterious. He's just an artist. Not a very good one either, from what I hear.
He didn't do a good job on the portrait?
Oh, no, he did fine. I just meant he hasn't really taken off. His paintings aren't worth very much, you see. But Desiree took a liking to him very quickly. Even went as far as giving him an extra key to her apartment.
Interesting.
If there was anything more going on between them, I couldn't say. But she could have done a lot better, if you ask me. I mean, he's barely even an artist now. I heard he took a teaching position at the university. Now, who would want their likeness immortalized by a lecturer?
I see. Well, I hope he makes it in the world someday.
Miracles may happen.
Quite chilly out today, isn't it?
Yes, a good day for spending indoors.
Probably means we'll be getting an earlier winter.
It's
Don't
a good
talk
thing
to
I
me
bought
about
a new
winter.
set of coats then.
I'm over it. I'm over winter.
Good. I think that's all finished.
Thank you, Adelaide. It was a pleasure.
21
as
days until
always.
winter solstice.
Likewise, Miss Robinow. I'll see you next week. And she didn't tip very well either.
I'm
bitch.
sorry, dear. She sounds positively dreadful.
No more than the other Gascon Grandames. I just hope you managed to get something useful from that.
Are we not going to talk about the fact
Addie?
that
What is it, Miles?
she tried hitting on me?
Please let me see that beautiful smile of yours, Addie.
That's not
That's
a compliment.
enough, Miles. If you're just going to stand there and throw meaningless words at me, you're better off not saying anything at
It's
all.
not.
But-
It's not how to compliment
I'm
someone.
trying my best to move past this.
Holy shit!
Don't make it worse.
Holy shit, dude!
You've mucked up things enough with her for now.
You done goofed
Let's
up.
leave her be until some time passes.
Oh my god, he's so terrible sometimes.
I'm heading out for now.
Goodbye, Miles.
Oh. I'm just gonna say, if I left the house and my partner said goodbye, Twiggie, like that, I would close the door and I would cry. I would straight up just break down as soon as I was on the other side of the door. I would just cry. Oh my god. Hey, there's a naked man! I'm sure Bill will be happy about this.
Well, so much for modesty. Ooh, is it warm in here or is it just me?
Excuse me.
Yes.
Are you Roger DeVay?
I am.
Miles Fordham, private investigator. I have some questions for you if you aren't too busy.
Will this take long? This isn't exactly the best time.
It shouldn't, no.
All right then, quickly.
How long have you been teaching at this university?
About 4 years now.
And do you also earn money with your painting?
Not of late. I haven't sold a painting in some time. But my salary from the university is enough for the time being. Perhaps someday I'll be able to devote the proper focus to my painting.
Do you know Desiree Lathan?
Desiree? Yes, of course I know her. What happened to her was just awful.
Indeed. My condolences, Mr. DeVay. What can you tell me about her?
She was a wonderful woman. Sharp, full of life, extremely witty. I only knew her for a short time, but I consider myself lucky to have had her as a friend.
How did you two meet?
We were introduced at a party and became fast friends. It's hard to believe she's really gone.
Do you have any information regarding Desiree's death?
No, none at all. It came as a total shock. I heard she was burned to death. Oh, is that true?
It is.
It's really just unthinkable.
Do you know of anyone who might have wished harm upon her?
No. Everyone loved her. To think someone could be capable of doing that to her, it just makes me feel sick.
It could be him.
You painted Desiree's portrait, is that right?
Yes. I finished it just a few months ago.
Do you often do commissioned work?
Sometimes, but this wasn't exactly a commission. More like a gift.
You mean you weren't paid for it?
No, I didn't do it for money. It was an honor just to paint her.
I see. And did she like the result?
Well, she had it hanging in her bedroom and not in her attic, so I assumed she liked it well enough.
It was a rather nice portrait, I must admit.
Oh, so you've seen it?
Indeed I have. Regrettably, I can't comment on the likeness, never having seen the subject in life.
Ah, yes. Well, she used to say that standing in front of it was like looking into a mirror. I tried my best to do her justice.
I'll let you get back to your class.
Right.
I might start stream a little bit later tomorrow, just as a little bit of a heads up. Because I'm doing Goose Goose Duck with some people from the Women's Guild at 3 a.m., which is 23 hours and 40 minutes ago. What? No. That's not even remotely. It's in 23 hours and 40 minutes. 20 minutes ago, it was 24 hours until. So I did great. So I might start a little bit later tomorrow. Because otherwise, I don't know how long we'll be playing for, but I imagine, like, at least 3 or 4 hours. So instead of me streaming 6 hours first and then doing, like, 3 or 4 hours of Goose Goose Duck tomorrow, I might start a little bit later. But undecided. Look, I don't have any reason in my life to do math anymore on a daily basis.
I'm guessing it's locked, but it probably only contains
Give me a
more art
break.
supplies.
I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best, okay?
All the tools an artist would ever need. Brushes, pieces of canvas, paints. There's also several jars full of clear liquid. Interesting. Where dreams go to die.
You're so optimistic.
These aren't half bad. Nice to know the students aren't completely wasting their time here.
This guy... I only just noticed. Holy shit. This guy is the only one who can see the subject's dick, and he's the only one who's not painting. He's just staring. That's so funny. Holy shit. He's just mesmerized. Oh, that's so funny. Speak to Tobias the cat. Oh, we can probably talk to Husbando. For cats. My cam was over the bottom.
Mr.
I know,
Andrews.
I have to ensure
Yes?
that I maintain my viewers' innocence.
Is there anything you can tell me about your wife's old cat, Tobias?
Oh God, there's a name I was hoping never
He
to hear
killed
again.
him, 100%.
She loved that cat. I'm sure she would have married it instead of me if she could. Mangy little bastard was always leaving a mess and knocking things over, but he was Peggy's little angel. Then one day I'd had enough, so I let him outside and...
Yes?
The stupid thing managed to get itself killed. Then things got ugly.
How so?
Peggy got a bit carried away and... Well, let's just say I never imagined a cat could earn someone a criminal record.
The plot thickens. Or perhaps sickens.
Thanks for your time, Mr. Andrews.
Then we go back to her. I don't know how many cases there are in this game. We're 9 hours into the stream, and I have
Nothing
literally
more to ask her about.
no concept of how much is left. You could probably look up her criminal record at the police station, don't you think?
Got a moment? Oh,
Yes?
I need some information on one Margaret Andrews. Apparently, she has a criminal record.
Margaret Andrews, eh? Give me a moment to look her up in the archives. Yes, here we are. Margaret Andrews was brought in for questioning 5 years ago in connection with a fire at a theater in Worcester.
Oh?
Yes. Nothing came of it, but she was
fire?
briefly a suspect. Oh, there's more. She also had a prior
Interesting.
conviction for arson.
You don't say.
The file says she set fire to a cab after the driver ran over her cat. She served 6 months in prison for that. This was back in 1835.
9 years
Fascinating.
Thank you for your help, Upton. This has been extremely
She has a
valuable.
motive.
So,
She has a
Margaret
history with
Andrews has
fire.
a jealous streak and a penchant for setting things on fire. Seems a likely culprit to me.
And
That's it for now.
Better get back to it then.
Now we go back and talk to her and confront her about it. Slit her throat? That sounds very aggressive, Morg. That sounds very aggressive.
Nothing more to ask her about.
Do you think we can ask the ghost people about her cats? About Tobias? Can you talk to Tobias for me?
I don't think there's any.
No.
I'll be going.
Wow, 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 wow,
Nothing else to ask. I don't think there's. Probably best. Nothing new to ask.
Hello?
I'm here.
Hello.
You've mucked up things.
Time for me to get...
Hello.
What's going on right now? Have Dr. Oh, Coroner. Maybe he's done with the ashes.
Pardon me, Edwards.
That's the plan.
Yes?
It's the plan to beat the game today.
Have you had a chance to look at those ashes I gave you?
Yes, I have. Unfortunately, there isn't much I can tell you. The victim burned to death at a very high temperature. These ashes are greasy and putrid because of liquefied fat from the body, which burned like a candle. As to what caused her to burn, I cannot say without more evidence. I'm sorry, Miles.
It's quite all right, Edwards. I appreciate the information nonetheless.
Well, just so you don't go away empty-handed, have a copy of my report. Maybe it will be of some use.
Thanks. That's all I needed to know for the moment.
Anytime, Fordham.
What is that giving me, though? Oh, I never worked at the chemistry table. You're absolutely right. I completely ignored that part of the game. Good call.
It's been ages since we got to do any type of chemical analysis. This will be grand!
Dr. Edwards, could you remind me what it is I'm meant to be doing?
Yes, of course. Go ahead and get as much of that oily residue from the cloth into the petri dish. Good. Now add some of the chemical reagent in the red bottle to the dish.
Aha! The oil turned orange.
Yes! The reagent has caused a chemical reaction and changed the oil's color. Isn't science fun?
Quite. But how does this help me?
I have some samples of the most common types of flammable oils on the shelf. Go ahead and add them to the test tubes. Good. Now simply check each one with the reagent to see if you can find a match.
And if I don't find one?
Then I suggest going out and looking for more oil samples.
Miles, the petri dish is... Too bad. I would have bet on it being coal oil.
I love that we have to hear this squirt so many times.
So much for kerosene being the
hilarious.
culprit.
They were really proud of this. It's not going to be any of these. There's a reason why there's one clear tube.
Well, oil be damned. Looks like that's not a match.
I'm so coming.
Oh, you love it.
I hate it. So we gotta go out and find another oil. Where would you go to find an oil? Here.
Huh. This is linseed oil. It's used as a drying agent for oil paintings. It would be a good idea to take a sample of this, Miles, especially now that nobody's looking.
Why? He's not the one who burns her, though. Right? Right? Hi, Gary.
Now that we've got some linseed oil, it's probably worth testing.
Linseed oil. It's the winner. I promise you. Promise you, this is it.
Well, I'll be damned. We've got ourselves a match. I wonder if Edwards knows anything pertinent about this stuff.
I will say though,
Pardon
I
me,
have two
Edwards.
things that has like a little pipette like that I use
Yes.
regularly, and they are very satisfying to use.
What do you know about linseed oil?
It's an oil made from flaxseed that has many uses.
I'm just saying.
Most commonly, it's used to dry things like varnish or oil paints. Some people even eat it for health benefits. I hear it goes well with a bit of quark.
And it's flammable?
As most oils are, yes. Where are you going with this?
The oily residue on that rag is linseed oil.
Fascinating.
But I found no trace of anything used to light a fire at the crime scene.
Uh-oh, he's getting that gleam in his eye.
It doesn't
Wait
sound like
just
that
a
at all,
moment.
no.
Linseed oil. Of course! Anytime linseed oil is used, extreme caution must be taken to dry cure rags that may be soaked in it. That's because when linseed oil dries and oxidizes, it releases heat. A pile of rags soaked in linseed oil in a confined space runs the risk of spontaneously combusting.
How long would this take exactly?
A few days, at least.
Interesting. It's a rather uncertain means of murder, but it's excellent for appearing accidental.
It's certainly not the most far-fetched conclusion you've ever come to.
Thanks. That's all I needed to know for the moment.
Anytime, Fordham.
Maybe I am doing it wrong. Maybe I can make it squirt harder. Anyway. This scene
Well,
is so funny.
so much for modesty.
Oh,
Ooh, is it warm in here?
if you're wondering what you're missing out on because my cam is covering it,
Probably best not to.
can I go back?
Nothing new to ask.
I'm afraid I need to have another look inside Miss Lathan's room, Officer Kane.
All right, but please be quick about it.
Gotta use a couple of fingers and more pressure to make it squirt harder? Yeah, that's what I've been doing wrong.
That's a nice portrait of Miss Lit. The area.
But the date is still...
Wait, it's from
but
when?
the date is still legible.
This year. Okay, no, nothing more specific.
Just a pile of ash.
Okay, tell you what, there's an ad break coming up and I gotta pee. So, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go... Actually, this is not where I'm gonna leave you. I'll be right back. Poop. 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 Hello, hi. I'm sorry. Hello, hi. I decided I'm also hungry. So, I prepared some potatoes. I'm now cooking some potatoes. I'm just boiling some potatoes. Excited. Thank you for the bits, Joe. Sarah Ratalon, thank you. Okay. I actually still have no idea what to do though. Because I'm not allowed to talk to this guy again. You also go back from a food run? Wonderful.
Welcome back, Mr.
I'll be going now.
Wonderful. A couple of clips you heard while driving. No, that's okay. Hey, Carmine. Hello, hello. I appreciate you lurking.
Rats.
They're not roast potatoes. They're just boiled. Boiled potatoes. I'm gonna put so much butter on them. Sprinkle a little bit of cheese on top. Oh, I'm excited. So excited. I don't know what I'm meant to be doing.
Got a moment?
Yeah.
That's it for...
I don't know what I'm meant to be doing. We found the linseed oil. We know that that's what caught fire.
I don't think... Assorted lab equipment.
Arrgh! do I do? With the burnt cloth. Can I go back to the place with the woman? I don't think so. Can I talk to the police guy? I don't think so. No.
Definitely two. An invitation to the... You have to hand it. No title. Nothing new to...
Can walk over there.
Judging by these books, let's...
Oh my god, I don't know what I'm missing.
I'm afraid I...
All right.
Did I ever check the drawers?
Nothing else of it. Looks like this one barely managed to survive. Doesn't look as though... Nothing else of interest in there.
What do I do? Typewriter? We've tried
Miss Lathan's half-written article about igniting the fires within.
That brings us to, the typewriter brought us to Brentville magazine. Now I'm not allowed to talk to him.
For the pub...
anymore.
I don't think there's really...
Which means I'm kind of at a loss. I'm not allowed to go back to the law offices. I fucked that up. Ooh, can I talk to you?
We haven't got anything... Nothing else. What an I tried...
You want a nudge? Yes, please. A little... I have tried asking them about portraits, but I can't do that either. Does anyone have a motive? Yeah, we have one suspect. Margaret Andrews. The law office is closed, yeah. Not allowed there anymore. I think I might have fucked up. Because the guy, the receptionist was like, well, do you have any proof that she's dead? So I showed him her ashes. And then he was like, oh my god, get the fuck out of here. You needed the friggin' certificate. That sucks. That sucks. When was the last time we saved? I haven't. Like, it saves automatically at the start of the mission, and then every time you open the map. So I don't think that there's anything I could do. I've literally gone to all the places that I can to talk to them. Report to Upton, declare Desiree Lathan's death the result of spontaneous human combustion. Speak to Roger DeVay at the university, and I tried that. I can't. He doesn't let me, like... For some reason, there's nothing new to talk to him about.
Not to
Even though, like, I would think the fact that the linseed oil from his classroom is the same as what combusted under her bed. So, like, I don't know what to do. Who's Jenks? Dude, if I could have Detective Jenks with me, you'd make this so much easier. I think my problem with this game is I am so used to, like, trying all of the silly options just to see what happens. Because I think that they're a lot more fun. They're a lot more fun, right? But the problem is, in this game, it actually does lock you out of things. And, like, allows you to fuck up things permanently.
Prime
And that
Minister Al-
sucks.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone reading those books. I'm half convinced they're purely decorative.
I guess we just have to
Got a moment, Upton?
say that
Yes,
it's
but let's make this
inconclusive.
quick.
This
I'm done with the
sucks. I don't think it's Margaret. I don't think it's human combustion either. I think that someone killed her in a very convoluted way.
I've got absolutely nothing. There's no plausible explanation for what happened to her.
If you didn't find anything, I don't have much hope that the police will.
Oh, the
That's
police
two
definitely
cases
will.
in a row you haven't solved. Are you sure you wouldn't like to take a break for a while?
Shut up!
No, I'm fine. I'm sure I'll be able to get the next one. I just have to work harder.
No fuck-ups on this
Okay,
next
if you
one.
say so. Go home and get some rest, Fordham. I think you really
No
need it.
Well,
fuck-ups.
not much else we can do
Yeah,
here.
we have the
I'll
lens
send
and
you
evidence.
along another case in due time.
I'm upset that it doesn't let you do anything more with that. That sucks.
Dearest,
But okay.
I'm back.
There you are. I was starting to get worried you wouldn't make it home in time.
I wasn't gonna go out
Time for
drinking
what?
again.
For dinner at the Rutherfords.
Oh,
I
shit.
told you about it the other night, don't
She
you
did tell me
remember?
that.
I'm terribly sorry, dear. It must have slipped my mind.
How you haven't yet been presented a prize for Husband of the Year is beyond me.
There's still time for you to get ready if you hurry.
Give them my excuses and not knowing to go out. I'd much rather spend a quiet evening in with you. Perhaps we can reschedule. None of these are good options. Just fucking go to the dinner. Just go to the dinner. Reschedule that.
Why not just reschedule? I'm sure they'll understand.
They're leaving on a 2-month trip to Europe next week. This will be the last chance to see them for ages.
Then go ahead without me. Please give Anne and Joseph my regrets.
So you're just going to sit here at home by yourself?
I'll probably just catch up on my reading.
Oh my
try and get to
god!
sleep. Maybe I'll get around to reading that story in Brentwell's.
All right, suit yourself. I shouldn't be home too late, but don't wait up.
They're
Have a
gonna
wonderful
divorce
time,
by
my
the end
love.
of this. She's gonna ask for a divorce at the end of this, and he's gonna be like, "Oh my god, what did I do wrong?" And we're gonna be like,
alone at last.
everything.
If only I were.
Careful what you wish for, Miles. You just might get it.
Seeing as I won't, I think another trip to the Angels in order.
Oh, you're gonna break your word in addition to lying? That's bold.
Nonsense. I'll be home in no time. It'll just be a quick drink to
get
calm
it.
my nerves and get you out of my hair.
Stop
You're
it!
shitty for that, Ford.
Very fun.
Can I stop him from going out drinking? No, Miles! Ugh.
So, that last case was really something. Just because you didn't solve it, it's not the end of the world. What's important is to just keep on going. You're not listening to me, are you? Oh, right, you've had 2 drinks already. Fine, I'll just see myself out.
Copper for your thoughts, Miles?
I was just thinking about my wife. I've been letting things get to me and, well, I haven't been entirely fair
This
to her.
upsets me on like a very
I'm sorry to
personal
hear
level.
that, friend. You know, I'm always here to listen.
I'm
Indeed.
so angry
and I
with
appreciate
him.
it, but I've dug my own hole. I'm the only one who can get myself out of it.
One last gin for the road?
Ah.
No! Ugh.
It's later than I thought.
If I was Addie at this
Addie
point,
must
I would be
be
asking him for a divorce
asleep.
like tonight. Like this is the point where I would be.
Miles, I thought you said
We're
you were
done.
staying in tonight. What happened to you?
Nothing. I went out for a bit and lost track of time.
Because this is unacceptable.
Miles, you're dead drunk.
No, of course I'm not.
Don't you dare keep lying to me, Miles. It's obvious. I can smell it on you.
But I'm not drunk. I only had 2, I think.
I don't care how many you had. You promised me this wouldn't happen again. Where exactly did you go tonight anyway?
I was at the Angel.
The Angel? But why would you go there?
I suppose I was just trying to relive the old days.
So why didn't you tell me you were going?
I don't know.
Miles, this has to stop. First it was that sleep medicine, now you've started to go out drinking yourself into a stupor after you explicitly promised me you wouldn't again. It's clear that you've been keeping something from me and using drugs and drink as a way to avoid dealing with it.
No, really, it's just...
No, Miles. I'm tired of the lies. I heard what you said when I came home from my appointment with Mrs. Lefebvre. God forbid Adelaide ever find out about something. I wanted to think I'd imagined it, so I let it go. But I've come to realize just how wrong I was.
Addie, please.
Enough. No more excuses, no more lying. I just want to hear the truth. What is it you're not telling me?
I can't tell you, Addie. I'm sorry, but if I do, you'll think I'm crazy.
Do you know what I think is crazy, Miles? The fact that you think it necessary to lie to your own wife. Am I to believe that for all these years you've never felt you could trust me?
Of course not. It's just that this is different.
A lie is a lie, Miles. And the bottom fact is you've been lying to me for months. Perhaps I was too naive or too distracted to see what was really going on, but you finally opened my eyes. This can't go on. I refuse to let it go on.
What?
Can I be honest?
What are you saying?
Get out, Miles, and don't come back until you're ready to tell me the truth.
Addie, you don't mean that.
I do mean it, Miles.
Good for
I
her.
don't care where you spend the night, but it's not going to be here. If you ever decide you want to tell me what's going on, I'll listen. But until then, just go. Oh.
He does deserve this.
Take me away from all my troubles. So far away from all the worries in my life. Who in the ether is calling at this time of night?
I think that was a knock on the door, not a call.
Oh, Miles! Please come in. It's so nice to see you outside of work.
Oh, I get a hug and a kiss? Is that how it works now?
You put up your rough and tough attitude, but I know deep down you're really a kitten.
Upton, are you drunk?
No, of course not. I admit I like to have a glass of wine or 6 to unwind after work, but I can hold my own.
Well, I'm glad you're not, because I am.
Wait, what's going on? Is everything all right?
No, I'm afraid I've made a mess of things at home.
If they fuck, I'm gonna
Addie
be very
threw
upset.
me out.
Oh, Miles. I'm terribly sorry to hear that.
Not as sorry as I am, believe me.
What happened?
It's really not worth getting into. Let's just say I need to figure some things out about my life.
Don't we all?
Constance, I hate to impose, but
Of course you can stay here, Miles, as long as you need to.
thank you. I won't need much space. That chair in the corner should do nicely.
Are you sure? You won't be uncomfortable?
Stop it!
I've slept in worse places, believe me.
All right. Well, I should probably be getting to bed. Early morning tomorrow and all that.
Of course. Have a good night, Upton, and thank you again for letting me stay.
Not a problem. Good night.
One week later.
Ah, election night. The perfect opportunity to switch out one rich swindler for another. Don't know why you're wasting your time. It's not as though the Prime Minister actually does anything. It's oddly quiet in here. Maybe my mustache drawing campaign had an effect after all.
Good evening, sir. Are you registered to vote?
Yes, I am. Here's my registration card.
Very good, Mr. Fordham. You've come at an excellent time. Go ahead and step inside a booth. Take as long as you need.
Thank you, young man.
A list of fools who think their opinion will actually make a difference. Yeah, at least you're already registered to vote. Having to go through that bureaucratic nightmare tonight would have just added insult to injury. An ad for a brothel. At least they seem to know their audience.
Yeah, that's fair.
I thought they were trying to encourage people to vote. With all these rules, it's a wonder anyone bothers.
Re-elect Herbert Atwood. A vote for Atwood is a vote for progress. The truth of the matter is that STEAM technology is a necessity in our modern lives. Prime Minister Atwood vows to fund etheric research and build a better, prosperous future for Vespuccia and its people. Don't be fooled by the lies and confusion of the ignorant masses. Do you want to be replaced by a machine? Have you or someone you love been injured or killed by STEAM tech? Is it hard to understand how anyone could fall for the ethericity lie? Then vote Hart Leroy, the man of the people. We find ourselves at a crossroad. Politicians and con artists are trying to play for a fool. The true future of Vespuccia lies in the sweat of its workers. Don't fall for the lies and the flights of fancy. STEAM tech is not the solution. Hart Leroy will ensure that jobs are kept and strive to create even more of them. Keep your head out of clouds and your feet on the ground. Vote Leroy! Don't give me a choice, motherfucker. Don't give me a choice, you motherfucker. Voting wrong ends the game. That's what I'm worried about. This is what I'm concerned with. If you vote wrong, the game ends, you can go to bed. This is true. I could go to bed. I wouldn't hate that, to be honest with you. If it's not late, you better neighbors deliver for playing the piano. I'm always so worried. Whenever I get, like, every now and then, I get, like, the urge to just, like, play the guitar a little bit in the middle of the night. And I feel so bad if I do it. I feel so very bad if I do it. I think that we have reason to not want, like, the Steam machines to prosper. Makula, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you had a lovely stream. I hope you're enjoying Yakuza. Thank you so much for raiding me. Hello, hi. Been so long since you had mashed potatoes. Now you want some? Make some. Or buy some. If you can. I'm not making mashed potatoes. I'm just boiling some potatoes, and then I'm just gonna smash them up a little bit. And coat them in butter. Put so much butter on there. A little bit of salt. A little bit of cheese. Very excited. Very, very excited. Yakuza 70 so far, the best of you, so much fun. You love the minigames? I'm very excited to hear that. That's awesome. That's very, very good to hear. A nice golf season! Congratulations! A dash of pepper is also solid for potatoes. Yeah, 100%. Stop? What, talking about potatoes? Well, you'll get to see them soon when they're done. When they're done cooking. They're cooking right now. I think we're gonna vote for Hart Leroy. I am absolutely certain that whoever we vote for is gonna be the winner, and it will, like, determine the entire rest of the game. I don't know how much we have left of the game. Holy shit. I knew that this was a long game, but... Hart Leroy. Let's do it.
Well, that's taken care of. Thankfully, the Angel isn't a polling place, so we can still have a nice quiet evening.
Are you going back to the Angel? You love sour cream on your taters? Not a fan. I'm not a fan of sour cream in general. Plus, I don't want anything cold on there.
Hmm? What?
The cheese will melt, like, really quickly.
Head is pounding. Damn withdrawal.
Actually, I think someone's knocking at the door.
Oh, right.
Do you think it's Addie?
Mostly cookbooks. Yeah, at least you won't have to worry about starving while you're staying here.
Ooh, newspaper. Hart Leroy continues election celebration after beating Herbert Atwood in a stunning upset. Hart Leroy has continued his victory tour. Yesterday, visiting the Thorburn Ironworks in Chumley, workers cheered as the Prime Minister-elect gave the rousing speech in which he outlined his plans upon taking office next month. Your jobs are safe, your livelihoods are safe, Steam Tech will not replace you. Leroy repeated several times throughout this address to thunderous applause. Leroy defeated Atwood with a stunning landslide with over 73% of the vote. Most voters cited his stance on preserving jobs and shunning steam technology as the deciding factor. Leroy's first order of business will be resuming construction on the Gascoyne-Chumley Bridge, creating several jobs. The Justice Killer strikes again. The latest victim in the serial murderer is Burley Cause of Chumley. Cause was discovered in his apartment, killed by a single gunshot wound to the head. His neighbor, Ethel Williamson, reported a domestic dispute in which he heard the gunshot. Police arrived at the scene and found Cause along with the words "Justice" written in blood on the wall of his parlor. The Gazette has learned that each of the men found murdered previously in Chumley were found in the exact same situation, contradicting the police department's previous statement that the murderers were unrelated. Due to the murderer's unusual display at each crime scene, he has earned the name the Justice Killer. As of this writing, there has been no established link between the victims. More of this as the story develops. Class action suit filed against Royal Maverick. The law firm of Usher and Price announces the class action lawsuit has been filed against Royal Maverick on behalf of those killed in Foster Park during the Legia disaster in June of this year. Those who lost family members on June 24th, 1844, as a direct result of the airship Legia crashing into Foster Park are encouraged to contact the law firm at 72 Cadman Street in Worcester. Royal Maverick operates several transportation services, most notably transatlantic airship services, starting with HMS Leggera, the HMS Lenore, the Leggera Sisters ship is nearing completion. Usher and Price are alleging gross negligence on Royal Maverick's part due to their lack of proper maintenance, which resulted in the disaster, causing 54 deaths on the ground, in addition to the 300 passengers on board. Grand Dame's bizarre death ruled an accident. After a full investigation by New Brittany police, the death of Gascoyne Grand Dame Desiree Lathan has been ruled an accident. Chief of Police Reginald Snelling issued the following statement. While foul play was initially suspected, we have been unable to find any evidence to support this theory. Further investigation indicates that Miss Lathan's tragic accident was a result of unfortunate accident. The New Brittany Police Department urges citizens to be mindful and avoid keeping flammable objects near their bed. Lathan was found completely burned in her bed 2 weeks ago, according to witnesses who saw her at the annual Grand Dames Ball on the 10th. Lathan had been drinking heavily. A combination of the high alcohol content in her body as well as the prosperity to smoke cigarettes in bed likely led to her demise. See, I don't think that's what happened. Addie? No.
Good afternoon, miss. If you're looking for Miss Upton, I'm afraid she's not in right now.
No, I've already spoken with Miss Upton. I'm looking for Mr. Miles Fordham.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm Miles Fordham. What can I do for you, Miss...
Mrs. Emily Morgan. I have a problem, you see. Miss Upton said you'd be able to help.
I suppose you'd better come in. So, what seems to be the trouble?
It's my brother, Ronan Lespay. He was murdered 4 nights ago outside a tavern in the Chum.
How unfortunate. Please, go on.
The police took his body to the mortuary and investigated the crime scene, but they're out of ideas. I've been down there at the station every day, but they don't seem to care enough to look into it any further. All they've been able to determine was that it wasn't a robbery, and that the clothes he was wearing weren't his. My brother was a good man, Mr. Fordham. He would never have willingly gone to that part of town. I need to know why he was murdered, and I want whoever did it to pay for it.
Very well, Mrs. Morgan. I'll take your case.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Fordham.
I just need to know where your brother was killed and where I might be able to contact you.
He was found outside the Silent Raven. It's on Alewife Avenue on the west side of the Chum. Here, take this. It's a photo of Ronan. It might help your investigation. And if you need to speak with me, you can come to my husband's bakery. It's here in Worcester at 15 Drummond Street.
Very good. I'll begin my investigation right away.
Thank you again, Mr. Fordham. You have no idea how much this means to me.
Okay. Now leave.
Well, this case has our names written all over it. Maybe it'll be good practice for finding the man who caused my death, eh? A lady silhouette. Pretty sure it just means the artist wasn't talented enough to draw her for real.
There's some truth to that.
Some fool in a hat. I never understood the appeal of silhouette portraits. Looks like that umbrella's gotten some good use. It was quite the rainstorm we had yesterday. Therein lies Upton's boudoir. As a matter of respect, the less said the better, I think. Should have listened to your mother. You should have practiced. Not a very inspiring piece. Hell, I could probably paint it better.
I don't think that that's true.
It looks pretty similar to the one in your bedroom. I like the color of this one better, though.
I didn't look at the marriage photo, but that's okay. The silence, did I even... What's the name of the man in the portrait? Shut up!
To think, in an instant, a man's life can be reduced to some scribbles on the filthy pavement.
Now's not the time to get poetic, Bill.
These advertisements are all at least 10 years out of date. What a mess. It's an ad for whiskey. Or perhaps paint thinner. Sometimes it can be hard to tell the difference. My, this grog shop looks pretty rough, even by chum standards. Best keep a low profile while you're in here, Miles. Doesn't look like cleaning up is high on the list of priorities around here.
Clearly.
Looks like that's where they keep the good stuff. Of course, around here, good is an extremely relative term. They don't seem to have much variety in their beer selection.
Excuse me, barmaid?
Hi, what do you need?
She's very pretty.
You know a man named Ronan Lespay?
Nah, never heard of him.
He was killed here 4 nights ago. The man in this ferrotype.
Oh, that one. Well, I never saw him before that night, and I didn't talk to him. You with the police or something?
No, not at all. I'm just trying to help his sister find out what happened.
So are you done with the questions? Can I get you a drink or what?
Yeah, she's a shrewd businesswoman. You at least have to give her that.
Were you working on election night?
Pal, I'm here most every night.
So that's a yes, then?
Christ on a cracker, you ain't too bright, are you? Yes, I was here on election night.
There's no need to be rude about it, madam.
Sorry.
Tell me what you know about the murder that took place outside on election night.
Listen, chum, do you know how busy we were that night?
Probably
This
very.
was a polling place. We had gents coming in and out for hours. Not to mention the regular clientele. I was up to my ass in drink orders and was running the shift all by myself. Had to break up God knows how many fights, too. So you'll excuse me if I didn't exactly notice something that happened out on the street.
Did you at least hear the gunshot?
No, I didn't. You try distinguishing a gunshot over a room full of rowdy voters. It ain't gonna happen.
What can you tell me about this place?
It's a bar. People come here to drink.
Yeah, that's
Sometimes people drink too much, and then they're sick all over. I get the honor of cleaning up the mess.
Sounds like you're not too pleased with your job.
I never said that. There may be rough days, but there's a lot worse I could be doing. Here, I get a place to sleep and a bit to eat and a few coins in my pocket if the customers are pleased. And you are pleased, ain't you, sir?
You haven't
yes.
served me
Yes, of course I
anything.
Good.
I don't know. You haven't served me anything. I don't know if I'm pleased with the service.
You mentioned regular clientele. Who are they?
Oh, we get plenty of regulars in here, too many to name.
Which of them were here on election night?
Let me think.
All of them?
I remember seeing 3 of the usual crowd. There was Darius, up to no good as always. Then there was Singin' Tom, but he wasn't around for too long. And how could I forget old Cormac? He'd have talked my ear off if I'd let him.
Sound like an interesting bunch of folks.
Where might I find the landlord?
You won't find him anywhere. He doesn't come around here more than once a month.
What can you tell me about Darius?
Hey now, bucko. You've come in here asking me all these questions, but I ain't seen nothing from you. You want more information? You're gonna
Am I gonna have to
earn it.
buy drinks?
Right. Give me a gin then.
Fucking hell.
Coming right up.
Don't get carried away now, Miles.
There you are. 1 gin. That'll be 2 shillings.
There's 3. Now then, about Darius.
Now that man is trouble. I've had to throw him out a few times.
Why do you say he's trouble?
His mind's affected by the poppy seed. He can be gentle as a kitten or fly into a rage at a moment's notice. When he gets rowdy, he gets chucked.
I see. Any idea where I might be able to find him?
Don't know why you'd want to find him, but I hear he spends his day at a smokehouse nearby. I believe it's on Crisparkle Lane. Just look for the door with the oriental symbols above it.
And could you describe him to me?
He's a rough-looking sort, about 55 years old, has a scar on his left cheek, grayish hair, medium build.
Excellent. Thank you. Who is Singing
There's
Tom?
so much to talk to her about.
Tom. Not sure what his surname is, but he's in here about twice a week. We call him Singin' Tom because he leads the church choir.
Is that right? Which church?
Oh, I haven't a clue. Never really cared to ask.
Does he associate with any of the other regulars?
I've seen him talking with Darius a few times. They seem to be on friendly terms.
Tell me about Cormac.
He's in here most every night. Doesn't speak to many people, just me. And a right chatterbox he is, too. Between you and me, Cormac stinks. I can understand why he doesn't keep much company.
He stinks?
Aye, he's a sewer worker. Spends all his day underground in the muck, so he always reeks of shit.
I see. Any idea where specifically he works?
I believe he's at the treatment station, over near the ferry terminal.
If this is going where I think it is, then I'm especially glad I can't smell anything anymore.
I don't want to go down to the sewers.
Have you worked here long?
13 years.
I see. Anything else you can tell me about yourself?
I ain't the friendly type.
Right. Understood.
Couldn't tell. I had no idea. I thought we were gonna be best friends. Good night, friend. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it.
Any thoughts on the election?
Nah, couldn't care less, really. Doesn't matter who's in charge. My life ain't getting any better.
Surely it'll get better with Leroy in office.
We'll see.
I appreciate you taking the time to chat.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'll be right there. Soup. Poop. Nice. Nice. No penis-shaped food.
Looks like poop. Smells like poop.
No poop. Notice me, senpai.
Pop, pop, peanut butter, butter pops. Pop, pop, pop them in your mouth.
Poop train. Poop, poop. Thank you guys for the bits. Thank you, Batalon, Joe, Sandman, Sarah. Thank you. I appreciate it. Verified penis growth. Thank you, Batalon. Alright.
Doesn't look like clean.
I think we got everything that we can from her now. We didn't go back to the bakery. We can do that. Back to the bakery? We didn't go to the bakery in the first place. Got a lot of places to go, though.
All right, Mr. Chavez. The cake and muffins come to a total of
Is
3
this the
shillings,
guy who
10
was staring
coppers.
at the penis?
There you are, Mrs. Morgan. And thank you again. Barbara is going to love this.
I think he is.
My
I think he's the
pleasure.
guy from
Enjoy.
the art class.
Pardon me, sir.
That's really funny.
I'm sure Barbara will enjoy them, the cow.
Wow.
Ah,
okay.
Mr. Fordham. Welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Morgan.
Thank you, guys. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate the biddies.
Have you got time for a few more questions, Mrs. Morgan?
Yes, of course.
What can you tell me about your brother?
Ronan was the best brother anyone could have asked for. He took care of me after our parents died. Carriage accident. I was only 9 and he was 13. Ronan went out and found work and managed to support the both of us. He was just a child himself, but he kept us out of the gutter. Or worse, the workhouse.
How did you hear of his death?
Ronan comes by to visit me every day after he finishes work. When he didn't come for 2 days in a row, I got worried. I went to his apartment, but he wasn't there. So I made a report to the police. Yesterday, they contacted me and asked me to come to the mortuary.
I'm terribly sorry for your loss, Mrs. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Fordham. Please, find whoever did this to him. Ronan deserved so much better.
What do you know about your brother's murder?
Only what the police told me. He was shot at close range outside that pub in the Chum. Nothing was missing, and his wallet had money in it, so they said it wasn't a robbery. I didn't recognize the clothes he was wearing. I had never seen them before, and they were far too big for him. I still can't believe he's gone. He was the only family I had left.
Dr. Edwards at the mortuary might be able to give us some more detailed information.
Probably.
The only thing we'll get out of this one is more tears.
What, are you saying not to talk to her anymore? But we have so many things to ask her.
What sort of life did Ronan lead?
You know, just normal. He'd go to work, come visit me afterwards, and go home. He didn't have much of a social life. At least he never mentioned any friends to me. I always hoped Ronan would meet a nice girl to settle down with, but he was so shy, you know.
Where did Ronan work?
At the Grips Home Taxidermy Shop in Gascon. I always thought it was rather macabre work, but he enjoyed it. Bit lonely, though.
Can you give me the address of Ronan's apartment?
It's at 1172 Bushmill Street. I have a spare key.
That would be most helpful. Thank you.
They're good, Petey. I mean, they're potatoes with butter, salt, and cheese. Can't really go wrong.
So, this is your bakery.
My husband Gerald and I have had it for almost 10 years.
Is it just the two of you? Do you have any children?
Alas, no. Some extra hands would be most welcome in the kitchen, but we haven't yet been blessed. It's such a shame that Ronan never got to be an uncle.
What are your thoughts on the outcome of the election?
Oh, I haven't given it much thought, to be honest. It hardly seems to matter now.
Yes, of course.
I got that.
My apologies for bringing it up. Those are all the questions I have for now.
All right, Mr. Fordham.
A bunch of assorted baking products. Don't waste your time with those, Miles. We've got a murder to solve. Those look nice, but given the choice, I'll always side with pie over cake. Well, I never had much of a sweet tooth, but even I'd consider buying some of this stuff. You know, if I were still alive. Minor detail, I know.
Mm-hmm.
A very wise man once told me, never go poking around the back rooms of bakeries.
Why?
I think you'd do well to heed that advice.
Why not?
The stuff in that day-old box doesn't look half bad. More like 3/4 bad.
The narrator sucks because he prefers pie?
Quite the collection of exotic items in here. Ronan appears to be a seasoned world traveler.
Or at least knows someone who is.
Locked. Naturally. Just looking at this painting is making me feel seasick. This one is scarier than the other masks.
Could have sworn I saw something.
I think I saw something
shiny
shiny in the back of the mouth.
You and me both.
How about that? A perfect hiding place for a key.
Do you think that's this key?
Now to find out what Mr. Lespay finds so precious. Ooh, this teacup could use a washing. I'd be surprised if it isn't permanently stuck to the desk.
Ew.
It's empty. Too bad. They appear to be a pair of letters from Ronan's landlord.
Ronan, with regards to your request for an extension to pay this month's rent, I will gladly give you until next month. You've always been a reliable tenant who has paid on time, so don't be concerned. I hope you resolve your issues. That was in July. 2 months later in September. Ronan, I understand we all go through financial difficulties, but I'm afraid I can't extend my generosity beyond the end of 2 months. Please have the rent ready by then, or I will have no choice but to seek legal action against you. Oof.
A model of the SS Joondalup. Looks like a merchant vessel to me. This one appears to be from Emily.
Ronan, Gerald and I will be celebrating the new year and would like to invite you to spend it with us. Please feel free to bring along any guests you like, especially any lady friends you might have.
Aha! A letter from someone called Jimbo?
Ronan, next week will be a year since we met. I can honestly say my life has changed for the better in every possible way, and I will always hold July 8th as a special day in my heart. I can't wait to see you again, Jimbo. Interesting.
Looks like you found Ronan's journal. Perhaps this will be able to give us some more insight into what he was up to before he died.
There are 2 entries, one from this year and one from last.
So, start with last year's.
July 8th, 1843. I've decided I need to get out more, so I'm going to a club in Gascon tonight. Stuffing animals has taken its toll, and I need to talk to someone who isn't Emily or my coworkers. Gerald told me about a place called the Crimson Cat. I'll try it, and if I don't enjoy myself, I'll just come home. Now for this year's entry. July 8th, 1844. Today is our 1-year anniversary. We're going to meet at the Cat again. I love him, but I wish he wasn't so attached to that place. Emily is so nosy, I worry that she might follow me and discover the truth about Jimbo. If we moved around, I wouldn't worry, but with him, it's always the Crimson Cat. I really shouldn't complain, though. What we have is something truly special.
Well, it seems that our best hope of finding this Jimbo character is to visit the Crimson Cat.
Let's see. November 9th, 1843. I have an uneasy feeling of dread today. Last night I had a frightening dream where fire rained from the sky and people were afflicted with an awful disease. I'm just going to focus on my work today. Perhaps the feeling will pass.
I wonder why they voice acted this reading and no other reading.
November 9th, 1843.
Sorry.
I
Holy
have an
shit.
uneasy feeling of dread today. Last night I'm June 17th, 1843. Someone brought in a rare big-eared hopping mouse from Australia yesterday. Stuffing it was quite a challenge, as the organs were difficult to remove without damaging the body. I think I'd rather not read about Ronan's taxidermy process any further.
That's fair.
June 17th, March 11th, 1844. I must have eaten something last night which didn't agree with me because I've had a terrible case of the runs.
Probably best to skip this one.
Agreed. February 24th, 1844. Jimbo has been at sea for nearly 2 months. These long periods away are the most difficult, but all the time seems to disappear when I see him again. My solace is that he will return with plenty of tales of adventure. I can hardly wait to hear them.
I wonder why they've done it this way, that you have to, like, read a random entry.
November 9th, June 17th, November 9th, March.
That's weird.
February 20th, my son, March 11th.
Probably.
Okay.
This mask looks African. You should try it on. It'd be an improvement. Some kind of owl mask. The hair looks incredibly familiar. Ronan's book collection mostly consists of cheap pulp adventure novels, but this top shelf looks interesting.
Animals. Animals. You must be aware, dear reader, that the customs of the Orient differ greatly from our own. You would do well to familiarize yourself not only with the common ones, but the more obscure and clandestine ones as well, lest you offend anyone on your travels. Opium use. At the turn of the century, travelers to the Orient would often seek out more exotic pleasures, which is to say, opium. Nowadays, the influx of immigrants from China to Vespuccia has caused a significant drop in this type of tourism, as many opium dens has appeared in El Presidio. Now, with some even known to exist as far east as New Britannia. In any case, opium dens are open to all who seek indulgence, known colloquially as riding the dragon. The use of opium recreationally for relaxation or as a social activity is a common pastime. Baiju. The reason I'm reading this is because it might, like, be relevant that we have to, like, follow the customs and, like, a thing later on. If you're offered wine, make sure you understand what exactly it is you're about to drink. Chances are it might be a baiju, a clear liquid usually distilled from fermented sorghum, although other grains may be used. Southern China versions may employ glutinous rice, while northern Chinese varieties may use wheat, barley, millet, or even jobs here instead of sorghum. Blah, 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 blah. As a foreigner, drinking baiju may be a shocking experience. It has been known to be used as a way of proving yourself in a group. The high concentration of alcohol is often too much for anyone not used to it. Exercise caution, the last thing you want is to end up face down in a back alley. Yeah, imagine that.
It's in another language, but it appears to be a Bible. No title, and it appears to be blank. I wonder if Ronan just kept empty books on his shelf to appear well read. I had an illustration that looked similar to that one. I wonder where it ended up. I guess Ronan won't be realizing his world travel dreams now. Death really has a way of messing up your plans.
Mm-hmm.
Ronan wasn't too concerned with comfort, apparently. This is hardly bigger than a bunk at sea. Ronan wasn't...
Huh? He has the Dutch Bible? Yeah, why wouldn't he have the Dutch Bible on his shelf? Let's go to the Silent Raven first. No, we've been there. I'm a dummy. Well, actually...
She does...
No, never mind. I thought I could ask her about, Jimbo.
I wonder how many layers of advertisements you'd have to cut through before getting to the wall. Crisparkle Lane. Nothing crisp or sparkly about it.
Maybe he was familiar with hiding himself?
Yes? What
You
do
know
you
what?
want?
Think you might be onto something. I'm interested in riding the dragon.
I was told this was the place to come if I wanted to ride the dragon.
Oh. Well, why didn't you say so? Please, come in.
Should we be doing this?
Poor horse. That fellow in the armor must have weighed a ton. Fancy. At least they provide their clients with some measure of privacy. Now I see why they call it riding the dragon. Now I see why they call it...
Excuse me, I'm looking for a man by the name of Darius.
Well, look no further. Welcome, friend. Sit, join me.
I'll stand, if that's all right.
Hey,
I was
Cyrano.
wondering if I could ask you a few questions.
It's literally just potato
Questions
with
are the path to
butter and
enlightenment.
cheese.
Answers fly by as birds on the breeze. But will a caged bird sing? That is the true question.
Wonderful. He's as high as a kite. This is going to
Right.
be worse than pulling teeth.
Are you familiar with a man named Ronan Lespay?
I know many men. Some old,
Holy
some young,
shit, this is gonna be
some
awful.
rich, some poor. Some I know by name, some by face. But this man you speak of, this Ronan, he is unfamiliar to me.
I have a ferrotype. Do you recognize him?
Forgive me, but my eyes are blurry. I cannot make out his features.
Well, he's useless, isn't he? Too bad there's no way to snap him out of it, like there was with Dupre's kid.
Murder? Was it a murder?
It was. A man was shot in cold blood.
That would explain the commotion, as well as the sound.
So you heard the gunshot?
I did.
Shit.
I thought it might have been one of the voting machines making the noise, but then there were shouts, and people began to run.
Did you see or hear anything before you heard the gunshot?
I seem to remember hearing a man shouting a name.
A name?
Yes. It sounded like Priscilla.
Well, how about that? He's managed to be of some use after all. Assuming he's telling the truth, of course.
And does the name Priscilla mean anything to you?
Afraid not, young man.
Okay.
What can you tell me about the Silent Raven?
Ah, the Raven. My home away from home.
I would have thought that was this place. Unless this one is just the home.
Do you have many friends there? People you speak with often?
Yes, friends. I call them friends anyway, but really, what is a friend?
That is the question.
Someone who drinks with you? Someone who shares secrets with you? Are those friends? My father used to tell me that the only two friends you had were your mother and the crown in your pocket. Well, both of those are gone now. So what does that mean for me?
I
Good
don't
night,
know,
Sarah.
sir.
Thank you
I'm
for
just
hanging
asking
out. I
about
really
people you
appreciate
speak to at the Raven.
The barmaid, Nicole, she gets mad at me sometimes when I break things. But she's all right.
Have you ever conversed with a patron called Singing Tom?
Singing Tom? You mean old Tom Puffin?
I'm
Love his
not
accent.
sure. I was just told he was called Singing Tom and was a regular at the Silent Raven.
That's the man. I see him in here all the time.
In here, not just at the Raven?
Tom is a child of the poppy, just as I am. He truly understands the world as it is.
Do you know where I might be able to find him?
Yes, he's the choir master at St. Denis Cathedral. That's where he spends his time.
Dude, we're getting
when
way
he's
too
not
many
here.
locations to look
You
at.
mean to tell me we have to talk to another one of these
Holy
loonies?
shit.
Wonderful.
Do you often come to this establishment, Darius?
Oh, yes. This place is better than any doctor or hospital. It has exactly the cure I need.
Cure? For what?
I'm ill, sir. Just as you are. Just as we all are. Infected by a terrible disease known as...
You know what?
Speak for yourself.
Kind of on his
in here
side
with the
regarding
intoxicating nectar of the poppy, and you'll find
Ay, ay,
nothing
ay.
can defeat you.
So did you manage to get out of here and vote?
Please don't bother me with such trivial matters. Why should I care who leads the government? As long as they don't outlaw places like this, they can do whatever they please.
Is this guy ignorant or just apathetic? Yeah, well, I don't know, and I don't care.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, young man. May you find peace and happiness.
She's not gonna be much help right now. Best not to bother her.
Have we just decided we're not gonna smoke opium after all? We have too many places to go. This is too much.
I was beginning to wonder when you'd show up.
Well, wonder no longer.
They say
I'm
ignorant
here
or
and I need
apathetic.
to
I
see
don't
Dr.
know or
Edwards.
care. Yeah, it's great.
Right. You know the way. Snelling isn't in today, so you're all clear.
Well, that's a relief. Thanks, Upton. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, Edwards.
Ah, Fordham. Always a pleasure.
Have you got time for some questions?
Of course.
Good night, Maquilla. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it.
So what can you tell me about Ronan Lespay?
Caucasian male, approximately 27 years old. Died of blood loss as a result of being shot at close range. He was brought in 4 nights ago. I performed the post-mortem the following day. After that, his next of kin was contacted. I believe his sister came to identify the body.
Any personal opinions on what might have happened?
Well, the fact he was shot at such a close range would suggest it was done by someone he knew. And robbery doesn't appear to be a motive, since his wallet was found on the body with money in it. Beyond that, your guess is as good as mine.
Better, I hope.
You're trying to fit yourself home with 11 p.m. You worked 13 hours today. You're allowed to just pass out and sleep.
Did the post-mortem reveal
Holy
anything?
shit.
Quite a few things, actually. Mr. Lespay was extremely inebriated when the shooting took place. There was enough alcohol in his blood to presume he had been drinking for hours before his death. I also managed to remove the bullet
No, he
from his
drank the
heart.
wine.
It's a .36 caliber lead ball, standard revolver shot. It shouldn't be too hard to
He
match to a
100%
weapon,
drank the
provided
wine.
you can find it.
Did you notice anything unusual about the clothes Mr. Lespay was wearing?
Unusual? Not really. They seemed a bit big for him, but that's all.
His sister seemed convinced that they didn't belong to him.
That's a distinct possibility, but I couldn't say for sure. He could have just been a sloppy dresser.
So no murder weapons been found?
That's right. Either the killer still has it, or the police just overlooked it. If you happen across any weapons in your investigation, be sure to bring them to me. I can tell you if it matches the bullet.
Thank you, Edwards. I'll be on the lookout. How's the coroner business?
Things have been pretty dead around here lately.
Don't quit your day job, Edwards. What are your thoughts on the election?
There was an election?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I think our friend Edwards needs to get out a bit more.
I'll be going now, Edwards.
Take care, Fordham. And remember, not everyone gets to leave the morgue alive, so consider yourself lucky that you can.
When we first wine, I don't like wine. I'm not a wine person.
Can we talk for a moment, Upton?
Certainly. What's on your mind?
You wouldn't happen to know anything about Ronan Lespay, would you?
Probably nothing more than you already know. His body is in the mortuary, and the reason for his murder is unknown. I suggest you speak with Dr. Edwards.
I'm guessing you can't go over this case with me either.
I have to distance myself completely from this one. So when you figure it out, you'll need to speak directly to Mrs. Morgan. I can still try and help you if there's something specific giving you trouble, though.
How are things with you?
Better than last week, but plenty of feathers still ruffled around here.
What happened?
You have to ask. Snelling was not happy with you turning up at the Latham crime scene. It was a right inquisition around here. Snelling going around to interrogate everyone, trying to ferret out a leak.
So he suspects.
I'm afraid so. I managed to calm him down some and divert suspicion. He thinks someone on the force is speaking to the Gazette, not to you directly.
Well, that's some kind of relief. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
Oh, don't worry about me. Well, maybe worry about me a little.
That was one hell of an election, wasn't it?
That it was. I don't know how he managed it, but I'm glad Leroy won.
I feel the same. Atwood seemed convinced he had it in the bag.
I think he just grossly underestimated how much the Lygia disaster affected everyone. Thought we could go on like nothing happened. Hell, if Prince Harold hadn't been aboard, we would have. Now, isn't that sad?
I'll let you get back to work.
And you'd better do the same.
There's so many places to go. I'm so overwhelmed with how much there is to do with this case. We've done these. We've done the Crimson Cat, the taxidermy. It's the
Hello,
lion!
and welcome to the Gripson Taxidermy Shop. Please let me know if I can be of service.
Is that supposed to be a lion?
I love it so much.
I wonder how many people it took to bring down this brute. There's a small button on the base.
It's the lion. Oh, press it!
Just when I thought I'd seen it all. What will they think of next?
Oh, hi, Uria. Welcome back. I love him. Yeah, he's amazing.
Reminds me of the one in the Dupre house, except that one actually looked alive. There's a small button on the base.
Press it.
Welcome to the Gripzone Taxidermy Shop.
That's cute.
Please enjoy our displays and be sure to consider us for all your taxidermy needs.
Very cute.
Just
I've
a
never
reminder, we stuff animals only.
I've never had a need for taxidermy, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
Exotic dead fauna from every other continent. You never even need to leave Vespuccia. That leads into a room with even more dead things. It's such a shame we haven't the time to stick around and explore.
Yuri, I fucked up. 2 cases in a row. I have locked myself out of being able to solve them. Because I fucked up. I've been playing very poorly. I have not been doing a good job at all.
I was wondering if you might answer some questions for me.
Of course. What can I help you with?
I'm so used to Also, this guy, what the fuck? Go out. Well, I guess he can't help it. But he glows in the dark. People say that I glow in the dark. I'm used to point and click games where you're able to like choose every single option just to like see what it does. So I've been doing that. Exhaust all dialogue, yeah. Apparently, that's not so much of a thing here. So that's how I've been fucking up, and just, I've been doing poorly.
I was told Ronan Lespay works here. Do you know him?
Ronan? Yes, of course. That is to say, I know he works here. I haven't had much interaction with him. He mostly keeps to himself.
Does he have an office or workspace I might have a look at?
Now, wait just a minute. Why would I let some random stranger off the street in to look at an employee's workspace?
Because I'm a private investigator and I'm trying to get some information.
Well, even if that is the case, I'm afraid you're out of luck. Ronan does have a workspace, but it's completely bare. He doesn't keep anything here.
Were you aware that Ronan was murdered 4 nights ago?
I had no idea. That's awful. What happened?
That's what I'm currently trying to find out. Do you know if Ronan had any enemies? Anyone who might want to do him harm?
No. As I said, I didn't speak with him much, or know much about him. But now that I think about it, I did notice a strange man waiting around outside the shop a few days ago.
Really? Dialogue must be exhausted, I know. I love it when Bill calls you out, and he's like, maybe you shouldn't do this. Bill is better at times than Miles.
Tell me about this strange man you saw.
At the time, I didn't think much of him, but the more I recall, the more I realized he was being very suspicious.
What did he do?
He just stood outside across the street, but he seemed to be focusing on the building. It was as though he was waiting for someone.
Do you remember what this man looked like?
I didn't get a very good look at him, but I do remember some things. He was tall and had a heavy build, like a boxer or a dock worker. He had a beard, I think, or mutton chops at the very least. And as far as I can recall, he was wearing all black. He also had on some kind of cap. I'm sorry I can't give you a better description, but that's all I was able to distinguish.
Do you think this is our guy?
My eyesight isn't very good, I'm afraid.
It'll have to do. Thank you for your help.
Do you think this is our guy?
Anything you can tell me about the shop?
Plenty. This is New Britannia's most sophisticated taxidermy.
What does that mean exactly?
Using steam tech, we are able to create the illusion of life in these beasts. Just take a look at our floor samples. The parrot and gorilla are two of our finest works. They really speak for themselves. Well, the parrot does at least. I think it would frighten our customers if the gorilla did too. And once ethericity is harnessed as a viable source of energy, we'll get even better results.
This guy is way too excited about bringing dead things back to life.
Yes, fascinating. Moving on. So how did you get this job?
Oh, it isn't a terribly exciting story, I'm afraid. I just saw an ad in the Gazette for a clerk position. I never expected to learn so much about taxidermy.
I'm sure he's amazing conversation at parties.
Any thoughts on the recent election?
I'd really rather not talk about it. I don't know how the people of this country could put someone like Hart Leroy in charge.
We don't
It's
want everything
obviously
to be
because he holds
replaced
the
by
interests of the common man
machines.
above all else.
So,
That is seemingly just
you're
like
just
killing
like all
people.
the other cowards who think steam tech is dangerous.
It has
Well,
been.
I hope you like the idea of living in the Dark Ages, because that's where Leroy is going to take us.
Perhaps it's best if we drop the subject entirely. Thank you for your help.
I'm here to serve.
I can tell. Clearly. Oh god, I have so many places I haven't been yet. I said this before, but I love cathedrals. I love being in cathedrals.
People think lighting one of these is going to solve their problems. If only it were that easy.
I don't think
Also,
anyone
what happens
thinks
if they
that.
go out? Does that mean your prayer gets canceled? Shh. What? It's an important question. The more I think about it, the more I want to test my theory about prayers being canceled if the candles go out.
Don't be an asshole. Don't be an asshole. No. No.
This angel looks like it would throw its lamp at you as soon as you turned your back on it.
You could just go to them. I know, but I feel scared too. I also don't know if I have any like big
Now, this
cathedrals
is
near
one
me.
intriguing chest. If only we could search it without arousing
Do
any
it? No, it's
suspicions.
mean, and I'm scared to do anything funny now. I'm scared to do anything like other than the correct option in this game now. I don't want to fuck up a third case in a row. I'm so scared. I want to do everything perfectly now.
I beg your pardon. Are you Tom Puffin?
I am. How may I help you?
Miles Fordham, private investigator. I wanted to ask you a few questions.
Questions? Have I done something wrong?
Oh,
no,
boy.
Mr. Puffin. I simply believe you may have some information that I need.
Very well,
I'm gonna be strong. I'm gonna be good, okay? Holy hair, what? Are you okay?
What were you doing on election night, Mr. Puffin?
Election night? That was ages ago, wasn't it?
It was 4 nights ago, to be precise.
Oh, you have to understand. I have trouble recalling what I ate for breakfast this morning, let alone what happened 4 nights ago.
Well, isn't that convenient?
Do try to remember, Mr. Puffin. It's quite important.
Well, I know I voted at my local polling place, the Silent Raven. And then, I'm not sure, actually.
Okay.
Do you know anything about the murder outside the Silent Raven?
Murder?
Yes, a man was shot. Did you see or hear anything?
I don't remember. I don't think so, no.
How long were you at the Raven that evening?
Not very long, I don't think. I went, voted, stayed for a drink, and then I left.
Do you recall what you did the rest of the evening?
Not specifically. I probably went home and went to bed, like I always do.
Do you recognize the man in this photo?
Is that?
I don't understand his
No, never
hair.
mind.
Like,
What is it?
Well, for
like,
a
I don't
moment,
get it.
I thought it was someone else, but I
Oh,
was
he knows
clearly
something.
mistaken.
He definitely
So
knows
you
something.
don't recognize this person then?
He does.
Afraid not. Who is he?
His name is, or rather was, Ronan Lespay.
What? Is he dead?
He is. I'm trying to find out who killed him.
Well, I hope you find your man, Mr. Fordham.
Are you in the habit of using opium, Mr. Puffin?
What? Why would you think that?
I met your friend Darius. He told me you share a pastime.
All right, yes, I do enjoy a visit to the opium den from time to time.
From time to time? More like morning, noon, and night.
Have you found the drug has had any adverse effects? Memory loss, for example.
I admit I'm not quite as quick as I used to be, but without it, I'm in constant pain.
Is that right?
I fell off a horse when I was 15, and ever since then, my back's not been right.
Dude, horses will
Doctors
fuck
haven't
you
been
up.
able to help. Poppy is my only comfort. I wish there were
I don't
another
understand
way.
how people are not scared
it
of
might be worth
horses.
seeking a more professional opinion about the effects of opium.
I don't get how anyone can see a horse and not be scared. They're fucking terrifying.
Does the name Priscilla mean anything to you?
Priscilla? What does that have to do with anything?
The name has come up in my investigation. Is it someone you're acquainted with?
No, it isn't. I don't know anyone by that name.
Every time I hear the name
Certainly
Priscilla,
seem concerned about her, though.
I think about Priscilla's song from The Witcher 3. God damn, that's a beautiful piece of music.
How did you become choir master of this church?
Oh, well, I studied music at the University of New Britannia. Once I completed my studies, I began writing symphonies in hopes of securing a patron, but I had no luck. So I decided to focus on choral compositions. I sent a few pieces to the bishop, and he offered me the position.
And you enjoy it?
Oh, yes, sir, immensely. I'm able to continue composing songs for our choir, as well as teach music to our young members.
Kicks can kill
I
you.
take my church
I was kicked by a
duties
horse when I was a
very
toddler.
seriously.
What else do you do besides lead the choir?
I didn't have any long-term
There's a few
injuries,
things
though.
here and there, making sure the aisles and the pews are clean, tending to the prayer candles, and that sort of thing.
So, what do you think of the election results?
All right, the election. Who won?
Leroy
Holy shit.
beat Atwood by a significant margin.
No one cares about this election.
I suppose that's good. I think I may have voted for him, but I'm not sure.
I'll let you resume your practicing, Mr. Puffin.
Thank you. Have a blessed day.
You too. So if we can distract him in some way, we can open the
Racket.
chest.
I'm glad you're not a member of this church. Sitting through Sunday Mass would drive me insane.
Okay, so where haven't we been? We haven't been to the sewer? Is that it? Is that the only place we haven't been to?
So this is what it's come to, eh? Braving the stench of human waste in hopes of finding a lead? Just make sure you stay away from the edge. Some sort of water treatment device would be my guess. For all I know, it could just be a fancy boiler for tea.
Oh, can you imagine boiling the water in a sewer?
Handy to know where you are. But why would anyone actually travel around the city this way? Another mysterious device. I was happier not knowing all this went on after I used the commode. Another mysterious machine. Who knew dealing with human waste involved so much technology?
You don't want to drink sewer tea? Well, you have to.
While you could use a bath, I don't think this is the right place to take a dip. I hope those aren't full of what I think.
Oh, I think they are.
Begging your pardon, sir.
What? Who are you? What are you doing down here?
My name's Miles Fordham, and I'm a private investigator. I'm looking for a sewer worker by the name of Cormac.
We needn't look no further. But what is this about?
I just have a few questions for you.
All right. Cormac will answer them, but don't dally for too long. It can be dangerous down here for anyone who's not trained as Cormac is.
You know a man named Ronan Lespay?
Cormac knows few men. People don't much like talking to a man who spends his days in the sewers. Can't really blame him for it. It's hard to get a stink off, so why bother even trying?
You didn't answer my question, though. Do you know Ronan Lespay or not?
Could you describe him? Cormac's got a better memory for faces than for names.
I have his
I
portrait.
have a picture.
Here, have a look.
Better.
Ah, yes. Cormac saw this fellow recently.
On election night?
That's right. He come into the bar, voted, went out. Looked drunk to Cormac, but then everyone at that place usually is.
Do you frequent a pub called the Silent Raven?
Yes. The Raven is where Cormac goes to forget about the day's work.
I
The
get it.
barmaid, Nicole, she's a good sort. We likes talking about the ponies down at the track. Nicky loves her some racing.
Do you think we have
She
to go to
gives
the racing track
Cormac
as well?
drinks for cheap in exchange
Another
for
location?
odd jobs. Nice to have your own personal sewer man, I suppose. She's really the only one Cormac talks to. There's a few others Cormac sees often, but Cormac hasn't spoken with them.
Why does he talk in third
Cripes.
person?
This guy goes on and on, doesn't he? To be fair, you were warned.
Do you know anything about the murder that took place outside the Silent Raven on election night?
Murder? Ah, yes. The commotion out in the alleyway.
That's right. Did you see or hear anything?
It was a touch noisy that night, what with all the election stuff happening, but Cormac remembers the sound of the gun. One shot, and then shouting and hollering from the bar. A few people run outside to look at what happened, but Cormac just stayed in his seat and finished his whiskey.
So you didn't see the man who was shot, or who shot him?
No, keeps to himself, Cormac does. Makes life easier that way.
I got it.
Could he be any more unhelpful? Actually, it's probably
Could
best
he
not to find
be
out.
any more unhelpful?
Is it difficult being a sewer worker?
Difficult? Nah, it's a dream. Especially since they introduced all these steam tech treatments and purification whatsits. The only thing Cormac's got to do is check the little dial never goes into the red on old Belinda.
Belinda?
Aye, the purifier. She's a real special lady who's made Cormac's life so much brighter. Cormac makes sure to thank her each and every day.
I kind of like him.
Wonderful. We're talking to a lunatic.
Wasn't so easy a few years ago.
I'm
Back
just
then it
gonna
was
say, I
tapping on
kind of like
pipes
him.
all day.
Tapping on pipes?
To make sure they was flowing fine and not blocked. Cormac would take his little hammer and tap, tap, tap on the pipes to make sure they was ringing fine. You can imagine what that was like. Tap, tap, tap. Ring, ring, ring. All day, up and down,
I can't
over
imagine
and
what that's
over.
like.
The tapping stopped, but the ringing never left.
Oh, hi, Jesse.
Still
Hello.
hears it to this day, Cormac does.
We're talking to this guy in the sewers. He's a little weird, but he's good weird. He's not like creepy weird. He's just man likes his job. Yeah, he's not the worst person we've talked to. Put it
Do you
that
have
way.
any opinions regarding the
Hi,
election?
Suhia. Good morning.
Cormac hears lots of things about
Hello.
Atwood, but he's the one what's got this new machinery put into the sewer system. There's still a job for Cormac, so all that talk about being replaced by machines is just talk, for now. But Leroy says he wants to give the workers their fair chance, so Cormac can't argue with that. What about you?
I think Leroy will be a good prime minister.
Bah! They's all the same in the end, one way or another. No point worrying,
Joe!
says old Cormac.
Joe, thank you so much for gifting us up to Jesse. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That is a very kind. The first lower class account of how tech made his job better. Yeah, he hasn't been murdered by it yet, so that kind of works. That kind of helps.
I wonder if you could tell me if you saw a man of this description at the Silent Raven on election night. He's tall,
I guess it
strong-build,
is. It's
with
not
beard or
the
mutton chops, dressing all in black.
It's not the
and
worst
possibly
job to
wearing
have
a
like
cap.
some help by
Oh,
technology.
aye. Cormac remembers seeing a fella like that.
Good
What was he
old
doing?
Belinda.
Kept going in and out of the bar. When he was inside, he stood near the voting booths, hardly moving a muscle.
And when he was outside?
That, Cormac couldn't say.
Did you notice anything else about him?
Yes, Cormac noticed him come in and speak with Nicole, the barmaid, after the commotion outside.
Is that right? That's very interesting.
We're gonna have to go back and talk to her.
Do you know anyone named Priscilla?
Ah, that's not a name Cormac knows.
Frankly, I'm surprised it's not the name of one of his tools.
I'll let you return to your work.
Be mindful on your way out.
Yeah, Cormac is good people. I trust him. I have complete faith in Cormac. I think that he's a good guy. I think that he will only ever tell us the truth. And I don't think that he's a murderer. But what I wonder if the murderer is our guy, the flower guy. Isa, do you know, is this the last case or is there one more after this? Because this is the 4th case? Tiger, hello! Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Hi, hi Chubb, hi Meg, hi Samurai. Hi, Get, hello, hi Erp, hello Starchild, hello. It's not the last case. Okay. Hi Andromeda, hello! Hi Moraiden, hello, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. I really, really, really appreciate it. How was your stream? Thank you so much for raiding me. This happens every time. Every time I stream late. This is like my... Holy shit, it is getting late warning of Tiger raids. Hi Brugglesby, hello, hello. It was good, what were you doing? What were you up to today? Hi, I'm playing this game. I'm playing Lamplight City. It's very good. It's a very, like, old-school classic point-and-click detective game. I said I was gonna beat the whole game today, and I still stand by that. I still stand by the fact that I'm gonna beat the whole game today. We're 10.5 hours into the stream. We're on the 4th case of the game, and there's one more case after this. I'm fine. Playing Battlefield and being a dork with it? Good, I'm glad you had fun. That's excellent.
Excuse me, barmaid?
Hi, what do you need?
Tiger's lovely. You all know Tiger by now. Tiger is delightful. It's Twiggie. Here. But most people call me... If I'm in a new chat for the first time, most people call me Wiggy or Wiggle. Consistently. Every time. Most people don't read my name right. Most people get it wrong. Look at so many viewers on night owls. That's the disturbing part. It's 5 AM. It's 5 AM here. And I think most of you are Europeans. At least those of you from my chat. I think that Tiger probably has more Americans, but I think most of my people are European. Are you guys okay?
Does the name Priscilla mean anything to you?
Just get better at solving them, honestly.
I was given the physical description of a man. I was wondering if you might recognize him if I told you.
Perhaps. Go on, then.
He's tall, of strong build, with a beard or mutton chops, dressing all in black and possibly wearing a cap.
Bit vague, wouldn't you say? That covers about half our clientele.
I was afraid that might be the case. Did you notice anyone of that description here on election night?
No.
You should
Can't
probably
say
answer
I
that.
did, sorry.
Is that right?
Sorry for reminding you.
Cormac told me he saw you speaking with someone of that description shortly after the murder occurred.
Are you lying
and you
to me?
believed him? Cormac's a good sort, but he's not exactly reliable.
I disagree. I think that
I'd
he's
say
the
he's
most
twice as
believable.
reliable as you
Yeah,
are.
he's the
Now
most
tell me the
reliable
truth,
person
or I'll
we've met
have
so
you in as an
far.
accomplice to murder.
All right, relax. I don't know the man by name, but he came to me after the commotion outside and paid me a few crowns to keep my mouth shut about it. I didn't ask any more questions, and I wasn't about to refuse some extra cash. That was that, I swear.
That's not good enough. I need some way to find this man. Is there anything else you can tell me?
Well, I did notice he had a scar on his left cheek. Kind of looked like a shepherd's crook. But that's all, really.
I suppose that'll
Good night,
have to
Silver.
do.
Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Have a lovely
I appreciate
night.
you taking the time to chat.
Yeah.
She's so charming. That's like the big. She's so charming. She's so lovely. I just want to stay and talk to her all day. Night with us really fucked all the whole week. I mean, me too. But that's not a this week thing. That is a my whole life thing. I'm usually not asleep by now. I don't think you will have more, but I have to talk to the other people.
I don't think he'll be much more.
Gotta talk to the other people. It's 11 p.m. EST. That's how I know that things are going wrong, is when the Americans start going to bed because it's late for them. Hey, Slothra, you love games like this? Me too.
I have a few more questions for you.
I love playing quick
listening.
games, and I love detective games. They're great. Same created by Gabriel Knight? I don't know. Okay, I don't know. I could not tell you. Could not tell you. You had last week off work, you screwed your sleeping pattern. That's kind of what you do when you have like time off work, though. That's what you do. Every single time I had time off work or school or whatever in my entire life, I would always like turn the day around. And like that's been a consistent thing I've been doing since I was like in my early teens. So I think that being a night owl, it just comes more naturally to me, and I don't know why. Definitely not because I struggle so much going to sleep. Definitely not due to like dealing with insomnia for most of my life. No.
I was wondering if you could tell me whether you saw a certain man at the Raven on election night. He's tall, of strong build, with a beard or mutton chops, dressing all in black and possibly wearing a cap.
Lots of people like that go to the Raven. I see loads of them every night. But now that you mention it, I do remember someone like that. He was a strange one.
How so?
I remember one of the times he came in, he was adjusting his hat. I could have sworn when he took it off for just a moment, his hair was bright red.
Right,
How is that strange, exactly?
Because
That
his
is very
beard was
weird.
jet black. It was the oddest thing I'd seen. Well, it was the oddest thing I'd seen. Until his beard slid halfway down his face.
I see.
What?
Well, thank you for the information.
Wonderful. This testimony is about as useful as a hole in the head. Then again, there might
Holy
be something
shit,
to
this
it.
guy. He's gonna end up being like the
Goodbye, sir.
the
Goodbye,
most
young man.
reliable one.
May you find peace and happiness.
Because he's high as fuck, right? He doesn't know that he's supposed to like, or if he's supposed to be hiding something. He will just say whatever. It's weird when you start streaming while you're at work, then keep streaming past your bedtime. Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, I never went here!
Ah, the Crimson Cat. One of my favorite underground clubs. Ooh, I spent some wild nights here. Which reminds me, I wonder if Stefan is still working the bar these days.
Good night, Saria. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate
This
it.
place has been around for quite some time. That well-dressed feline is Red, the official mascot. Good old Bollingworth Ale. Unlike so many other things in life, it never lets you down. Well, not while you're drinking it anyway. The next morning is another story entirely.
The number of hours, yeah. I mean, I'm starting to feel it myself. I'm starting to feel the number of hours myself. So, like...
Attention customers. Use of Dr. Tennyson's vigor pills while under the influence of alcohol may cause loss of consciousness. It's nice to see this establishment looking out for its patrons.
Oh, you can visit this place in the kidnapping case? Yo, that's cool.
Seagrave's Stasholine, high-quality mustache wax. You know, I always wondered what you'd look like with a mustache. Call me old-fashioned, but I've always felt the piano should be played by an actual human. These automated ones just don't have any soul. Looks like a view of Claremont Street with St. Denis Cathedral in the background. Looks like they've got Bollingworth, Millhopper, and Brooklyn Lager. Not a bad set of beers.
Beg your pardon. Your name wouldn't happen to be Jimbo, would it?
Yeah?
Who's
Jimbo!
asking?
Miles Fordham, private investigator.
Can a guy enjoy his shore leave without being harassed
Does he
by
know?
the law? I've done nothing wrong.
I didn't say you had.
Does
And
he
I'm
know
most
that
certainly
his
not the
boyfriend
law.
is dead?
I just want to ask you a few questions.
Oh,
All
no.
right, fine.
Please tell me we don't have to break the news to him. Oh,
You know
no.
Ronan the Spay?
I knew him, yeah.
Okay, he knows.
Knew him?
He and I haven't spoken recently. In about a month, actually. Things didn't go so well last time.
How do you mean?
What happened?
Let's just
He
say
doesn't
we didn't
know.
part on the best of terms. He made it very clear that he didn't want to speak to me again.
What do you mean?
Were you aware that Ronan was murdered?
What? No, when? What happened?
He was shot outside a tavern in Chumley 4 nights ago.
Chumley? What was he doing there?
I was hoping perhaps you could tell me.
I honestly don't know. Ronan hardly went out, and he especially never crossed the river.
Why was that?
I think he was just too scared of the world to go out and see it for himself. He was happy enough reading about it in his books or collecting things I brought him back from my travels. Honestly, that's what I liked most about him. He was just an average, boring man. It was just the sort of balance I needed in my life.
That's pretty much the exact same reason I always enjoyed working with you, Miles.
I kind of get it.
You and Ronan had a special relationship, didn't you?
Mr. Fordham, we're in an underground club. You don't have to tap dance around it. Yes, Ronan and I were a couple. At least up until last month.
What happened, if you don't mind me asking?
We had a misunderstanding. Ronan thought I had been seeing someone else. He was extremely jealous. I tried to explain that he had it all wrong, but he wouldn't hear me out. I was going to give him some time to cool off, but, well, that's not going to happen now, is it?
Oh, my heart.
If it's any consolation, I found a letter you wrote him, which he still kept in his desk.
Damn. Thank you for telling me that.
Where does the name Jimbo come from?
It's just a nickname. My real name's James Bowcroft.
And what is it you do?
I'm a sailor. I thought you detective types were supposed to be extra observant. Shouldn't you be able to tell me what my occupation was just by looking at my fingernails or something?
Sorry to disappoint.
Not good.
Perceptiveness is important in my line of work, but I'm also just a man.
I think perhaps Jimbo has been reading too many of those detective stories in Brentwood.
Do you have any opinions about the recent election?
Not really. I'm usually way at sea, so I don't keep up with politics. The sea's got her own laws. Anyway, I can't vote, so it's really none of my concern.
But you're still affected by the decisions the Prime Minister makes.
Not very fair, is it, Mr. Fordham?
Nope.
No, but hopefully Mr. Leroy will stand up for equal rights.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Does the name Priscilla mean anything to you?
Yes, that's my ship, the SS Priscilla.
I see. Did Ronan know about it?
Of course. He always used to ask me to bring him back some exotic souvenir.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Quite the selection. It rivals even the Angel.
That's what I was getting. We should talk to the sister again. We should go back to the sister.
Have you got time for a few more questions, Mrs. Morgan?
Yes, of course.
Are you familiar with someone who goes by the name Jimbo?
No, I don't think so. Who is that?
Do we
friend of
tell her?
Ronan's.
No, as I told you, I didn't know Ronan to have any friends. I especially don't recall him mentioning anyone called Jimbo.
Did Ronan know anyone named Priscilla?
I guess we were supposed to talk to her
Priscilla?
earlier.
No, I never heard that name before. Who is she?
Just a name that's come up in my investigation.
I wonder if Ronan had finally met a young woman.
Oh, boy. Now you've done it.
Those are all the
To be
questions
fair,
I
she's
have
been
for now.
crying the
All
entire
right,
time.
Mr. Fordham.
What else could you expect from an emotional woman? Talk to your other patrons. I have. Probably can go back to them. But it hasn't been that long since I talked to them.
You won't be much more help right now. She...
Say hello to the wife? I can't! Wife has fully left us. You haven't seen
we
her
talk
since
for
you
a
told
moment,
us to,
Upton?
like, get
Certainly.
out.
Upton, I need you to put out a bulletin. There's someone I need found.
Oh, who's that?
I don't know his name. I only have a description.
All right, I'll need to ask you a few questions. Could you describe the man's height and build?
Oh, fucking fuck off! He's been repeating this like 500 times. He's been repeating this so many times. Oh my god, I'm so sad. He's tall and large, right? Don't mess this up. That's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm worried about! If I mess this up, like, that's it. That's game over. I'm sure of it. Oh, that's so upsetting. I'm pretty sure he's tall and large. Right? You weren't paying attention. I mean, I have been paying attention. I'm struggling to retain information. I think it was
He's
tall,
tall,
and large.
with a large build.
All right. What color is his hair?
His hair was black, right? And his beard was red? No. He took off his cap and revealed red hair. Yeah,
I'm
bright
certain
red
it's
hair.
red.
Yeah.
All right. Do you know of any unique details that might make him easier to identify?
Dressed in all black? A distinctive scar. Oh, he's been talking about the scar, right? They're believing he got multiple price. Yeah, that's like the only thing that we can fuck up repeatedly, and we still managed to do. We're still allowed to. He had a distinctive scar, like dressed in all black. Everyone is dressed in all black. Distinct scar. Let's go for it.
Yes, he has a scar on his left cheek in the shape of a
Shepherd's
shepherd's crook.
Shepherd's crook.
Good. That will be helpful. All right, I'll put out the bulletin. Give me a moment. All right, the bulletin is out. I'll let you know if...
Upton? Just got your bulletin.
Holy shit.
Hello, Giles. Have you got something for me?
As a matter of fact, I've got someone in the jail fitting your description perfectly.
You don't say.
Yup. Name's Harvey Presser. Got picked up a couple of days ago.
Thank you, Giles. You heard the man, Fordham. You've got yourself someone to interrogate over at Bow Street.
Cool.
Fordham, you look even worse than the last time I saw you.
We can't all manage to keep looking as good as you, Giles.
What brings you back?
This guy. This fella. He's just standing there,
I'm looking to speak with your prisoner.
Presser? I just got off the horn with Upton about him. Seems you're not the only one interested in finding the man.
Then I suppose it's lucky I got here first.
Suppose so.
What was he brought in for, exactly?
He's the suspected leader of a cooping gang. Makes me glad I didn't bother to vote. All those dirty politics are just a waste of time.
And people wonder why nothing in Parliament ever changes.
Harvey Presser, I presume.
Who's asking?
Miles Fordham. I'm a private investigator.
What do you want from me?
Just a few minutes of your time. You don't have anywhere to be, do you?
Hardy ha. Ask what you want, but I'm not answering anything until I see a lawyer.
Do you recognize the man in this ferrotype?
Should I?
His name is Ronan Lespay. He was shot outside the Silent Raven on election night.
That's a real shame.
Sure is, isn't it?
Are you saying you know nothing about the murder outside the Silent Raven on election night?
Not a thing. I've never even heard of the Silent Raven.
Is that right? Because I've spoken to at least 3 people who swore they saw you there that night.
Yeah, and you're not police, so that doesn't scare me. You can't do a thing about it.
This guy's starting to get on my nerves. There has to be a way to make him talk.
I hear you were arrested for leading a cooping gang, is that right?
I don't have to tell you a thing. You're not a copper.
That's all the questions I have for now.
This hasn't helped
Leave me
me
in peace.
at all. What the shit?
No point asking
In
him about
no
anything.
way. In no way has this helped me. Motherfucker. I need to scare him, but yeah. I need to. If I need to scare him, then I know what to do. Take a mask, right? No.
This mask looks African. This one is scarier than the other masks.
No.
Some kind of owl mask.
But you said taxidermy, maybe. Bring the lion.
I don't think he'll be much more help at the moment.
Oh, it wasn't a real hand. Let's see. I have an idea, though.
Can we talk for a minute?
Certainly.
Upton, what do you have on this Harvey Presser fellow?
Give me a moment, and I'll locate the arrest report.
See, Upton
Here
is the
we
real
are.
MVP
He
of the
was
entire
picked
game.
up in a bar in Chumley after being identified as the leader of a cooping gang by one of his fellow gang members.
So much for loyalty. Anything else about him?
Not much
No, we
besides
only-
his
okay,
address.
I'm sorry.
That might be worth looking into.
It's
sorry.
5885 Riverview Road, right near the asylum.
The asylum? Can we
Ah,
go to the
wonderful.
asylum?
Maybe afterwards you can drop by and pick out a room.
I'll let you get back to work.
And you'd better do the same.
I am working! The fuck, that's literally what I'm doing. Oh, here. Presser residence.
Just a moment!
Hugh's not sleeping.
Yeah? What do you want?
Ooh, she doesn't look like the type to take any guff. Better watch yourself, Miles.
I can talk about your husband wanting to borrow a cup of sugar with a private investigator. Wanting to borrow a cup of sugar is probably the worst answer. Talk about your husband is gonna rouse suspicion. Or actually... You know what? Let's do that. I wanna talk about
Mrs.
your
Presser,
husband.
I'd like to speak with you about your husband.
Well, he's not here right now. He's been away for a few days, actually.
What if I told you?
Who are you exactly?
I know where he is.
My name's Miles Fordham. I just have a few questions. I promise this won't take long.
All right, come in. But try and keep it down. My daughter isn't feeling well, and I don't want her being disturbed.
She's sleeping in the middle of the room, but okay. Observe,
She
child.
doesn't look so good. A man's coat. Seems Harvey wasn't expecting to be out for very long. Some of those modern steam cleaners, if they use them in this place, they clearly aren't worth a damn.
What? What's that supposed to mean?
Presumably that goes into the presser's bedroom. Or it might be a closet. Or both. Seems to be a notice from the bank threatening to foreclose on this place if they're late on their rent payment again. No wonder Harvey's taken a second job. It seems peasant soup is on the menu tonight.
Mrs. Presser,
Yeah, what?
you know a man named Ronan Lespay?
Never heard of him.
And you've never seen the man in this ferrotype?
Nope. And I'm glad I haven't. Looks like a real pushover.
Okay. She's lovely. Is he pissing on the fire? I very much doubt it. Hi, Honky Jenny. Hello. I hope you're well.
What does your husband do for a living, Mrs. Presser?
Harvey? He's a traveling salesman. Sells steam-powered cleaners like the ones in the corner there.
Oh?
Doesn't make much money on account of most people being afraid of steam tech these days. But Harvey tries his best to provide for me and little Mary. He's a good man. The job takes him out of town for days at a time, but we get by.
And that's all he does?
Oh, she doesn't.
What are you asking? You know something I don't?
No, not at all. I was just curious.
Oh, look, another husband keeping secrets from his wife. There are a copper a dozen around here, it seems.
So what do you do while your husband's away?
Hang on there, what are you playing at? I'm a married woman.
I merely wanted to know a bit more about you, that's all. I meant no disrespect.
Is that your game? Asking innocent ladies about themselves so you can have your way?
She doesn't have to worry about being mistaken for innocent, that's for sure.
No, you know what? Just forget I said anything.
He's so awful. Well, now I'm scared to ask about the daughter, too.
Are you pleased
What
with
if
your
she
election
gets mad
results?
at me again?
Yeah, I'm glad that no good high muckamuck Atwood was voted out. Maybe now they can finally get to work on that bridge to Gascon we've been promised for so long.
But won't Leroy's opposition to Steam Tech be bad for your husband's business?
Maybe, but Harvey's always managed to land on his feet. If it comes down to it, I'm sure he'll be able to find a new job in no time. I was never too keen on him selling those contraptions anyway. It'll be a relief to get them out of the house.
Is your daughter all right?
She's just come down with a bit of something.
Okay.
This stew I'm making will put her right again. I've been giving her regular doses of Pink Bladder's Miracle Tonic, too. I'm sure she'll be back to tearing the house down again in a matter of days. Ticks after her father, that one.
I don't have any more questions for you, Mrs. Presser.
Good.
She didn't kick me out, yeah. I was scared that, like, anytime I talk to anyone and they get angry, I'm scared that they're gonna kick me out and not allow me to come back.
A few more questions for you, Mr. Presser.
Whatever you say.
I had a little chat with your wife. You have a lovely family.
Mildred? How did you...
I may not be with the police anymore, but that doesn't mean I can't still get the information I need.
You didn't tell her about me being in jail, did you?
Don't worry. It was quite obvious your wife has no idea what you're involved in. As a man who values discretion, I thought it best not to shatter her illusions.
That's awfully decent of you.
Of course, I might change my mind, unless you start to cooperate.
I have to say, Miles, you've become a real natural at this tough cop role.
All right, fine. I'll talk. Just leave my family out of it.
Do you recognize the man in the spherotype?
Yes, I do. That's Mr. Lespay.
All we had to do was visit his family and
I was assigned
and
to watch
give some
him
threats.
and then pick him up on election night.
Imagine.
Assigned? By whom?
My employer. I'd really rather not name names, Mr. Fordham.
I don't care about your employer. What I care about is what you were doing with Mr. Lespay.
Well, it was a cooping scheme. He was one of the people I was told to pick up.
Citizens were kidnapped off the street to force the vote, often several times over for national candidates. So recouping against would hold random victims in a room, ply them with alcohol, give them face beatings, let them comply. Jesus Christ.
Tell me what you know about the murder outside the Silent Raven.
The most important thing I can tell you is that I didn't kill him.
Do you know who did?
Not a clue. I was inside the bar when I heard the gunshot. I went outside to see what had happened and found Lespay on the sidewalk.
And what happened next?
What do you think? I panicked. He was in my care. I wasn't expecting anyone to get killed.
I think Mr. Presser has a wildly different definition of the word care.
I went inside and gave the barmaid 10 crowns to keep her mouth shut. Clearly, that was money misspent. Then I went back home. Told my wife I was going away on a business trip for a few days, just in case. Good thing I did, too. I might get out of this with her none the wiser.
What makes you so sure they'll let you out?
Me? I'm just a small fish, but I could talk and talk about whales. That's valuable information.
Quite the shrewd negotiator, this one. I think his skills have been wasted.
Is this your first time in jail?
Yeah, actually. Suppose you think I'm just some criminal scum born for the gibbet? I'm not a bad man, Mr. Fordham. I just made some mistakes. You've met my family. I'd do anything for them. Anything.
I suppose no good deed goes unpunished.
You can say that again.
Tell me
Thank
more
you for
about this
blesses.
cooping scheme.
I got paid to find men to vote for Atwood. Simple, really. Once I found a good mark, I followed him a bit, knocked him out, then took him to the coop, a little room I rented near the Raven. I had about 5 men on election night, including Lespay. Got them all liquored up and walked them over to the polls. Once each of them voted, we'd walk back over to the coop. I'd change their clothes, maybe give them a fake beard, and walk back for another vote. Did it for myself, too, so people would be less likely to notice. Kept it up for a few hours, until the murder.
That's all the questions I have for now.
Good. Leave me in peace.
Okay. Guess we go back and try to talk to everyone again.
She...
No. You know who I want to talk to? Our boy.
Let's not stick around here if there's nothing more.
Oh, it's you again. Come in.
She seems so happy to see me. Oh, this is taking so long.
I think we've pestered her.
We have to do that whole animation every time we go here. Oof. I'm so overwhelmed with how many things we are. There's the chest in the cathedral. We can't open this.
Now, this is one intriguing chest. He won't be much more help right now. Leave him to his practice. He really needs it.
Check her Facebook. Speak to Tom Puffin. Investigate the murder site as well.
He won't be much more help right now. Leave him to his... Now this is one intriguing chest. If only we could search it without arousing...
I have an idea. I have a suggestion for how to solve this. An ad just started playing, so I'm gonna chill for a second. Actually, I'm gonna go refill my water. That's probably a good idea. Yeah, everybody hydrates. Everybody get a little bit of water in you. If you haven't had water today. You should. It's good for you. So the way to like this, we have to distract them somehow. Maybe we do have to blow out the candle. A candle? What if we blow out all the candles?
Well, that's all of them. Hope you made a wish.
I did make a wish. Hey, Tom? Oh, it's working! Hey, Tom?
Did I have another moment of your time, Mr. Puffin?
I can't believe this is it.
Yes,
I
I
can't believe
suppose
how you do
so.
this. Candles.
It seems that all the prayer candles have gone out.
Have they? Blast, I keep saying there's a draft, but nobody's done anything about it. Excuse me for a moment, won't you?
Yes. Go, 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 go.
Let's hope this chest hasn't got squeaky hinges.
That would be very awkward. Dearest Ned, your last letter made me giggle with delight. I just cannot stop dreaming of the day where we can finally make our dreams come true and live together as man and wife. I think it would be just the most splendid idea to get a puppy. I've already begun thinking of names. How does Wuffy sound? All my love, P. Wuffy? Woofy. Or Woofy, maybe, not Wuffy. Woofy?
Could I have another moment of your time, Mr. Puffin?
Yeah.
Ned.
You know anyone named Ned?
Ned? Well, yes, I do. My nephew, Ned Bunkridge.
Your nephew?
Yes? Why do you ask?
Where might I find Ned? I'd like to speak with him.
Is everything all right? Ned hasn't gotten into any trouble, has he? I always tell him just because he's training his body, that's no excuse to pick fights.
No, he hasn't gotten into any trouble.
Oh, well, he lives in Lyon, at 511 Parkside Terrace.
Right. Thank you for the information. I'll let you resume your practicing, Mr. Puffin.
Thank you. Have a blessed day.
You too. Lies of P? I still haven't played that. One day, maybe.
Right this way, sir. Mr. Bunkridge is in his gymnasium.
You have a little boxing robot!
Well, you take a look at this place. And take a look at him. Maybe you should consider doing some training yourself, Miles. You aren't getting any younger after all.
Oh my god. Billy's so thirsty.
Excuse me, Mr. Bunkridge?
Oh, hello. Who are you?
I'm Miles Fordham, a private investigator. Your valet let me in.
Right, of course. What can I do for you?
I have a few questions for you, if you'd be so kind.
Yes, all right. I could use a bit of a rest anyway.
Are you familiar with a man named Ronan Lespay?
Never heard of him.
I have his portrait. Maybe you recognize him?
No, I've never seen this man before, but... Huh, how about that?
How about what?
The detail in this ferrotype is a bit fuzzy, but his facial features and hair, they vaguely resemble mine.
You know, now that he mentions it, it's true. Lespay does bear a passing resemblance to this fellow. Not quite as handsome, though.
So, you know nothing about the murder outside the Silent Raven 4 nights ago?
That's right. I don't even know what the Silent Raven is.
It's a bar in the Chum.
Well, that explains it. For one thing, I don't go to that part of town. A man like me sets foot in that den of ruffians, and I'll have every Tom, Dick, and Harry challenging me to a fight.
Hi,
Not that I'm
Greg!
gonna
Hi,
take them, but
bestie!
I have better ways to train my body
Hello.
than beating thugs. Anyway, I don't drink. Dulls the mind and softens the body.
Ugh, he's one of those people.
Well, just thought I'd ask.
I'm sorry I can't help you, Mr. Fordham, but I hope you solve whatever it is you're investigating. You seem like a nice enough sort.
Tell me about your uncle.
You know Tom?
I've met him, yes. He's the one who told me where you lived.
Oh, right. Well, my uncle is, an interesting man.
Is that an interesting of the good or bad variety?
I really wish he would take better care of himself is all. I have the feeling that he's on some sort of drug, although he always denies it.
What gives you that impression?
Well, most of the time he acts completely normal. He goes to work, visits with me. Sometimes we go out together to the theater or a gallery. But some days his mood changes. He goes very solitary, won't leave his house, gets short with me. One time I went to visit him. I heard him yelling along with what sounded like furniture being knocked about. It only happened once, but it worried me. I hope Tom isn't in any sort of trouble.
Opium is one hell of a drug. It's a good thing you never got to that point with the soporific, or Adelaide would have thrown you out much sooner.
Are you all right, Mr. Fordham?
Yes, I'm fine.
I'm
what?
fine.
Too soon?
Could you give me Tom's address?
You don't have it? I thought you said you'd spoken with him.
I visited him at the cathedral.
But if he's there, why do you want his address?
I want to snoop in his house. Oof. Think he might be involved in a murder. I just wanted to look at his things. Horrible thing to say. Oh, none of these are great though. None of these are great. I just wanted to look at his things is horrible. And actually, never mind. He definitely won't tell us. So, like, we have to, right? It's the only one that makes sense.
I have reason to believe he may be somehow involved in a murder.
That's a serious accusation, Mr. Fordham. What proof do you have?
Nothing concrete just yet, which is why I'd like to investigate his home.
Well, you're not the police, so I'm not obligated to tell you.
It's true.
I'm sorry, but you'll need more than just a suspicion to convince me.
Okay. Actually.
On second thought, never mind.
Oh, that sucks.
Does the name Priscilla mean anything to you?
Yes, it most certainly does. My lady love is named Priscilla Poundstone.
I see. What can you tell me about her?
Oh, she's a darling. I love her very much. Such a kind and gentle soul she is, too. Loves animals, especially dogs. We've been together for ages and are due to be married soon.
Congratulations.
When was the last time you saw her?
Saw her? Oh, no, Mr. Fordham. She doesn't live in New Britannia. She attends Miss Threadneedle's Academy for
She
Young
goes
Ladies.
to a different school, I understand.
She lives in New Holland?
That's right. I've never actually met
Oh, bless
Priscilla
you.
face to face.
Bless
We
your sweet
communicate
soul.
exclusively through correspondence.
How did you two get involved?
Her father and mine were old military friends. They decided between them that their children would be engaged.
Taking pounds
you're
down,
both in
pounds
agreement?
down. Hell
Yes. I admit at first I was a bit hesitant, but we share many of the same interests. The distance between us is not a detriment to our love.
I wonder how that will change once they actually begin cohabiting.
Well.
So you correspond regularly with Priscilla?
That's right. At least one letter a week. My uncle does me the kindness
Oh
of
my
acting
God,
as courier.
the thought of going
You
from
think I might have a look at
writing
one of
a
those letters?
letter to someone
What for?
once a week
They're private correspondence.
directly
understand,
to living with
but I feel
them
this
and
is
marrying
important.
them?
Perhaps you could show me one that isn't too personal.
I want to die.
Yes, I suppose that would be all right. In
I
fact,
wanna
I think there's a recent one on the shelf there. That's not too private.
Holy shit.
But you won't need to take it, will you?
Not at all. I just want to have a look.
Oh my God.
You're very into physical conditioning, aren't you?
Oh, you noticed.
Hard not
Yes,
to.
I believe that a healthy body is just as important as a healthy mind.
Yeah? How's
if
your
not
mind
more
doing?
so.
Well, he's definitely prioritizing the former.
It's important to keep fit, especially at a job like mine where I'm in a chair most of the day.
Yeah, I wouldn't know what that's like.
I'm a clerk at the Bank of Vespuccia, but someday I hope to leave and teach others about the health benefits of regular exercise. Perhaps even open up my own gymnasium.
Ha! He actually thinks people are gonna go for that? Good luck to him.
How do you feel about the election outcome?
I'm disappointed. Atwood may not have been the greatest PM, but he was pro-steam tech. Sure, the Ligeia incident was a tragedy, but people are too quick to judge. Steam technology is a boon to mankind. It's already enriched my life considerably. It's a shame that progress is going to be held back because of one isolated occurrence.
Thanks for your time.
Not a problem.
Did want to meet up at least a few times? Yeah. Yes, you would.
Oh, look, maybe you can slip these on and go a couple of rounds with Ned. If that's his best right hook, he'll be a pushover. And after that expert knockout you delivered Officer Grant, he won't stand a chance. They don't look that heavy to me.
My dearest Ned, I was so happy to receive your last letter. Things are going well here. I'm due to begin my next course within the week. How are things with you? Did you manage to set up the gymnasium we were talking about? You'll have to send me a pharaoh-type of your new physique. P.
Wait just a minute.
This
Something's
is-
off here.
Yeah.
The handwriting in this letter is different to the one we found before. There's something strange going on with this Priscilla.
Yes.
This seems to be where Ned keeps his extra equipment.
Yes,
That'll look
there it is.
just when I thought I'd seen it all. What will they think of next? Some kind of martial art? Doesn't look like any I've ever heard of. Makes you wonder if old Netty boy is at the end of his rope, too.
Netty boy.
What in the ether is that supposed to be? Looks like some kind of medieval torture device. Then again, so does most of this newfangled exercise equipment.
Can we talk to him about the letter?
Could I ask you a few...
All right.
No.
About...
What about...
I suspect there might be something going on between him and Priscilla.
I think there's something going on between him and Priscilla.
Something going on?
This letter was at the
What
church.
do you mean?
I found a letter addressed to you from her at the cathedral, and the handwriting is different to the letter you have here.
He has one of her letters? Why would he?
I'm not sure, which is why I'd like to search his home and find out more.
Yeah, don't
He's
worry about the
going
murder
behind my
case.
back. I
No, the murder case is
swear
no
I'll-
longer important.
Calm
But
yourself, Mr.
him and
Bunkridge.
Priscilla,
If I
though.
find anything, you'll be the first to know.
All right. Tom lives at 117 Gimlet Terrace in Worcester.
Hey, we're practically neighbors.
Here, I've got a spare key. If you find anything about him and Priscilla, you'll tell me, won't you?
This case is actually kind of
course.
reminding me a little bit
Thank
of
you, Mr. Bunkridge. Thanks for your time.
Not a problem.
What was the one we played it? It was the other game that I played, like where I did like an 11-hour stream in one sitting to beat the game. Not Killer Frequency. Pain Street Killings! That one, yeah, Pain Street Killings. This case is kind of reminding me of that. That was a good game. I want more games like
Nice
that.
place. Tidy. Nothing incriminating that I can see.
You've been here for 2
People
seconds.
rarely leave anything incriminating out in the open. It's time to have a look around.
Can't believe there's a hole in the case after this.
A statue of Eros, I believe? God of love or lust or something. Man babies in diapers never did much for
Killer
me.
Frequency was great as well. I enjoyed that. It wasn't a horror game. Everyone, like, it kept being advertised as a horror game. It's not a horror game. But it is fun.
Music books. Clearly Puffin has never touched them.
I enjoyed it.
The look in her eye tells me she's probably hiding something. Huh. I was wondering when he was going to show up. Puffin's daily planner. The man leads an even more boring life than you. Who knew that was even possible?
Hey.
So Puffin plays at home too? His poor neighbors. Puffin's music room is a bit lacking.
I feel like people would be shocked if they knew how boring my everyday life is. Like every now and then people will ask like what are your weekend plans? What are your plans for the weekend? Are you doing anything fun? And I'm like, I'm gonna stream. I'm gonna walk my dog. That's it.
That's odd. There are some scratches on the floor next to that statue.
You think I do anything else? You think I do literally anything else in like my everyday life?
It's empty. It's empty.
No point wasting time searching Puffin's bedroom. I have a feeling that if there's something to find, it's here in the sitting room.
Why? Why would it be here and not in the bedroom?
That's odd. How about that? Looks like we found singing Tom's buried treasure.
Is there light outside here? No. The sun doesn't rise for another like 4 or so hours.
Let's just see what we have here.
Dearest Priscilla, I have completed all my plans and will soon come visit you in Cormorant. Please remember that life in New Britannia is hard, and so I may look a bit more advanced in years than you might expect, Ned.
Interesting stuff, but what about the box itself?
Gun!
It seems Puffin's gun has gone missing. He should really take better care of his things.
The teacher from school got upset you usually stayed home in the weekends. But why?
Nothing else in there. Too bad.
Well, we gotta bring this over to Nettie.
He hasn't got anything else.
Maybe we should confront him first?
It won't be much more.
Okay, then what did I miss here?
Statue of...
Clearly something.
It's empty.
Ned looks a bit like the dead guy, yeah. Yeah. What did I miss? Speak to Dr. Edwards about the murder. Maybe... I didn't... I haven't gotten this as like a testimony or anything though. Or like a clue. The gun case. I was gonna say, what if we go back to Dr. Edwards and ask, is this the gun that fired the weapon? The bullets?
Pardon me, Edwards.
Yes?
Edwards, do you know much about the effects of opium?
Quite a great deal, unfortunately. It's all the rage these days. Most people use it to calm the nerves or relieve pain, but it's highly addictive and has numerous adverse effects.
Such as?
It depends, really. Most common are sweating, nausea, memory loss, or blurred vision. But more serious cases can lead to hallucination, violent mood swings, coma, or even death. I just had a case in here a few weeks ago who died from an opium overdose. It wasn't pretty.
Doesn't sound like it. Thanks for the information, Edwards.
Anytime.
I'll be going now, Edward.
Take care.
Keep up the good.
This wasn't where I meant to go. Why can't we, like, examine the box? It seems really strange to me.
Nothing else in there. Too
That
bad.
it, like, just auto-closes it. Instead of letting me... Because, like, we have the manufacturer. Jonkins and Bowen. Wouldn't that, like... Isn't that relevant in some way at all whatsoever?
Securely fastened, unfortunately for you. If only there was some way to undo these bolts and remove the drain cover. Yesterday's rain, is it just me?
If there is, I have no way of getting to it through the drain cover.
Secure.
Moment of your time, if I may.
I got it!
Right. Make it
quick. Do you have a tool?
Would you
Yes!
remove the cover of a storm drain?
Yes, of course.
Yes, Cormac
Cormac's
MVP.
got the right tool for the job. Just a few twists from old Mary here, and any drain will open up like a Christmas rose.
So that'll probably have the
Would you be
bullet,
able to
right?
open the storm drain outside the Silent Raven?
Suppose so, yes.
That'll
But
probably have
Cormac
the
ain't
bullet. Or
allowed
the
to just
gun!
Open up drains as he sees fit.
Maybe it has the gun.
What do you want this drain open for?
It'll be one of the two. Well, I was just sticking my hand into dang puddle. So there's a vital piece of evidence at the bottom
I
of the
believe
drain.
there's a vital piece of evidence at the bottom of the drain.
You don't
I
say.
do say.
It's quite true. It may even help me solve a murder.
Well then, in that case, Cormac will get the drain open for you. Come on, there's not a moment to lose. This it then?
That's the one.
Right, won't be a moment.
Thank you, Cormac. Thank you, Mary.
There we are.
Thank you for your help, Cormac.
Not a problem. Now, if you don't mind, Cormac's just going to pop inside for a quick pint.
Detective work is a dirty job, but someone has to do it.
I was worried for a
Don't forget
moment that we
roll up
needed to
your
find, like,
sleeve.
something to pull it
I
up
really
with.
hope there's something down there.
Or, like, gloves or something.
Ugh. This is almost as bad as the time I had to search for that stolen necklace in a pile of horse manure.
I'm really glad I didn't draw the short straw in that case. Well, how about that?
A shame the
How
police managed to overlook this.
About that.
Nothing else to...
Do you want to safely, close the thing again, maybe? And not to silent on the toilet driving. It might be. Now talk to Edwards, though, and see if this is the gun. Right?
Pardon me.
Yes?
I found this pistol at the scene of the Lespay crime. You take a look and see if it was used to murder him?
It's all slimy. Where was it?
Don't worry about it.
Sitting at the bottom of a storm drain.
Oh. I suppose that's not as exciting as finding it inside someone's intestines.
How would that even
Did I ever
work?
tell you about that post-mortem, by the way?
No. I certainly don't want to hear about it now. How long will it take you to analyze that pistol?
I should have something conclusive within the hour, if you don't mind waiting.
No, it'll give me some time to gather my thoughts.
Right. I've concluded my analysis, and this gun was definitely used to shoot Mr. Lespay. The
Do
bullet I
you
removed
think
from his body is a perfect match.
that the
Thank you, Edwards.
reason
That is extremely
that
helpful.
just automatically
There's
went
one
to
more
that
thing.
place
I cleaned off some of the muck and found the initials JB etched into the handle.
was because I've done everything else
My
that I can
expertise
right
with
now?
guns is purely forensic, so I can't determine if this is the gun's maker or the initials of its owner.
Well,
That's
that we
going
can
to have
figure
to be
out.
your job.
Thank you, Edwards. Help is always appreciated.
Because we can
JB.
find out what the...
Wasn't the name on Puffin's gun case Jenkins and Bowen? That's
Yeah.
quite a coincidence, wouldn't you say?
I'll be going now, Edwards.
Take care, Fordham.
Miles, have you ever noticed that this Jimbo fellow fits the description of the
Sorry,
man
holy
loitering
shit.
outside the taxidermy shop? The barmaid told us she saw someone matching that description at the Raven on election night. Not only that, Priscilla just so happens to be the name of the ship Jimbo works on. And the pistol used to murder Ronan has the initials JB etched on it. It could be a coincidence, but I think it's quite reasonable to consider him as a suspect.
Why would he murder Ronan, though? He wasn't very...
Things are starting to fall into place here,
He was
Miles.
not very upset.
Between the letters, the missing gun, and what Edwards told us
He
about
was
the
not
effects
very
of
upset
opium,
about hearing
I think we have enough evidence to
about
consider Puffin
Ronan
a suspect.
dying. He didn't seem to care about that at all. He was just like, oh, well. Guess we won't be making up then.
He won't have anything. He won't be.
We haven't talked to her in a while. She
You got time
probably
for a
wants to
few more
keep, like,
questions, Mrs.
be
Morgan?
kept up to date
Yes,
about
of
what is
course.
happening. Oh, wrap up case? Oh, fuck off.
Those are all the...
All right.
Fuck off!
He hasn't got anything else to tell.
What do you mean? I promised him! I promised him! I promised that I would, like, talk to him. Tell him what I found. Oh, after wrap up, okay.
You got...
Yeah.
I've completed my investigation of your brother's murder, Mrs. Morgan.
You have? Oh, that's such a relief to hear. Who killed him?
I actually am not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure who it was. Guess you could tell him, yeah. My gut feeling is saying Jimbo. Because here's the thing. Tom has, like, his whole thing going on, right? Tom has, like, this whole other thing happening, and I don't know that that is that relevant to this case. Right? But how would Jimbo have gotten his gun, though? Someone yelled Priscilla. Yes. Someone did yell Priscilla. You're sure? Are you really, Joe? Are you really? Someone did yell Priscilla. What if Jimbo is just a red herring? Okay, okay, no. Here's... Okay. 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 Tom... Because we thought process. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Tom was in love with Ned's fiance, right? and pretending to be Ned while talking to Priscilla. We know that Ned and Ronan looked like each other. If he yelled at Priscilla, he could have yelled something about Priscilla is mine, or you don't get to have her, or like whatever. What if he killed the wrong person? Ronan was never a target. I've changed my mind. I think it's Tom. I think it's Tom and that Ronan was not the intended target. I think that Ned was the intended target. Because he wanted to eliminate his competition with Priscilla. Why else would they have like the whole thing of Ned and Ronan looking like each other? Yeah, I've changed my mind. I changed my mind. I think it's Tom. Why would someone yell Priscilla if it was about a boat? Because Priscilla was the name of Jimbo's boat. Who do you think it is, Joe? Who do you think it is? I think it's more interesting if it's Tom. I think it's a lot more interesting if it's Tom. You think it's Tom? I changed my mind once I started like thinking about why it would be Tom. Because like I've been sat here thinking, well, there's a lot of evidence that points to Jimbo, right? But there's more reason why it would be Tom? Yeah, I changed my mind. Tom Puffin.
It was Tom Puffin, choir master at St. Denis Cathedral.
What? But why would a member of the church do something like that?
He's not a very good
Puffin is
person.
in love with his nephew Ned's fiancée, Priscilla. He's even gone so far as to intercept their letters and write to each of them under false pretenses.
It's a level of
Mr. Puffin
obsession
is also
that
an
is
avid opium user.
horrifying.
He's prone to fits of rage as well as hallucinations. The evening of the murder, Puffin was at the Silent Raven, and in his opium-induced fog, mistook your brother for Ned. He had his pistol on him, and his rage and jealousy got the better of him. Poor Ronan was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I wonder what he says,
he was
though.
wearing, or why he was in Chumley
If
in the
you
first place.
accused
I'm
Jimbo.
afraid your brother fell victim to a cooping gang. They dragged him to Chumley and forced him to vote multiple times. He was wearing someone else's clothes as part of a disguise.
My poor brother. So what happens now?
Now, I'll inform Miss Upton of my findings, and she'll send an officer along to arrest Puffin. From there, justice will be served accordingly.
I see. Thank you for your help, Mr. Fordham.
Tom Puffin?
Yes, may I
You got the
help
gun
you,
so much
officer?
earlier so you wouldn't
You're
get
under
this
arrest
you're
for
at
the
same
murder
time.
of Ronan Lespay.
That's fair.
What? Oh, God. So it wasn't a dream.
Come along,
Oh,
sir. We need to question you at the
fuck.
station.
You know,
It's really
Miles,
depressing.
you've been coming in here a lot lately, but you've never looked quite this glum. What's going on?
Patrick, you come in here night after night, pour drinks, lend an ear to your customers. It's what makes you a great barman.
Thank you, Miles. I appreciate that.
But are there ever times when you feel you've lost that spark?
I'm not sure I follow.
You know, that indescribable thing that makes you so good at what you do, the spark. Have you ever felt like it's disappeared?
Suppose I have. Suppose everyone has, at one time or another.
It's true. Everyone does. But tonight I feel like mine's gone out for good.
Ah, Miles. We all have rough patches.
This is more than just a rough patch, Patrick. I think it might be time for some major life changes.
I can give you the name of a correspondence course I took for bartending if you'd like.
That's good of you, but I think I need more than just a new job. Pour me
Hi,
one last one.
Dollarobia. Yeah,
would you?
hi, hello.
Coming right up, Miles.
I haven't beaten the game yet. I have one whole case left. There's only one, right? There's only one case remaining. It's not like
It's only
three
a
more.
few cases you haven't solved.
Right?
Don't you think you're being a bit rash?
No, Upton. It's not just a few unsolved cases.
One big
I've ruined
one?
my life.
Great.
Don't be ridiculous.
Great.
Surely you can reconcile with Adelaide. You know you have
We've
my
spent
support.
11 hours
No,
doing 3 cases.
Even if I did, it wouldn't change the
4
person I've
cases?
become. It
I
wouldn't
don't
be
even
fair to
know.
her. And staying here any
4
longer
cases.
wouldn't be fair to you.
But I don't understand, Miles. Why Riverview?
I have some things I need to sort out. Trust me when I tell you it's for the best that you don't understand.
So, that's it. You're just gonna leave it all behind and check yourself into the asylum.
Honestly, I should have done it a long time ago. They're the only ones who can help me now.
I'll come visit you. You won't have to be alone in there.
That won't be necessary, but I do have one favor I'd like to ask of you.
Name it.
No matter what happens, please don't tell Adelaide. She's better off not knowing either. Goodbye, Constance. Thank you for everything.
Well, I hope you're happy. The flower shop burglar is long gone, and now you're stuck in the madhouse. Although, I still can't believe you checked yourself in here voluntarily. Who does that?
It's not Charlie Sheen.
You can ignore me all you want, Miles. I'm not going anywhere. Well, I suppose there is a bright side to all this.
Got a bad
You
ending.
always did say you
Do
wanted
I
to be
not get
buried
to
in a
do
tomb
the last
overlooking
case because
sea.
I'm in the
A view of the
asylum?
river will have to do for now.
Really?
Good morning, Mr. Fordham. It's time for your treatment.
Good morning, Dr. Fellows. It's good to see you.
Likewise, Mr. Fordham. I have some good news for you. We'll be trying something a bit different today.
Oh?
Yes, it's a new modern approach. The early experimental results have been quite astounding. I have great hope that you will benefit from it.
What is it?
Atheroconvulsive therapy.
Oh,
A
no.
precisely modulated etheric current is passed through the body to stimulate the brain and counteract any negative imbalances. After just a few sessions, you'll be a new man. Now, please, come with me.
Guys, I fucked up. You were nice enough to Addie? I thought so! I beat the game. I got an ending. I got an ending. I need to finish my cases. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hi, Ons. Hello, hello. Does that mean we can only fail one case? You're only allowed one fail? And then it's just over? Is it because I denounced it as unsolvable and not... Oh, I chose unsolvable for 2 of them. I could have chosen... Like, I could have chosen wrong. Is it specifically because I deemed them unsolvable? That made him go crazy? Wow, okay. But I only deemed them unsolvable because I fucked up and physically could not get the right evidence to get the right suspect. It wasn't because they were unsolvable, it was because I fucked up. Should have accused someone innocent instead, clearly. Clearly I should have. Wow, that's upsetting. Rachel is gonna be so disappointed in me. She's gonna be so mad. She's gonna laugh at me. Well, that's Lamplight City, though. We did it. 12 hours later. 12 hours later. Y'all, I'm gonna go to bed. As far as I'm concerned, I might have a case remaining, but I'm gonna go to bed. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to sleep. revisit the game. You know what? I might very well do that. It is time to sleep. It is 6 a.m. I've been streaming for 12 hours. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go sleep. Thank you all so much for hanging out, though. Holy shit. I know some of you have been here, like, for pretty much all of the stream, and that blows my mind. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for spending your time with me. However long you've been here, I really appreciate it. It's been a long stream, and I'm very, very grateful for everyone who's been hanging out. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. I might revisit the game and do the last case as well. Get all the other cases correct and do the final case. Maybe at some point. We also have all the Blackwell games to play, so like if you're into point-and-click games, boy, do I have some upcoming games for y'all. So yeah, maybe. We'll see. But for now, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna go to sleep. We're gonna read Coco, the lovely, wonderful Coco. I absolutely adore her. She's one of the guild leaders of the Twitch Women's Guild. Remember, tomorrow at 3 a.m. Central European Time, we're going to be playing some Goose Goose Duck with some of the members from the Women's Guild, which I'm very excited about. I've never played Goose Goose Duck, but I've played a lot of social deduction games in my life. So I'm excited for that. I might start streaming a little bit later tomorrow. I might. Maybe not. Maybe I don't. Maybe I start stream at normal time tomorrow and stream like 9 hours to do like a regular stream and then do Goose Goose Duck. I don't know. I don't know yet. But we'll see. We'll literally just see how I feel tomorrow when I wake up. But just be aware that I might start a little bit later tomorrow. Maybe. Because we're going to do Goose Goose Duck at 3 a.m., which is 3 hours ago. So that'll be fun. I'm very excited. Like to see Michelle the dude and start. Yeah, like there are some other things that we can do. That would be different. So yeah, I'll pass you over to Coco. Say hello. Coco's also doing a charity fundraiser for the Lupus Foundation of America. She does a lot of like big charity events where she raises money for lupus research. Go say hello. She's wonderful. I adore her. So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for being here. I'm gonna go to sleep. I hope that you all have a good sleep if you're going to bed. Have a good day if you're waking up. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye!